Chapter 97. Do not allow anyone to enter the depths of the cavern. As the water buffalo moved forward, the heavy dragon keel was slowly pulled along. Brother Feng, we have returned. At that moment, 6 figures emerged from the bamboo grove. Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised that these individuals had come back. Had they grown addicted to the torment? It's good that you've returned. Come and assist in lifting the dragon keel. You 6 will handle the dragon's tail, while the 2 water buffalo will take the head. Let us hasten our pace, Feng commanded coldly. Understood, Brother Feng. Jiaying replied, leading the others to grasp the dragon's tail. Feng held tinder leaves in front to guide the buffalo. And with the addition of these 2 strong beasts, the others found their burden significantly lighter, continuing on to the beach without pause. As the water buffalo bore 60% of the weight, after Jiaying and his companions had fled upstream, they regrouped with 3 engineers. Following a clandestine discussion, they resolved to return to the cavern, for only the tools within could construct a vessel. Moreover, Jiaying felt a lingering desire to explore the women in the cavern, a sentiment he was unwilling to relinquish. Lastly, he sought vengeance. He must eliminate Feng to find peace. The 6 individuals unanimously decided to return, eager to offer their assistance. After resting briefly on the beach, Feng rallied them to lift the dragon keel back home. With a command from him, they set the keel down. Surprisingly, the 2 water buffalo did not leave, but stood beside Feng, nuzzling his arm with their noses. As Feng stroked the buffalo's nose, he turned to Jiaying. Jiaying, are you not afraid of my wrath for your return? Jiaying, having anticipated this, replied with a righteous demeanor, Brother Feng, I believe we cannot afford to bicker amongst ourselves. You have seen those bizarre monkeys. They fear no weapon. If we do not unite to build a ship and return home, it will not be long before those monstrous monkeys find us. Strangely, Feng felt a flicker of emotion at Jiaying's words, but within 3 seconds, he was struck by a cold laugh. He was well aware of human nature. Could a dog ever change its taste for excrement? Very well, then let us unite, Feng conceded, intending to discuss matters further once the ship was constructed. At that moment, Jiaying approached Susan. Assistant Susan, I did not expect you to be alive. Why did I not see you in the cavern? Susan, her countenance frosty, disregarded him. Jiaying, feeling embarrassed, retreated and began addressing the remaining 5. Listen closely, everyone. Here, we must absolutely obey Brother Feng's orders, and Sister Susan's as well. Should anyone dare to defy us, they need not worry about Brother Feng or Sister Susan dealing with them. I shall handle it myself. He had devised a plan to earn Feng's trust. Having once served as a security guard, he understood the type of loyalty leaders appreciate, namely, that of a sycophant. After all, leaders must maintain their image, and it is often the role of a subordinate like himself to convey the harsher truths. Perhaps initially unnoticed, over time, the leader would surely feel indebted to him. In the past, I, Jiaying, ascended to the position of captain through this very maneuver. However, when we attempted to hoist the dragon bone to the precipice, trouble ensued. The 2 water buffalo were unable to scale the mountain. Their hooves lacked the requisite grip. Despite Feng's various attempts, the beasts refused to ascend. Faced with this dilemma, he proposed a solution. We humans would ascend first, and then utilize ropes to hoist the water buffalo one by one. A flurry of activity ensued among the group. As the water buffalo were finally pulled up, they were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels, yet they ultimately made it without incident. It took a full 2 hours for them to traverse this formidable obstacle. However, the 2 water buffalo, still shaken from their ordeal, now struggled to maintain their footing. If I am not mistaken, there appears to be a figure lying by the riverbank. Jiaying paused and pointed towards the distance. Feng quickly maneuvered around the dragon bone and looked towards the river. Indeed, there lay a woman. Her appearance not matching any of the known races. Her skin was a healthy, sun-kissed hue, draped only in a piece of animal hide that barely covered her chest and lower body. A mere glance downward revealed a chilling sight beneath her skirt. Could she be an indigenous person? He checked for her breath, which was faint but present. Thus, Feng decided to carry her, resting her upon his thigh. The indigenous woman wore a necklace of canine teeth and bore 3 horizontal tattoos on her arm. She was undoubtedly an indigenous female spy. I shall take you back for rigorous interrogation to uncover the whereabouts of the naval vessel. With that thought, Feng hoisted her onto his back. What have you found now? Susan asked, her tone exasperated. Oh, just an indigenous compatriot. I believe I might extract some intelligence from her. so I intend to bring her back for medical attention. If she awakens, we shall commence a thorough interrogation, Feng replied with a serious demeanor. Is that so? Susan rolled her eyes and ceased further conversation. Jiaying, however, appeared elated, his gaze repeatedly wandering towards the indigenous woman's skirt. Jiaying, move to the front and lift the dragon head, Feng commanded coldly. Why? Jiaying asked, astonished. There is no reason. Just do as instructed. Feng's tone grew frigid. After walking for a while longer, they finally returned to the cave. You're back. A group of women encircled Feng, seeking a semblance of safety. Engineer Chung? Ah, Engineer Zhang? You all actually came? How wonderful. The 6 engineers embraced, having worked together for so long. Feng observed coolly, calculating that he must not allow the 6 engineers to unite too closely, for should they stage a collective strike, his shipbuilding plans would be jeopardized. Moreover, it was crucial that the newly arrived engineers be denied access to firearms and entry into the underground base. Thus, Feng stealthily approached Long Wu. Despite his lamed leg, Long Wu's hands remained uninjured. Brother Wu, take these 2 handguns. Aside from myself, Susan, Zhang Yan, Nei Li Mei Zi, and Dove, do not allow anyone else to enter the depths of the cave, Feng instructed. Long Wu nodded, placing the handguns within easy reach. Having served in the military, his execution capabilities were exceptionally strong, and given his injured leg, he was well suited to guard the cave, an ideal sentinel for the home front. What about Su Yun and the initial 3 engineers? Should we not allow the other women in either? Long Wu inquired. Sighing, Feng replied. Su Yun and the other women are unaware of society's treachery and could easily be deceived. They should not be permitted entry. As for the first 3 engineers, look how close-knit they seem over there. It's easy for them to be swayed. Do you understand? Feng pointed towards the group in the distance. Chapter 98, Brother Feng. Just agree already. Understood. Only you, Susan, Zhang Yan, Nei Li Mei Zi, and Dove are allowed. Anyone else who dares to venture into the depths of the cave will be dealt with mercilessly. Long Wu's eyes flashed with a hint of menace. Not so fast. Only the newly brought individuals can be dealt with ruthlessly. For the others, you should primarily focus on persuasion, Feng urged, attempting to clarify his instructions. He couldn't bear the thought of harming the adorable Ding Tuanchuan. Long Wu's face displayed confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend Feng's orders. Those who had served in the military were often too straightforward, sometimes lacking the capacity for flexibility. Let me provide you with an analogy. I, Susan, Nei Li Mei Zi, Zhang Yan, and Dove are part of the inner circle, possessing certain capabilities, wits, and tactics, thus forming the first echelon. You can heed our words. Su Yun and the other women belong to the second echelon. While they are trustworthy, we must guard against their naivety being exploited. The third echelon consists of Chung Li Bin, Bao Qifeng, and Yu Sihai. They are the most susceptible to manipulation and have low trustworthiness, potentially acting irrationally at any moment. Lastly, we have the 6 new arrivals. They undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives, yet they are valuable laborers needed for shipbuilding. As long as they work diligently, we shall refrain from intervening. However, should they take any tangible actions against us, we must not hesitate to quash them at the onset, Feng articulated. Brother Feng, this is much clearer now. I feel more assured. Long Wu nodded in understanding. Thank you, Brother Wu, Feng replied, and they both referred to one another as brother in their own ways. Once finalized, Feng reiterated the precautions to several key figures regarding the potential threat posed by the 6 newcomers. Meanwhile, the engineers had begun their work, positioning the keel at the cave's entrance, using it as a foundation to start driving piles and outline the ship's structure. Hasten your pace. We cannot have Brother Feng waiting on us, understood? Jiaying said, assuming the role of overseer with arms crossed behind his back. Jiaying, you should join the effort. I don't require an overseer here, Feng replied coldly. Ah, yes. Jiaying complied and diligently set off to chop wood. As for the fellow nursing an injured egg, he leaned against a tree, occasionally touching the wound, and then bringing his hand to his nose to sniff. Feng narrowed his eyes and approached. Is it rotting? It seems to be a little, the man replied. A flicker of terror crossed the security guard's eyes. On this desolate island, with wounds festering, even divine intervention could not save him. Feng crouched down for a moment, and indeed, a foul odor wafted through the air. Let us proceed. I shall take you to the riverbank to gather medicinal herbs, where specialized remedies can be found. With that, Feng helped the guard to his feet. Feng, I truly apologize for my previous behavior, often complicating matters for you alongside the captain, the guard expressed, a hint of gratitude in his voice. Say no more. Let us go, Feng replied, ultimately guiding the guard to the river's edge. Feng, why have you halted? Suddenly, a harrowing scream erupted as the guard was forcefully thrust into the river. In an instant, a swarm of parasitic catfish and piranhas converged, feasting upon him. Once he was assured that the man had completely vanished into the depths, Feng returned to the cavern. Where is Xiaoyang? Jiaying inquired. He was consumed by that band of monstrous monkeys. I exerted considerable effort to escape them. We must hasten to construct a vessel, lest the monkeys inevitably discover our whereabouts. Feng fabricated, acknowledging the grim reality that kindness had no place on this island, where even the most benevolent would not survive beyond 2 episodes. Jiaying cast another glance towards the river before resuming his tasks, albeit with newfound caution, as if fearful of injuring himself. As time elapsed, only after nightfall did Feng permit a few individuals to rest outside the cavern, simultaneously requesting Rimiko to prepare a meal for them. Li Bean and his companions were fortunate to receive a generous portion of roasted meat and a substantial bowl of bone broth. Conversely, Jiaying and his 5 associates were relegated to a mere sliver of roasted meat, with no bone broth available. They could quench their thirst by drinking from the nearby spring. Has the indigenous woman regained consciousness? Feng inquired of Alice. Not yet. We have administered meat broth to her several times, and Rimiko has even fed her milk twice, Alice responded. Rimiko's cheeks flushed crimson at the revelation. In the flurry of recent days, Feng had been tirelessly occupied, leaving her no choice but to resort to such measures. Those on night watch would keep a vigilant eye on her, hoping to revive her and interrogate her about the location of her tribe, just in case. It is imperative we succeed, Feng concluded, taking a hearty bite of meat. Indeed, the group nodded in unison. At that moment, the engineers entered the cavern, led by Li Bean, followed by 7 others. Brother Feng, is it truly fair to treat them differently? They exerted themselves vigorously during the day, yet receive so little sustenance. I fear their health may falter, Li Bean remarked. Engineer Chung, as the leader of this team, I have my own considerations for this approach. Moreover, our supply of salt is limited, and food is scarce. If you feel pity for them, I shall allocate some of your provisions to them starting tomorrow. Feng replied nonchalantly, picking his teeth with a bamboo skewer. Li Bean and the 2 engineers exchanged glances, promptly falling silent. Brother Feng, if salt and food are in short supply, grant me a firearm, and my companions and I shall hunt. After all, the tropical rainforest abounds with food. As for salt, we can send 2 individuals to the beach to harvest it. You need not concern yourself with that, Jiaying proposed. He toiled from dawn till dusk, only to find his evening meal barely satisfying. At this rate, he could barely maintain the most rudimentary capacity for activity, let alone muster the energy to undermine Feng. Leave the salt and the prey to us, Brother Feng. Rest assured, we shall not complicate matters for you. All we require is a firearm, they implored. Please, Brother Feng, just acquiesce. The 5 of them began to persuade him in unison. Confronted by these 5 ill-intentioned individuals, Feng's expression darkened. A firearm is a crucial resource. It cannot be so freely relinquished. Work diligently and do not leave the cave entrance without my command. Otherwise, I can execute all 5 of you at any moment. He stated coldly. The 5 men fell silent, their faces grim as they retreated from the cave and returned to the fire outside. Then we shall take our leave, Li Bean declared, a sense of superiority swelling within him. Look, everyone is busy constructing boats. Why is it that we are feasting on generous portions of meat and savoring broth, while you 5 are relegated to mere morsels of roasted meat? Indeed, the sense of happiness is often born from comparison. The trio ventured outside the cave, igniting another fire to delineate themselves from the newly arrived 5. Within this small encampment, 3 distinct classes emerged. As for the women within the cave, they bore faint smiles, even their manner of consuming meat becoming more refined. After all, they were at the pinnacle of the hierarchy and had to maintain a certain image, eschewing the gluttony of primitive behavior. Chapter 99. Are there survivors? Listen closely, you 3. From now on, I am your captain, and Xiao Kai is your vice-captain. We must closely rally around Brother Feng, adhering to his directives. Without his orders, you are not to leave the cave, nor shall you slacken in your duties. Jiaying would not content himself with being beneath others. Thus, he delineated a hierarchy among the 5 lowest. Hell, what are you? A captain and a vice-captain? You merely seek to curry favor with Brother Feng. Do you honestly believe he pays you any mind? One of the engineers derided. Damn it, Shao Kai, take him down. Immediately, the 5 split into 2 factions and began to brawl. Susan intended to intervene, but Yi Feng halted her with a hand across her chest. Do not interfere. They will cease when they tire, he remarked indifferently. These 5 must not be allowed to unite. It was better for them to ignite genuine conflict, making them easier to control. Otherwise, they would single-mindedly oppose him, ultimately leading to his downfall. After a prolonged bout, it was ultimately Jiaying and his companion who emerged victorious. After all, the security personnel had received some training in military exercises, far superior to the office-bound engineers. Thus, the lowest tier was firmly established. Yi Feng contemplated for a moment, heating a dagger in the flames before approaching Jiaying. Brother Feng, what are you doing? Jiaying gasped, alarmed. I shall etch a scar upon your face, a mark of honor. From this moment forth, you shall be the leader of these 5. Yi Feng declared. This mark will serve as a reminder, lest I forget in the future. Henceforth, any matters concerning me will be relayed solely through you to the others. Thus it is. Thank you for your kind words, Feng Ge. However, might I request that you refrain from burning my face? You may scorch my arm instead. Just a slight touch will suffice. With a bray akin to that of a donkey, Jiaying ascended to the position of captain. The 3 engineers at the lowest tier exchanged glances, seemingly aware of the resolute determination shining in each other's eyes. Yi Feng's stance was unequivocal. The one who possesses strength shall lead. Does this imply that in a few days, should we manage to overpower Jiaying, the mantle of leadership could fall upon us? Thus, the seeds of rebellion were sown in the minds of the trio. Yi Feng observed with a discerning eye, grasping the entirety of the situation. At present, this microcosm had achieved a semblance of stability. Each individual was in a delicate balance of mutual dependence, eliminating the risk of a collective uprising within the team. Subsequently, there was little to be done. Everyone began to retire for the night, leaving 2 women of dubious reputation to stand guard. As for the lookout in the trees, it was entrusted entirely to the dark-skinned maiden Defoe, who slept during the day and kept watch at night, exempt from any labor, thus leading a relatively carefree existence. Susan typically guarded during the day, and on the rare occasion she needed to venture out, Yi Feng would instruct Raimai to assign others to take her place. In the liminal space between wakefulness and slumber, Yi Feng discerned the heavy breathing of the indigenous woman. With the night chill hovering around 10 degrees, he took the liberty of drawing her into his embrace, securing her body with his legs and resting her head against his warm chest. Indeed, the indigenous woman ceased her labored breathing. Her respiration gradually steadied. At the break of dawn, Yi Feng was abruptly awakened. While the others remained in slumber, the indigenous woman nestled in his arms had already roused, her strikingly distinct eyes fixed intently upon him. You are awake? Yi Feng inquired, loosening his hold. The woman remained silent, instead extricating herself from his embrace and surveying the surroundings with caution. What is your name? Yi Feng pressed. Still, she offered no reply, rising barefoot to pace about the cavern. Not speaking, Yi Feng's hand gravitated toward his pistol. At last, the indigenous woman met his gaze, and after a brief exchange of glances, she dashed towards the river with astonishing speed. Do not run, Yi Feng bellowed, rousing all the women from their slumber. The chase ensued, and they swiftly reached the banks of the river. The woman, having only recently recovered, was captured in Yi Feng's arms as she reached the water's edge. To his surprise, her grappling skills were formidable. She ensnared his neck with her legs, pulling him forcefully backward. Yi Feng felt as though his neck might snap under her strength. Consequently, he seized her leather skirt and yanked downward with all his might. Before him lay a youthful figure imbued with primal vigor. They remained entwined in an intimate struggle. Yi Feng sensed that her combat style resembled Brazilian jiu-jitsu, predominantly focused on entanglement, reminiscent of the serpentine maneuvers in Stephen Chow's films. Her legs alternated between constricting his neck and his limbs, ultimately coiling around his waist, while her arms encircled his neck, drawing him closer to her chest. In truth, Yi Feng had not exerted his full strength. Otherwise, with his power, he could have dispatched the woman in a mere moment. Ultimately, he pinned her slippery body to the ground, allowing her to cling to his waist. Why do you flee? Feng demanded. You are of a foreign race. All foreign races deserve death, the indigenous woman retorted defiantly. Furious, Feng delivered a punch to her cheek, rendering her unconscious. He then carried the unconscious woman back to the chamber, securing her with ropes. The others had awakened and gathered around eagerly. This woman harbors considerable hostility towards us. We must be cautious. Her body is as slippery as an eel, and she may well escape these bindings, Feng remarked. Understood. Longwu nodded in response. Susan, you will remain at the camp to oversee matters. Raimai and Zhangyan, assist Susan, Feng said, stretching lazily. Where are you headed? Susan inquired. I have unfinished business to attend to, namely the search for the wreckage of a warship. This is of utmost importance. After speaking, Feng called for the security guard named Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai, you mentioned finding this iron plate several kilometers upstream. I need you to guide me there. Feng instructed. But I can hardly remember the way. Xiao Kai protested. The upstream area is a tangled network of waterways. We stumbled around blindly and got lost long ago. Regardless, you must accompany me and try to recall the route. If I can locate the wreckage, I shall double your portion of grilled meat at every meal. Feng replied nonchalantly. Fear not. My memory is quite sharp. I will certainly remember, Xiao Kai asserted, stepping forward to lead the way. It seems that incentives are necessary. Without them, these individuals would merely go through the motions. After traversing the mire teeming with crocodiles, Feng finally spotted the marks he had made previously. He also noticed the remnants of the fire that had been lit by the 3 security guards. However, the embers appeared to have been disturbed by something, and there were several footprints nearby. These did not resemble those of a beast. Rather, they bore a human quality. Could there be survivors? Chapter 100. Ouch, that hurts. Feng exclaimed, surveying his surroundings with confusion when suddenly his pupils dilated. Xiao Kai, get down. He shouted to the figure in the distance. Alas, it was too late. A long spear descended from the sky, plunging through Xiao Kai's mouth and exiting through his back, pinning his corpse in place. Then, a cacophony of screeching erupted from the woods ahead. Feng swiftly raised his rifle. Emerging from the thicket were several indigenous individuals. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, grotesque in appearance, with sinewy muscles rippling across their bodies. In one of their arms, they cradled a small creature. Upon closer inspection, Feng realized it was a peculiar baby monkey, no longer than 20 centimeters. The screeching intensified as a swarm of strange monkeys surged forth behind the indigenous people. Yet, these creatures did not attack their captors. Instead, they bared their teeth and charged at Feng. Another indigenous individual brandished a spear, aiming it squarely at Feng. Bang! Feng decisively pulled the trigger and swiftly turned to flee downstream. After much contemplation, he realized that these peculiar monkeys were the hunting hounds of the indigenous people, which explained their adeptness with tools and remarkable teamwork. Within half a minute, he discerned that he was outmatched. Suddenly, a spear whizzed past him, grazing his shoulder. The indigenous people's throwing skills were astonishingly precise. A sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to zigzag as he ran. When faced with danger, one instinctively longs for the safety of home. Feng soon arrived at a marshy area, where he was confronted by a multitude of crocodiles. Another spear flew through the air. He pivoted and raised his gun. Bang! The nearest indigenous man was sent sprawling by a single shot. The remaining tribesmen emitted furious howls and pursued him with renewed fervor, while the number of bizarre monkeys surrounding him swelled to over 50. This was it. Was he destined to perish here? Gritting his teeth, Feng plunged into the dense throng of crocodiles. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to dodge amidst them. In no time, he traversed the crocodile-infested zone. It was only then that the lethargic, cold-blooded creatures stirred, their eyes finally opening. Behind him remained 5 or 6 indigenous individuals. Apparently aware of the danger posed by the crocodiles, reduced to incessantly howling from across the way. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, Feng noticed one of the tribesmen brandishing a worn dagger, reminiscent of those from the underground base. This indicated that there must be a warship upstream. It's my turn now, isn't it? Feng crouched low, aiming his rifle at the opposite side of the crocodile area. Bang! Another indigenous man was obliterated. Now, only 2 tribesmen remained, jumping up and down in frustration. One of them, pulling back, let go of his spear, which unfortunately fell weakly into the crocodile-infested waters, no more than 30 meters away. However, Feng's bullets were not to be trifled with. His rifle could reach 300 to 400 meters. Bang! Another shot rang out, not hitting the tribesman, but provoking a cacophony of cries from the two remaining. Gradually regaining his composure, Feng chambered another bullet. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback. The two tribesmen emitted a piercing scream, akin to a stern command. The 50 monkeys surged into the crocodile zone, charging towards Feng's position. Immediately, a fierce battle ensued between the crocodiles and the monkeys, with several of the latter being torn in half. Yet, even with their lower halves severed, they clawed forward with their hands, relentlessly advancing towards Feng, their eyes glinting with a chilling malice. The depth of their animosity sent shivers down his spine. The monkey's fearless charge was enough to instill dread in even the most stoic observer. Feng fired several more shots. Astonishingly, the monkeys were already halfway across, mere meters from him. Among them, 5 or 6 were even clutching blowpipes in their mouths. This was dire indeed. Feng hastily fired his final shot before resuming his flight downstream. After running over 100 meters, he glanced back to see the remaining monstrous monkeys and indigenous people had crossed the muddy terrain and were still in pursuit. What should he do? He certainly couldn't lead this group into the cave, for if even one monkey managed to escape, the indigenous horde would surely follow. As he ran, Feng pondered his options. Gritting his teeth, he veered into the thicket, sprinting in another direction. The forest was thick with thorns and underbrush, and after a short while, he bore several cuts on his body. Yet the indigenous people and the monkeys were undeterred, moving through the jungle with greater speed than Feng. The pursuers were closing in. Suddenly, 2 poisoned darts whizzed past him, accompanied by a spear. Feng focused all his strength into his legs, running for dear life. As he continued, the trees ahead suddenly brightened. Surely not. An ominous feeling washed over him as he beheld the increasingly illuminated forest. Indeed, there was no path ahead, only a 30-meter-high cliff, beneath which a torrent of tropical water surged. The indigenous people and the monkeys were drawing nearer. Gritting his teeth, Feng hurled his rifle into the river and drew 2 pistols, firing them simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. After expending 14 rounds, he had only dispatched 2 monkeys. His marksmanship faltered, and given the dense foliage, half of his bullets had been deflected by the trees. I'll jump. Feng pinched his nose and leapt from the 30-meter height. Splash! Water erupted, soaring 3 to 4 meters high. The moment he plunged into the water, it felt as though a giant's hand had struck his back. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood, instantly staining a small section of the river red. Feng fought to remain conscious and looked up. 2 indigenous people stood above, gazing down at him with cold, calculating eyes. It seemed they dared not follow. Feng was carried downstream by the current, attempting to swim to the bank, but the water was too swift, propelling him further away. Perhaps this way, he might drift directly to the sea, he thought weakly. Time passed slowly, and Feng had no sense of how long he had been swept along. Suddenly, the current began to ease, indicating a change in the terrain. Summoning all his strength, he swam toward the riverbank where the reeds grew. Ouch! Damn! Ah, it hurts! Feng cried out, crawling painfully to the shore. He noticed several leeches clinging to his wounds, their powerful suction making him feel faint with each wriggle. Yet he did not immediately remove the leeches. Instead, he quickly discarded his trousers. A thin parasitic catfish was burrowing into his urethra. Feng grasped its tail and yanked it out. Chapter 101, Digging and Digging. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air, followed by the emergence of a bloodied parasitic catfish, which had burrowed 2 centimeters deep within. Feng, with a weary expression, raised his rear and extracted 2 more parasitic catfish from the excretion site. After completing this grim task, he seemed utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, motionless, as several large leeches writhed upon his wounds. The leeches, initially as thick as a finger, had swollen to the girth of an infant's arm after squirming for several moments. So tired, Feng mumbled before succumbing to unconsciousness. In a semi-comatose state, he felt his body swaying from side to side. At that moment, something sweet was offered to his lips, prompting him to force his eyes open. Above him stood several dark-skinned natives, carrying him in a specific direction. The surroundings echoed with a series of squeaking sounds. Summoning all his strength, Feng turned his head to see a multitude of strange monkeys surrounding him. At least 20 in number. 2 tall natives bore the ends of the spear upon which he was suspended, while another native fed him juice, making a total of 3. This is the end. Feng closed his eyes once more. When he opened them again, the night had descended. Feng sensed a slight restoration of his strength, allowing him to observe his predicament more keenly. His hands and feet were bound and suspended on a straight spear, held aloft by two natives. Beside him flowed a tributary approximately a kilometer wide, on the banks of which lay a massive and dilapidated warship. The ship's insignia had long since faded, yet the outline of a swastika remained discernible. Regrettably, the vessel was in a state of ruin, with vines crawling over the deck and gun placements, while some strange monkeys frolicked atop it. Sounds of drumming and chaotic howls emanated from the direction of his head. Straining to look upward, Feng finally discerned the scene before him. Near the riverbank, dozens of canoes and bamboo rafts were tethered. Some petite native women were pounding clothes on the shore, while native men led a string of captives to the water's edge. Feng's eyes brightened slightly. Among the captives were several acquaintances from his company, suggesting they had survived the maritime disaster, but not the peril of the natives. A mysterious force was rapidly healing Feng's wounds, and an insatiable hunger surged within him, as if he could consume an entire cow's leg. Feng, it's me, Xiao Mei, called out a raggedly dressed woman among the captives. Xiao Mei. Feng opened his mouth to respond, but painfully closed his eyes once more. Xiao Mei had been the sales champion at their company, and now, unexpectedly, she had fallen victim to this misfortune during their team-building expedition at sea. He recalled her dreams of purchasing a cozy apartment in the bustling metropolis, wishing to embrace a life of single luxury. Alas, it seemed that aspiration would be quashed. Be quiet. A punch landed on Feng's face. Upon reaching the enormous bonfire at the riverbank, he was lowered down and lined up with the other captives. Seizing the moment, Xiao Mei squeezed her way to stand beside Feng. Leaf Maple, we must devise a means of escape. Do you see the corpses beside us? Xiao Mei, with her hands bound, pointed her chin towards the distance. Leaf Maple steadied his gaze, and, upon seeing the sight, felt his complexion drain of color. There lay nearly 100 headless corpses piled near the riverbank, some already decaying, swarmed by flies. Others, still relatively fresh, were smeared with black dye. Gritting his teeth, Leaf Maple tugged at the ropes binding his wrists. The binding was not particularly sturdy, and he believed that with his current strength, he could easily snap them. However, breaking free did not guarantee his escape, as towering indigenous people surrounded him, and the decrepit warship harbored numerous bizarre monkeys. A calculated approach was essential for any chance of fleeing once more. At that moment, a middle-aged man was dragged to the fire pit. Four indigenous women approached, cradling some black dye in their hands, and began to smear it across the man's body. What are you doing? What are you doing? The middle-aged man's eyes flickered towards the blackened corpses by the riverbank, and he seemed to grasp the grim reality. In the next instant, his legs trembled, and a stream of urine trickled down. Leaf Maple felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively shrinking back. Xiao Mei, noticing his reaction, mirrored his movement. The indigenous people's selection was arbitrary. Whoever was closest would be taken. Such is human nature. Every moment of survival is a precious gift. Leaf Maple surveyed the terrain, contemplating an escape route. They were situated on a low riverbank, flanked by numerous stacked stones resembling a dam. The women were washing animal skins atop these stones, while the men sported tattoos on their arms, most adorned with a single line, though some bore two. Only the tallest man among them exhibited 3 tattoos, indicating his elevated status within the tribe. The women, devoid of tattoos, were notably petite, around 1.40 meters in height. Yet they were not dwarfs. Rather, they possessed long legs and elegant figures, akin to models from a fairy tale. Leaf Maple pondered the disparity. Why were the indigenous men towering at nearly 2 meters, while the women stood at a mere 1.40 meters? Shouldn't the opposite be true in the realm of procreation? The middle-aged man had been pushed down before a brown wooden stump, with one indigenous man pinning him down while another restrained his head. Then, the man with 3 tattoos emerged, brandishing a black stone dagger. No, please, no. The middle-aged man struggled desperately, but the indigenous people were too formidable, holding him firmly in place. Oh God, please spare my kin of the gay tribe from extinction in this cataclysm that occurs every 80 years. Accept our freshest offerings. After uttering these words, the man with 3 tattoos plunged the dagger into the middle-aged man's chest, forcefully dragging it downward. Then, he extended his other hand, beginning to delve within. A heart, pulsating vigorously, was extracted and raised high towards the heavens. Oh, the raucous cries erupted from the indigenous people gathered by the fire. Thump, 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 dozens of natives rhythmically struck their drums. Some indigenous women shed their leather skirts, dancing wildly in their bare forms. Even in his weakened state, Feng found his trousers becoming unsightly. This was a dance unlike any he had ever witnessed, exuding a raw, primal beauty. At that moment, the towering natives stepped aside, and a woman with alabaster skin emerged. Upon seeing her, Feng's eyes instantly filled with blood, not because she was familiar, but due to her provocative attire. Her chest was modestly covered by palm-sized leaves, bound with plant fibers. The lower half was secured by a strip of animal skin less than 2 centimeters wide, barely concealing the most vital areas while revealing all else. This epitome of untamed beauty stirred a primal instinct even more than nudity could. Yet, the tall and rugged natives showed profound respect for this newly appeared woman, all kneeling with their heads bowed. The leader of the three-stripe tribe approached, presenting the heart to her with both hands. She grasped it and began to chant an unknown incantation. In the next moment, the bizarre monkeys aboard the warship became animated, engaging in a frenzied display of movement. As the incantation quickened, their activity intensified further. What sorcery is this? Xiao Mei, beside him, blushed deeply and turned to ask Feng. However, the next moment, she covered her mouth, staring in shock at Feng's trousers. The leader of the three-stripe tribe stepped back a few paces, then seized a massive stone axe from the ground, aiming it at a middle-aged man who was still gasping for breath. With a swift motion, the head was severed. The body, smeared with black dye, was dragged away by a group of savages and carelessly discarded by the riverbank. The severed head was tossed about like a ball by other indigenous women. Another native approached, casting a piercing glance over the group of captives. Feng's heart sank. Although he possessed the strength to break free from his bonds, he had no confidence in escaping. If chosen, his fate would be sealed. "You!" the native exclaimed, grabbing a young man's collar. The youth shook his head vigorously but did not resist. Knowing that defiance was futile, the earlier scene unfolded once more. The young man's blood coursed rapidly, spraying over a meter away. Within 5 minutes, the native returned to select another victim. His gaze swept across Feng's face before slowly extending his hand. In the next moment, he seized the black man beside Feng. The man, however, exhibited a fierce spirit of resistance, suddenly shoving the native and hastily fleeing towards the outskirts. Yet, he had barely covered 10 meters when a spear descended from above, pinning him to the spot. At this moment, the indigenous man approached again, his right hand pausing momentarily in the air before suddenly seizing Xiao Mei. "Feng, save me, save me." Xiao Mei's voice trembled with fear. Feng, mouth agape, yearned to speak, yet hesitated, fearing he would become the next victim. He was still gathering his strength, needing just a second to free himself from the ropes binding his hands, then to sever the cords around his feet, and ultimately leap into the river, allowing the current to carry him downstream. As for the leeches and parasitic catfish lurking in the depths, he could concern himself with them later. Anything was preferable to being slaughtered like livestock. Xiao Mei's body had weakened in terror, easily subdued by the indigenous man as he pressed her onto a reddish-brown pedestal. The three-striped tattooed individual raised a stone dagger. "Wait!" Feng suddenly lunged forward, only to be blocked by 2 indigenous men. "Interrupt the ritual. Bring him here first." At that moment, the pale-skinned priestess's expression darkened as she pointed a slender finger at Feng. Immediately, the 2 indigenous men dragged him to the pedestal. Regret gnawed at Feng's heart. Xiao Mei had treated him well at the company. Though she was the top salesperson, she never bullied him like Wang Tao had, and had even spoken well of him on a couple of occasions. He was indeed ruthless, but had a clear sense of loyalty and enmity. Yet now, he lamented his choices. Xiao Mei, utterly frightened, was hoisted by one of the indigenous men and tossed back into the group of captives. Ironically, it was Feng who found himself restrained on the pedestal. However, his body remained resolute, his arms as firm as steel, poised for action. He had calculated that when the indigenous man's dagger plunged towards his heart, he would suddenly break free from the ropes and seize the dagger to take the esteemed priestess hostage. "God, please protect the people of the Gay tribe from extinction during this calamity that occurs once every 80 years. Accept our freshest offerings." Once the three-stripe individual completed the incantation, the dagger plunged toward Feng's heart. In an instant, Feng's eyes widened in horror. The next moment, he tilted to the side, yanked his arms with all his might, and regained his freedom. Simultaneously, a gunshot echoed from the forest behind him. The three-stripe individual lunged forward, a bullet erupting from his chest. Feng, we have come to rescue you. Susan's voice rang out from the woods. Elation surged through Feng as he seized the dagger from the corpse's hand and thrust it forward, piercing the indigenous man who had pressed his head down. Another indigenous man wrapped his arms around Feng's back. Bang! Warm blood splattered across Feng's face as the man who had embraced him met a violent end. The priestess hastily retreated, reciting a brief incantation. Cursed child. As her words fell, the monstrous monkeys aboard the warship went into a frenzy, charging towards the forest. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted incessantly as the indigenous men surrounding the priestess fell one after another. Feng surmised that everyone from the camp had joined the fray. Such firepower could not be mustered otherwise. Do not linger in battle. With that, Feng rolled over and pressed the dagger against the priestess's delicate skin. Release our great priestess. The indigenous people were terrified, as if witnessing their long-adored goddess being mishandled. Stay back. If you come any closer, I shall strike her. Feng declared coldly. Do not concern yourselves with me. Simply turn this foreigner into minced meat. Yet, to Feng's astonishment, the priestess was remarkably resilient. Having already cast aside her fear of life and death, foreigner, should you dare to lay a finger on the priestess, I will slice your flesh piece by piece to feed the vengeful spirits. At that moment, a native emerged from the dilapidated tribe, his arms adorned with 4 tattoos. Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The aura emanating from this indigenous man was formidable. He had indeed grown powerful, and Feng could sense his strength. Just his presence seemed to command the very heavens and earth around him. Huasher Tian, do not mind me. Eliminate this foreigner at once. The priestess continued to squirm in Feng's embrace, yet her right hand protectively shielded her left wrist. Feng immediately sensed something amiss. Just then, Susan and the others rushed forward, encircling Feng protectively. A scream pierced the air, as someone was struck by the poisoned dart of the monstrous monkey. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Feng's eyes as he thrust his dagger towards the priestess's shoulder, delivering a fierce cut. Humph. The priestess merely let out a muffled groan. I shall reduce you to a pulp. The natives stirred restlessly, yet hesitated to advance, mindful of the consequences. Suddenly, Feng reached for the priestess's left wrist. He noted the instant her calm demeanor vanished, replaced by sheer panic in her gaze. Chapter 103. Feng. This is an opportunity. Feng seized the priestess's wrist and discovered a bracelet crafted from teeth adorning it. What is this? He inquired, tugging at the bracelet. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted from the surrounding vengeful spirits. You must not touch it. The priestess struggled. I shall touch it. Feng yanked fiercely. The multitude of vengeful spirits abruptly ceased their agitation, their frenzied screams directed away from Susan and her companions. Their wild fury lessening as their gaze shifted ominously toward the indigenous men. This bracelet is quite sturdy, Feng mused, clamping the priestess tightly while positioning the stone dagger at the bracelet's location. No. Both the priestess and the tattooed warrior exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, the bracelet was severed, and its teeth scattered across the ground. Susan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. She turned to observe the monstrous monkeys, and saw one rise on its hind legs, fixing its gaze upon the nearest indigenous man. In an instant, it placed a blowpipe to its lips and directed a sharp exhalation towards the native. The man was struck by a dart. Ah! He yelped, leaping in pain. With one monkey leading the charge, the others erupted into a frenzy, suddenly turning their aggression against the indigenous men. An indigenous man attempted to resist, but was swiftly subdued by a dozen grotesque monkeys, their claws flailing with alarming speed. The unfortunate man was brutally disemboweled, his entrails torn from his body. This was dire. The figure marked by 4 stripes seized a spear and hurled it fiercely towards Feng, simultaneously propelling himself forward with great speed. What was happening? Feng rolled to evade the attack and landed beside Susan. Feng, we must flee at once. This is our chance, Susan urged. Everyone, heed my command and run, Feng declared, leading the way downstream. After sprinting for several dozen meters, he glanced back to witness a swarm of grotesque monkeys charging towards the indigenous people, commencing a gruesome slaughter. Only the figure marked by 4 stripes darted into the throng of vengeful children, collecting teeth from the ground and stringing them onto a cord. With each tooth he strung, the ferocity of the monkeys' attacks diminished. It seemed that soon these rebellious creatures would be entirely subdued. Feng was uncertain of the connection between the bracelet and the vengeful children, but it likely possessed some form of control. After running another 20 meters, Feng and his companions plunged into the woods. Continue onward. Feng leapt onto a boulder, peering once more towards the riverbank. The scene was chaotic. Some indigenous individuals battled the vengeful children, while others fled towards their tribe. The captives finally seized their opportunity. Some ran upstream, others downstream. And in their panic, a few leaped into the river, with several even boarding a canoe. Xiaomei, come this way. Feng called out from afar. Xiaomei, hidden behind a large tree, hurried towards Feng upon hearing his voice, though her legs felt weak, as if she were afflicted by polio. With no other choice, Feng dashed back. Their bodies collided, and he hoisted Xiaomei onto his shoulder, striding forward with long strides. The figure marked by 4 stripes toiled for several minutes before reassembling the bracelet, quickly rolling to kneel before the priestess, presenting the bracelet with both hands. The priestess inhaled deeply, disregarding her wounds, and swiftly donned the bracelet on her wrist, then caressed it with one hand while reciting an incantation. Vengeful children. The voice seemed to resonate from the heavens. In an instant, the rampaging vengeful children ceased their slaughter, their gazes becoming murky and filled with malice. Vengeful children, return to your nest. The priestess chanted once more. Most of the vengeful children stirred, hesitantly, making their way towards the warship. Yet, a few remained motionless, their eyes flickering between clarity and confusion. The figure marked by 4 stripes narrowed his eyes, seized a spear from the ground, and charged forward. With resounding thuds, the disobedient vengeful children had their skulls shattered. The riverbank was left strewn with the remains of several indigenous men and numerous vengeful children's corpses. The priestess clutched her wrist, her expression one of pain. The leader of the Firestone Celestial, with a grim expression, stated that the curse of the resentful children had been weakened. I require 10 days to enhance their curses. During this period, you must vigilantly guard the periphery of the tribe, ensuring that neither foreign clans nor exotic beasts disrupt our peace. After 10 days, we shall eradicate these intruders entirely. The priestess spoke, covering her wrist. Understood. Esteemed messenger of the divine, replied the man known as Firestone Celestial, bowing slightly, though a flicker of defiance danced in his eyes. Unbeknownst to Feng, the danger had not yet passed, as he continued to rush downstream. However, the forest loomed dark and foreboding, their cries echoing through the shadows. I feel as if I am pricked by countless thorns. My face itches terribly. I must have brushed against some poisonous plant. Who can help me draw out the venom? Just now, I was struck by a needle in my backside. A group burst forth from the woods, collapsing by the riverbank, gasping for breath. Bathed in the luminous glow of the moonlight, Feng discerned the faces of his rescuers. 8 in total. Susan, Su Yun, Ramiko, Zhang Yin, Cheng Li Bin, and surprisingly, Su Jiaying, along with Ding Tuanshuan and Lina. The one who had been struck by the needle was indeed Su Jiaying. Leading the charge was Susan, who had thoughtfully ensured that Su Jiaying was included. Otherwise, he would surely have caused a ruckus in the camp. Chapter 104. Do not call me baby, let me examine the area where you were struck by the needle, Feng instructed, crouching before Su Jiaying and pulling down his trousers halfway to inspect the wound. Do you feel the venom coursing through your veins? Feng inquired coldly. And no, I'm fine. It's just swollen. A wash will remedy it. Su Jiaying's voice trembled with fear. Feng nodded, pressing on the wound with his hand. Ouch! Su Jiaying screamed. Ah! Feng muttered. After a moment, he spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, and the swollen wound on Su Jiaying diminished slightly, as if the inflammation had subsided. This struck Feng as peculiar. He distinctly recalled that the poison from the resentful children's needle could fell a water buffalo, yet it had not claimed Su Jiaying's life. Could it be that the venom had weakened significantly over time? As for why he chose to assist Su Jiaying, it was because, regardless of his personal feelings, Su Jiaying had sustained his injury while coming to his aid. Though he harbored disdain for Su Jiaying, it was crucial to maintain a sense of fairness. Otherwise, should he find himself in peril again, no one would be inclined to come to his rescue. How do you feel now? Feng asked, chewing on tender grass and expectorating the remnants onto the ground, substituting it for a mouth rinse. He dared not drink from the stream. I feel much better, Su Jiaying replied, pulling up his trousers, his face alight with unexpected joy. Feng nodded and turned his gaze towards Susan. Susan, I thank you for rescuing me. You are truly my invaluable assistant. "Oh no, my devoted wife. No, you are indeed my cherished aide, and for that, I am grateful," Yifeng earnestly declared, placing Susan at the pinnacle of his esteem, eclipsing Su Yun. "There's no need for thanks," Susan replied, her expression tinged with embarrassment. Indeed, beyond Susan, Yifeng felt gratitude towards the others as well. He immediately approached everyone, shaking hands one by one, occasionally patting shoulders or embracing them. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a commander rallying his troops. "All right, let us hasten our departure, lest the natives come after us." Upon witnessing Yifeng's pretentious demeanor, Susan felt a pang of irritation. "Yes, let us make haste." Yifeng, startled, promptly retracted his authoritative stance, but alas, it was too late. From upstream, the trees began to sway, as if someone was racing towards them. "Fear not, the native tribe is in disarray. Even if they have pursuers, their numbers will not be great. We shall handle this pursuit." Yifeng squinted, accepting the handgun Susan handed him. Xiao Mei, startled, gradually concealed herself behind Yifeng. However, the next moment, a dozen disheveled individuals emerged, some with ropes bound around their arms. They were the very captives who had narrowly escaped. Upon seeing Yifeng, they approached him in a daze, silently locking eyes with him. "Are you hungry?" Yifeng broke the silence first. This group appeared gaunt and emaciated, evidently having gone without sustenance since the cruise disaster. The middle-aged man at the forefront nodded slightly. "Come, follow us back. I shall prepare food for you." With that, Yifeng stepped forward and lifted a young girl of about 10, resting her head on his shoulder. The group, seemingly lacking the strength to speak, trailed behind him. Despite his misfortune, Yifeng could not deny the small gains he had made. He had at least discerned the location of the warship and gained insight into the creature known as the Grievous Child, akin to a pet kept by the natives. Most importantly, he realized that the Grievous Child seemed to possess a retaliatory capability, with its nature intricately linked to the shamanist bracelet. At last, they reached the end of a small tributary and entered another. After traversing 3 tributaries, Yifeng finally beheld the main river. Further down lay the cavern where he had found refuge. "Susan, my dear, how did you manage to locate the tribe amidst this winding tributary?" Yifeng inquired, astonished. "Of course, I learned from that native woman, and I even had her sketch a map. Otherwise, we would have had no means to rescue you. It was my sister. She suddenly cried during the day, saying you were surely in danger and needed our help. Otherwise, I would have thought you would return on your own. Moreover, call me Sister Susan. Do not refer to me as dear. Understood?" Susan emphasized her last words. "Very well, Susan, my dear." Yifeng nodded, casting a tender glance at Su Yun. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her gaze. To his astonishment, Su Yun had developed feelings for him. She could sense his peril? It seemed she had been worrying about him all along. Yifeng felt a surge of emotion swell within him. He resolved to cherish Su Yun more once they returned. With urgency and deliberation, Yifeng and his companions finally returned to the cavern. Unable to contain himself, Yifeng knelt on the ground and kissed the earth of his domain. He had thought he would never return. Chapter 105. Yifeng, I hold you in high regard. How about it? Yifeng. Ah Feng. Brother Feng. A throng of women encircled Yifeng, rendering him almost immobile. The voice of Long Wu echoed in the cave. Good brother, it's just wonderful that you're back. Yifeng embraced or shook hands with these old friends, evoking a deeply emotional atmosphere. Particularly, the blonde little girl. Ilian clung tightly to Yifeng's back, refusing to let go no matter what. Everyone, please settle down. Anna, could you assist us by preparing some food? We have newcomers among us, and they must be starving, Yifeng said. The women in the cave busied themselves. Some were cooking, others were grilling meat, while others prepared bone broth, and some took the captives to the nearby pond for a bath. This time, Yifeng treated everyone equally. Even Su Jiaying and the other 3 engineers received ample food and steaming bone broth. Su Jiaying, having injured his rear, went to sleep at the cave entrance after eating. He needed to recuperate. Although Yifeng was also injured, as the leader, he had to endure and set goals for everyone. Half an hour later, Yifeng finally shared the day's revelations with all those in the cave. The faces of the listeners grew serious, and Ilian was so frightened she began to cry. Ah Feng, how many natives do you think there are in that tribe? Susan suddenly inquired. I'm not entirely sure, but just on the riverbank. There are at least 50 or 60 native warriors. As for how many natives exist within the tribe, I can't say for certain, but it likely doesn't exceed 200 men. However, it seems there are more women. Yifeng recalled the wild dances of the native women. If only we could eliminate all the native men and leave the women. Though they may only stand at 1.40 meters, they possess elongated figures, resembling models rather than grotesque dwarfs. Moreover, their skin is a healthy wheat color, visually comparable to the known 3 races. To all our new friends joining us, please rest well tonight. Tomorrow, you shall join the shipbuilding crew. We must expedite the construction of the vessel. Then, we can sail freely in the great river. And no matter how formidable the natives may be, they cannot threaten us, Yifeng said earnestly. Yes, tomorrow, we will certainly build the ship well. The group eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiaying suddenly awoke, walked into the crowd, and pointed at Yifeng. Everyone, remember, from this day forth, we shall rally around Brother Feng, completely obeying his commands. Furthermore, as Brother Feng is preoccupied with numerous tasks, I shall be the leader for you newcomers. If anyone disagrees, let us settle it with a few rounds. Yifeng, Susan, the women. After the admonishment, it was already deep into the night. Exhausted, Yifeng collapsed onto the women's bed and fell asleep. Half awake, he felt something soft being placed into his mouth, and he greedily began to suck on it. The following morning, Yifeng was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Upon opening his eyes, he observed that everyone had already taken their positions. Chung Libin had now ascended to the status of the paramount leader, as his shipbuilding team had unexpectedly expanded by 12 members. Jiaying, with his hands clasped behind his back, was directing the others in felling trees and drilling holes. Yifeng glanced up at the sky, where Rimai was cradling him in her arms. You're awake? Rimai's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Indeed, Rimai, could you possibly add some sugar or something next time? I desire a change in flavor, Yifeng stated with a tone of seriousness. Rimai giggled softly, covering her mouth. Yifeng felt that his stamina had recovered to about 50%. He had sustained significant injuries the previous day, and to regain his peak condition would likely take around a week. Upon noticing Yifeng's awakening, Jiaying promptly placed his hands in front of him and obediently returned to his woodcutting tasks. Yifeng discerned that during his slumber, Su had likely been feigning his role as a supervisor, shirking his duties. Given Su's efforts to protect him the day before, Yifeng chose to overlook it momentarily, granting him a modicum of dignity in front of the newcomers. Alice, Lena, Anna, cease your current tasks and arm yourselves. Follow me upstream, Yifeng proclaimed suddenly. Men are inherently warriors, acutely aware of impending dangers. The 3 women did not question his directive, but dutifully fell in line behind him. After walking a kilometer upstream, Yifeng handed a rifle to Anna. Anna, do you see that tree? It is quite easy to climb. I will boost you up, and you shall keep watch from there. If you spot any indigenous people drifting downstream, return swiftly to inform us, Yifeng instructed. Understood. Anna ascended the tree with the weapon in hand. While Yifeng was unconscious, their group had lacked organization. However, upon his awakening, he swiftly set the team in motion, enabling each member to find their respective roles. After advancing another 500 meters, Yifeng provided a rifle to Lena. Lena, from your position, you can form a mutual lookout with Anna, allowing you both to see each other while serving the same purpose of vigilance, he explained. Got it. Lena climbed up a banyan tree. Yifeng proceeded into the dense forest for another 500 meters, where he handed the final rifle to Alice. Alice, take your place in this tree. Thus, the 3 of you will form a triangular watch, ready to support one another should any danger arise. Alice accepted the rifle, a playful smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth. Dressed in a bikini, she embodied a bold spirit, wrapping her arms around Yifeng's neck. Yifeng, I hold you in high regard. What do you say? As she spoke, she abruptly seized hold of him. Chapter 106. Others are of no assistance. Yifeng felt a surge of exhilaration, accompanied by waves of pain. The wounds inflicted by the parasitic catfish from the previous day had yet to fully heal. Although he was physically capable, it would undoubtedly hinder his overall experience. Miss Alice, let us postpone this matter for a while. I have sustained some injuries. Rest assured, I shall be well within a week at most, Yifeng replied. Alice chuckled lightly, suddenly leaning in closer, her crimson lips nearing him. The 2 individuals remained entwined for an extended period before Alice finally released Yifeng. Once the triangular formation was established, Yifeng could finally return to the camp with a sense of ease. As he passed the spot where he had previously buried explosives, he gathered some withered branches to provide an additional layer of camouflage, ensuring they would not be unearthed by any wild beasts. The explosive's capacity was formidable, capable of affecting an area of several dozen meters, his most potent weapon. With no further obstacles in sight, the shipbuilding team flourished, rapidly shaping the vessel's outline. Aware of the prowess of the indigenous people, each member dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to the task at hand. Indeed, the framework of the ship had been thoroughly constructed, with the keel serving as the foundation for the lower cabin. To prevent leaks, Li Bin employed not only a clasping technique, but also enhanced it with synthetic glue. A chemical engineer played a pivotal role in this endeavor, combining various resins with special materials to create a glue that could sustainably contract. Feng tested the hardened adhesive, finding it even harder than wood. It could not be shattered by stones and could only be severed with a knife. As he remarked, once the glue solidified, it fused seamlessly with the wood and contracted to close any gaps in the lower cabin, effectively preventing leaks. Li Bin promptly appointed the chemical engineer as the deputy chief engineer, assigning him solely the task of producing glue, while the more physically demanding work was left to those with less technical expertise. Jiaying, now without any subordinates, adeptly leveraged Feng's momentum. He took on two less skilled lackeys and, behind Feng's back, boasted to them about his close relationship with Feng, earning their unwavering trust. Feng sensed that such individuals were sometimes necessary to bolster his authority. Otherwise, a disjointed group could never achieve greatness. The priority was to complete the ship, as Jiaying certainly could not be allowed to remain. After delivering a lecture to his two subordinates, Jiaying cast a greedy gaze toward the women in the camp. He resolved that when the ship was completed, it would be his moment to turn against Feng. He could not remain Feng's subordinate forever. Once he acquired the vessel and secured firearms with his two lackeys, he could exploit the women at will. He envisioned a life of luxury aboard the ship, indulging in pleasures for a year and a half in the primeval forest before disposing of the women one by one, ultimately returning to civilized society. As time passed slowly, a week had elapsed before Feng felt his body restored to its peak condition. What perplexed him most was the absence of any attempts by the indigenous people to hunt them down. He repeatedly inquired of the three women stationed upstream, who confirmed that not only had there been no pursuit from the indigenous people, but they also had not encountered a single vengeful spirit. Meanwhile, the shipbuilding efforts had made commendable progress. The keel and lower cabin were now fully integrated, and the entire lower section of the ship was complete. In fact, the vessel could be launched into the water at that moment, where the assembly of the deck, gunwales, upper cabin, and mast could be finalized. Beside the great river, the vastness of the space around him caused Feng to feel a sense of unease, fearing detection by the indigenous people. Thus, he resolved to complete all tasks within the confines of the cave. At worst, they could all exert their strength together, using logs as leverage to drag the vessel to the riverbank. After all, they had two large water buffaloes, which had proven to be immensely helpful over the past week, assisting in transporting timber and bearing heavier loads. The little affectionate dog had grown to the size of a Tibetan Mastiff and would occasionally scamper over to lick Feng. Over time, Feng had transitioned from resistance to acceptance and ultimately to fondness, embracing the little dog as a member of his family. Then there was the young water buffalo, orphaned after Feng had hunted its mother, who had also become part of the camp, leaving considerable droppings about. Li Bin was directing the others in shipbuilding when Feng approached him. "Brother Feng, grant us 4 more days, and the vessel will be nearly complete. Then we can construct the mast and set sail," Li Bin exclaimed excitedly. Feng longed to inform him that even with a ship, returning to civilization was not feasible, but he did not wish to dampen Li Bin's enthusiasm. "Do you believe this 15-meter vessel can accommodate us all?" Feng inquired, gesturing towards the 20 or so people in the camp. "Absolutely. 15 meters can be divided into a lower cabin, a middle cabin, and an upper cabin, allowing for 4 individuals per room. Ample space indeed," Li Bin replied with a smile. "However, we must also store food and fresh water on the ship, and most importantly, I wish to bring those 2 large water buffaloes aboard as well," Feng stated. Li Bin fell silent, casting a wary glance at the buffaloes. "That seems a bit precarious," he murmured cautiously. "Rest assured, I will manage it," Feng reassured him, patting Li Bin on the shoulder before returning to examine the ship's propulsion system. It was indeed fortunate to have Li Bin. If Feng were to construct the ship alone, it would rely solely on his 2 arms. The propulsion system was crafted personally by Chung Li Bin and several skilled engineers, leaving the others unable to contribute effectively. Chapter 107. You are a fraud. You lied downstream of the great river. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao finally ascended the cliff, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the immense river rushing towards the sea. The contrasting winds whipped their disheveled hair about. What is this? Such a wide river? Ma Xikong exclaimed, his surprise mingled with a flicker of doubt. As a seasoned boatman, he had traversed every island and continent in the world. Now, upon witnessing this great river, he was nearly convinced that this desolate island was not on Earth at all. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, with a look of delight, pried open an oyster and slurped it down. Delicious. Ma Xikong shot Wang Tao a glance, irritation bubbling within him. He had initially thought Wang Tao might be of some assistance, but now he realized the latter was utterly useless. Indolent and gluttonous, he spent his days sleeping and snoring. For over 10 days, Ma Xikong had been solely responsible for hunting, kindling fires, and roasting meat, effectively turning him into Wang Tao's servant. All you do is eat. Do you even comprehend where we are right now? Ma Xikong fumed. Who cares? As long as we can eat our fill, the rescue team will eventually find us. After all, the sky is filled with satellites, Wang Tao remarked nonchalantly. Sighing deeply, Ma Xikong slid down the cliff and landed on the banks of the great river. Such a wide river mouth. If this were on Earth, a colossal metropolis would have already been established here, yet it remains a desolate wasteland. Moreover, the river shows no trace of civilization, not even a single plastic bag, indicating that upstream, there are similarly no towns or cities of culture. Despair began to creep into Ma Xikong's heart. In a civilized society, he had once possessed wealth in the billions. Now, it seemed utterly inconsequential, leaving him to survive like a primitive man. Suddenly, Ma Xikong crouched down, noticing a human footprint on the riverbank. Is this a human footprint? His sharp mind began to race. Wang Tao, you useless fool, stop eating. I suspect Feng is upstream along this river. Be cautious, or you might end up with a bullet in your head, Ma Xikong warned coldly. What? Wang Tao quickly ceased his slurping and cast a terrified glance upstream. Then we should return to the creek. We must not let Feng discover us. He is armed. He turned to scramble back up the cliff. Ma Xikong yanked him back. You spineless wretch, this is an opportunity for us. Think about it. Feng has a multitude of women and shipbuilding engineers with him. Now that we know he is upstream, it works in our favor. We are hidden, while he is out in the open. We can find a chance to eliminate Feng, seize his engineers and women, and then we can build a ship to escape, harboring a glimmer of hope to return to civilization. Indeed. Master Ma, you are brilliant. What should we do now? Wang Tao inquired eagerly. We shall first venture into the dense forest and quietly make our way upstream. By the way, crush these leaves and paint camouflage stripes on our faces. It will provide some concealment. Thus, the two began their disguise, stealthily penetrating the depths of the forest, inching toward the river's source. Unbeknownst to them, Feng had shifted all his sentinels upstream to guard against the pursuit of the natives, neglecting the downstream area. In his mind, the downstream led to the ocean. How could the natives' small canoes possibly approach from the sea for an ambush? As night fell, Feng's group consisted of over 20 individuals, divided into 3 campfires. Among the newcomers, except for the chemical engineer, everyone gathered around the same fire as Jiaying. Now that you're all well fed, stand up. I need to train you properly, so that Feng can handle you with ease, Jiaying declared, assuming the role of leader among the newcomers. Feng had refrained from exposing his facade, allowing the newcomers to temporarily respect Jiaying. Yet, Feng harbored his own concerns. He needed Jiaying to maintain control over the group while simultaneously preventing him from consolidating power. See, march in step with me, 1, 2, 1, 2. Jiaying began instilling a sense of uniformity among the newcomers. The group of newcomers, utterly exhausted during the day, had hoped for a restful night, only to find themselves once again disturbed by Jiaying's antics. They were not particularly intimidated by him, primarily out of respect for Feng. After all, the individuals within the cave were all armed. Moreover, they were grateful to Feng for providing them with shelter, ensuring they had at least 3 meals a day. Feng gazed at Jiaying in the distance, believing he could endure the situation. Susan, go and calm that fellow down. There are certain things that I, as the leader, can no longer address. It is imperative that others intervene. Susan nodded and, shouldering her rifle, approached Jiaying. Though he appeared to be training the newcomers, he was, in fact, vigilant, keenly observing the movements within the cave. Before Susan could even draw near, he began shouting slogans. Everyone, chant with me. Long live Brother Feng. Long live Sister Susan. Susan intended to confront Su Jiaying firmly, but upon hearing the chant, her tone softened. Captain Su, everyone is quite fatigued. A brief training session will suffice. Human nature is such that flattery often disarms one's resolve. Yes, it's Sister Susan. Everyone, chant with me. Thank you, Sister Susan. Suddenly, a lump of cow dung struck Su Jiaying squarely in the face. He hurriedly wiped his eyes and, upon focusing, realized that it was the little girl, Ilian, who had thrown it. You monster! You are a murderer! Ilian accused, pointing an accusing finger at Su Jiaying. Dear Ilian, it was your parents who disregarded the unified command. I was left with no choice but to drive them away, yet who could have anticipated that they would attempt to ambush me and, in their folly, be devoured by a crocodile? Su Jiaying retorted, his fluent command of the language rendering Ilian speechless. You are a liar. You are dishonest. Ilian, with limited eloquence, could only repeat those words. Ultimately, she was carried back by Yi Feng. Chapter 108. A time for action hiding behind a large tree. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao gazed in astonishment at the cave ahead, along with the 3 bonfires beside it. This scoundrel has actually discovered such an excellent location? They are on the verge of completing the boat? Ma Xikong remarked, swatting mosquitoes off his body. Wang Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss Ma, we are about to strike it rich. If we eliminate Yi Feng, all the women inside will be ours. And that boat, imagine sailing back to civilization. But before we do, we must indulge ourselves with all the women first. Wang Tao was visibly exhilarated. Pathetic. Have you never encountered a woman before? You seem oblivious to the reality. Yi Feng's group is armed. Even if we were to kill Yi Feng, the others would undoubtedly dispose of us as well, Ma Xikong calmly assessed. That is indeed true. We must discreetly eliminate Yi Feng and also subdue those women. Wang Tao nodded, suddenly fixating his gaze. It appeared that he had spotted an old acquaintance, Su Jiaying, who was situated on the outskirts, seemingly thriving as he trained a group of newcomers. An acquaintance? Ma Xikong inquired of Wang Tao. Indeed, there exists an old friend. Once steadfastly loyal to me, yet now uncertainty looms, especially considering the desolation of this island. Wang Tao hesitated, while Ma Xikong nodded, continuing to observe the dynamics within the encampment. Seasoned by experience, he discerned that Yi Feng's group had stratified into 3 distinct tiers. The individuals residing at the periphery of the cave were evidently the lowest echelon, as their location was far removed from the cavern, leaving them vulnerable to the elements. The next tier comprised those situated closer to the cave, who enjoyed some shelter from the rain. The uppermost tier was within the cave itself, where not only was it warmer at night, but also provided ample protection from wind and rain. Furthermore, those inside the cave were generally armed with several firearms. Though the interior remained obscured from his view, Ma Xikong narrowed his eyes. It was clear that the 2 groups outside the cave were not favored by Yi Feng. Yet due to the firearms in his possession, they were compelled to remain in a subordinate position. Moreover, Yi Feng's rule was still nascent, his authority not yet firmly established. He sensed an opportunity to incite dissent among these individuals. With this thought in mind, Ma Xikong grasped a dagger and found a stone, quietly etching characters upon its surface. As time passed, only 2 individuals remained on night watch beside the cave, while the others lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. Those within the cave enjoyed a comfortable slumber on beds of straw, whereas those outside faced a grim fate, forced to rest upon a tangle of weeds. Su Jiaying tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. The ground was too hard, leaving his bones aching. A sense of impending doom loomed over him. He understood that Yi Feng was exploiting him to construct a vessel, yet what would become of him once the ship was completed? At that moment, a stone landed beside him. Su Jiaying remained silent, picking up the stone to examine it, his eyes widening in astonishment. Perched upon a fig tree, Defu was intently surveying the surroundings when, suddenly, her eyes narrowed, and she aimed her rifle at a shadowy figure. Bang! The gunshot reverberated through the dense forest, sending a flock of birds scattering into the sky. Yi Feng was the first to awaken, hastily extinguishing the fire with water, brandishing his weapon as he stormed out of the cave. The others, roused by the gunfire, were momentarily bewildered. Defu, still in the tree, pointed towards the direction of the river. Yi Feng understood immediately, pursuing the riverbank with his weapon drawn. Su Jiaying, paralyzed by fear, shut his eyes tightly, waiting for a moment before feigning a dazed awakening, gazing into the distance with confusion. What just happened? He inquired. Captain, did you not hear the gunfire? I did not. It felt as though something had jolted me. Su Jiaying sighed in relief. At that moment, Feng returned, his countenance dark as a soot-covered pot. Su Jiaying rushed forward. Brother Feng, do you need assistance? Hand me a gun. I can help you keep watch. Feng scrutinized Su Jiaying. Brother Feng, do not regard me with such suspicion. Our greatest adversaries are the indigenous people. Despite our misunderstandings, I am acutely aware of the situation, Su Jiaying earnestly declared. Feng harbored a cold smile within, recognizing that this individual had always harbored ulterior motives and was, in fact, deeply corrupt to the core, incapable of discerning the prevailing circumstances, and instead, perpetually sowing discord. Uncomfortable under Feng's gaze, Su Jiaying hurriedly shifted the topic. Brother Feng, was that just now an indigenous person? It shouldn't be, unless they could circumvent from downstream. But that would take too much time, and they lack the energy for such a diversion, Feng replied, gradually making his way into the cave. Su Jiaying hastily followed behind like an eager puppy. Brother Feng, based on your assessment, who was that just now? Su Jiaying inquired again. At that moment, Defu slid down from a tree. Brother Feng, come here. I have something to tell you, she beckoned. Feng immediately approached her, leaving Su Jiaying in a state of panic, uncertain if Defu had witnessed him picking up stones. If she had, would he not be facing immediate execution? Brother Feng, I saw. Defu began, glancing towards Su Jiaying. I understand, Feng nodded, patting Defu's delicate shoulder and sending her back to keep watch in the tree. After dismissing Defu, Feng stepped towards Su Jiaying with a beaming smile. Su Jiaying's heart raced, his eyes darting anxiously. Old Su, come here, Feng said, guiding Su Jiaying to the edge of the woods, away from the crowd. Su Jiaying swallowed hard, his heart sinking. Old Su, we need to expedite the shipbuilding process. Starting tomorrow, instruct that group of newcomers to quicken their pace. If anyone lags, do not hesitate. Discipline them as necessary, Feng stated earnestly, feigning a demeanor of deep trust in Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying's gaze froze. So, it turned out that Defu's commendation had led Brother Feng to trust him so readily? Perhaps. Defu was aware of his stone-picking incident, but had chosen not to expose him. This implied that Defu herself harbored discontent towards Feng. After all, it was not beneficial for a young woman to keep watch every night. Realizing this, Su Jiaying gradually regained his confidence, and his gaze toward Feng lost its reverence. After all, Feng had never held a managerial position. Perhaps the women in the cave did not share his sentiments. Rest assured, Brother Feng, I will know what to do tomorrow, Su Jiaying nodded. Then go back and rest. From now on, it will be up to you to oversee them. Feng patted Su Jiaying's shoulder once more. All right. Su Jiaying returned, chest held high, lying down and envisioning his bright future. Feng watched Su Jiaying's retreating figure, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. The strategy of nurturing through praise was perfectly suited for dealing with Su Jiaying. Once Su Jiaying had overseen the completion of the ships, Feng would publicly reveal the numerous transgressions Su Jiaying had committed against the newcomers, ultimately stripping him of his captaincy. There would be no need for Feng to intervene. The newcomers would surely beat Su Jiaying to death. After all, what could be expected from someone who could not change his ways, daring to consort with outsiders? As dawn had yet to break on the second day, Feng remained in slumber when the piercing cries of Su Jiaying echoed from outside the cave. What time is it? Still asleep? Everyone rise. Those assigned to drilling, commence your work. Those tasked with logging, get to it. No slacking off allowed. Feng opened his eyes to find Su Jiaying wielding a whip, lashing at the newcomers. Groggy and irritable, the newcomers sat up, glaring at Su Jiaying with indignation. What are you staring at? Su Jiaying snapped, delivering a swift strike. Ultimately, the newcomers, though simmering with anger, complied and set off to fulfill their duties. A sly smile crept onto Feng's face as he approached the indigenous woman, who was evidently still recovering from Susan's torment and remained in a deep slumber. After breakfast, Feng dispatched 3 armed women upstream to replace the lookout at the triangular post. The triangular post required a total of 6 individuals, 3 for the day shift and 3 for the night. Suddenly, Feng noticed Ding Tianchuan still asleep. He approached her, lifted the bare skin covering her, and gently touched her forehead. Running a high fever? He quickly gathered her into his arms and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Illness in humans often roots not in the body, but in the mind. Since the arrival of the golden-haired little girl, everyone had gravitated towards her, inadvertently neglecting Ding Tuanshuan, which led to her feeling unloved by the group. Overthinking ultimately weakened her physical state. Thus, Yifeng deduced that her ailment stemmed from emotional distress. Ding Tuanshuan weakly opened her eyes and glanced at Yifeng. "Little Tuanshuan, you are unwell." Yifeng gazed at her with tender affection. "I feel so hot." "Brother Yifeng," she murmured, her confusion evident. "It's all right, I'll fetch some herbs for you shortly. The adorable little Tuanshuan is simply detoxifying. You will be fine." Yifeng soothed her with the gentlest of voices. "Okay." Indeed, Ding Tuanshuan's expression softened, and she slowly closed her eyes again. Yifeng picked up his rifle and ventured upstream to gather herbs, ensuring he traveled a couple of kilometers further to guarantee no indigenous people were in sight before returning with peace of mind. Curiously, despite having suffered considerable losses, the indigenous people had yet to pursue them. Yifeng speculated that the previous backlash from the vengeful children had necessitated an internal restructuring among the indigenous. However, once they had organized themselves, their forces would undoubtedly converge upon them. One must ponder, with hundreds of indigenous warriors alongside countless vengeful children. Even if a mere 20 of them were armed, it would not guarantee victory. Moreover, the vengeful children wielded poison darts while the indigenous people were adept at throwing spears. "Everything will be all right. We just need to complete the boat," Yifeng reassured himself as he inspected the shipbuilding progress. "Brother Feng, in terms of hardware, we can finish within 2 days. The power system will likely require 3 days. I am implementing manual steering, utilizing a small wheel to drive a larger one, enabling the oars to rotate," Chung Li Bean explained with a smile, though he appeared to have lost some weight over the past few days. "How many people will be needed to operate the small wheel?" Yifeng inquired. "Each time, 3 individuals are required. We form a trio, with each team working for an hour. When the winds are favorable, we raise the sails, thereby conserving manpower," remarked Chung Li Bean. "If what you say is true, does that mean we need to deploy at least 5 teams to rotate the small wheel? In total, that amounts to 15 people?" Yifeng furrowed his brow, having assumed that only the captain was needed to manage everything, unaware of the complexities involved. "That's about right. Turning the small wheel is quite labor-intensive. In my opinion, even 15 may be insufficient. It would be ideal to have 24 people so that everyone can work with greater ease," Chung Li Bean replied. He had exerted his utmost effort to alter the ship's kinetic energy, as he was unable to construct a steam engine or any similar contraption. "I understand." Yifeng nodded and glanced towards Su Jiaying's position. There he saw that rascal bullying the newcomers. "Work diligently. We must saw all the materials for the deck today, or else there will be no food," he commanded. The newcomers seethed with anger, but out of respect for Yifeng, they dared not resist and could only hasten their pace. They were astute enough to recognize that Su Jiaying's audacity was likely sanctioned by Yifeng. Yifeng, however, was disinclined to intervene. Despite being a good person, he understood that a virtuous individual must sometimes possess the means to contend, lest they be labeled a doormat. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao returned to the beach, both terrified, fearing that Yifeng might pursue them. After waiting all day without incident, they finally mustered the courage to emerge. "Boss Ma, things are not looking good. I didn't expect Yifeng to have set up sentries in the trees." Wang Tao raked his fingers through his disheveled hair. Ma Xikong squinted into the distance. "We must devise a plan to eliminate Yifeng, otherwise, we will not be able to return home by boat." A cold glint flickered in his eyes. Last night, he had seen Raimai at the cave entrance, feeding Yifeng's supplies, a sight he could not bear. Furthermore, he had yet to hear the cries of a baby. Thus he was certain that his son had met with misfortune. However, he did not dwell on this. His primary concern was to rid himself of Yifeng's ship. After all, in civilized society, he possessed nearly 100 billion in assets, and he had no desire to live as a primitive man on a deserted island. "Boss Ma, you are well educated. You must know how to make a soil bomb, right?" Wang Tao suddenly inquired. "What do you mean?" Ma Xikong's eyes brightened. "We could quietly climb to the top of the cave and use a soil bomb to collapse it, entombing everyone inside. What do you think?" Wang Tao proposed. "Oh, I didn't expect you to think of that. Let me ponder it," Ma Xikong said, his eyes blinking rapidly. "Indeed, I have a plan. However, it may take 2 days to prepare the bomb, and its effectiveness cannot be guaranteed. But collapsing the cave should be feasible. I aim to bury all of Yi Feng's group alive, and then we can manipulate those outside as we wish. Ma Xikong laughed heartily. Time passed slowly. Before long, night fell again, and Yi Feng sat at the cave's entrance, observing Su Jiaying as he addressed the others. Attention, everyone, the captain commanded, after dinner. There shall be no rest. We must continue drilling so that the grand ship may set sail. Do you understand? This fellow was inciting discontent among the ranks. Yet the newcomers dared not oppose Su Jiaying, as they believed him to be allied with Yi Feng. Yi Feng remained indifferent to Su Jiaying's reckless behavior, knowing that in approximately 2 days, the ship's power system would be fully operational. Chapter 110, My Masterpiece. All that was needed was to push the vessel to the riverbank, and he could commence his splendid life with multiple consorts. In the dead of night, the indigenous woman awoke, albeit weak. Yi Feng offered her a sip of water, but withheld food. What is your name? He inquired. The indigenous woman, her wild spirit undiminished, glared fiercely at him. Even if you refuse to divulge your name, tell me how many male natives there are in your tribe and how many vengeful monkeys. Share everything you know. Yi Feng persisted. The woman continued to ignore him, her gaze as lethal as a dagger, sending a chill down Yi Feng's spine. How about this? Tell me your name, and I shall release you back to your tribe, he proposed, opting for a more gradual approach. Indeed, the fierceness in her eyes seemed to wane. Heli, she finally conceded. Heli, I genuinely do not wish to harm you or your fellow natives. We merely seek self-preservation. Do you understand? Yi Feng spoke earnestly. Heli nodded slightly. Can I now be freed from these ropes? Yi Feng surveyed the surroundings. The others were asleep. Of course, but before I cut your bindings, I have one small request. He replied. What is it? Heli asked, a flame of anger igniting within her. Who is the highest leader in your tribe? Yi Feng inquired. The chieftain, Heli responded. Growing impatient, her serpentine body beginning to writhe. Are there several tattoos on the chieftain's arms? Yi Feng pressed further. You cunning outsider. I have already answered 2 of your questions. Must you persist? Heli retorted, infuriated. Do not be so harsh. This is not an interrogation but a conversation, you see? Yi Feng shamelessly settled beside her, offering a piece of roasted meat. After she had eaten, he continued. Your chieftain must have at least 10 stripes on his arm, correct? No, 6, Heli replied earnestly, completely unaware that she had fallen into Yi Feng's trap. Ah, so it is 6. He must certainly be a valiant warrior, Yi Feng remarked, placing his hand on Heli's shoulder. Our chieftain is the foremost warrior of our tribe, Heli said, a hint of pride gracing her features. Is that so? But is he considered a warrior as well? How does he compare to the shaman? Yi Feng continued to extract information. He discovered that the indigenous woman's thought process was rather simplistic. Shamans? They are enchantresses, unworthy of trust. One day, I will have the chieftain slay all these enchantresses and take their heads as trophies. Heli's agitation became apparent at the mention of shamans. They? Yi Feng seized upon her words. Are you implying that there is more than one female shaman? His brow furrowed in contemplation. Indeed, there are 7 of them in total, sustained by our clan, while they provide us with vengeful offspring, promising to ensure our survival through the cataclysm that befalls us once every 80 years. When Heli spoke of the cataclysm, a glimmer of fear flickered in her eyes for the first time. Yi Feng felt his mind whirl in confusion, needing time to untangle the web of information presented to him. After a moment, he inquired, Heli, why is it that your skin is the color of wheat, while the priest's skin is fair and supple? She does not appear to belong to your kin. Indeed, they are not from the Blacktree River Basin, Heli replied succinctly. Yi Feng stroked his chin, now thoroughly bewildered, for the sheer volume of information left him utterly at a loss. Very well, I understand. Are you thirsty? Shall I heat up the bone broth from last night for you? Yi Feng asked gently. It became evident to him that, aside from her somewhat savage demeanor, this indigenous woman was quite honest, and her intellect was not particularly high, certainly not as treacherous as those from civilized societies. Feng, you promised you would let me go. Please honor your word. Heli stared intently at Yi Feng. Fear not. I will indeed release you, but not at this moment. 3 days hence, I, Yi Feng, swear that should I not set you free, I shall take the life of one of my own in atonement, Yi Feng vowed, pointing to the heavens. Ah, the foreigner. A deceitful foreigner. Heli's roar echoed through the cavern. Yi Feng stuffed some leaves in his ears and continued to embrace Ding Tuanshuan in slumber. The next day dawned swiftly, and the work crew resumed their efforts. Under the vehement urging of Su Jiaying, the deck, midsection, and upper chamber were all completed. Together, they labored to erect the 15-meter mast. Grooves were fashioned on the mast, and Changli personally secured the pulley, testing its smoothness with a rope. It seems satisfactory. We must regularly apply oil within, lest it become jammed, Cheng Libin remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Yifeng ascended the rope ladder to the deck, single-handedly hauling the enormous sail aloft. Under Cheng Libin's guidance, he suspended the sail from the crossbar. Set sail, Cheng Libin cried, initiating the pull on the pulley. The vast canvas unfurled slowly. At that moment, a gust of warm wind swept in from the riverbank, filling the sail with force and causing the entire vessel to tilt. Quick, stow the sail, Yifeng exclaimed in alarm. Cheng Libin nodded, swiftly untying the rope. The gigantic sail collapsed instantly, folding into a bundle. Brother Feng, allow me to introduce you to my proud creation. Cheng Libin led Yifeng to the front of the ship, where a diminutive cabin, approximately 2 square meters in size, reminiscent of a restroom in a first-tier city, awaited. Yet within, there lay a steering wheel. This is the helm. We rely on it to control the ship's direction. Oh, and beside it is the auxiliary helm, a backup, Cheng Libin added with a smile. Quite intriguing. Yifeng clasped his hands behind his back, feigning a knowledgeable demeanor. Chapter 111. Shocked, he covered his mouth. The two departed the captain's quarters and proceeded to the midsection. This is the dining area, a modest space of less than 10 square meters where everyone gathers to share meals, and although it may feel cramped, it serves its purpose well. This is your room. A mere 4 square meters, accommodating only a bed, yet we mustn't be overly particular. These are the other rooms, just spacious enough for 2 individuals to lie down. Though turning over at night may prove challenging. To maximize space, I have designed triple-decker bunks, enabling 6 individuals to sleep comfortably. Cheng Libin has utilized every inch available. On the deck, there are a total of 7 rooms. Yifeng's is a couple's chamber that can house 2, while the others are dormitory style, each accommodating 6. This arrangement makes Yifeng feel somewhat embarrassed. Old Cheng, you have worked hard to construct this vessel. Perhaps you should keep the couple's room for yourself. Yifeng said earnestly. Cheng Libin chuckled and gestured towards the upper cabin. Brother Feng, come see my room. Thus, the two ascended to the upper cabin, which was even more compact, containing only 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small. The large room was more than twice the size of Yifeng's couple's chamber, featuring a desk, chairs, a bookshelf, and a spacious 2-meter square bed, complete with a private bathroom. Brother Feng, this is my captain's quarters, ha, Cheng Libin declared, pointing to the largest room. Yifeng replied, I feel a bit embarrassed. I didn't expect your accommodations to be more luxurious than mine. Well, once the ship is launched, we can switch rooms. Yifeng then explored the lower cabin, where there were 2 additional rooms designated for the crew on duty. This area housed a massive wheel connected to 6 handrails on the ship. Below the wheel, a rope led to a wooden propeller at the rear. By turning the wheel, the propeller would spin rapidly, propelling the entire vessel forward. The rudder was directly linked to the propeller, allowing for directional control. Yifeng examined the floor of the lower cabin, constructed from large wooden planks, with gaps filled with the chemical engineer's shrinkage adhesive. Rest assured, the floor is made of 2 layers of wood. It won't break unless subjected to several thousand kilograms of impact, Cheng Libin assured with a smile. All right, old Cheng. You've worked hard. I promise not to treat you poorly in the future. Yifeng contemplated that once the ship was completed, they would embark on a journey down the Great River, and Cheng Libin should at least be rewarded with the title of Prime Minister to instill a sense of superiority. Cheng Libin looked at Yifeng with curiosity. Aren't we supposed to return to civilized society once the ship is finished? How could I not be treated well? With your current circumstances, what does that even entail? No one could fathom Yifeng's thoughts. After disembarking, work resumed. The exterior of the ship needed to be coated with oil from the stink tree, as its potent odor serves to deter pests and protect against marine parasites. Things are progressing quicker than expected. I feel that once the tree oil dries, we can set sail down the Great River, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Indeed, it's all thanks to the diligent efforts of our new friends. Cheng Libin nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the air. Su Jiaying's whip struck a burly man's back, instantly leaving a streak of blood. With the power bestowed upon him by Yifeng, he had become increasingly tyrannical. Chenin, who told you to be lazy? Su Jiaying brandished his whip. Captain, I just carried a 200-pound log and my legs are trembling from exhaustion. I sat for less than 2 minutes, and you strike me? Chun An's voice quivered, barely containing his fury. Had it not been for Yi Feng's firearm, he would have confronted Su Jiaying fiercely. Ultimately, he chose not to resist and obediently returned to work. Su Jiaying felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Being a captain here was rather enjoyable, especially with the liberty to strike others. Once he disposed of Yi Feng, all the women in the cave would be his, yielding pleasure greater than that of an emperor. The scorching sun beat down on the foul-tasting oil, permeating the wooden planks with grease. Before long, an entire day had slipped by, and Yi Feng returned to the cave. The indigenous woman, Heli, had ceased her scolding and sat on the ground with a somewhat dazed expression. Yi Feng felt a twinge of guilt, so he ensured she received her 3 meals a day. Feng, come here, Zhang Yan suddenly beckoned, slightly hiking up her skirt. The two made their way behind the pond, where they reclined on the stones after their intense battle. Above them, Anna observed everything from the fig tree. Moments ago, she had glimpsed their actions through the branches and faintly heard Zhang Yan's alluring voice. As a woman, Anna understood that such sounds indicated Zhang Yan's enjoyment. At 30 years of age, accustomed to comfort, her body involuntarily reacted. No, how can I think of such things? Anna quickly turned her gaze elsewhere. However, upon doing so, her eyes widened in shock. By the riverbank, an indigenous man was leading a dozen children, each sniffing the ground like hounds. She stealthily descended from the tree and swiftly approached Yi Feng and Zhang Yan. Feng, Zhang Yan hurriedly covered herself with her clothes. Yi Feng's face flushed crimson, and he stood there unabashedly in the nude. Anna gasped, covering her mouth. Though she had heard tales of his endowment, she had not anticipated it would be so enticing. In that moment, she instinctively closed her legs. What is going on, Anna? Yi Feng inquired. A strange monkey, along with a tall indigenous man, is about a kilometer away by the river, seemingly on reconnaissance, Anna stammered. Yi Feng's expression shifted, and he sprinted back to the camp. Chapter 112. So it turns out you acted on your own accord? Everyone listen carefully, do not make a sound, and return to the cave immediately. Also, extinguish the fire with dirt, Yi Feng commanded solemnly. Upon hearing this, the group sprang into action. Within 5 minutes, the outdoor fire was completely doused, and everyone retreated into the cave. Yi Feng crouched in the shadows of the cave, aiming his rifle at the river. In less than 20 minutes, the branches ahead swayed violently as several vengeful spirits emerged, circling the vessel. Shortly thereafter, a native appeared, and the moment he caught sight of the grand ship, he turned and fled towards the riverbank. He must not return to alert others. Without hesitation, Yi Feng pulled the trigger. Bang! The native was struck, collapsing to the ground. Yi Feng and Susan rushed out of the cave, charging towards the group of vengeful spirits. This was a one-sided massacre, with merely a dozen spirits. Each person on Yi Feng's side fired a shot, eliminating them all. Yi Feng approached the fallen native, who, despite a fatal wound in his back, struggled onward towards the riverbank. My apologies, Yi Feng murmured, placing his foot on the man's back and delivering a fatal blow to the back of his head. The fire blazed anew, yet Yi Feng dared not succumb to sleep. After pacing within the cave for a while, he suddenly summoned everyone to the entrance. Listen closely. The ship is ready to set sail. Now, under the cover of darkness, we shall push it into the water and board it through the night. Who knows what incredible methods the natives might employ to track us? Yi Feng declared. The group gasped in unison. Some brandished torches while others grasped ropes, dragging the heavy vessel towards the riverbank. 2 massive water buffalo played a crucial role in this endeavor. Even the small dog seemed to understand, gently tugging at the rope with its mouth. Yi Feng, however, did not assist in hauling the ship. Instead, he stood guard with his gun at the rear. Upon hearing that the ship was to be launched, Su Jiaying's eyes began to glint with mischief, evidently plotting something. 5 kilometers behind the cave, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao advanced cautiously. The night forest was teeming with mosquitoes, leaving their bodies covered in welts. Yet they remained undeterred, for the explosives were prepared. A detonation above the cave would entomb Yi Feng alive. In the pitch-black underground base, a loud splash echoed as a massive shadow emerged, slowly making its way towards the cave. After 2 months, it was time to feed. On my command, 121, 121, Su Jiaying shouted, taking the opportunity to slack off. A group of newcomers seethed with anger, yet dared not resist. Humph. Behind the great ship, Yi Feng smirked. 2 hours later, the ship was finally pulled inch by inch into the river with a resounding splash. Quick, secure the anchor to the tree, or the ship will be swept away. Cheng Libin shouted. Yi Feng's expression shifted. The current was quite swift here, and he could not afford any mishaps. Thus, he hoisted the 200-pound anchor alone, securing it to a sturdy tree. The ship, drawing approximately 1.5 meters of water, finally steadied at the riverbank. Cheng, Susan, you lead the women aboard first. The men will follow me back to the cave to retrieve the scattered belongings. Yi Feng seized his rifle. Understood. A group of people fell in line behind Yi Feng. Upon arriving at the cave, Yi Feng cast a glance at the group of newcomers. You, lift fifth brother onto the boat without fail. Otherwise, Susan on the vessel will execute you, Yi Feng stated coldly. The two engineers nodded and carried Long Wu away from the cave. All that remained were a few scattered belongings. As for the firearms, they were, of course, carried by the women. Brother Feng, allow me to handle these gourds, Su Jiaying said, harboring a vague sense of foreboding, as he took up several old gourds that could be used to store fresh water. However, Yi Feng raised his hand to stop him. Captain Su, I have previously instructed you to treat the newcomers kindly. Yet I have received reports that you not only shirk your duties, but also ruthlessly beat them. Is this true? Yi Feng inquired calmly. Me? Brother Feng, it's not like that. How dare I speak back? Su Jiaying quickly capitulated as Yi Feng patted his rifle. No, I wouldn't dare, Brother Feng. I was wrong. The group of newcomers exchanged glances, suddenly enlightened as they looked at Su Jiaying. I knew it. Brother Feng is so benevolent. How could he allow you to act so tyrannically? It turns out you were acting on your own. A newcomer named Chen and stepped forward. Having been frequently whipped due to his better looks compared to Su Jiaying, the others also advanced, glaring at Su Jiaying with gritted teeth. Handle it as you see fit. From now on, Su Jiaying is no longer the captain. Chenin, you shall take over the position, Yi Feng announced languidly while sitting on a piece of wood. Thank you, Brother Feng, Chenin exclaimed with delight, turning to fix a cold gaze on Su Jiaying. Brothers, what are you waiting for? Let us take him down, Chenin declared. Immediately, a dozen newcomers rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Su Jiaying. They had endured torment at his hands for days, and now they retaliated fiercely. 10 minutes later, Su Jiaying lay incapacitated on the ground, resembling a vegetative state. His waist felt as though it had been broken. His right arm shattered by stones, a few lumps adorned his forehead, and one eye was completely closed. It was a dismal sight indeed. Yi Feng finally stood up and sauntered over to Su Jiaying, looking down at him from a height. Su Jiaying, Ilian has informed me of your misdeeds. Not only did you violate her mother, but you also murdered her father. The group following you was likewise decimated by your 3 companions. And all the women were defiled by you. This is your punishment, Yi Feng stated coldly. Humph. Yi Feng, you wretched scum, I accept my fate. Kill me or torture me as you wish. I shall rise again as a man in 18 years. Su Jiaying glared hatefully at Yi Feng. No. How could I bear to kill you? You are already half dead. Just remain here. Yi Feng chuckled lightly, instructing everyone to take their belongings and leave the cave. Heading toward the river, Su Jiaying initially maintained his composure, but as the torches gradually dwindled, plunging the surroundings into darkness, he could no longer hold it together. Yi Feng, damn you. If you have the guts, kill me. Go on, kill me. Yi Feng, I swear I shall not let you escape even in death. Brother Feng, I implore you, do not leave, grant me a swift end. Su Jiaying's voice gradually faded until it was entirely inaudible to Yi Feng. At that moment, his expression shifted, and his gaze turned toward the cavern. Deep within the inky darkness of the cave, something seemed to be approaching. Ah, a snake? What a colossal python. Su Jiaying could only move one hand. He could neither flee nor crawl, and could only emit a piercing scream. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yi Feng whistled upstream. The triangular warning signal was instantly lifted, and Alice and her companions hurriedly made their way to the vessel. Quickly aboard, Yi Feng commanded as he assisted the 2 women onto the boat. He then lifted the little sycophant and the calf onto the deck. Finally, only 2 large water buffalo remained. Will this boat withstand the weight of the buffalo? Yi Feng inquired of Cheng Libin. Cheng Libin surveyed the vessel's draft, his expression darkening. I fear it may not bear the load. Sighing, Yi Feng raised his rifle, aiming at the 2 water buffalo. Ultimately, he lowered the weapon and gave each of them a gentle pat on the rear. Hurry along. Run far away. May you live long and prosper. With that, Yi Feng ascended the rope ladder to the deck. Raise the anchor, set sail, Cheng Libin declared from the captain's quarters. The ship glided downstream toward the sea. Not long after, a thunderous explosion erupted. From the direction of the cave, a massive fireball soared into the sky. Amidst the flames, a gigantic creature emitted a piercing shriek. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an apple whole. Illuminated by the firelight, they beheld the enormous creature, a python. The part of the python that stood upright exceeded 10 meters in length, and its girth was comparable to that of a millstone. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao were already terrified, realizing that their earlier cannon fire had unleashed a calamity. The python's sheer size surpassed the limits of human comprehension. Mother, run! The two fled swiftly into the depths of the forest, the sounds of small trees collapsing behind them. The enraged python was intent on devouring the two instigators, and the consequences would be dire. Cheng Bin, steer hard right. We shall head upstream on the great river. Feng suddenly entered the captain's quarters. What? Are we not returning home? Why must we go upstream? Cheng Bin questioned, bewildered. We need to replenish our fresh water and provisions, do we not? Moreover, there may be survivors of civilized society upstream. If we have the means, we should assist them in any way we can. Would you not agree? Feng adopted an air of benevolence. Uft. Susan shot Feng a glare before turning and entering the cabin, coincidentally slipping into the couple's quarters where Feng resided. The others, unaware of Feng's true nature, regarded him with admiration. Sigh. Well, all right. To be honest, Cheng Bin was not particularly keen on rescuing fellow countrymen, considering his own precarious situation. However, Feng was the leader. For now, he felt compelled to comply, lest he face the wrath of Feng's firearm. Chapter 114. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a person of integrity. The river surged towards the sea, its currents swirling upwards. Cheng Bin unfurled the sails, allowing the great vessel to navigate against the flow. Restlessness enveloped the crew, all of whom congregated on the deck to admire the surrounding scenery. The foredeck was modest, accommodating no more than 4 or 5 individuals, while the aft deck was spacious enough for everyone to seek respite in the coolness of the evening. Ding Tianquan approached, nestling herself into Feng's embrace, yearning for a hug. Feng smiled gently, tenderly enveloping her in his arms. Soon after, the golden-haired little girl, Ilian, joined them. Feng affectionately rubbed the heads of both little girls with his chin, embodying the warmth of a benevolent guardian. Those who are weary should retire to rest. Cheng, I appreciate your assistance in organizing the watch. In the lower deck, let groups of 3 remain vigilant, ready to turn the wheel should manual power be required. Feng instructed Cheng Bin. Understood. Cheng Bin nodded, summoning the men to assign duties. He was perceptive enough not to assign the crucial roles to key figures like Susan and Su Yun, primarily delegating tasks to the men. After all, Susan and Su Yun were trusted confidants of Feng, belonging to the inner circle. As time passed, the 2 little darlings drifted off to sleep in Feng's embrace. He carried them back to the cabin to rest, yet he himself was too exhilarated to find slumber, wandering the deck for an extended period. An idea struck him. Climbing to the top of the mast might provide a view for several kilometers. Without hesitation, Feng ascended the 15-meter mast, where the wind whipped through his tousled hair. At this altitude, he could see for about 3 kilometers, and on a clear day, even up to 5 kilometers. As dawn broke, the sky transformed into a brilliant blue, and soon the sun would rise. Perched atop the mast, Feng felt the river breeze caress him, his eyes gradually beginning to close. Below, in the marshes teeming with crocodiles, a multitude of vengeful children appeared, accompanied by over 30 indigenous warriors. These tribesmen, armed with bows and arrows and wielding spears, advanced downstream with an air of menace. At that moment, the leader of the indigenous group halted, astonished by the sight of the great vessel in the river. Greetings. How are you? Feng called out, waving vigorously from the mast. It was clear that these indigenous people sought vengeance, yet unfortunately, the ship was situated in the middle of the river. It was approximately 300 meters from the shore, and no matter how extraordinary their strength, they could not possibly shoot arrows that far. Those are outsiders. The leader of the indigenous group pointed towards the ship. The others quickly reacted, some hurling spears, others loosing arrows. However, the mightiest among them, identified by 3 stripes, could only manage to shoot an arrow about 150 meters. In a civilized society, he would be regarded as an extraordinary marksman, yet he was still over 100 meters away from the vessel. Others joined Feng on the deck, intrigued as they observed the indigenous warriors on the shore. Outsiders in the river. The indigenous warriors were filled with fury, with several leaping into the river, drawing closer to the large vessel by a mere dozen meters to unleash their arrows. Yet, at such a close range, their efforts proved futile. Countless arrows and spears fell into the water, failing to even graze the ship. "Haha, come shoot me. Come on, shoot me," Chunin shouted and danced upon the deck. Feng, seizing the moment, slid onto the deck, ready to reciprocate with a gift of his own. "Brother Feng." Defu handed a rifle to Feng. Steadying the weapon, Feng aimed towards the shore. Bang! One of the indigenous men fell lifeless. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots claimed 2 more lives. Only then did the once arrogant warriors realize the peril they faced, hurriedly retreating to the shore. Yet Feng fired 2 more rounds, taking down another warrior. With a rifle's range spanning 300 to 500 meters, compared to the mere 150 meters of a bow and arrow or the 50 meters of a spear, Feng's weapon represented a significant disparity in power. "Listen well, natives, do not seek trouble with me, for I have no intention of harassing you. Let us coexist peacefully." Feng shouted towards the shore. The indigenous men, enraged, jumped and howled in frustration. At that moment, Susan approached. "Feng, do not provoke them too much. If they continue to track our ship along the shore, we may find ourselves unable to land," she cautioned. The others, upon hearing this, were taken aback, their smiles fading instantly. After all, the river's waters teemed with parasites, rendering them unfit for drinking, necessitating regular trips to the shore for fresh water. Fortunately, food was plentiful, as the river was a vast reservoir of fish and lobsters. "Worry not. If the natives persist in their pursuit, we can always navigate to the opposite bank of the river." Feng pointed towards the distant shore, several kilometers away. Even from the ship, he could barely discern a vague outline of the other side, illustrating just how far it lay. The vessel glided downstream, unimpeded by tributaries this time, as it sailed steadily along the main channel. "Bring that indigenous woman onto the deck," Feng commanded. "Understood." Chunin, as the captain, hurried to bring Heli aboard. "Heli, I promised you I would set you free. I shall anchor the ship at the upcoming shore, and you may disembark," Feng stated earnestly, emphasizing the importance of keeping one's word. The fierce glint in Heli's eyes gradually faded as she nodded in compliance. After the ship had traveled upstream for 5 to 6 kilometers, they encountered 2 tributaries, which effectively obstructed the indigenous warriors pursuing them along the shore. "Bring the ship to the bank," Feng ordered. "Received." "Left hard over," Chung Libin shouted, and those in the hold began to turn the wheel. The ship docked at the shore, and Feng drew a dagger, swiftly cutting the ropes binding Heli's hands. Splash! Susan and Defu trained their weapons on Heli, prepared for any sudden aggression. Feng pondered for a moment and then retrieved a long spear and a German dagger, presenting them to Miss Heli with both hands. "Thank you for providing us with such valuable intelligence. This is what you truly deserve." Upon hearing Feng's words, Heli paused briefly before ultimately accepting the weapons and leaping off the grand vessel. As she was about to plunge into the woods, she turned back for a moment, casting a deep gaze at Feng, who was also watching her intently. "I shall forever remember you, my kindred spirit," Heli declared before vanishing into the twisting banyan grove. A wave of melancholy washed over Feng as he reflected on letting such a stunning beauty slip away. It left him feeling rather discontented. "What's the matter? Never experienced this before? Feeling quite regretful, aren't you?" came the voice of Susan from behind. "Indeed. Huh. What nonsense are you spouting? I am a person of integrity." Feng hastily shook his head. "Spare me." Susan shot Feng a sidelong glance before retreating to the aft deck to keep watch. Chapter 115. "You are riding on my neck." At that moment, a loud crack resonated from the lower cabin. "Not good. One of the blades of the propeller has broken," someone shouted from below deck. Feng hurriedly rushed to the rear deck and peered down. Indeed, a wooden leaf had floated up, seemingly torn asunder by some force. Chung Libin also dashed to the back of the ship. What happened? Feng could only turn to Chung Libin, the expert in such matters. "This is quite troublesome. The leaf should have been forged from iron, but lacking that, I resorted to using wood. The downside is now evident. When encountering areas thick with aquatic vegetation, the leaf is prone to being torn apart. However, the break appears to have been bitten off by something, possibly piranhas or giant arapaima. Even crocodiles can shred a propeller." Chung Libin lamented, his brow furrowed in concern. "Will it still function with only 2 blades left?" Feng asked anxiously, for the propeller was the vessel's primary means of propulsion. If it were to be damaged, they would find themselves stranded in the middle of the river. Swimming back to shore would be perilous, with various man-eating fish, leeches, and parasitic catfish lurking beneath the surface, ready to claim half their lives. It can still move, albeit at an exceedingly slow pace, Chung Li Bin replied, casting a reproachful glance at Feng. Brother Feng, I must say, we should have aimed to set sail directly into the sea to return home. Now look where we are, surrounded by aquatic plants and carnivorous creatures. My propeller was not designed for river navigation. Had we been at sea, we would not have encountered such issues. Why dwell on past mistakes? Let's focus on resolving the problem at hand, preferably in a manner that ensures a permanent solution. Otherwise, we will have to construct another propeller, Feng sighed. A headache brewing. After all, constructing a vessel on a deserted island without any industrial foundation was an arduous task. It was thanks to Chung Li Bin, a top-tier engineer, that the ship's propulsion had been salvaged. Had it been anyone else on that island, crafting a ship would have been an impossibility. At this juncture, we must select a suitable spot to disembark, subsequently seeking out iron to forge molds and craft iron propellers. Furthermore, the lotus leaves should be sharpened. Should we encounter aquatic vegetation, the acute edges of the leaves will sever it. If any fish dare to assault the propellers, they shall be reduced to a pulpy mass. Chung Li Bin stated slowly. Does that mean we must return to that cave? But there is a massive snake at the entrance. Su Yun exclaimed, covering her mouth. Last night, they had all witnessed the shadow of the colossal serpent, akin to a titan constrictor, leaving them feeling utterly apprehensive. By the way, isn't there a warship adjacent to the indigenous tribe's village? Feng suddenly inquired. Do you think there might be propellers on that warship? Of course, warships have propellers. But theirs are enormous. Just one propeller likely outweighs our vessel by a factor of 2, making it impossible to install, Chung Li Bin replied, shaking his head. That's not right. Surely there must be smaller boats aboard the warship. Otherwise, such a large vessel could only anchor in the deep sea. They would need smaller boats to transport troops to the shore, and the propellers of those boats might match our specifications, Feng countered. With that reasoning, there is a reasonable chance of locating smaller propellers. However, as we observed previously, the indigenous tribe's village is situated along a tributary that is a kilometer wide. If our boat ventures there, we may well find ourselves encircled by the natives, Chung Li Bin cautioned. This won't do. That won't do either. Here's what we shall do. I have decided to bring along an assistant to stealthily board the warship and explore its interior for smaller boat propellers. If we find any, we shall proceed. Otherwise, we shall abandon the endeavor, Feng resolved. You mustn't go. It is far too perilous. Have you forgotten? There are many vengeful spirits aboard the warship. Su Yun grasped Feng's arm. If I do not go, who will? I truly regret letting Healy go without first inquiring whether there were spare propellers aboard the warship, Feng lamented. Chung, please maneuver the boat to the shore. I shall enter the jungle from here. By the way, who is willing to accompany me? Feng proposed, believing that 2 individuals could provide mutual support. I will go with you, Susan volunteered. You cannot. You must remain on the ship to oversee the situation, Feng replied, shaking his head as he surveyed the others. Among those he trusted most were Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuanchuan. As for the others, their motivations remained uncertain, for human nature can often reveal its darker side. If Susan were not present to oversee things, what would prevent Chung Li Bin from abandoning ship? After all, even 2 lotus leaves can navigate the sea, albeit at a slower pace. Anna, can you handle a firearm? Feng asked, turning to her. Yes. Anna nodded affirmatively. In her country, regulations were more lenient, allowing her to acquire some combat skills. Then you shall accompany me. Certainly, Anna readily agreed. To reassure her, Feng added, let us approach quietly. The indigenous warriors number only a few hundred. They cannot possibly cover the entire expanse of the Black Tree River Basin. Thus, this reconnaissance mission aboard the warship could be regarded as a leisurely excursion. There is no need for you to feel overly anxious. If we are unable to board the vessel, we shall simply retrace our steps. I understand, Anna sighed in relief. Immediately, Chung Li Bin maneuvered the large ship close to the shore, as armed personnel on deck raised their weapons, directing their aim towards the bank to provide vigilance for Feng and his companion. Regrettably, the riverbank here is quite shallow, forcing the large vessel to anchor a mere 10 meters from the shore, as only in this area does the water possess sufficient depth to support the ship's weight. Any closer, and it would run aground. Reluctantly, Feng had no choice but to plunge into the water, which reached up to his chest. Anna, however, hesitated to jump in, fearing the dense swarm of parasitic catfish lurking beneath the surface, should one find its way to an unfortunate spot. It would be an embarrassing predicament she could not accept. Anna, climb onto my shoulders. I will carry you to the shore. Feng beckoned from the water, feeling numerous things brushing against his trousers. Yet, what could she do? There is nothing to worry about. Rest assured, I shall not let you fall into the water. Ultimately, Anna found herself perched upon Feng's shoulders. A warm, humid sensation enveloped Feng's head, accompanied by the potent aroma of feminine hormones. However, Feng was not inclined to indulge in this experience. Instead, he hastened towards the shore, cutting through the dense aquatic vegetation with his dagger with each few steps. The water plants concealed numerous lurking creatures, causing Feng's face to flush a deep crimson. He could no longer endure. Something was burrowing in. Feng began to sprint through the water, but after merely 3 meters, he was entangled by the water plants, causing Anna to tumble into the water as well. They were drilling, unable to continue. Anna scrambled to the shore in a frantic rush. Feng was the second to reach the land. Chapter 116, a shot through the woman's head. The two exchanged a glance and simultaneously dashed into the woods. At this moment, Anna, casting aside her shyness, stripped off her clothes completely, removing even her undergarments. Feng, too, eagerly disrobed, clearing away the leeches and small fish from his lower abdomen. The water here was exceptionally conducive to the growth of fish, with many creatures that Feng did not recognize. Meanwhile, Anna struck a pose that could ignite flames. Engaged in some urgent activity. It's too late. It has entered. Anna was on the verge of tears. Gulp. Feng swallowed hard. These parasitic catfish truly infiltrate every possible crevice. Would you like me to assist you? Approached with a bare form, gazing down upon the blushing Anna. In her stance, her legs were fully parted, allowing him a clear view of her exquisite beauty. He was taken aback by how stunning her other visage appeared. I apologize for the trouble. Please proceed swiftly, she murmured shyly, nodding in acquiescence. Thus, commenced his assistance, initially using his hands, yet the endeavor proved too deep, compelling him to resort to his mouth. Ultimately, with a disdainful sound, he expelled a foul parasitic catfish, which writhed incessantly upon the ground. How detestable! Anna crushed the little creature beneath her foot with a single step. As she raised her gaze, she was met with the sight of Feng's lower abdomen, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Do not misunderstand, Anna. This is a natural reaction. I assure you I would not act in such a manner. Feng elucidated. Anna nodded and suddenly reached behind her. It seemed there was another one. Please lie down on the ground, facing away from me. I will assist you, she urged. Feng busily complied, savoring every inch of Anna's form, which was truly exquisite, a paragon of beauty. In their nation, military service was mandatory for all, resulting in women possessing remarkably alluring physiques. Eventually, both donned their garments, and Anna squatted on the ground, her gaze vacantly fixed on the distant ship. The vessel had drifted into the river's center, poised to linger there, awaiting Feng's return. Can you walk now? Feng inquired as he supported one of Anna's arms. I can, but... Anna hesitated, recalling the insidious parasitic catfish that had left her feeling flushed and in need of a larger one. Feng glanced at Anna's flushed skin, seemingly grasping her predicament. Thus, he settled behind her, encircling her waist with his hands. Anna offered no resistance, resting her head against his chest. The two embraced for a considerable time until Anna finally turned her head to meet Feng's eyes. Is that all you can do, hold me? She asked. Do you desire something else? Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Moments later, a banyan tree began to sway, accompanied by Anna's suppressed sounds. An hour later, Feng, thoroughly satisfied, had dressed. Anna, with a charming blush gracing her cheeks, jumped down from the banyan tree. Let us go, Anna, Feng said as he grasped her hand. Their fingers intertwined, they ventured towards the downstream tributary. Their current location was already upstream from the indigenous tribes and required several kilometers downstream and around 3 tributaries to reach the tribe. As they progressed, the trees appeared increasingly primal, the banyan trees robust and serpentine, reminiscent of constrictors entwined around each other. Feng sensed that if a python were indeed concealed among the banyan branches, humans would struggle to discern its presence. Be cautious. At that moment, Anna abruptly seized her rifle. Feng was taken aback and slowly raised his head. Before them, merely 10 meters away, a yellow and black-striped tiger emerged. Its massive head loomed ominously, akin to a small water barrel, with a pair of ochre-hued eyes fixed intently on Yifeng. Yifeng stealthily raised his rifle, aiming at the colossal beast. With a ferocious roar, the tiger launched itself, soaring over 5 meters high. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, accompanied by the tiger's anguished cry. It became evident that no matter how formidable an animal may be, it could not contend with firearms. The tiger staggered a few steps forward before collapsing with a thud. Yifeng approached, pressing the rifle against its head. Bang! Once the tiger was lifeless, Yifeng gently stroked its fur. This pelt, if taken back to civilization, would be worth at least $1 million. He sighed. Let us proceed. Do not forget our mission, Anna reminded him. Wait. Yifeng drew his dagger, slicing off the tiger's whiskers and offering a few to Anna. What is the purpose of this? She inquired, puzzled. The tiger reigns as the king of the jungle. Many animals flee at the mere scent of its presence. Wearing tiger whiskers can help us avoid many troubles, Yifeng remarked with a smile. Feng, you are quite knowledgeable. Anna responded as she accepted the tiger whiskers. The two continued on their path, though they no longer dared to hold hands. Instead, Yifeng walked ahead while Anna followed behind. At that moment, Yifeng abruptly raised his rifle. A short while later, the trees ahead rustled, and 2 women emerged. Their faces were pale, their eyes vacant, and their attire suggested they were also survivors. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief and hurried towards them. Hi, have you seen any other survivors? He inquired. The women stared blankly at Yifeng, devoid of surprise or fear, only exhibiting a sense of numbness. Is everything all right? Yifeng quickly supported one of the women, placing his hand on her forehead. You're burning up. Are you running a high fever? Yifeng hesitated, realizing they had not yet entered the indigenous tribe's territory. Anna, what do you think? Should we take them back to the ship? He asked. Yes. Anna, with her kind heart, nodded in agreement. Just then, one of the women began to cough violently, as if attempting to expel her lungs. You can't be developing pneumonia from that fever, can you? Yifeng's brow furrowed. Pneumonia could be somewhat contagious. Throughout this encounter, the 2 women had remained silent, behaving like mere automatons, which heightened Yifeng's alarm. Can you speak? He asked again. At that moment, a faint sound emerged, and an arrowhead protruded from one of the women's mouth. What the? Yifeng swiftly raised his rifle, aiming ahead. Thud! Another arrow shot forth, piercing the heart of the other woman. Bang! Yifeng fired a shot in response. Feng, don't shoot. It's me, Heli. A voice called out as Heli stepped from the woods, holding a makeshift bow and arrow. Heli, why did you kill them? Yifeng demanded, not lowering his gun. However, Heli pointed to the woman who had been struck. Look for yourself. Her heart has been hit, yet she still lives. Why hasn't she died? After speaking, Heli aimed another arrow at the woman's head. Yifeng peered closely and, indeed, saw that despite the arrow lodged in her chest, the woman showed no signs of pain or distress. Thud! Heli loosed another arrow, this time piercing the woman's skull. Chapter 117. Isn't this straightforward? Anna bit her lip, glaring at Heli with anger. What has happened to them? Yifeng asked. A parasitic infectious disease. A new and terrifying contagion. I was coughing and running a high fever a while ago, and the shaman deemed it an infectious disease, exiling me from the tribe. So even if you let me off the ship, I cannot return to the tribe. I can only wander in the forest, Heli explained, a deep hatred flashing in her eyes as she mentioned the shaman. What is this parasitic infectious disease? Yifeng felt a jolt of alarm, stepping back from the bodies. It is a strange illness that emerged 3 months ago, coincidentally, just 80 years after the last great disaster. As Heli spoke, her lips trembled slightly. What manner of contagion is this? Yifeng hastily rubbed a few leaves together in his hands, fearful of infection. It is unknown, a most peculiar affliction. In its early stages, it manifests as a cough, followed by a high fever, ultimately leading to complete numbness. As if the brain can no longer control the body's muscles and expressions. Thus, only a direct shot to the brain can eliminate them. Moreover, the infected display bizarre behaviors, seemingly seeking to transmit the disease to others. The priests have declared that these individuals are no longer human. They are puppets controlled by parasites. Intent on infecting more of our kind, Heli stated with grave seriousness. A shiver ran down Yifeng's spine as he instinctively distanced himself from the corpse. Do you have any doctors in your tribe? He inquired. Doctors? Heli seemed unfamiliar with the term. Yes, physicians capable of curing ailments. Do you not understand? Those who can heal infectious diseases, Feng explained. You mean shamans? The shamans are the priests. They assert that the only way to eradicate this contagion is through sacrificial offerings to the celestial deities, providing fresh tributes to make the affliction vanish, Heli clarified. Feng rolled his eyes. Witchcraft is harmful. Heli, just in time. Could you lead us to the warship? We have a crucial component that has malfunctioned on our vessel, and we need to find these parts aboard the warship, Feng said earnestly. Since I have returned to seek you, I am indeed prepared to accompany you. You are the most trustworthy of the foreign tribes I have encountered, albeit your reliability pales in comparison to ours. Yet, I find myself reliant solely on you at this moment, Heli remarked, her initially firm tones softening gradually. This elicited a desire within Feng to protect her. Rest assured, once aboard my ship, you shall eat what I eat, reside as I do, and work as I work, Feng assured her, patting her shoulder. Very well. I shall guide you. The waterways here are intricate, so be wary of your footing. Do not fall into the marshes, Heli stated, taking the lead. Feng squinted, following closely behind. Although Heli was unlikely to betray him, he remained cautious, preparing for any eventuality. Fortunately, with Heli leading the way, their progress was swift. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed 5 or 6 kilometers, though darkness had begun to descend. They arrived at the end of a tributary, where water cascaded down from higher ground, forming a small stream. Feng's eyes narrowed as he suddenly spotted a small tree at the stream's terminus, adorned with 3 white fruits. Without a word, he dashed forward and swiftly struck. The 3 fruits fell to the ground, and Feng quickly scooped them up and devoured them, finishing them in mere moments. These fruits were remarkable, dissolving almost instantly upon contact with his tongue. A surge of powerful warmth enveloped his body. Feng felt his muscles tighten as all his previous injuries miraculously healed. Incredible! You dare consume the ghost fruit? Heli exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she gazed at Feng. Ghost fruit? Why should it not be eaten? Feng retorted. The ghost fruit. Incredibly toxic. One bite could lead to death. Yet why have you not succumbed? Heli gazed at Feng in astonishment. Feng inquired. Who told you that this fruit is inedible? He sensed that this earnest woman had been misled. It is common knowledge. The chieftain has proclaimed it, and the shamans have echoed the warning. The ghost fruit is absolutely forbidden. Heli continued to stare at Feng, her shock palpable. Alas, what a travesty. What sort of chieftain or shamans deceive you, dear girl? Unable to contain himself, Feng embraced Heli gently. She fell silent, suddenly crouching on the ground, her strikingly contrasting black and white eyes blinking incessantly. From a young age, she had been warned against consuming the ghost fruit. Yet here stood a man who had partaken of it without consequence. Why? Why would the chieftain deceive her? Why would the shamans mislead her? Feng observed the conflict etched on Heli's face and sighed deeply. Perhaps the rulers wished to keep certain truths hidden from those of her stature. After all, the ghost fruit is scarce. The elite scarcely have enough to consume themselves, let alone share with her. Contemplating this, Feng began to pace beside the tributary. In the next moment, a jolt coursed through him, and a spark of insight flashed in his mind. Fruit? River? Tributary? It seemed he was on the brink of an epiphany, yet it eluded his grasp entirely. He too crouched down, cradling his head in his hands. 5 minutes later, he sprang to his feet. I understand. Heli, Anna, I comprehend where these ghost fruits may be found. Upon uttering this, he seized the 2 women and headed toward the end of another tributary. This time, they traveled through the night, and by midnight, Feng finally arrived at a new tributary. His gaze swept left and right, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Indeed, at the end of this tributary stood a small tree bearing 3 white fruits. Feng swiftly severed the tree and harvested the white fruits, distributing 1 to each of them. Initially hesitant, Heli held the fruit near her lips, wavering. Seizing the moment, Feng forcefully assisted her in consuming it. Moments later, Heli's eyes widened in astonishment. How extraordinary! This sensation, it's reminiscent of the candy beans the chieftain bestows upon us. Yet, it eclipses the candy beans in its marvel, Heli exclaimed. What candy beans? Feng asked. Whenever we achieve merit for the tribe, the chieftain and shamans reward us warriors with these candy beans. I have consumed them thrice. Hence the 3 honor tattoos on my arm. However, those 3 candy beans do not possess the pure flavor of this fruit, Heli explained. Isn't it obvious? The candy beans your chieftain rewards you with are merely processed from this fruit. You, my dear, have been duped by those in power, laboring for their benefit. Yifeng embraced Heli once more. His ability to discern the growth patterns of the white fruit stemmed from his frequent viewing of documentaries on the animal kingdom and tropical rainforests. This immense black river, when viewed from several kilometers above, resembles a colossal tree. Chapter 118. The most intimate encounter. The principal river channel represents the trunk of a tree, while its tributaries embody the branches. At the end of these tributaries lies what can be likened to a flower of the tree. What transpires once the tree flower withers? Undoubtedly, it will yield fruit. But why are fruits found along the coastline? It is because the fruits on the tree have ripened and subsequently fallen to the ground beneath the tree, allowing him to collect a few on the shoreline. Clearly, he must hasten his pace. Otherwise, in a few days, he will only be able to search for such white fruits along the coast. However, this secret must remain solely with him. It is best not to disclose it to others. Yifeng felt an exhilarating rush, as if he had suddenly opened the door to a new world. This notion was his own invention, perfectly aligning with certain wondrous laws of nature. "Come, Heli, let us proceed to your tribe," Yifeng exclaimed with a smile. Yet, at that moment, Heli abruptly stood, locking her gaze onto Yifeng's eyes. "Feng, the tribe I hold dear has deceived me. The chief and the priest are in collusion, continuously misleading me and compelling me to serve them. But what have they ever given me? Thus, I must reveal the truth to you. You must not approach the warship's location. It is laden with countless traps awaiting your arrival, and I have been sent to lure you into those snares," Heli declared with unwavering determination. Yifeng responded, "Anna, why would you do this?" Anna seized Heli by the throat, shaking her forcefully. Heli made no effort to resist, seemingly resigned to her fate, as if wishing Anna would ultimately end her life. Yifeng sighed and pulled Anna away. "Enough. Since we have narrowly escaped disaster, I believe Heli genuinely wishes to join our cause. Heli, welcome to my team. In my group, there will be no deceit. Everything will be conducted fairly and justly. Once you join my team, I shall treat you as family, and you shall never be misled." Yifeng spoke earnestly. Heli, now somewhat bewildered, could only nod in agreement. "Since we cannot go to the warship's location, let us seek out some fruits instead. I have discovered that my sense of smell is quite acute, and my luck is particularly fortuitous. With a little searching, I can easily find these white fruits," Yifeng boasted, unwilling to share the secrets of the fruit's growth with the two women. This secret, even from his own father, must remain undisclosed, otherwise it could lead to rivalry and potentially fatal consequences. The white fruit possesses the ability to enhance human strength, along with formidable restorative properties, and even a degree of resistance to toxins, akin to the elixirs found in fantasy novels. One must ponder, in the realm of fantasy, individuals would kill for such elixirs. Possessing the ability to locate them would surely incite others to silence him, ensuring they could monopolize the benefits. After traversing several tributaries, Yifeng discovered 6 white fruits. He consumed 4 of the fruits himself, giving 1 each to the 2 women. After all, his contributions were the most significant, and it was only natural to indulge a bit more. Approaching a large stone, Yifeng suddenly exerted his strength, lifting the heavy boulder above his head and hurling it forcefully ahead. The massive rock soared over 7 meters away. Is it not likely that even the ancient figure of Xiang Yu possessed no greater strength than this? Yifeng was filled with both astonishment and delight as he envisioned the future of carrying great vessels. Anna too had gained the ability to lift objects weighing around 150 to 160 pounds, her endurance notably enhanced. As for Heli, her innate strength surpassed that of most, being a native, and she could now lift approximately 300 pounds. "Feng, how did you discover these ginkgo fruits?" Anna inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. "By intuition," Yifeng responded enigmatically. "You are truly remarkable. Could you assist us in finding a few more of these ginkgo fruits?" Anna asked with an eager expression. "That is not feasible. I have realized that one should not consume too many ginkgo fruits in a single day, lest it overwhelm the body. The dawn is approaching. Let us find a tree to huddle together and rest. After we awaken, I shall take you both to search for more ginkgo fruits," Yifeng stated with seriousness. Agreed. The trio made their way towards the riverbank when suddenly a crocodile came charging towards them, its head swaying ominously. "Quick, take cover," Anna urged. However, Yifeng did not retreat. In the past, he might have shied away from a crocodile, but now, upon seeing it, he felt a sense of contempt. He squatted in a horse stance, and as the dark came and lunged at him, he seized its tail with a sudden motion. With a powerful pull, Yi Feng lifted the 500 or 600-pound creature effortlessly. The crocodile, clearly startled, thrashed desperately in his grip. After spinning it around 3 times, he hurled it like a shot put, sending it crashing into a large tree several meters away. The creature's body contorted upon impact, rendering it lifeless. "Before we sleep, let us have a bite to eat," Yi Feng said as he retrieved his dagger. Half an hour later, the 3 were roasting crocodile meat. For reasons unknown, after consuming the ginkgo fruits, they felt an insatiable hunger, yet their meridians felt unusually swollen. Yi Feng devoured an entire crocodile tail, at least 10 pounds of meat finding its way into his belly. Anna and Heli combined consumed around 6 or 7 pounds. "Let us rest in the trees," Yi Feng suggested, swiftly climbing the banyan tree and effortlessly pulling the 2 women up with him. 10 kilometers downstream, to the left, at the native tribe's riverbank, the priestess clasped her hands together, murmuring obscure incantations. Upon finishing, she released her hands, cradling a lock of black hair in her palms. "O messenger of the divine, why has Heli not yet brought the others? Has something gone awry?" inquired a figure marked by 4 stripes. Indeed, an incident has occurred. According to the resonant waves transmitted by Heli's hair, she has betrayed her own kind and engaged in the most intimate of contacts with those from foreign tribes, the priestess declared, allowing the hair to disperse in the wind. "How despicable! Heli is the only 3-feathered female chief of our tribe, and she dares to betray her own people?" The 4-striped figure paced the riverbank, his eyes aflame with fury. "Divine messenger, please direct me towards vengeance," he implored, kneeling in despair. The priestess nodded thoughtfully, extending a slender finger to gesture towards the upstream direction. "Achoo!" Yi Feng sneezed, gazing at the 2 beautiful women resting in his embrace. Moments ago, he had savored the exquisite pleasures of Heli and Anna. How to describe it? 2 flavors intertwined. This was the first time in his life he had achieved such a remarkable feat, an experience that was simply unparalleled. The sun was already high in the sky, yet the 2 beauties remained in a deep slumber, having been thoroughly exhausted by Yi Feng's fervor. He gently laid them upon the banyan tree and leapt down himself. The crocodile carcass lay partially consumed, and he began slicing the remaining meat into strips and roasting them over the fire. At that moment, he sensed a movement and turned his gaze towards the woods. "Heli, Anna, wake up," Yi Feng commanded in a low voice, simultaneously grasping his rifle. Chapter 119. Confronting Yi Feng, a figure emerged from the trees shortly thereafter. Yi Feng aimed his rifle at the man's head, taking note of the 4 tattoos on his arm. "Where are the others? Have them come out," Yi Feng said coldly, his finger resting on the trigger. "There are no others, Yi Feng. You have taken away my beloved, and I seek a contest of manhood with you," the tattooed man declared, suddenly biting his finger and smearing the blood on his forehead. "Ha ha ha!" Yi Feng released the safety, directly targeting the man's brow. "You are quite considerate. You've even drawn a bullseye for me." At that moment, Heli leapt down from the tree, grabbing Yi Feng's arm. "No. This is a battle between men of the God tribe. Weapons must not be used," Heli urged anxiously. The tattooed man's face flushed red upon seeing Heli's bare skin. "Heli, why? Why do you betray your own kind? And why do you betray me?" He spoke with an expression of desperation. Heli remained silent, her head bowed in shame. Though she was aware that the tribal leaders had deceived her, the education she received since childhood instilled in her a sense of guilt. At that moment, Anna raised her rifle, disengaging the safety. "Stop!" Heli interposed herself in front of the guns. "This is a battle between men. Feng, if you desire me as your woman, wish for my body and heart to be wholly yours, then please fight him as a man. If you win, I shall belong to you entirely and remain loyal to you," Heli stated earnestly. Yi Feng's finger lingered on the trigger for a moment before he finally nodded, setting the rifle aside. Having consumed so many ginkgo nuts, he thought to test the tattooed man's strength against the indigenous people, which would also provide insight into their overall capabilities. Most importantly, Heli was an invaluable figure. Her knowledge of the tribe was extensive, and conquering her heart and mind would grant him access to all their secrets. Anna, observing Yi Feng's decision, could only retreat with her weapon in hand. "Come on, let us fight," Yi Feng announced, casually taking his stance. "I'm coming." The tattooed man charged forward. However, within mere exchanges, Yi Feng effortlessly pinned him to the ground. Yi Feng had not anticipated that the indigenous man with 4 stripes would be so easily vanquished. In terms of combat skills, strength, and speed, Yi Feng held an undeniable advantage. "Do you yield?" Yi Feng queried coldly. Suddenly, the four-striped man let out a furious roar. In the next moment, the surrounding woods reverberated with the sound of heavy footsteps. A dozen tall indigenous warriors emerged, followed by a throng of vengeful children, their numbers impossible to count. You brutish savages, do you dare to resort to trickery? You claim this is a contest between true men? The indigenous warriors showed no sign of hesitation as they charged directly at Yi Feng. In his fury, Yi Feng seized the four-striped man and wielded him like a human weapon against the approaching foes. The foremost two indigenous men were sent flying, their chests crushed upon impact. Releasing his grip, Yi Feng hurled the four-striped man into the crowd and swiftly drew two pistols. Bang! 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 The shots rang out as Anna also opened fire. Only Heli stood by, bewildered and unable to engage her kin in battle. One by one, the indigenous men and vengeful children fell to the ground. Eventually, with his ammunition depleted, Yi Feng resorted to drawing a dagger, engaging the remaining indigenous warriors in fierce combat. Suddenly, 3 blow darts struck Yi Feng in the back. Simultaneously, a vengeful child's claw tore a gash in Yi Feng's thigh, blood gushing forth. "Ah!" Anna shrieked, covering her face with her hands, clearly having been struck by a dart. "Anna!" Yi Feng roared, pivoting to rush towards her, determined to protect his beloved. Unfortunately, other indigenous warriors recklessly surged forward, restraining him. "Feng! Feng!" Anna's cries echoed, drowned by the swarm of vengeful children. Blood splattered from the fray, and in mere moments, Anna's voice faded, replaced by the chilling sound of blades slicing through flesh. "You savages, I will eradicate you all." Yi Feng's eyes blazed crimson as he seized an indigenous man and tore him apart. Heli gasped for breath, finally raising her bow. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Tall indigenous men fell one after another. Suddenly, a blow dart struck Heli, but having consumed the ginkgo fruit, her body had developed a resistance to poison. Now, only 6 vengeful children and 2 indigenous warriors remained. The 2 men fought ferociously, one clinging to Yi Feng's thigh, the other grasping his lower back, their teeth sinking into his arm. Yi Feng forcefully extracted his arm, slashing with his dagger. The warrior behind him clutched his neck, staggering back several meters before slowly collapsing to the ground. Yet, Yi Feng pressed on, plunging the dagger downward into the remaining indigenous man, delivering a fatal blow. The remaining vengeful children charged forward, their claws as hard as steel, leaving deep wounds on Yi Feng's body with each swipe. Enduring the pain, Yi Feng seized one vengeful child and swung it around. 3 vengeful children were swept away, and then his body soared 5 meters into the air, mercilessly crushing the last 2. Thus, the battle finally came to an end. Li Feng gasped heavily, collapsing onto the ground. Heli hurried over, meticulously extracting the needles embedded in his body. However, Li Feng forcefully pushed Heli aside and crawled toward Anna's position. All that remained at the scene was a heap of torn flesh, entrails completely hollowed out, and the face a gruesome blur of blood and muscle. "Anna!" Li Feng roared, clutching the mass of flesh. "Feng, let us return to the ship. The priest knows everything. Our position has been exposed." Heli helped Li Feng to his feet. He nodded, cradling Anna's remains as he made his way to the riverbank, discarding the body into the water. "Home." Li Feng sighed deeply, his steps faltering as he approached the grand vessel. At that moment, he truly felt the malice of this primal land. After a long trek, the two finally arrived beside the tributary, but in the next instant, Li Feng quickly crouched down. There, on the riverbank, stood over 40 indigenous people, accompanied by nearly 100 vengeful children. As for the grand ship, it had drifted to the center of the river, approximately 300 meters away from the natives. "Cowards! If you dare, come down from the ship and engage in a true man's duel with us. Timid outsiders, will you only cower in the middle of the river? Come down and battle us, or the river god shall devour you." The natives' tactics were reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms era, attempting to provoke those on the ship to descend. Bang! Bang! The ship responded with 2 shots, killing 1 native. Yet, the others remained undeterred, continuing to hurl insults from the riverbank. Chapter 120. Heli, hold me tight. Li Feng's expression darkened. He was uncertain how the natives had managed to reach this point. If they remained here, neither of them would be able to board the grand ship. He wished to have Chung Libin steer the vessel to another tributary. But once they revealed themselves, the natives would undoubtedly charge without hesitation. The last encounter with a mere dozen natives had cost him Anna, and he himself had been injured. Now, Faced with such a multitude, Feng could guarantee that their chances of survival were non-existent. On the deck, Susan held her rifle steadily, her expression grave. The ammunition was running low, and she dared not waste it. However, allowing the natives to taunt from the riverbank would ensure that Feng could not board the ship. "Susan, how about we move the ship to the cave's location to wait for Feng? In the meantime, we could replenish our ammunition," said Ramiko. "What if Feng returns and can't find us? How frantic would he be?" Susan shook her head. She had come to understand Feng. Summarizing him in 5 words, lecherous yet reliable, thus she did not wish to abandon him. Indeed, if Feng and Anna return only to find the ship missing, they would surely be driven to despair, Su Yun added. The others silently nodded. In recent days, under Feng's leadership, they had finally constructed the grand ship, and he had ensured their food supply, providing them with a relatively stable environment for survival. In the past, they wandered through the woods, enduring hunger for 3 days while simultaneously evading the elusive predators that lurked nearby. It was indeed a dire situation. "Do you have any other alternatives?" Rimiko retorted. Susan hesitated. After Feng departed, Susan assumed leadership aboard the vessel, for she possessed martial skills, marksmanship, and an appealing appearance, earning the respect of her companions. Most importantly, she was appointed as Feng's second-in-command. "Very well. Let us first procure some firearms and ammunition downstream, then return here to await Feng," Susan declared. In the jungle, Feng watched the ship gradually vanish from sight, his eyes filled with dread. "Hey, Susan, you can't do this. Don't leave me." At that moment, despair consumed Feng's heart. "What if we pursue the ship? Perhaps they have gone downstream to wait for you," Heli suggested. Indeed, with that, the two hastily made their way downstream, but after running only a few meters, a long spear shot through the air from behind. The natives had discovered them. "Run!" Feng shouted, pulling Heli to flee. After a kilometer, Feng was taken aback to find a tributary approximately 2 kilometers wide obstructing their escape. Feng gazed at the dense swarm of piranhas in the water, his expression darkening. "Let us take a detour." With that, they hurried toward the tributary's end. Behind them, the chilling sounds of the natives echoed, accompanied by their shouts. After running 2 kilometers, Heli could no longer keep up, so Feng decided to carry her on his back. Although the natives could not match Feng's speed, they seemed to persistently close the gap whenever he paused to rest. The natives were exceptional hunters in the jungle, their tracking abilities far surpassing Feng's. After firing 3 shots, Feng managed to kill 2 natives, but his ammunition was exhausted. He had hoped to intimidate them, but it proved ineffective. They relentlessly pursued him. The 2 groups alternated between chasing and pausing until darkness fell. Time passed without measure as Feng reached the tributary's end. There, on elevated ground, a silver tree was blooming at a visibly rapid pace, soon bearing pale silver fruits. Gulp. For reasons unknown, upon seeing the fruit, Feng's mouth began to water profusely. "Do not disturb it. This tree seems to possess life. If it senses danger, the fruit will retract," Feng cautioned, and he and Heli concealed themselves in the underbrush. Heli nodded, leaning against Feng's back. After several minutes, the silver fruit gradually emerged, quickly growing to the size of a fist, though regrettably, there was only one. "Shoo!" Feng signaled for silence, drawing his dagger. He stealthily approached the silver tree, and when he was about 5 meters away, he suddenly quickened his pace. With a swift motion, he severed the tree in 2. As Feng seized the fruit, he was startled to find that the fruit began to shrink rapidly once the tree was cut down. "This is not good." He decisively stuffed the fruit into his mouth, swallowing it in just a few bites. A surge of potent heat began to ravage within Feng's body, causing him to drop to the ground in agony. "Feng!" Healy hurried to assist Feng. Feng rolled up his sleeves, revealing a serpentine mark that gradually took shape on his arm, swiftly transforming into a silver stripe akin to a tattoo. In the next moment, Feng swung his arm. Unlike the previous time he consumed the ginkgo, he sensed that not only had his strength increased, but his mental acuity, physical constitution, and vision had also received significant enhancements. This sensation was utterly wondrous. Feng glanced across the stream, suddenly feeling an urge to leap into action. "Wait here for me." After speaking, he took a running start and leaped towards the opposite bank, spanning several meters. Thud! He landed directly on the other side, his legs sinking into the soil. "Ah!" Healy gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief. Just moments ago, Yi Feng had leaped like a flying man, covering such a distance. Ha ha. Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily. He took another running start and landed beside He Li. Quick, jump onto my back. Yi Feng crouched in a horse stance. He Li, standing at about 1.5 meters tall, was considered tall among indigenous women, weighing roughly 80 pounds. Yi Feng felt no burden at all carrying her. However, at that moment, a spear shot from behind, grazing He Li's skin. You can't escape, foreigner. The indigenous people pursued them, launching a flurry of darts. He Li, hold on tight to my back, I'm going to jump. Yi Feng took off running, leaping once more with He Li on his back. Thud. The two of them landed in the woods on the opposite side. Looking back, they saw a dozen indigenous warriors charging towards their previous location, firing arrows and throwing spears. A dart was lodged in Yi Feng's arm. However, he felt no pain at all, for after consuming the silver fruit, his body's resistance to toxins had greatly improved. He quickly moved 20 meters into the woods, hiding behind a tree, coldly observing the indigenous warriors across the way. I have no intention of being your enemy. And I hope you do not push too far, for it will bring no benefit to anyone, Yi Feng called out from behind the tree. Yet, the indigenous people were unyielding, anxiously pacing back and forth on the opposite bank. Finally, a warrior adorned with 2 stripes retreated 5 or 6 meters, then took a running leap, splashing into the river. In an instant, a swarm of piranhas and crocodiles converged upon him. Startled, the indigenous man swam towards Yi Feng, attempting to reach the shore quickly. Unfortunately, the creatures of the river offered him no mercy. Just 5 meters from the bank, he was struck by pain, his body convulsing, unable to take another step. Within 2 minutes, a crocodile clamped onto his leg, dragging him to the riverbed, a plume of red bubbles rising to the surface. The expressions of the other indigenous people shifted as hesitation crept in. As members of the Gay tribe, we have been adversaries for generations. Your women will be toyed with until their last breath. Your children will suffer the cruelest fates, and you shall be reduced to mere pulp, one of the natives hissed. Glaring at Yi Feng, I stand by my words. I harbor no intent to oppose the Gay tribe. However, if you insist on my demise, I shall resist with all my might. In that case, the outcome remains uncertain, Yi Feng declared, without pausing, as he pressed onward downstream. The terrain was a labyrinth of waterways, and without his enhanced vision and the assistance of Heli, he might have lost his way. In the primeval forest, Yi Feng, with Heli on his back, sprinted with the speed of a cheetah. Along their path, they encountered a wild boar, which Yi Feng dispatched with a single blow. At his current strength, the boar was no more threatening than a larger-than-average cat. Most critically, Yi Feng was out of ammunition. His rifle had become a mere stick. At that moment, the sound of human conversation reached his ears. Boss Ma, what do we do now? The large ship has been smashed and swept away by the river. And your wife was aboard. As the underbrush parted, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao emerged. The moment they raised their eyes, they spotted Yi Feng and Heli. Ma Xikong narrowed his eyes and bolted downstream. Wang Tao hesitated for 2 seconds before following suit. Humph. Yi Feng raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. Click. Almost forgetting. He was out of bullets. Dismissing the thought, he seized Heli and pursued them downstream. The chase led them to the location of the cavern. Yi Feng gazed into the distance, astonished to find that the large ship had indeed halted in this stretch of the river, yet due to the propeller's predicament, it could not dock and was being carried downstream by the current. After careful consideration, he resolved to deal with Wang Tao and Ma Xikong first. Otherwise, these two would remain a persistent threat. Upon finally reaching the cavern site, Yi Feng was taken aback by the sight of the former campsite. The cave had collapsed, its entrance obstructed by countless rocks. With no escape route, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao could only flee towards the debris. Heli, wait here for me, he instructed, swiftly chasing after the pile of rubble. The cave was not entirely blocked. There were gaps through which one could access the underground base. When Ma Xikong turned to glance back, he was shocked to see Yi Feng pursuing him with a dagger in hand. Noticing that Yi Feng was unarmed, he climbed atop a massive boulder, crossing his arms defiantly. Yi Feng, are you seeking death? Ma Xikong taunted, striking a karate pose. In his mind, with Wang Tao by his side, they were more than capable of handling Yi Feng. Yi Feng chuckled internally, yet feigned fear on the surface to prevent the two from escaping once again. With his current strength, even 3 Ma Xikongs would not pose a challenge. You two are formidable. I shall retreat, Yi Feng declared, pretending to flee. Boss Ma, he is afraid. He is no match for you, Wang Tao exclaimed joyously, charging towards Yi Feng. Feng feigned a sprint of 2 or 3 meters before suddenly pivoting to retrieve something. At that moment, a spear hurtled through the air from behind, narrowly missing his back. Turning around, he saw the group of indigenous people had closed in on him. "Healy, you must run," Feng urged, immediately slipping into a crevice in the rocks, heading deeper into the cave. Ahead of him, Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were also racing forward, well aware of the fierce reputation of the natives. To remain stationary meant certain doom, akin to being roasted whole like lamb. Having scarcely covered 20 meters, darkness enveloped them. Feng widened his eyes, straining to observe his surroundings. "You cannot escape, foreigner." The natives had followed him into the cave, but the vengeful children paused, leaping about on the spot. No matter how much the indigenous people urged them, they refused to venture further into the cavern. "Chief Mori, the priests have warned us. The Cave of Spirits is home to the serpent deity. Are we truly going inside?" One of the natives inquired, a tremor of fear in his voice. "The foreigner is just ahead. If we can capture him alive, the esteemed priests will surely grant us divine beings, bestowing upon us immense power. If you lack courage, stay here. Those with guts, follow me." With that, the man named Mori inverted his spear and began to strike 2 pieces of black stone together. Before long, a torch ignited. The natives hesitated momentarily, but ultimately extended their spears forward. In no time, 12 torches illuminated the entrance of the cave. Mori shoved 2 natives ahead to clear the path while he sheltered himself in the middle. As for the vengeful children, they dared only to emit high-pitched squeals at the entrance, too fearful to pursue further. Deep within the inky darkness of the cave, Feng observed this spectacle. He had not anticipated that the fearless, vengeful children would exhibit such trepidation. Clearly, something within the cave instilled fear in them. Yet it was certainly not a python, for he had witnessed the vengeful children dismember a tiger. If they were unafraid of a tiger, how could they fear a serpent? Cursing under his breath, Feng noted the approaching torches of the natives and knew he had no choice but to delve deeper into the cave. Finally, he descended a set of steps. Arriving at a waterlogged area, and unexpectedly collided with someone. "Ouch! It's that rascal Wang Tao." Feng's dagger swung forward, but he struck nothing, indicating that Wang Tao had hidden himself. Regardless, Feng plunged into the water, cautiously making his way further, hands outstretched, fearful of encountering something terrifying. He heard a rustling to his left. It seemed Wang Tao and Ma Xikong had also entered the water. However, Feng could not afford to deal with them just yet. The indigenous people were his immediate concern. At that moment, several torches appeared on the bank, signaling that the natives had reached the bottom of the steps. One of them hurled a torch inside, illuminated by the fleeting flame. Feng caught a glimpse of the surrounding structures, spanning a dozen meters. He resumed his pace, uncertain of how long he had been walking, but he sensed the water becoming shallower. Gradually, he stepped onto dry ground, his hands groping in the pitch-black void, and it felt as though he had grasped a cold metallic object. Thus, Feng exerted a forceful push, yet the object remained unmoved. He then grasped a recess and pulled with all his might. With a creaking sound, it was as though an iron door had been drawn open, releasing a wave of dank, musty air. Coughing twice, Feng swiftly covered his mouth. He navigated the darkness like a blind man, unable to see his own hands, relying solely on the touch of the wall to guide him deeper. Soon, his fingers brushed against a cold surface. Chapter 122. Are you not one of them? Feng struck the surface lightly. It bore neither the quality of metal nor stone, and was remarkably smooth. Glass. He ran his hand across the entire expanse, confirming it indeed resembled a pane of glass. Had glass existed during World War II? Feng pondered the inception of glass, but continued forward. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as he inadvertently kicked something over. In an instant, a pale green flame ignited, casting an eerie glow throughout the chamber. Gasping in shock, Feng observed that he was situated in an octagonal subterranean room where 8 enormous glass containers were meticulously arranged near the walls. Some of these vessels were shattered, revealing a dark, ash-colored liquid within. The intact containers, however, were cloaked in dust. After brushing away the grime, Feng finally discerned the contents inside. Within one glass vessel lay a specimen, its fangs protruding, eyes bulging forward, and hands transformed into sharp claws. Notably, a tail had sprouted from its rear, the tip of which had ossified, bearing a resemblance to the Wraith Child. Could this be the result of German experimentation? Feng mused, striving to quell his rising anxiety. He turned his gaze to the next container, within which the specimen exhibited fine black fur, its body seemingly shrunken, resembling the wraith child by 30%. Upon examining the next intact glass container, he found that the specimen retained some ocular characteristics but had otherwise become indistinguishable from the wraith child. After considerable contemplation, it appeared that the wraith child had been cultivated by the Germans. In this laboratory, only 3 glass containers remained intact, the others were shattered, leaving Yifeng uncertain whether they had been broken by human hands or if the creatures within had escaped. Consequently, Yifeng approached the inner door and cautiously pushed open the corroded iron portal. Upon entering, he felt as if he had stepped into a pile of excrement. Lifting his foot, he discovered a large smear of viscous, black-gray substance adhering to the sole, reminiscent of freshly extracted oil or uncoagulated asphalt. Devoid of any odor, yet visually repulsive. Illuminated by the eerie green glow, Yifeng peered into the chamber, which contained 9 stone beds, each bound with corroded iron chains to various animal cadavers. Among them were lions, tigers, humans, and hyenas. Due to the room's sealed nature, these bodies had not decayed into mere skeletons, but had instead transformed into mummies. Yifeng surveyed each cart beside the stone beds, which were adorned with various glass containers, some still containing unevaporated liquids. These must be potions that promote mutation. With this thought in mind, Yifeng picked up a dusty bag nearby and placed the potions inside, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Perhaps one day, they might prove useful. Just then, the sound of water echoed from outside, as if a multitude of people were approaching. Alarmed, he quickly concealed himself beneath a stone bed. The voices outside grew increasingly distinct. "Chief, there is water here. It seems the foreign tribesmen have landed. Enter." Lying beneath the bed, Yifeng grasped his dagger, awaiting the arrival of the indigenous people. In such a confined environment, their bows and spears would be rendered ineffective, and he might just consume this band of pursuers whole. Resolute, Yifeng decided to ambush and eliminate 2 of the indigenous individuals, leaving the remaining 10 to confront head-on. Footsteps echoed from the outer chamber as the indigenous people entered, busily rummaging about. Suddenly, a crash resounded, likely the sound of glass shattering. "Ah, this liquid smells awful." One of the natives screamed. "Stay away from me. My body is melting. Ah, help me. Chief Mori, save me." Soon after, silence enveloped the outside. "Let us leave. This place is eerie. The serpent god may be nearby," one indigenous person remarked, and Yifeng heard their footsteps retreating from the outer chamber. He let out a sigh of relief and rose from beneath the stone bed. He too felt it was unwise to linger in this place. But he was fortunate to have made some gains, having secured the potions. He would need to investigate their effects. If they induced mutation, he would discard them. But if they enhanced strength, he would secretly use them. Stepping over the blackish-gray liquid, Yifeng entered the outer chamber, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. 12 pairs of eyes coldly fixated on him. "Ah, foreign tribesman, it seems you are not very clever. I merely called out, and you came right out," sneered the indigenous man named Mori, as he and his comrades began to encircle Yifeng. "To hell with you." Yifeng charged into the crowd instead of retreating. The ensuing battle raged for a full half-hour. Yifeng, despite his newfound strength, was at a disadvantage due to the towering stature of his opponents, each standing at 2 meters tall. Fortunately, he persevered and, after exhausting his energy, finally vanquished the last of the indigenous warriors. "I can't go on." Yifeng collapsed onto the blackish-gray liquid, extracting a long spear that had pierced his abdomen, and removed his shirt to bind around his waist. As for the broken spear lodged in his back, he could do nothing about it for the moment, allowing it to remain in place. If he attempted to remove it, he would be unable to tend to the wound and risk excessive blood loss. After resting for 5 minutes, Yifeng stood up, breathless, and made his arduous way outside. Although these indigenous people had grievously injured him, they had also yielded 2 pieces of black stone, which, when struck together, produced sparks. It must indeed be the legendary flint. Yifeng held a torch aloft, and, after traversing 50 meters through the water, finally arrived at the former armory. He retrieved a rifle, a handgun, along with 100 rounds of rifle ammunition and 200 rounds of handgun ammunition, before making his way towards the cave's exit. Outside the cave, numerous vengeful monkeys awaited. He was gravely injured and could rely only on firearms. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed from outside the cave, and stones rained down from above like a torrential downpour. Yifeng quickly crouched down, shielding his head with both hands. What on earth was happening? Who was throwing grenades outside? A realization struck him. It must be Wang Tao and Ma Xikong who had found heavy weaponry and were engaged in battle with the vengeful children outside. He decided to wait by the shore, hoping the two would carve a path for him. After roughly an hour, the sounds of the vengeful children had ceased, indicating they had either retreated or been vanquished by Wang Tao and Ma Xikong's weapons. Good. It was time for him to make his move. Weakly, Feng rose to his feet, swaying slightly as he approached the cave's mouth. Upon reaching the entrance, he was greeted by the sight of vengeful children's corpses strewn across the ground, with a large crater left behind from the grenade explosion. Oh no! What if those two were lying in wait outside? Feng's expression changed dramatically. With this thought, he pulled out a grenade, aiming it towards the gaps in the rocks. After the cave's collapse, many crevices had appeared, and Feng planned to create a diversion. He swiftly tossed the grenade and dove into another crevice. Boom! The grenade detonated, sending a cascade of debris crashing down. Seizing the opportunity, Feng glimpsed the sunlight outside once more. Indeed, 2 gunshots rang out. Wang Tao and Ma Xikong were lying in ambush outside the cave, firing at the spot where the grenade had exploded. Yet, when the smoke cleared, nothing was left. At last, Feng found his moment. He raised his rifle, targeting Ma Xikong first, for this man was the most skilled marksman. Eliminating him would render Wang Tao vulnerable. Bang! Alas, it was too late. Ma Xikong immediately spotted Feng emerging. With a single shot, he sent Feng's rifle flying. Feng rolled to grab his handgun. But in the next instant, a bullet whizzed past his ear. The rush of wind left Feng's ears ringing. Run! In a mere tenth of a second, Feng realized he could not match Ma Xikong's shooting prowess. Thus, he zigzagged towards the riverbank. Bang! A bullet grazed his backside. Terrified, Feng had not anticipated Ma Xikong's accuracy to be so formidable. He abandoned pretense and sprinted with all his might. Bang bang! 2 more shots rang out. Yet the dense foliage provided him with a narrow escape. Bang! Another bullet zipped past his head, parting his hair. Finally, Feng beheld the great river. He disregarded the leeches and parasitic catfish lurking within and plunged into the water with a splash. Gurgling, he descended 5 meters underwater and began to swim. He held his breath, swimming until exhaustion forced him to surface. Suddenly, a bullet struck the water mere inches away. Feng glanced towards the shore, 40 meters distant, where Ma Xikong and Wang Tao had emerged from the woods, rifles aimed directly at him. Cursing under his breath, he plunged back beneath the surface. After swimming 50 meters, he finally surfaced, gasping for air. Another gunshot rang out, and he felt a sharp pain in his ribs. The water around him instantly stained crimson. Panic surged through him as he clutched his side, but it was too late. A swarm of ferocious red-bellied piranhas rushed towards him, their jaws snapping hungrily. Simultaneously, a multitude of parasitic catfish encircled him, forming a wall of carnivorous fury. 2 gunshots echoed behind him. It was Susan on the ship firing her weapon. Startled, Ma Xikong quickly retreated into the trees with Wang Tao. Feng, swim this way. Suyin shouted from the deck. Brother Yi, hurry. Something's behind you. It looks like a crocodile. Ding Tuanshuan yelled in alarm. Terrified, Feng released his wound and swam with all his might towards the ship. He felt something relentlessly tearing at his injury, causing his entire body to convulse, rendering his arms nearly immobile. Suddenly, he heard the sound of someone entering the water. He saw Susan swimming toward him with all her strength, having jumped from the ship since it couldn't dock in the turbulent river. His ribs felt numb, and his left arm was completely incapacitated, forcing him to paddle forward with one hand. Feng. Susan grasped his arm, straining to pull him ahead. Just as they reached the ship's underside, a knotted rope fell, ensnaring his neck. The crew above, disregarding everything else, began to pull him up. He gasped for breath as the noose tightened, hoisting him upward. With a thud, he landed on the deck, clutching his throat in desperation. Quick, pull Susan up too. Hurry, he shouted. In a flurry of activity, they managed to hoist Susan onto the deck. Immediately, she stripped off her clothes and began extracting the parasitic catfish from her body. Feng, I'll help you. Raimai rushed over to assist him. After half an hour of frantic work, they finally cleared the leeches and catfish from both Feng and Susan. Exhausted, they lay flat on the deck, gasping for air. After a long moment, Feng propped himself up, his gaze unfocused as he looked at the others on the ship. Who was the fool that put the rope around my neck? Feng asked coldly. You nearly hanged me. I don't know. The group quickly spread their hands in a gesture of innocence, feigning ignorance. Forget it. I do not hold any ill will towards you. Had it not been for the noose around my neck that pulled me onto the deck, I might have been devoured by piranhas by now. Regardless, I am grateful to you all. Yi Feng's tone suddenly softened. Ah, big brother Yi. It was I who ensnared you with the rope. Ding Tuanshuan chimed in, eager to take credit now that the danger had passed. So it was you, you little rascal. I exposed you with a mere ruse, Yi Feng said, wrapping an arm around Ding Tuanshuan and playfully biting her charming cheek. As for Susan, she had already been escorted to the cabin to rest, her legs wobbling as she walked. Yi Feng felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that Susan's first experience had been with a parasitic catfish? Massey Kong and Wang Tao concealed themselves within the woods, watching helplessly as the grand ship unfurled its sails and sailed upstream. Damn it! How did that scoundrel Yi Feng escape again? Wang Tao exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Massey Kong frowned, about to unleash his wrath, when suddenly his expression shifted. He swiftly turned, gun drawn, aiming towards the dense thicket behind them. Is it man or beast? Massey Kong's voice trembled slightly as he sensed a formidable presence emanating from the forest. Humans are capable of sensing such energies, especially after enduring prolonged periods of high pressure, which heightens their instincts. As a few small trees parted, an indigenous man emerged. Hands clasped behind his back, his face betraying no emotion. Massey Kong observed that this individual was not tall, yet his arms moved with great strength, agile as a monkey. Most strikingly, the indigenous man bore 7 tattoos on his arms. Are you an ally of these foreigners? He pointed towards the distant ship. Indeed, Massey Kong swallowed hard. Despite wielding a firearm, he felt no inclination to resist this indigenous man. Very well, you possess this divine crossbow. We can collaborate to seize that vessel. Perhaps we can use it to escape upstream and evade the once-in-80 years calamity. Chapter 124. Not daring to enter the water upon finishing his statement, the foliage behind him rustled, as at least 20 other indigenous individuals emerged, accompanied by a multitude of resentful children. Massey Kong and Wang Tao exchanged glances, simultaneously lowering their rifles. Excellent. Firearms might be formidable, but the indigenous man suddenly moved his arm, sending a stone dagger flying, which embedded itself into a large tree, nearly reaching the hilt. Massey Kong broke into a cold sweat. This fellow's throwing skills were impressive. Had they engaged in a shootout earlier, he could not guarantee he would have triumphed over this indigenous man. Chief, can these 2 foreigners be trusted? What if they deceive us? One indigenous man queried. Sporting 5 tattoos on his arm. Botchdu, I am the chief, and I have my own plans. You may step aside, the man with 7 tattoos replied calmly. No, the foreigners are too cunning. Only their blood can restore my pride. Botchdu shook his head vehemently. The chieftain slowly turned his head, fixing a piercing gaze upon Badu. With a swift motion, he drew forth a dagger, confronting Badu directly. Shall we? It was evident that a duel was imminent between the two. Badu swallowed hard, unable to suppress a step backward, a flicker of fear dancing in his eyes. Observing Badu's submission, the chieftain gradually sheathed his dagger. Badu, escort these 2 foreign friends into the tribe. Thus, Massey Kong and Wang Tao became esteemed guests of the Ga tribe, following the chieftain towards the heart of the settlement. Yi Feng lay supine on the cot in the midsection, while Rimai Zi tended to his wounds with herbal remedies. The piranhas had been merciless, gnawing a hole through his ribcage. Does it hurt? Rimai Zi leaned against Yi Feng's arm, seeking to alleviate his suffering with her gentle presence. It's a bit itchy. I can feel new flesh regenerating, Yi Feng replied nonchalantly. Given his current physique, even if a rib were to be devoured, it might gradually mend itself. Indeed, such confidence stemmed from the remarkable properties of that silver fruit, bestowing him with extraordinary regenerative abilities, as long as it doesn't hurt. However, we cannot address the issue of the propeller right now. Our ship's primary propulsion relies solely on the sails. Should I disembark to search for the propeller? Rimai Zi inquired. No, absolutely not. The natives are quite unpredictable, and their shaman seems omniscient, as if they can discern our location. Thus, we are at a distinct disadvantage. Yi Feng shook his head. He pondered about Heli, who had fled into the jungle. There remained a sliver of hope for her survival. Yet should she fall into the hands of the natives, the likelihood of her enduring torment until death was grim. Massey Kong and Wang Tao cautiously entered the native tribe, their grips firmly around their rifles. The riverbank was strewn with a multitude of corpses, and some natives, cradling children, smeared the blood from the bodies onto the children's foreheads, the significance of which remained a mystery. Ugh! Wang Tao retched softly. Esteemed guests, please enter our tribe. The chieftain gestured forward, as two rudimentary wooden doors swung open. Masi Kong wrinkled his nose, nearly succumbing to nausea at the overpowering stench of excrement. Within the tribe, men, women, and children were present. Groups of native warriors patrolled the area. Boss, this native tribe is quite expansive. I estimate there are at least 600 or 700 warriors, Wang Tao whispered. Speak less. Observe more. Masi Kong inhaled deeply, trailing behind the chieftain. His singular aim was to seize Yi Feng's grand vessel. However, the ship lay anchored in the middle of the river. Chieftain, perhaps I could teach you to construct a crossbow. By attaching barbed hooks to the front and tying ropes to the back, if aimed correctly at the ship, we could use the crossbow's pulling force to draw it to shore, thereby capturing Yi Feng and his woman. Masi Kong stepped forward suddenly, this idea having just struck him. Oh, what is a crossbow? The chieftain turned his head, regarding Masi Kong with intrigue. Let us do this. Summon all the craftsmen in the tribe, and I shall instruct them on how to fashion a crossbow. Masi Kong smiled slightly. Certainly, as long as I can acquire the grand vessel. I shall ensure that all the artisans of the tribe heed your command. The chieftain nodded. Heli was sprinting through the jungle, her thigh drenched in blood from a gunshot inflicted by Masi Kong. Behind her, a pack of wild wolves, numbering at least 20, relentlessly pursued her. Although she had managed to slay several with her spear, her stamina was rapidly depleting. Feng, where are you? Heli felt a surge of anxiety, wandering helplessly. She sensed her strength waning swiftly. If she could not elude the pack, her fate was all but sealed. At that moment, her gaze darted towards the center of the great river. A boat. Heli's heart soared with joy as she dashed from the thicket, waving vigorously towards the vessel. Feng, I am here. Over here. Turn around quickly. Unfortunately, the boat was too distant, rendering her cries inaudible. In desperation, she hurled her spear, which traveled a mere 20 meters before plunging feebly into the water. Feng, come back and save me. Heli knelt by the riverbank, tears streaming down her cheeks. The rustling sounds from the woods behind her signaled the encroachment of the wolves. Those outsiders, indeed, they are untrustworthy. Cursed be the outsiders. After cursing them, Heli resignedly closed her eyes. She could hear the growls of the wolves drawing near. Yet, she was too exhausted to flee. The copious blood loss left her dizzy, and she could only await her demise. A roar erupted as the alpha wolf lunged toward her. Is this truly how it ends? Regrettably, not perishing upon the sacred mountain. Heli sighed inwardly. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling her, and she glanced towards the river's center. The grand vessel was approaching, and several small dark figures were faintly visible on the deck. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots echoed as 2 wolves fell lifeless. Ah! Feng, has he seen me? The fierce instinct for survival compelled Heli to draw her dagger, ready to confront the wolves behind her. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots, and yet another wolf was slain. Heli! Heli! I am coming to rescue you. It was Yi Feng's voice, seemingly attuned to her distress. Moments ago, the grand vessel had been upstream. But from 2,000 meters away, he had sensed someone calling his name. Standing on the deck, he scanned the horizon and immediately spotted Heli kneeling by the shore. After consuming the silver fruit, his vision had vastly improved, allowing him to discern everything within a 2-kilometer radius. Heli, swim towards the grand vessel. Cover any wounds you have to prevent the parasitic catfish from entering. Yi Feng shouted from the deck. His body was riddled with injuries, leaving him too fearful to enter the water. Gritting her teeth, Heli scooped up a handful of mud from the riverbank and smeared it over her wounds before plunging into the river with a determined leap. Chapter 125. I shall ask you one more crucial question. Pain seared through her thigh, yet Heli paid it no mind as she vigorously flailed her arms. At last, she was drawing closer to the grand vessel, but it appeared somewhat uncontrollable. Hurry, come aboard. Yi Feng extended a rope, lassoing it around Heli's waist. With a single, powerful tug, he pulled her upward. Upon reaching the upper deck, Heli hastily removed the leeches and parasitic catfish that clung to her thigh. Subsequently, she shed her garments. Let me assist you, Yi Feng said, skillfully extracting the parasitic catfish from her body. After her afflictions were cleared, Heli leaped into Yi Feng's embrace, overwhelmed with exhilaration, yearning to shout in joy. Surviving near-death experiences was something she had encountered only twice in her life. The first was through her own resilience, and the second, thanks to Yi Feng. From that moment forth, Yi Feng became her light, her deity, to whom she wished to devote her entire being. Oh, it's nothing. I'll carry you back to rest. Someone, quickly gather herbs for Heli. And you, prepare some food. Look at how famished she is, Yi Feng instructed. Lena glanced at Heli and eventually nodded, having already learned of Anna's demise and having wept profusely moments ago. After carrying Heli back to the cabin, she clung tightly to Yi Feng's neck, refusing to let go. The usually strong-willed woman seemed to have found her anchor. What's wrong, Heli? Yi Feng asked, holding her close. Feng, I must share a secret with you. Our tribe comprises 800 warriors, elders, the ill, women, and countless children. Do not oppose them. You cannot triumph over them, Heli revealed. 800? Yi Feng's expression fell. He had assumed there were only 200 indigenous warriors, never anticipating such a vast number. Moreover, the priestesses possess a unique ability. They can discern your location through certain items you carry. You are currently under their watch, Heli continued. Yi Feng's countenance darkened again, realizing that these indigenous people possessed such capabilities made matters more complicated. Is there no limitation on distance? For instance, if I were to flee 10,000 kilometers away, could she still determine my whereabouts? Yi Feng inquired, believing that all powers must have constraints. If the priestess were indeed so formidable, she would border on divine. There should be limitations, likely within a few kilometers. Heli's words eased Yi Feng's concerns. Are there any other secrets? Tell me everything. He pressed a kiss upon her forehead as a reward. Yes, in 30 days, all tribespeople will journey upstream for a ritual. After the ceremony, a beastmaster will emerge. The beastmaster is immensely powerful. Upon their appearance, they will depart from the Black Tree River Basin and ascend to the northern mountains. Becoming a servant of the divine, Heli disclosed. What is a beastmaster? How powerful are they? Are they stronger than your mightiest warriors? Yi Feng queried, puzzled. Yes, the beastmaster surpasses even our chieftain in strength. Furthermore, I must confess, I previously deceived you. Our chieftain bears 7 tattoos. Able to lift a great water buffalo with one hand and shoot down the sun with a spear, yet even his power pales in comparison to the beastmasteress, who is far too formidable and will thus leave the Black Tree River Basin. Heli stammered in explanation. Yi Feng suspected that the indigenous people had a penchant for exaggeration. Shooting down the sun with a spear? This should be a form of exaggerated embellishment. However, the chieftain adorned with 7 tattoos is evidently the mightiest warrior of the tribe. I comprehend how the beast fighters come into being. What is the specific process? Have you participated in it? Yi Feng inquired further. I have indeed participated. It requires the sacrifice of 100 beings, which includes pure maidens, robust warriors, formidable tigers, powerful water buffaloes, and jungle elephants, totaling 100 creatures. Subsequently, one must consume a golden fruit. Upon ingesting this fruit, the chosen warrior transforms into a beast fighter, Heli explained. The indigenous people's speech is succinct, lacking elaborate embellishments, employing exaggeration only when describing strength. Yi Feng stroked his chin, his eyes narrowing. Clearly, the preceding sacrifices serve as a mere fade, perhaps a strategy by the chieftain to eliminate internal adversaries. Only the final golden fruit holds significance. Where does this golden fruit appear? Yi Feng asked. The golden fruit is located upstream, at least 100 kilometers from here, and it bears fruit only once every 3 years. Thus, we typically see the emergence of a powerful beast fighter every 3 years. If a beast fighter does not materialize, the priests become quite displeased. They will sacrifice 100 strong warriors at the Great Swamp, seemingly to appease the gods, Heli remarked. I understand. Yi Feng nodded, his gaze drifting to the window as his astute mind raced with thoughts. Clearly, there are secrets to the north of the Black Tree River Valley. Secrets known only to the tribe's elite. Heli, being merely a third-rank member, lacks the privilege to be privy to such matters. However, as long as these indigenous people do not pose a threat to him, it is of little concern. Nonetheless, that golden fruit seems worth covertly acquiring for research. Perhaps consuming it would endow him with superhuman abilities. After all, upon ingesting the silver fruit, Yi Feng felt his strength reach 1,000 pounds. Surely the golden fruit is of a superior caliber? Consuming it might elevate his strength to 2,000 or even 5,000 pounds. Suddenly, Yi Feng conceived the most critical inquiry. Heli, during your sacrifices, does everyone venture upstream for 100 kilometers? Yi Feng posed the pivotal question. Almost everyone does, particularly the more formidable leaders. Only a handful of ordinary warriors remain in the tribe. Women, the weak, children, and the elderly are deemed unworthy to participate in the triannual grand sacrifice, Heli replied. Understood. In essence, 30 days from now, the God tribe's worship will stand unguarded. By the way, what of the resentment children? Will they also partake in the sacrifices? Yi Feng asked again. Some will attend, but the older resentment children and the weaker ones will not, Heli answered succinctly. Yi Feng sensed an opportunity. When the majority of the tribe's strongmen depart for the sacrificial ceremony in 30 days, he could seize the moment to infiltrate the worship. He would first create artificial smoke bombs to flush out all the resentment children aboard, allowing them to penetrate the vessel's interior in search of the propeller. Heli, allow me to pose one final crucial question. Does your worship possess a propeller? Yi Feng inquired once more. What propeller? Heli appeared utterly bewildered, clearly indicating the limited understanding of the indigenous people. Chapter 126. Let us not be so restrained. Yi Feng casually took out a piece of charcoal and began to sketch on the floor. Fortunately, my artistic skills are quite remarkable. Do you see this? Yi Feng pointed to the floor, urging Heli to comprehend. What is this? Heli gazed at the watermelon depicted on the ground, her mind filled with more questions. It's a propeller. Can't you tell? Yi Feng exclaimed, growing anxious. If the warship lacked a propeller, what was the point? Manufacturing one would likely take several months, if not a year, and there was no guarantee of producing a properly shaped blade. At that moment, Raimai entered, glancing at Yi Feng's watermelon drawing. Feng, your drawing skills are quite poor. Just feed her the herbal medicine. I will handle the drawing. Raimai took the charcoal and slowly illustrated the shape of the propeller on the floor. Yi Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered, Maisie, I did not expect your artistic talent to surpass mine. You must have studied fine arts before, right? No, I am quite amateurish, Raimai replied. As the propeller took shape, Heli's eyes widened in astonishment. There is indeed such an object, but it is located underwater and is extraordinarily large, weighing at least tens of thousands of pounds. Are you planning to retrieve it? Heli inquired. No, I am not asking about the warship's propeller. I am inquiring whether there are smaller propellers inside the warship. Yi Feng asked, feeling a headache coming on. Communicating with the indigenous people certainly required considerable effort. I'm not sure, but there should be. I remember when I was very young, a warrior entered the interior of the giant ship. When he emerged, he informed us that the interior of the giant ship housed 3 smaller vessels that were identical to the giant ship, Heli recounted. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Those must be the small boats carried by the warship. Behind the small boats, there would surely be smaller propellers that matched the specifications of his own vessel. Wait, I wonder how large the warship's auxiliary vessels are. If we manage to retrieve all 3 small boats, that would mean we would possess 4 ships. Yi Feng remarked. Heli, you have done exceptionally well. Please rest. I must go attend a meeting, he said gently. Feng, please don't leave me yet. Hold me tightly. Heli suddenly expressed her affection for Yi Feng, wrapping her arms around his neck. All right. Yi Feng embraced Heli, gently patting her back. Heli appeared brave, but Yi Feng surmised she was likely only around 15 or 16 years old. In the world of the indigenous people, girls could bear children by the age of 12 or 13. Thus their concept of adulthood differed from that of civilized societies. In civilized societies, adulthood is typically recognized at 18 or even 20, while in the tribes of the indigenous people, one becomes an adult by 12 or 13. Heli seemed to be around 15 or 16, similar in age to Ding Tuanchuan, still a child in need of parental affection. After finally lulling Heli to sleep, Yi Feng quietly made his way to the deck. With the propeller damaged, the lower hold required fewer workers, allowing everyone to enjoy the river breeze on the deck. Chun had even fashioned a bamboo rod to leisurely fish from the deck. As Yi Feng ascended the deck, he promptly caught a pomfret weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. Brother Feng. Upon seeing Yi Feng approach, Chun hurriedly stood up with utmost respect. Brother Feng. The other men similarly rose to greet him. Ah Feng. Big brother Yi. A few women gazed at him with sincerity. Only Susan, the tough one, refrained from addressing him. Yet Yi Feng trusted her implicitly. Trust can indeed be a peculiar phenomenon. Although Susan had a sharp tongue, Yi Feng felt that she was worthy of trust and capable of bearing significant responsibilities. Chung Li Bin and the other men were perceptive, likely surmising that Yi Feng desired these women as part of his harem. Consequently, over the past few days, they had behaved with decorum on the deck, refraining from any flirtations with the women for fear of being cast overboard as fish bait by Yi Feng. Even if not intimidated by Yi Feng's methods, they had no inclination to compete with him for women. After all, Yi Feng had provided them with a stable refuge, a place to eat, drink, and reside, vastly superior to their previous circumstances. Who would not respect such a leader? Please, do not be so constrained. Relax a little. Your formality only makes me feel more uncomfortable, Yi Feng remarked, intuitively grasping their apprehensions, fearing abandonment. Moreover, through various trials, it became evident that those aboard the vessel were fundamentally loyal to him, as they had not forsaken him in the past. Since they were now akin to family, Yi Feng naturally wished to allow them a more carefree and joyous existence. Come, let us convene in a more collaborative manner. There is no need for an overly serious demeanor. Thus, the group, feeling the river breeze, listened as Yi Feng outlined their future plans. Now, do you all understand? In 30 days, when the indigenous tribesmen bring the vengeful children upstream for their rituals, we will ignite some dry firewood, layering it with damp branches, ensuring it is upwind. The thick smoke will envelop the warship, drawing out the vengeful children within. Then, all the men will rush into the warship, launch 3 small boats into the river, allowing them to drift downstream, while we wait with the larger ship at the tributary's mouth. This plan will be essentially complete, Yi Feng stated earnestly. Excellent. If the 3 small boats are still operational, we can abandon this inferior wooden vessel, Chenin exclaimed with excitement. However, Cheng Libin shook his head. The small boats will surely require fuel. We can only say that we should dismantle their propellers and install them on the larger ship. Unless you can procure fuel or a suitable alternative, ultimately, you will still rely on this substandard wooden vessel to return home. Ah, yes, Engineer Cheng, I apologize. I am not dismissing your contributions. I merely meant that if something superior is available, we shall certainly use it, without intending to belittle this wooden ship. Chenin quickly clarified. In any group, there exist hierarchies. Although Chenin was the captain, his status did not match that of Cheng Libin, who was, after all, a shipbuilding engineer. At that moment, a man stepped forward, holding a bamboo basket. There are so many fish and shrimp in this river. In this bamboo basket, I casually placed some meat, and to my surprise, I caught numerous fish and shrimp. How about we host a barbecue on the deck? Suggested the man. Certainly. Everyone has worked hard lately, so I declare that from this moment forth, you may indulge in merriment. This evening, we shall hold a grand barbecue soiree. Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Thus, a group of individuals began to retrieve bamboo skewers, stringing various shrimp and fish into delightful barbecue treats, transforming the deck into a festive gathering. However, the atmosphere felt rather subdued, with everyone remaining somewhat restrained. Loosen up a bit. If we are to play, let us do so wholeheartedly. Allow me to entertain you with a song. I was the singing champion during my school days. Yi Feng picked up a microphone fashioned from bamboo and began to sing with fervor. Chapter 127. How immense must it be? Gradually, the ambience began to enliven. On the banks of the Gakar tribe, a colossal cart was taking shape, with Chief Engineer Mas Kong directing the indigenous people in the construction of a grand siege crossbow. Each bolt of the crossbow was twice as thick as a spear and measured approximately 4 meters in length, with the sharp tip crafted into a barbed design. A portion of the native artisans was busy forging gigantic bows, categorized into large, medium, and small, which, when overlapped, would form a tri-bow siege crossbow capable of launching enormous bolts over a distance of 1,000 meters. However, this intricate endeavor would require considerable time, and it was evident that the indigenous craftsmen were significantly behind in their understanding. Despite Mas Kong's persistent explanations, it was only recently that they began to grasp the essence of modern civilization. Yet, even the mere remnants of civilization commanded great respect from these artisans, who regarded Mas Kong with reverence, calling him the great craftsman. Upon arriving at the tribe, Wang Tao succumbed to idleness, spending 10 hours a day in slumber, while the remainder of his time was spent aimlessly wandering and peeking at the native women bathing. Wang Tao, you good for nothing, you are of no help whatsoever. I question your purpose here. If it weren't for the fact that we are the only 2 civilized individuals, I would have considered abandoning you. Mas Kong glared at Wang Tao with frustration. Master Mas, who says I am useless? Over the past week, I have overheard quite a few secrets. For instance, in 23 days, The tribe will embark on a major sacrificial offering 100 kilometers upstream. Have you not noticed the natives returning with numerous animals lately? Moreover, that strong young native and the beautiful native woman are also being held captive for the sacrifice. How unfortunate it is. Imagine the delight of having them prior to the offering. Wang Tao lamented while gazing at the caged man and woman. What does this sacrifice have to do with you? Our objective is to seize Yi Feng's ship. Do you understand? Mas Kong sighed. Wang Xiong, despite being a notable figure in the business world, never anticipated he would have such a useless son. No, this is a grand sacrifice that occurs once every 3 years, involving men, women, and children from the tribe. When the time comes, the tribe will be left desolate, with only women and the weak remaining. We shall have our way. Wang Tao declared. Play? How absurd. Mas Kong exclaimed, delivering a swift kick in response. Mr. Ma, please refrain from such behavior. It was said that during each grand sacrifice, a chosen one would be selected, followed by a certain ritual. After this ceremony, the chosen one's strength would surpass that of the chieftain, transforming into an unparalleled warrior, destined to serve the gods in the northern marshes. Wang Tao added. This time, Ma Sikong remained silent, his eyes narrowing. During his days in the tribe, he had witnessed the chieftain's formidable prowess. If the chosen one were indeed stronger than the chieftain, could this not signify an opportunity for himself? Why should the chosen one not be him? Thus, on the day of the grand sacrifice, they would find a way to attend, hoping to seize an opportunity. Ma Sikong nodded in agreement. It was a bright day as Yi Feng stood on the deck, a makeshift telescope in hand, observing the movements along the shore. It seemed the grand ritual was indeed underway, as the indigenous people busily captured animals, showing no inclination to provoke despite the sight of their grand vessel. Yi Feng lowered the telescope. He noticed Heli's injuries had healed, and she was gently nestled beside him. This, however, sparked discontent among the other women. Hey, Heli, why do you keep clinging to my big brother Yi? He is not just yours, let go. Ding Tianchuan squeezed into Yi Feng's embrace, followed closely by the golden-haired little girl, Elon. Though Heli was of a similar age to Ding Tianchuan, her prolonged exposure to a harsh environment had fostered a more mature mindset, leading her to ignore the latter's antics. Meanwhile, a chemical engineer was busying himself with a craft on the deck. He was assembling a bamboo tube filled with various items that, once ignited, would emit acrid smoke. Yi Feng referred to this as a smoke bomb, intending to toss it into the warship to drive out the resentful children within. How many smoke bombs have you made? Zhou, Yi Feng inquired, patting Zhou Qiming's shoulder. There is a certain chemical element that is quite difficult to procure. Thus far, we have only produced 20 smoke bombs. Zhou Qiming replied with a smile. He was indeed the chemical engineer, boasting considerable skill, second only to Long Wu and Cheng Li Bin among the men. Excellent. Continue your work. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. Over the past week, they had been hosting parties on the deck daily. The indigenous people were preoccupied with the grand ritual, leaving them undisturbed. Life had been rather pleasant. Since we have ample time, why not head to the beach to gather some salt? Remiko suggested, emerging with a coconut shell in hand. Upon inspection, Yi Feng found only a minuscule amount of salt remaining in the shell. You're right. Does anyone fancy some oysters? Yi Feng inquired with a smile. Yes, came the chorus of voices from the deck. Good. We've had enough river delicacies. Let us change things up and indulge in some seafood. Thus, the grand ship lowered its sails and began to drift downstream toward the sea. After consuming the silver fruit, Yi Feng experienced a significant enhancement in his vision. He could even see the towering trees on the opposite bank, occasionally catching sight of a colossal creature emerging from the far riverbank. This sight instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Several kilometers away, a creature visible to the naked eye must be of considerable size, perhaps even larger than an elephant. What could it possibly be? Never mind. The opposite shore is far from here, so it can be disregarded for now. The large vessel successfully reached the coastline, and Yi Feng navigated around the cliff, arriving directly at the beach where they first set foot on the deserted island. Plop! Yi Feng, barefoot, stepped onto the sandy shore, holding Su Yun's hand. This was the spot of their initial encounter, and months had already passed since then. They couldn't help but reminisce about Chun Li and her family of 3, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. Chenin, please take 3 people to dry the salt. The rest of you, kindle a fire and gather more ash. Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tianchuan, let us go collect some oysters, Yi Feng instructed, leading several women to the shallow waters, only to find 5 individuals sitting despondently. One of the women immediately caught Yi Feng's attention. She held a pair of high-heeled shoes and wore a tattered garment that was evidently a doctor's white coat. Beside her stood a shorter middle-aged man, also clad in white, though his attire was in a deplorable state. Upon noticing Yi Feng, they all stood up simultaneously. "Are you the rescue team?" The short man inquired eagerly, his once dull eyes now glimmering with hope. The others slowly approached Yi Feng, resembling a group of stiff-limbed zombies. "I am not a rescue team. I am, like you, an ordinary person stranded on this deserted island," Yi Feng replied coldly. Chapter 128. She finally let go of her reserve. There is no space left on the ship. These individuals will likely not be accommodated. "But you have a boat." The short man pointed at Yi Feng's vessel. "We built that ourselves. Currently, the propeller is broken. Excuse us, we are off to catch some oysters for our meal," Yi Feng replied before leading the women to gather a multitude of oysters, returning to the other side of the rocks to share their feast. It must be said, oysters from unpolluted waters are simply exquisite. Yi Feng consumed 20 oysters before he could eat no more. However, the unfortunate souls followed closely, watching Yi Feng and the others with longing eyes. "My name is Shi Zhengliang, the head chef of the Regal Hotel." The short man extended his hand to Yi Feng. Initially reluctant to engage, Yi Feng's interest piqued upon hearing the title. "Ah, Chef Shi, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Yi Feng. Would you be interested in becoming our chef aboard the ship?" Yi Feng enthusiastically shook Shi Zhengliang's hand. "Certainly, as long as you allow me on board. I can prepare delectable meals for you. Moreover, I can forage for spices in the tropical rainforest and even brew various plants into wine. With me around, you shall savor the finest culinary delights," Shi Zhengliang declared proudly. "Wonderful, Brother Yi. No more raw fish slices from Li Meizi. We can finally change our palate." Ding Tianxuan exclaimed joyfully. The other women also smiled. "Excellent. Chef Shi, please come over here." Yi Feng beckoned Shi Zhengliang to join him by the fire. The other four, however, were left dumbfounded. A young man with slicked-back hair approached. "Hello, my name is Kai Kuan. You must have seen me on various entertainment shows. I can also entertain you with a dance on board." Kai Kuan, feigning modesty, ran his fingers through his hair and loosened one of his suspenders. "Oh, it's you. Scram. Who needs your entertainment?" Yi Feng hastily waved his hand. Without makeup, Kai Kuan looked like an ordinary person, rather unremarkable in appearance. However, Ding Tianxuan rushed over, her eyes wide with admiration. "You are Kuan. So handsome. I adore that moment when you played basketball." She gazed at him with infatuation. "Little Tianxuan, come here quickly." Yi Feng forcibly pulled Ding Tianxuan away. Kai Kuan, enraged, pointed a finger at Yi Feng. "You truly lack discernment. I am a superstar. If necessary, I can send you a few autograph photos once I return. Would that suffice? Those photos can serve as mementos of your last breath. And by the way, I have no interest in men," Yi Feng retorted, returning to his spot by the fire. At that moment, a woman in her 40s approached. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am an insurance salesperson, the sales champion of my company, and I possess excellent communication skills. May I board your vessel? I apologize, but I never purchase insurance." "Kindly step aside," Yi Feng replied curtly, harboring no fondness for insurance salespeople. Shortly after, a man selling financial courses approached, overly animated, insisting that Yi Feng must take him along, or it would be akin to witnessing someone in peril without offering assistance. A conflict ensued, culminating in Yi Feng shattering the man's glasses with a single punch. Then, a woman clad in a tattered white coat approached. Yi Feng had been anticipating her, and a smile graced his face. He was solely interested in enlisting beautiful women and those skilled in survival. As for the so-called financial elites and insurance salesmen of civilized society, he had no use for them. When the female doctor finally stood before Yi Feng, he straightened his demeanor, encouraging her with a glance to speak. After all, he needed to uphold his virtuous image, refraining from extending an olive branch, with numerous women observing. "Are you Yi Feng? How can you be so indifferent to our plight? We are all from civilized society and should assist one another. Yet, you choose to shelter only those you deem useful," she chastised him with righteous indignation. Yi Feng's smile gradually faded. "My dear, we painstakingly built this ship ourselves. If you humbly plead for my assistance, I might allow you aboard. However, if you attempt to morally and civilly coerce me, I'm afraid this is a savage island, and I only require those who can be of use to me," he responded coldly. "You? Upon your return to civilized society, you will face a judgment of conscience. We have fought hard to survive, believing we had found a savior, yet you remain so callous. Consider our position. If you encountered a large ship but were turned away, how would you feel? The woman continued her reproach of Yi Feng. Yi Feng contemplated for a moment before addressing Kai Kuan and the others. My dear companions, there remains but one berth aboard my vessel. Henceforth, among the four of you, only one shall board. This charming lady has just advocated on your behalf. Might any of you consider yielding this berth to her? Kai Kuan and the other two exchanged glances, promptly shaking their heads vehemently. No, she is a doctor, adept at self-rescue, while I am a superstar with a delicate constitution. Please, allow me to embark. Kai Kuan was the first to betray the female doctor. Then, the financial expert chimed in. Mr. Yi, I am aware of your benevolence. Should you permit me to board, I shall forego your fees and impart my lifetime of financial wisdom upon you. Yi Feng observed the female doctor's reaction, which was nothing short of riveting. Clearly, she had not anticipated being so swiftly abandoned, her goodwill forgotten by all. However, should I select you, it would signify the forsaking of the other three, particularly this lady, who just defended you. Yi Feng feigned reluctance. He wished to reveal the darker facets of human nature to the female doctor. But I am a financial expert, earning tens of millions annually. She is merely a doctor, perhaps earning a modest million. How can she possibly compare? Allow me to board, and upon my return, I shall bestow upon you a generous gift, the financial expert insisted. Is an annual income of tens of millions truly impressive? I can effortlessly earn several hundred million from a single variety show. Yi Feng, if you permit me to board, I shall grant you 100 million upon my return. What ensued was a cacophony of disputes among the three, each unwilling to concede. After all, there was but a solitary berth remaining on the grand vessel, intensifying their competition. The female doctor finally spoke, her lips moving as she could no longer restrain herself. Mr. Yi, my name is Bai Chuxue, and I hold a doctorate in medicine. Might you allow me to board? Indeed. Faced with the specter of survival, she finally relinquished her modesty. What ailments are you capable of treating? Do enlighten me, and I shall contemplate further, Yi Feng responded, adopting a more reserved demeanor. Both Western and traditional medicine are within my purview. I can manage basic ailments. Those surgical procedures would require proper equipment, which is lacking here. Bai Chuxue's honesty was refreshing, distinguishing her from the boastful. Yi Feng found this quality commendable. He had little patience for fabricators. Can you treat infectious diseases, particularly those caused by parasites? Yi Feng inquired further. Well, I know how to prevent them, but generally speaking, they are quite challenging to treat, the doctor replied. That suffices. Welcome to my team. Yi Feng extended his hand, shaking Bai Chuxue's. Her hand was soft and delicate, befitting a physician. Mr. Yi, might you release my hand now? Bai Chuxue's cheeks flushed. My apologies, I was merely assessing whether your hands had undergone surgery. Yi Feng reluctantly let go of Bai Chuxue's hand. At that moment, Shi Zhenliang approached. Young man, to demonstrate my worth, I shall now venture to gather some spices. Perfect for barbecuing, stewing, or braising. I will ensure you experience the most delectable cuisine. With that, Shi Zhenliang strode purposefully toward the coconut grove. Yi Feng awaited on the sandy shore, conducting a test of Shi Zhenliang's capabilities. Should the latter prove to be unworthy, Yi Feng would see no reason to offer him shelter. An hour later, Shi Zhenliang returned, cradling a substantial collection of items. I have found substitutes for star anise and bay leaves, but alas, garlic and scallions have no equivalents. Once we dry and grind these spices into powder, they shall serve as seasoning. Rest assured, I have tasted them, and they are innocuous, he declared, placing the spices beside Yi Feng. A mere whiff was sufficient for Yi Feng to discern that Shi Zhenliang possessed some skill. Bring Master Shi aboard and assign him a sleeping quarters, he instructed, and promptly, Shi Zhenliang was escorted onto the vessel. Bai Chuxue swallowed hard, hesitating to speak. Tuan, please escort Dr. Bai aboard and assign her a suitable sleeping arrangement. If none are available, she may stay in my room. We are stranded on a deserted island, so let us not be overly particular, Yi Feng stated with gravity. Humph. Ding Tuan scoffed, yet she led Bai Chuxue toward the ship. At this moment, 3 individuals remained on the beach. Gentlemen, it is not that I wish to turn you away, but our vessel has no additional berths. Surely you comprehend? Yi Feng expressed his dilemma. That is of no consequence. We can rest elsewhere, be it on the deck or in the hold, as long as there is a place to squat, they implored. Indeed, just allow us aboard. The trio beseeched. Compassionate by nature, Yi Feng relented with a nod. Very well, but heed this. Once aboard, you must exhibit some initiative. regularly clean the deck, maintain the premises, and when we host a barbecue soiree, you must willingly assume the role of grill master. Such expectations need not be reiterated, he finally acquiesced. What? I am a renowned star. You would have me perform menial labor? Kai Kuan exclaimed in indignation. Should you find this unacceptable, you are welcome to remain on the beach. Yi Feng retorted coldly. In light of their circumstances, the other two men exchanged glances and shook their heads, self-identifying as individuals of high standing, resolutely refusing to engage in such lowly tasks. Since none of you are inclined to board, so be it, Yi Feng concluded. Time passed slowly as individuals from the ship descended in groups to rest upon the shore, with dusk rapidly approaching. Yi Feng cast his gaze toward the dimly lit jungle, a sense of foreboding nagging at his mind. Well then, the salt has dried sufficiently, and we have caught enough seafood. Everyone, let us return to the ship and rest, he urged. Come now, Feng Ge. Instead of swaying aboard all night, why not host a barbecue soiree on the beach? Master Shi's spices are ready. And we could grill oysters, a man suggested. Indeed, Ah Feng, we yearn to remain ashore. The vessel is too unsteady, causing us to feel queasy, Su Yun concurred. This? Very well. However, 3 individuals must keep watch in the coconut grove, in case any creatures emerge to capture us, Yi Feng stipulated. Thus, a group of men commenced a game of rock, paper, scissors, with the 3 losers designated as sentinels. Yi Feng, still uneasy, instructed Du Fu to ascend a tree to monitor the surrounding area for several hundred meters. As the barbecue soiree reached its midpoint, Alice suddenly beckoned to Yi Feng with a delicate motion of her finger. Initially resistant, he pondered the possibility that Alice might have something of great significance to discuss. Thus, he found himself trailing her into the woods. Upon entering, Alice entwined her arms around Yi Feng's neck. Feng, your injuries have completely healed. I believe the moment has arrived, she declared, leaning in to kiss him. Yi Feng did not resist, recognizing that camaraderie among teammates necessitated fostering good relations. He understood that rejecting Alice could potentially compromise her dignity, leading to discord behind the scenes. Feng, you are exceptionally strong. Please be gentle, Alice implored. In truth, she had a boyfriend and had not experienced intimacy in 2 months, creating a palpable yearning within her. Rest assured, I am mindful of my limits. Yi Feng replied with a nod. Soon, the forest echoed with melodious sounds, a sensation Yi Feng could scarcely articulate, as this was his first encounter of such nature with a foreigner. After what felt like an eternity, Alice suggested, let us depart, darling. We have lingered here too long, and they may grow suspicious. She planted a kiss on Yi Feng's cheek, her satisfaction palpable, for never had she felt such contentment. Very well. Let us head to the beach. If Susan inquires, simply state that you sprained your ankle, and I am attending to your injury. Yi Feng playfully patted Alice on the shoulder. However, as they emerged from the grove of coconut trees, Yi Feng's expression soured. He spotted Kai Kuan conversing with Susan, and the oily grin on Kai Kuan's face signaled trouble. How dare you tread on sacred ground, you wretch? Yi Feng fumed as he approached. Susan, your physique and grace have utterly captivated me. Please forgive my candor. I am not one to speak falsely. Beauty is beauty, and plainness is plainness. An unattractive woman will never garner my favor. Just as Kai Kuan finished his brazen proclamation, he felt a constriction in his throat. In his line of sight, he observed Susan's face shift dramatically as she raised her rifle. He instinctively touched his throat, discovering a sharp object, moist to the touch. With a sudden burst, blood erupted from Kai Kuan's mouth, and he promptly lost consciousness. This is dire. We are under attack. Chapter 130. The hungry tiger pounces on the sheep. Yi Feng dashed towards the location of the rifle, only to find a multitude of natives surging from the forest. After Susan dispatched one assailant, her rifle was forcibly removed from her grasp. The others hastily raised their weapons, but the proximity of their allies created hesitation, allowing the natives to close in. Yi Feng seized a stone and struck one of the natives with force. Brother Yi, the gun. Ding Tuan Tuan tossed his rifle to Yi Feng, but as it soared through the air, an arrow struck it askew. Natives and vengeful children emerged relentlessly from the woods, numbering over 30. Tuan Tuan, you must board the ship, Yi Feng bellowed. On the deck, Chung Li Bin and several sailors brandished their rifles. Yet the beach had devolved into chaos, and they feared harming their own. To hell with it. Yi Feng brandished his dagger, swiftly severing the throats of 2 indigenous men. In stark contrast, the others were utterly outmatched by the natives. Even Susan, a formidable fighter, could only reach a stalemate against two of them. Suddenly, a financial expert was pierced through the chest by a spear. Jiaying discarded the skewers in his hand and leaped into the sea. The others followed suit, all making their way towards the ocean. Alas, another anguished scream echoed as an insurance salesman had his skull crushed. The indigenous people, silent as machines, harvested lives without a word. In a moment of horror, Rimai was seized midsection by one of the natives. This native, driven by unrestrained eagerness, lifted Rimai's skirt and forced her onto the sandy shore. Gritting his teeth, Feng hurled his spear, striking the native through and through. Rimai finally regained her footing, albeit with a dazed expression. "Run!" Feng shouted into the distance. It was only then that Rimai snapped to reality, stumbling toward the sea. At that moment, Feng felt a jolt in his back as a spear pierced him. The searing pain nearly caused him to faint, and he attempted to turn and eliminate his assailant with his dagger. However, the attacker was cunning, mirroring Feng's movements and remaining behind him. The assailant gripped the spear tightly, controlling Feng's back. Cursing under his breath, Feng surveyed the encroaching natives. He mustered his strength and spun around, breaking the spear tip against his bone. He finally faced his adversary, a native adorned with 5 tattoos, wielding a broken spear. "Die!" Feng gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain in his back as he lunged forward. To his surprise, the tattooed foe did not engage him directly, retreating instead and drawing Feng into a circle surrounded by natives and vengeful children. Feng dispatched 2 more natives, but his body was riddled with poisonous darts from the vengeful children. Though he possessed some resistance to toxins, the multitude of darts affected his agility. With a swift motion, Feng snapped the neck of yet another native. The beach was now littered with over a dozen corpses, only 5 of which belonged to the natives. The rest were from civilized society. He glanced around, seeing only Susan fighting alongside him. 3 natives pressed Susan relentlessly, yet they refrained from killing her outright, seemingly intent on capturing her alive. "Great Chief, this woman is robust. She can be offered as a sacrifice," one of the natives remarked, his greasy eyes leering at Susan's chest and thighs. "Indeed, capturing her is the right course," Bada chuckled, discarding his broken spear and drawing a stone dagger. "It is solely with the guidance of the priest that I found you on this beach. Today, you shall be captured and returned." With a wave of his hand, more than 20 natives encircled them. The most despicable were the vengeful children, incessantly launching darts that disrupted Feng's fluid movements. At that moment, a large ship suddenly charged toward the beach, swiftly closing the distance to within mere meters of the shore. On the deck, Jiaying held his rifle steady. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as the indigenous people fell one after another. Susan, exhausted and breathless, was sustained solely by sheer willpower. Upon hearing the gunshots, she dashed toward the sea without hesitation. The individuals on the deck, now devoid of restraint, unleashed a barrage of bullets at the indigenous people who had become living targets. In a matter of moments, over a dozen indigenous individuals lay lifeless on the ground. Retreat. Bachtu's complexion changed dramatically as he led the charge into the woods. Having been grievously wounded, did he think he could flee? Feng grasped his spear and hurled it with force. Thud! The spear pierced through Bachtu's back and emerged from his abdomen, pinning him against a tree. True to his reputation as a formidable warrior, he endured the agony and wrenched the spear from his body, continuing his flight into the depths of the forest. Feng wasted no words. He seized a torch from the fire and plunged into the woods. These savage indigenous people needed to be thoroughly intimidated, otherwise they would return with increasing ferocity. After pursuing for several meters, Feng finally caught up with Bachtu, who was leaning against a great tree, stuffing leaves into his wound in an attempt to staunch the bleeding. Without a moment's hesitation, Feng drove the spear into his abdomen once more, securing him to the tree. Fueled by desperation, Bachtu struck down the spear with a swift chop of his hand, breaking it. Feng lunged forward, seizing him by the throat, rendering him immobile. At that moment, a multitude of torches illuminated the area. Jiaying, concerned for Feng's safety, led a group of men into the woods. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Bachtu's gaze grew defiant. "Feng, if you have the courage, kill me, otherwise, I shall return to ambush you again." This proud warrior, even when surrounded, maintained an air of disdainful bravado. "Prepare the ropes, bind him tightly," Feng commanded coldly. Moments later, this defiant warrior was wrapped like a rice dumpling. Take him back to the ship and secure him with more ropes. Assign 2 guards to watch over him. With that, Feng, spear in one hand and rifle in the other, continued deeper into the woods. Feng, what are you going to do? Susan called from behind. Feng had no time to respond. He sprinted swiftly in a specific direction. After running a kilometer, he examined the footprints on the ground with his torch. These tracks were clearly not made by indigenous men or children, but bore the imprint of a very small foot. Feng followed the trail. At last, he spotted a torch ahead. A striking woman was fleeing toward the river. She was the priestess of the Gaha tribe. Trying to escape, Feng executed a swift maneuver, capturing the priestess in his embrace. Yet she was not compliant, writhing like a slippery water snake. Had Feng not possessed great strength, he might have lost his hold on her. Cease your movements, or this blade will mar your face, Feng warned, pressing the tip of his knife against her cheek. Indeed, fear washed over her as she froze in place. Chapter 131. What does she look like? What is her figure like? Feng lifted her up and bound her hands with a rope. Move. He kicked her, causing her to stumble forward. He remembered that Heli had mentioned the priestess's sensing ability only extended a few kilometers. The natives' accurate tracking of him must have been guided by a priestess. Thus, Feng deduced that there was indeed a priestess hiding a few kilometers away. As anticipated, he had finally captured a significant prize. It was a pity for such a beautiful woman, for she would likely meet a tragic end. After escorting the priestess back to the beach, everyone was astonished. How did you capture a priestess? How did you know there was one? Susan inquired. I'll explain later. Take her back to the ship, Feng replied, utterly exhausted as he collapsed onto the sand, gasping for breath. Fortunately, Chung Li Bean had maneuvered the ship into shallow waters. Otherwise, both he and Susan would have perished there. Feng, we've lost many people, Xiaomei approached him. Since being rescued by Feng, she had seemed to fade into the background, rarely speaking and perpetually frowning. I'll go take a look, Feng said, glancing at the corpses on the beach. Several men had perished, Chunin was injured, and what pained him most was the state of Dove. She had been shot in the abdomen by a spear while firing from a tree. Such an injury would require a long recovery. Carry Chun and Dove onto the ship. By Chushua, it's your turn to perform. If you can heal them, you will rise to the first tier and earn my favor, Feng stated earnestly. All right. Bai Chushua nodded. Saving lives was her instinct, and she hardly paid heed to Feng's mention of favor. Let us bury these civilized corpses. No, let us cast them directly into the sea for a water burial. We cannot waste our strength. Feng sighed and boarded the ship. Earlier, Chung Li Bean had driven the vessel ashore, and one of the remaining 2 lotus leaves on the propeller had been torn away. Their speed would now be exceedingly slow, even slower than a snail's pace. As the ship gradually departed from the beach, Feng collapsed onto the bed, utterly drained. He lost track of how long he had slept, but when he finally awoke, his body had been bandaged. However, it was not Raimai who attended to him, for she too was injured. Xiaomei, how is everyone else? Feng sat up, his back still aching. The previous wounds not only involved stabbing but also tearing, rendering the healing process arduous. Dove's wound has become infected, and she is now running a high fever. Bai Chushua has been taking care of her. The others are fine. Their wounds have not become infected, Xiaomei replied, her demeanor unusually subdued. Once a champion saleswoman, she had transformed into the most silent among them on the deserted island. I'll go take a look, Feng said as he made his way to Dove's cabin. The girl appeared quite unwell, lying flat on the bed, covered with a bare skin. Bai Chushua was diligently wiping her sweat and applying herbal poultices to her wound. Dr. Bai, I implore you. You must save her, Feng said gravely. Dove may not have engaged in extensive communication with Feng, yet her role within the team is second only to a select few. She dutifully assists in night watch duties, and her contributions to the team are surpassed only by Long Wu and Susan. These indigenous scoundrels. Feng's expression gradually twisted into a grimace. Bring Bachdu and the priestess to the deck. In a short while, a man and a woman were dragged onto the deck. The priestess, petite in stature, had been stripped of her modest leafy attire, leaving her utterly exposed. Though gravely injured, Bachdu persevered, casting an indignant glare at everyone on the deck. Chunin, give this Bachdu a good beating, but do not kill him. Feng handed the whip to Chunin. I'm to beat him? Very well. Chunin seized the whip. To Feng's disappointment, the whip proved ineffective against Bachdu, who gritted his teeth resolutely, refusing to scream. Think of a way, someone. We must make this fellow yield. Otherwise, it will be challenging to extract useful information from him later. Feng gestured to the others. Shall we rub salt in his wounds? Inflict 1,000 slaps? Give him a scalding bath and then scrub him down? Or poke him with a red-hot iron rod? Various cruel forms of torture were suggested by the group. Bochdom managed to maintain his composure at first, but soon his face turned pale with fear. Feng, if you wish to kill me, then do it. Do not toy with me. I do not fear death, Bochdom stammered, trembling at the thought of enduring the suggested tortures. I ask you, what secrets lie to the north of the Heishu River Basin? Feng inquired, placing a rod into the fire to heat it. I do not know, Bochdom replied, his eyes reddening. You truly do not know? Feng scrutinized Bochdam's gaze. I really do not know, Bochdam gasped, his eyes fixated on the glowing iron rod. Seemingly sincere. I will ask again. How do you select the beast fighters for your grand sacrifice every 3 years? What grants them their strength? Feng pressed on, recognizing the critical nature of this inquiry. If he could uncover the source of the fighter's power, he could intercept it, to gain the favor of the gods. Strength is bestowed by them, Bochdam answered truthfully. Though he was a 5-feather warrior, he had not yet entered the true inner circle. Only a few elder level 6 stripes knew the core secrets. I will ask you once more, are there small boats aboard the warship? Feng's expression shifted. He could not rely solely on one account. What if Heli was deceiving him? No. Bochdam's eyes darted, clearly lying. Feng wasted no time, bringing the heated rod to his skin, etching a totem upon him. Oh, yes, there are 3 smaller boats, but our god tribe does not use such vessels. They have remained on the larger ship. Bochdam capitulated. Feng's trust in Heli increased a notch. I ask again, are you not preparing for the grand sacrifice? Why then are you able to spare manpower to deal with me? Feng continued his interrogation. The high priest proclaimed that in times of great sacrifice, any disturbances caused by you and the tribe must be resolved before the grand offering can proceed. It appeared that Badu had succumbed to a psychological breakdown, losing the bravado he had just exhibited. Is the high priestess her? Feng inquired, gesturing towards the priestess kneeling nearby. No, she is merely an ordinary priestess. The high priest possesses omniscience. How could you possibly capture her? Badu shook his head in denial. Quickly, tell me, is your high priest male or female? What do they look like? What is their physique? Oh no, what unique abilities do they possess? Feng continued to interrogate. Susan, Suyun, Ding Tuanchuan. Chapter 132. What? Hurry up, Badu replied. Our high priestess is the holy maiden of the tribe, an unparalleled beauty residing deep within the tribe. She possesses an exquisite figure and is a true messenger of the divine, capable of communicating with the gods. Recently, she has been foretelling the nature of impending calamities. Badu was surprisingly candid, divulging both what Feng wished to hear and what he did not. The nature of the calamity? Are there different types of calamities? Feng retorted. Indeed, there are. The catastrophe that occurred 160 years ago was the solar calamity, where the global temperature soared to 80 degrees. Leaving only a few species to survive, Badu explained. And what about the calamity from 80 years ago? Feng pressed further. 80 years ago, we faced the curse of the malignant children, when outsiders arrived in great ships, bringing with them these cursed beings that nearly eradicated all life. Ultimately, a divine messenger appeared in our tribe, teaching us how to tame the malignant children and control their reproduction, which allowed us to slowly emerge from the disaster, Badu recounted. What then was the calamity 240 years ago? What type was it? Feng inquired once more. This? I truly do not know. It was too long ago. It is said that the calamity 240 years ago nearly led to the extinction of all species, with no records remaining, Badu replied in terror. Feng nodded, turning his gaze towards Susan and the others. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. I will interrogate the priestess. With that, Feng positioned himself before the female priestess, gazing down into her eyes. What is your name? He asked. The priestess lowered her head and remained silent, not speaking. Feng glanced at the injury on her arm, a remnant of his previous escape from the Gay tribe. Outsiders, relinquish your great ships, and the Gay tribe shall no longer trouble you. The priestess finally spoke, her voice rich and magnetic, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's mind. Ha ha ha, facing death yet still defiant? Feng drew forth his dagger, preparing to demonstrate his resolve. At that moment, Chunan approached, suggesting, Brother Feng, how about this? I will take her to the hold and conduct a thorough interrogation myself. You? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, noting the unseemly appearance of Chun An's trousers. Yes. Brother Feng, rest assured, I have a way with women. I am confident she will reveal everything. Chun An stammered, his face flushed, eyes ablaze as he regarded the priestess. In truth, during the days when Yi Feng was unconscious, he had contemplated taking action, but feared Yi Feng's wrath upon awakening, which is why he proposed this condition now. Chun An, a man of honor, understands that there are lines one should not cross. Though she may be an adversary, resorting to coercive measures against a woman is something I cannot condone. Do you grasp my sentiment? You may eliminate her, but you cannot invade her personal space without her consent. Yi Feng endeavored to express this sentiment with clarity. Very well. Chun An, overwhelmed with shame, retreated to the side, her attire still unflattering. Pray tell, what is your name? Yi Feng pressed once more. I am Lu Yin Duo Na. The priestess finally revealed her name. Very well. Miss Lu, would you kindly elaborate on the specific procedures of the grand sacrifice and how it bestows strength upon individuals? Yi Feng inquired. I apologize. I do not carry the surname Lu. It is Lu Yin. Lu Yin Duo Na corrected him. Nonetheless, Miss Lu Yin, that is of little consequence. Please disclose how the grand sacrifice enhances one's power. If you speak truthfully, I promise to spare your life, Yi Feng stated with gravity. Lu Yin Duo Na hesitated but eventually nodded. To become the chosen one during the grand sacrifice, one must receive the blessing of our high priestess. Only those who have her blessing may aspire to become beast fighters and then venture to the northern swamps to serve the divine. Damn it, Yi Feng exclaimed, striking her forcefully, causing Lu Yin Duo Na to collapse onto the deck. Stop with the pretense and get to the core of the matter, he demanded, his patience dwindling. What I have stated is the absolute truth, outsider. If you doubt me, there is little I can do, Lu Yin Duo Na replied. Yi Feng seized a red-hot branding iron, realizing that a more severe approach was necessary. However, in the next moment, Lu Yin Duo Na suddenly raised her head. Locking eyes with Yi Feng, a wave of confusion washed over him, accompanied by the cacophony of approaching indigenous people. This is bad. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, reopening his eyes to find tranquility restored around him. How dare that witch ensorcel me? Yi Feng seethed, pressing the branding iron against her. Lu Yin Duo Na let out a piercing scream, losing consciousness. Splash some water on her to awaken her. I refuse to believe her resolve is that strong. Yi Feng remarked coldly, suspecting that these priestesses possessed remarkable abilities. This woman could remain aboard the ship, allowing for a gradual extraction of the priestess's secrets. With a splash of seawater, Chun An revived the priestess. I will pose a question, and you shall answer plainly, without embellishment or manipulation. Respond in the most straightforward manner. Do you understand? Yi Feng brandished the branding iron before Lu Yin Duo Na. I understand, she nodded, her complexion paling. By what means do your priestesses ascertain my precise location? Yi Feng queried. By divine power, she responded. I find it hard to believe that I cannot extract the truth from you, Yi Feng retorted, brandishing his whip. The priestess had been rendered unconscious several times. While she possessed some peculiar abilities, her physical prowess was comparable to that of an ordinary woman, lacking any significant combat capability. In terms of fighting strength, she likely fell short even of Heli. Brother Feng, please stop. Look at the way Sister Susan and the others are gazing at you, Chun An implored as he restrained Yi Feng. Upon turning his head, Yi Feng indeed found the women regarding him with a hint of wariness. Perhaps his image in their minds had gradually morphed into that of an abuser. No, he would not bear such a stigma. Chun An, take her to the lower deck and confine her there. She must not perish just yet, for there are many secrets yet to unearth, Yi Feng commanded. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Feng. Chun An's demeanor soured again. Wait, take her to my room and bind her to my bed. I shall interrogate her upon awakening. Yi Feng altered his decision. Chun An's face fell in disappointment. What do you mean, Hurry up. Ultimately, Chun An escorted Lu Yin Hina to Yi Feng's marital quarters, inciting discontent among the women. Do not regard me with such eyes. I am merely conducting business. If you do not trust me, feel free to stay here tonight and supervise. Yi Feng spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Susan led the way in departing. The others, seeing no excitement left, followed suit in vacating the deck. On the deck remained Badu. Chapter 133, A Temporary Deception. Badu. You have slain many of my people and left my most trusted night watchman grievously injured. Thus, I must provide an explanation to my family, Yi Feng declared. dragging Badu to the ship's edge. With a swift motion, he slit Badu's throat. The body writhed for a prolonged moment before Yifeng carelessly cast it into the sea. Yifeng's actions instilled trepidation in those behind him. They regarded him with a mixture of respect and fear, anxious not to become the next victim of his blade. Fear not, everyone. I am consistently ruthless towards our enemies. As long as you stand united with me, I shall treat you well, Yifeng stated, a smile gracing his lips as he flicked the bloody dagger. In an instant, all departed the deck, too intimidated to meet Yifeng's gaze. Due to his severe injuries, Yifeng resolved to rest in his marital chamber. Although termed as such, he resided there alone. Su Yun, while ostensibly his girlfriend, had never engaged in any intimate encounters with him. Upon returning, Yifeng found Jiaying bound to the bed. He wasted no time, lying down beside her and closing his eyes. Since arriving on the deserted island, he had sustained numerous injuries, and without the miraculous fruit, he might have perished long ago. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Yifeng felt a dampness beneath him. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered Jiaying staring intently at him. On the verge of speaking, "Did you wet the bed?" Yifeng inquired, feeling the cool mat beneath him. "You insufferable foreigner. No matter how much I call, you remain oblivious. Do you even realize how long you've been asleep?" Jiaying nearly despaired. She had held her bladder for over 20 hours. But Yifeng had slept like a log. In desperation, she had to resolve the matter herself on the bed. "Next time you cannot wake me. Just bite my ear to rouse me painfully." "How unfortunate. Now I must change the sheets," Yifeng said as he rose, tossing the damp mat and straw out the window into the sea, before laying down a fresh hide atop the bed. Jiaying was still feeling quite uncomfortable, continuously rubbing her thighs. She was wrapped in a piece of animal hide, which was equally damp. "Allow me to assist you in replacing the hide," Yifeng offered, as he proceeded to untie her leather skirt. "I can't believe you haven't grown any grass," Yifeng exclaimed with wide eyes, though he quickly regained his composure. Having just sustained a severe injury, it was not the appropriate time for distractions. He needed to conserve his energy for the impending theft of the golden fruit. "My legs are bound, and it is quite uncomfortable. Could you please untie the ropes?" Jiaying inquired. "What do you think?" Yifeng retorted with a cold laugh. "However, I need to let the sea breeze dry me," Jiaying added, her cheeks flushing for the first time. "It's all right. I shall help you wipe yourself clean," Yifeng replied, retrieving another piece of animal hide to assist her. "Jiaying, my words remain unchanged. If you reveal to me the secret of becoming powerful, I shall certainly ensure your safe return home. I will not go back on my word." Yifeng reclined on the bed, locking eyes with Jiaying. "Do you wish to hear the truth?" Jiaying appeared to have made a firm decision. "Of course," he responded. "Very well. I shall share this with you. The secret of the beast fighters is known solely to the High Priestess. She alone possesses the method, having come from the northern expanse of the Great Marsh. Since the dawn of our memories, we have been led by her to this region of the Black Tree River, and we have no recollection of anything beyond the north of the Great Marsh." Jiaying gazed intently at Yifeng, her demeanor suggesting sincerity rather than deceit. Lying requires thought, and thought necessitates the fluttering of one's eyelids. Yet just moments ago, she had not blinked, indicating a low probability of falsehood. Certainly, some elite agents could lie without blinking, but that kind of training is far beyond the capabilities of indigenous people. So, it follows that capturing your High Priestess is the only way to uncover all the secrets? Yifeng inquired further. "Indeed, but it's impossible. The High Priestess knows everything. You cannot capture her. However, she surely possesses the means to ensnare you," Jiaying replied, her eyes betraying a flicker of profound fear. "The High Priestess is terrifying. Perhaps even now, as I speak to you, my words are being monitored by her. Her abilities are beyond description, and I fear that even if you were to release me, the High Priestess would not spare me." The defiance in Jiaying's eyes began to wane, replaced by a hint of helplessness. Yifeng contemplated for a moment before wrapping her head in his embrace, a gesture of encouragement to coax her into revealing more secrets. Despite her status as a priestess, Jiaying was still quite young, likely only a year or two older than Ding Tuanchuan, and she could still be considered a little girl. To engage with a girl of such youth, one must provide a sense of reliable security to win her trust. "Fear not, Miss Jiaying. Should your High Priestess seek to harm you, you may join my team. As you have seen, we possess firearms, which you refer to as divine crossbows, as well as a large vessel. If your High Priestess intends to confront me, it would not be so simple," Otherwise, she would have acted by now. Am I not correct? Yifeng reassured her. Hina initially felt some resistance, but after hearing Yifeng's words, she obediently rested her head against his chest. The priestess, after all, was also a victim of her fate. Once she became a priestess, she entered into a covenant with the divine, prohibiting her from ever uniting with a man. The consequence of such a transgression would be divine retribution. At that moment, the robust masculinity radiating from Yifeng stirred emotions within her. Yifeng, your methods are unlike anything I have ever witnessed. This divine crossbow, rumored to have not appeared for decades, is now wielded by you. Perhaps you are the fabled savior warrior. Leaning against Yifeng's embrace, Lu Yin softly spoke. What is a savior warrior? Yifeng gently patted her smooth back, encouraging her to elaborate. It is said that before every great calamity, a savior warrior will emerge, possessing extraordinary strength and the ability to combat the impending disaster, thereby saving all of humanity. According to the High Priestess's divination, this savior warrior may hail from beyond our world. Hina spoke with a gentleness that belied her previous struggles. She had never experienced such a sensation, being cradled in the arms of a strong man, feeling safe, reliable, and warm. Congratulations, you are correct. I am indeed that unmatched warrior. In the future, I shall lead all of humanity to victory, and most importantly, I shall guide you to triumph as well, Yifeng replied with a subtle smile. Continuing to weave his charm, he was a wise man and did not truly believe himself to be the savior warrior, but for the time being, he needed Hina's intelligence and had to feign this role. Chapter 134, Reluctant to Dispel Foam. My forehead hurts terribly. Could you please scratch it for me? Suddenly, Hina's voice grew urgent, as if she were enduring great pain. Of course, no problem. Yifeng lowered his head to examine her forehead. In the next instant, his expression changed drastically. A small bulge had formed in the center of her forehead, and it appeared something was writhing within, creating an unsettling sight. Feng, why haven't you scratched it yet? It itches terribly. Please hurry, or if necessary, untie my bindings so I can scratch it myself. Quickly. By the end of her plea, her voice had grown sharp and frantic. Yifeng extended a trembling hand, cautiously approaching her forehead. Hurry, please. Lu Yan's voice was not only piercing, but had taken on a hint of hysteria. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Bang! Blood splattered across Yifeng's face. He staggered back several steps. Shock etched across his features as he beheld the headless corpse lying on the bed. What on earth had just transpired? Gasping for breath, Yifeng felt his heart racing uncontrollably. A chill surged from the soles of his feet, spreading throughout his body. Just moments ago, she had been lying peacefully in his embrace. Yet now, Hina had perished. Remy and Susan burst into the room, rifles in hand. Yifeng, did you kill her? Susan inquired. Yifeng remained silent, shaking his head with great difficulty as he gazed upon the headless corpse on the bed. In the next moment, a pale red worm emerged from the mass of flesh, swaying its head from side to side as it crawled a few steps towards Yifeng. Startled, Remy felt goosebumps erupt all over her body and swiftly crushed the creature underfoot, splattering it across the floor. Find someone to clean this up. I need to sit on the deck for a while. Yifeng felt an uncontrollable tremor seize his limbs. After sitting on the deck for a while, he finally sensed the shaking subside. It was evident that Hina had been ensnared by some form of sorcery. She had revealed so many secrets only for her head to explode moments later. Thus, Yifeng could almost ascertain that her demise was orchestrated by someone employing sorcery. As for the identity of that individual, it was likely the high priest she had mentioned. Yifeng was unafraid of the heavens, the earth, or even ferocious beasts. However, when confronted with a realm entirely foreign to him, he found himself utterly at a loss. Bai Chuxue approached and gently touched Yifeng's forehead. You're not ill, are you? Why do you look so disoriented? She inquired. Me? I am usually brimming with confidence, yet at this moment, I feel somewhat uncertain. Do you comprehend? A worm capable of triggering a person's head to explode. What on earth is that? Yifeng stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts to Bai Chuxue. A worm controlling a person's body to explode? Surely that cannot be true. I've only heard of certain fungi that can manipulate insects. As their body temperature is low and thus susceptible to some fungi's control, Bai Chuxue replied earnestly. Are you suggesting that fungi can control worms? Yifeng seemed to grasp a fragment of understanding, though it eluded him entirely. Indeed, but can fungi exert control over humans? No. Because the human body temperature is too high for fungi to thrive and exert control, Chushua clarified. Yifeng nodded, casting his gaze towards the distant beach. Chushua, I must trouble you. Please oversee the sanitation on the ship from now on. We cannot afford any mold or worms. It is of utmost importance. Yifeng grasped Chushua's hand. Understood. Chushua forcefully withdrew her hand, regarding Yifeng with caution. She was uncertain whether he was imparting a serious request or attempting to take advantage of the situation. Remy Ko and Susan worked together to dispose of the headless corpse into the sea. As soon as the body hit the water, it began to sink slowly. However, in the next instant, slender worms burrowed into the seawater, swiftly attaching themselves to the hull of the ship. Fortunately, the bottom of the vessel had been coated with a layer of stinking tree oil, which repelled most of the worms. Only a handful managed to crawl sluggishly upward along the hull. Yifeng glanced at the sky, realizing that he had slept for nearly 20 hours. From the previous afternoon until this afternoon. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready, Shi Zhongliang announced, banging a stick against the ship's side. Yifeng made his way to the dining area, where an array of primitive containers adorned the table, some crafted from shells, others from conch shells. With a military helmet placed in the center. Dear Feng, this time I have prepared a few exquisite dishes for you, which I am certain you will enjoy. The first is bamboo tube braised meat, where the meat is finely chopped and placed inside a bamboo tube, accompanied by a medley of seasonings, ensuring that both the meat's aroma and the spice's fragrances are concentrated within, while also absorbing the fresh scent of the bamboo. As Shi Zhongliang concluded his explanation, he removed the stopper from the bamboo tube. Indeed, an intense and savory aroma wafted through the air. Yifeng picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. Master Shi, we had no idea you were our hidden gem. Yifeng nearly bit his tongue in excitement. The culinary creations of a head chef are undoubtedly extraordinary. Others eagerly reached for their chopsticks and simultaneously gave a thumbs up, offering a 5-star rating. The second dish, boiled wild vegetables, was crafted with the knowledge that you have been consuming meat daily, leaving your body lacking in vitamins. Hence, I prepared some wild greens. As for the boiling water, it is not merely plain water, but rather filtered from a rich fish broth, infused with a hint of the fish's savory flavor, requiring just a sprinkle of salt. It is essential not to overdo the salt, lest it overshadow the taste of the vegetables and the fish's freshness. Yifeng promptly took another bite. Excellent, 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 he exclaimed thrice. After indulging in a daily feast of meat, he finally savored a vegetable dish. The bitterness of the wild greens melded perfectly with the fish's freshness, creating a unique flavor that left his palate invigorated. Next came the steamed pomfret. Shi Zhongliang unveiled yet another dish without further introduction, allowing everyone to experience it for themselves. Yifeng turned around to see that the first 2 dishes had been devoured entirely. Chunan even held a shell, having savored every drop of the fish broth. Yifeng picked up a tender slice of pomfret and placed it in his mouth, where it melted away, revealing the pure essence of the fish itself. How authentic! It became evident that true chefs disdain the excessive use of seasonings. Their purpose lies in awakening the inherent aromas of the ingredients. Clearly, Shi Zhongliang had accomplished this feat. Previously, Yifeng had only tasted the flavor of seasonings, but this time was different. He finally experienced the true taste of the food. The fourth dish was braised turtle. Today, Shi Zhongliang had prepared 8 dishes, all of which were consumed with great enthusiasm, with even the bones being devoured by Chunan, who was reluctant to spit them out. Eventually, he surrendered them to the little licking dog for consumption. The little licking dog now weighed nearly 100 pounds. In an environment abundant with food, the black bear's growth rate is astonishing. Yifeng summoned the little licking dog, who immediately began to bounce around in front of him, eager to please his master. As it grows, it will become a significant asset, potentially serving as the captain of a supply team, assisting with carrying heavy loads. Yifeng addressed the group, and it appeared that the little licking dog understood his words. Promptly hiding behind Ding Tuanshuan, with whom it shared the closest bond, followed closely by Alice. Now that everyone is satisfied, allow me to announce something important. Seeing everyone relaxed, Yifeng felt the need to remind them, lest they fall into danger. You must have heard of the concept of gu, haven't you? Today, I witnessed its formidable power firsthand. Yifeng then recounted the fate of Lu Yin and He Na, which left Ding Tuanshuan pale with fright, burrowing into Yifeng's embrace and refusing to emerge. The expressions of the others were equally grim, as the previously joyous atmosphere was shattered by Yi Feng's words. However, let not this weigh too heavily on your minds, for it may adversely affect your health. Therefore, starting today, I shall issue an appointment. Yi Feng's expression grew serious. The first appointment is by Chu Xue as the Minister of Hygiene, tasked with overseeing the cleanliness of all dormitories. Under her guidance, you are to bathe regularly, manage your hair with care, and most importantly, guard against pests and mosquitoes. Should anyone fail to comply, they shall be punished with a week of cleaning the ship. Yi Feng stated sternly. But we have no water. The river is teeming with parasites, Chunin interjected. We will periodically seek out clean water sources. Let us table this discussion for now, Yi Feng replied awkwardly, as the ship's rudimentary facilities could only accommodate enough fresh water for drinking and washing faces, while bathing remained a distant luxury. Nevertheless, the decree must be issued. Secondly, I hereby appoint myself as captain. Does anyone have any objections? Yi Feng inquired once more. Of course not. Brother Feng, you are our guiding light, came the chorus of agreement. Indeed, Brother Feng as captain is most fitting, another chimed in. I support Brother Yi, was the unanimous sentiment, and Yi Feng enjoyed overwhelming support. Please, I do not wish for this meeting to become a mere formality. I am still quite young and have many shortcomings. I welcome your guidance. Yi Feng feigned humility. The more you say that, the more I wish to support you. Chunin replied earnestly. Alice and Lena nodded in agreement, as foreigners often appreciate such displays. Now, let us elect a vice-captain. The voting commences. The votes were cast, with Chung Libin and Susan receiving the highest counts. Ultimately, Chung Libin won by a narrow margin, being a shipbuilding expert, making him a deserving choice for vice-captain. Susan regarded this outcome with disdain. All right, I officially announced Chung Libin as the vice-captain. However, Susan's votes were commendable as well. So I appoint her as the executive vice-captain, for tradition dictates 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. Then, Chunin, your recent performance has been commendable, and your execution capabilities are impressive. Therefore, I appoint you as the deputy captain of security, with all male crew members under your command, of course, with superiors as well. At this point, Yi Feng looked at the one-legged Long Wu. Brother Wu has known me long before you newcomers arrived. He is a retired veteran with exceptional marksmanship, having sustained his injury in the line of duty while protecting women. Henceforth, he shall be the captain of security, albeit in name only. The actual responsibilities will be managed by you, Chunin. However, should you face any uncertainties, feel free to consult Brother Wu, Yi Feng stated earnestly, having resolved to set a precedent. In the future, when confronted by enemies, individuals will bravely confront them rather than cowering like timid turtles, regardless of any injuries sustained. Yi Feng would care for them and bestow upon them great honor. This serves as a means to enhance cohesion. Yi Feng had once been oblivious to this, but since assuming leadership, he gradually unraveled the intricacies of such power dynamics. Brother Yi, what about me? What position do I hold? Ding Tianxuan looked up at Yi Feng. You? Well, Yi Feng felt a twinge of headache. Ding Tianxuan, I hereby appoint you as the janitor, responsible for cleaning the deck. Yi Feng spoke with a serious demeanor. I refuse. You are the janitor. Your entire family are janitors. Ding Tianxuan retorted angrily, delivering a light punch to Yi Feng. Laughter erupted in the dining hall, as it was clear to everyone that Yi Feng held a fondness for Ding Tianxuan, deliberately teasing her. Very well. I appoint Ding Tianxuan as the supreme commander of the universe's incredibly adorable janitors, Yi Feng stated with mock gravity. Ding Tianxuan, unaware of Yi Feng's jest, brightened at the compliment of being incredibly adorable and leaped back into his embrace, a smile illuminating her face. In the lower deck, numerous slender insects had infiltrated the area. Upon entering, they all raised their upper bodies and detonated collectively, transforming into clouds of green mist. This mist began to rise from the lower deck, gradually enveloping the entire vessel. Yi Feng yawned, suddenly feeling quite drowsy. Deputy Security Chief Chunin arranged for 3 individuals to keep watch on the deck tonight. Everyone else, if you are weary, feel free to retire to your quarters, Yi Feng said, his eyes heavy with sleep. Others echoed his yawn, feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over them. Ding Tianxuan, squinting, suddenly shouted, Chunin, in my capacity as the supreme commander of the universe's incredibly adorable janitors, I command you to clean the deck thoroughly tonight. With that, she burrowed back into Yi Feng's arms, purring like a contented cat. Chunin, the eager little follower, sprang up, his nose twitching as he emitted a series of snorting sounds, appearing quite agitated. This little creature seemed still hungry. Come, let us head to the kitchen for a little more food. Once you grow, I shall appoint you as the leader of the logistics team, Feng said, patting its head affectionately. Cheng Bean, meanwhile, was also fighting off yawns, but he persisted, navigating the large vessel downstream while anchoring it securely, catching some water plants in the process. Thus, the ship floated a mere 200 meters from the shore. On the deck, 3 individuals clutched their rifles, their eyes heavy with sleep. That Chunin, instead of keeping watch himself, has us 3 brothers on guard duty. Damn, I am exhausted. How about we take turns sleeping? 3 hours each, and then dawn will arrive, one suggested before collapsing onto the deck, the sound of heavy snoring soon filling the air. The final watchman, holding his rifle, squatted for a moment before succumbing to fatigue, collapsing onto the deck with a sigh. So tired. Chapter 136. Cover your mouth. Do not speak as the last figure collapsed. A pair of luminous green eyes suddenly illuminated the dense jungle by the riverbank. Hundreds of vengeful spirits approached the shore, casting their malevolent gazes towards the grand vessel 200 meters away. Simultaneously, a heavy sound echoed from behind. A colossal cart was being pushed forth by the indigenous people, atop which was mounted a massive 3-bow crossbow. Ma Sikuan and Wang Tao sat atop the cart, gripping the crossbow's wheels with both hands. Once all the natives emerged, 2 fair-skinned priestesses stepped forth from the woods, their cold stares directed at the great ship. Following this, the forest trembled once more as a rudimentary palanquin was lifted. The bearers were 8 of the largest vengeful spirits. Within the palanquin sat a woman draped in a sheer veil. She was tall, approximately 1.70 meters, with a slender figure and an ethereal grace that was beyond description. The high priestess. The natives all knelt, prostrating themselves in reverence. The previously restless, vengeful spirits stood still, as if confronted by a formidable adversary upon her arrival. As the palanquin came to a halt, the woman finally emerged. Her height seemed almost exaggerated, and an indescribable elegance emanated from her, leaving an indelible impression on anyone who beheld her. Although her full visage remained obscured, her otherworldly aura eclipsed all the women aboard the ship. Most striking were her profound eyes, cold yet captivating, elevating her presence to an extraordinary level. The high priestess nodded at Ma Sikuan. As if receiving a command, he aimed the crossbow directly at the ship. With a swift motion, a 4-meter-long bolt was released, trailing a rope behind it. Regrettably, it fell short, landing in the water less than 150 meters away. My apologies, High Priestess, my calculations were flawed, and our lack of sufficient iron has rendered the wooden crossbow incapable of achieving the desired range, Ma Sikuan stammered, now visibly anxious before the High Priestess. He had encountered countless beauties, yet none could compare to her. Not even a mere strand of her hair could be matched by the most exquisite of women. The High Priestess stood with her hands clasped behind her back, the river breeze causing her white veil to flutter gracefully. In that moment, both Ma Sikuan and Wang Tao were utterly mesmerized. I do not blame you. This is the extent of your capabilities, the High Priestess spoke calmly, her expression devoid of disappointment or joy, as if everything had unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. Ah, thank you for your understanding, High Priestess. The 2 men nodded eagerly, unable to suppress the drool at the corners of their mouths. Rook, can your men swim to the ship? The High Priestess inquired, turning her gaze to a figure behind her. Rook, the chieftain adorned with 7 tattoos, though revered among the indigenous people, appeared somewhat unsettled in the presence of the High Priestess. The High Priest spoke, declaring that despite the perils lurking in the river, he would allow them to take their chances. After uttering his command, Luke gestured towards the front, prompting dozens of indigenous people to leap into the water, swimming towards the great ship. However, after a brief interval, these individuals began to convulse, rolling in the river as they emitted muffled cries of despair. To Marskon's astonishment, the group did not retreat but pressed on towards the vessel. Yet it was too late. The entire contingent perished, either devoured by piranhas until they were mere skeletons or tortured by other creatures sinking into the depths. I shall go myself, declared Luke, shedding his leather attire. No. This grand sacrifice presents you with the opportunity to become a beastmaster. You must not take such risks, replied the High Priest in a cold tone, suddenly casting his gaze upon the throng of vengeful children. As if receiving an unspoken command, they all leapt into the great river. Meanwhile, Yi Feng was in the marital quarters, embracing Ding Tuanshuan as he slept, yet his mind was restless, ensnared by nightmares. He dreamt fleetingly of Chun Li, then by Guifan, followed by Chun Guohua. Ultimately, Bai Guifan approached him, suddenly shouting, "Run!" Startled, Yi Feng sat upright, beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Ding Tuanshuan remained in deep slumber, drooling onto the pillow. Glancing out the window, the distant calls of birds signaled dawn's arrival, yet the atmosphere around the ship was eerily silent. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Realizing something was amiss, Yi Feng hurried to check on the others, discovering them all in a profound slumber. He then opened the door to Susan and Ramiko's quarters. These women typically rose early, yet now they too were sound asleep. Without making a sound, Yi Feng removed his tattered shoes and tiptoed barefoot to the dining area, peering through the gaps of the ship's cabin. A chill ran down his spine as he gasped. On the foredeck stood a throng of vengeful children, and on the ground lay 3 gruesome piles of flesh, a strong metallic scent of blood wafting into the cabin. Covering his mouth, he stealthily approached the last sleeping quarters at the ship's stern, peering outside through the crevice. The aft deck was similarly filled with a dense gathering of vengeful children. Through the gaps in the cabin ceiling, he caught sight of the mast, where 5 or 6 of the vengeful children were clinging. Strangely, these figures were utterly silent, akin to a band of poised assassins, emitting not a single sound. It was evident that they were under a unified command, and the one orchestrating them was no simple foe, capable of maintaining such high levels of coordination. Yi Feng entered Susan's chamber, first covering her mouth before gently blowing into her ear. Susan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, though they lacked vitality. "Do not speak loudly," Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded, and he released his grasp on her mouth. "Follow me quietly, barefoot." Yi Feng gently grasped Susan's hand, leading her stealthily towards the dining hall. In the next moment, Susan's eyes widened in alarm as she slowly retreated to the center of the dining area. Pressing closely against Yi Feng, "Go awaken the others, but cover your mouth to avoid making any noise," Yi Feng whispered. Susan nodded and quietly made her way towards the various dormitories. Meanwhile, Yi Feng picked up a rifle and opened a barrel filled with palm oil, a flammable substance that would ignite fiercely upon contact with fire. The number of vengeful spirits outside was alarmingly high, all gathered on the deck, necessitating the use of incendiary tactics. It was evident that the malevolent beings awaited the opening of the hatch. Once it was ajar, they would swarm inside, devouring everyone within. Fortunately, when Chung Li Bean constructed the hatch, he opted for old pear wood rather than rigid timber. This type of wood is remarkably tough, with a density comparable to that of a human skull. Thus, the claws of the vengeful spirits could not penetrate the hatch, compelling them to obediently wait on the deck. Had anyone else been the first to awaken, merely opening the hatch would have led to a catastrophic rush of vengeful spirits, resulting in a gruesome fate. Their claws were exceedingly sharp, and within the confines of the cramped cabin, they could unleash their most formidable combat capabilities. One by one, the others began to awaken, peering through the cracks to glimpse the vengeful spirits on the deck. "What should we do, Feng? Chunin exclaimed in terror, nearly paralyzed by fear. "First, ignite the torches, and one of you grab the oil barrel. The rest should load their firearms and aim at the entrance of the dining hall. When I give the signal, Susan will open the hatch. Remember, the moment the hatch is opened, everyone must fire together, aiming for the heads. Only a shot to the head will incapacitate the vengeful spirits. Shots to the body or legs are far less effective." Yi Feng spoke in a serious tone, ensuring his voice did not reach the deck. Everyone swallowed hard in unison, forming 3 ranks within the dining hall. The first rank lay prone, aiming their guns at the entrance, while the second rank crouched, similarly poised, and the third remained standing. This formation allowed for maximum firepower to be unleashed, inflicting the greatest possible damage on the vengeful spirits at the first opportunity. Yet, Yi Feng felt a lingering unease. The venomous needles of the spirits were not to be underestimated, and a single hit could disrupt their formation. "Flip the tables over to use as shields," Yi Feng commanded. The group hesitated for a moment before swiftly complying. "Feng, do you think we will survive this?" Chunin stammered. Yi Feng glanced back at him. "With that kind of mentality, survival seems unlikely." Just then, Long Wu ambled over, leaning against the wall, 2 handguns holstered at his waist. "Feng, how could I possibly miss out on this situation? You know my marksmanship," Long Wu declared. "Wu, you should stay behind to cover us. If any vengeful spirits breach our fire zone, You must take them down with a headshot, Yi Feng replied, nodding in agreement. Just watch me, Longwu said, taking a seat and drawing his 2 guns, aiming them at the dining hall's entrance. Yi Feng squatted in the center of the second row, the very heart of the entire fire network, necessitating his personal oversight. Once in position, he nodded to Susan, who, gritting her teeth, withdrew the door latch, her arms tensing slightly. With a resounding crash, the 2-meter-wide hatch swung open. On the foredeck, the vengeful children immediately sensed the breach. They surged toward the hatch like a tidal wave. Fire! The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets formed a torrent of steel, directing their wrath toward the hatch. The foremost of the vengeful children were reduced to mere sieves, their bodies either perforated or obliterated. Yet, an even greater number rushed forward, transforming the quiet deck into a canvas of green blood. The bullet's formidable impact sent their diminutive forms flying backward. Yi Feng swiftly exhausted the ammunition in his handgun, hastily reloading to maintain a relentless barrage. In less than a minute, the corpses of the vengeful children piled up on the foredeck, and a grotesque odor was carried by the river breeze into the dining area. Ugh! Ding Tianchuan retched violently. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of vengeful children's footsteps echoed from above, presumably reinforcements from the aft deck. Suddenly, one leaped into the air, soaring gracefully while clutching a blowpipe in its mouth. Puff! Ah! Yi Feng heard Alice's scream behind him, but he could not afford to glance back. He could only intensify his firepower. Puff! A sharp pain shot through his arm, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. A poison dart had struck him. There was no time to remove it. He gritted his teeth and continued to fire. The barrel of his handgun soon became scalding hot, the temperature soaring to at least 90 degrees, transmitting heat to the grip, making it difficult for several to maintain their hold. Water! Yi Feng called out without turning his head. After a moment, Ding Tianchuan approached, cradling a helmet filled with cool water, dousing everyone's hands with it. Puff! Another poison dart whizzed through the air, and Ding Tianchuan let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground. Tianchuan! Yi Feng roared, his crimson gaze fixed upon the vengeful children outside. In the corner, Heli incessantly loosed arrows, but their power was limited, unless they struck the heads of the vengeful children. They were largely ineffective. Long Wu had yet to fire. His role was to eliminate any vengeful children breaching the dining area, so even with remaining bullets, he refrained from indiscriminate firing. The river breeze howled, carrying the vengeful children's green blood across the deck and into the dining area. The table was littered with poisoned darts, and Yi Feng was now consumed by bloodlust. Their ammunition had nearly run dry, with only Long Wu's dual pistols still containing a few rounds. At last, the first vengeful child broke into the dining area, its sharp claws leaving a gash on the table upon entry. Bang! Long Wu struck, delivering a headshot. Yet, with the suppression of firepower diminished, the vengeful children surged into the dining area one after another. Bang, bang, bang. The formidable power of Long Wu's dual pistols began to manifest. Of the 14 bullets fired, only 2 missed, resulting in the demise of 12 vengeful children. Yet, more of these malevolent beings surged onto the deck, forcing their way inside. The air was pierced by 2 agonizing screams. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Feng grasped his spear and plunged into the fray. Li, after a brief moment of indecision, joined the battle, also wielding a spear. Despite 2 poisonous needles embedded in her arm and abdomen, she managed to endure, having consumed ginkgo nuts. Raimai, take the injured to the dormitory and barricade the door, Yi Feng shouted as his spear pierced through 2 vengeful children. Simultaneously, a gory gash appeared on his arm, and Raimai fainted. Chenin, take them back to the dormitory and secure the door, Yi Feng exclaimed, just as he felt a chilling sensation at his neck. A claw from a vengeful child nearly slashed his throat. Cursing under his breath, Yi Feng swiftly shed his shirt and wielded daggers, wreaking havoc among the throng of vengeful children. Previously, their firearms had claimed over 60 of these creatures, yet now only around 40 remained. Their ferocity amplified within the confines of the cramped dining area. Yi Feng was compelled to fight while retreating. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Susan's arm hung limply from her shoulder, forcing her to engage the vengeful children with her left hand. Healy exhibited commendable fighting prowess, her arms still functional as they retreated into the corridor. Yi Feng shouted, and the 2 women engaged the enemy while retreating, ultimately rejoining him. Chapter 138. Who is crying? You must enter the dormitory, secure the door, and barricade it with anything you can find. Yi Feng continued to shout, receiving another claw strike to his arm. Yi Feng, I will not abandon you. Healy called from behind. Susan pulled her inside. I have a way to deal with these vengeful children. Hurry, or I won't be able to hold out much longer. Yi Feng roared in anguish, using the narrow corridor to block nearly 40 vengeful children. Amidst the chaos, he glanced back to see Susan had dragged Healy into the dormitory, followed by the heavy sound of the door slamming shut. You beasts. Now it's my turn to fight you alone. Yi Feng rolled forward, charging into the swarm of vengeful children, sustaining several hits in the process. However, he seized a barrel of tongue oil and splashed it over the creatures before him. The oil drenched their heads and faces. After dousing them, Yi Feng dashed out of the dining area, hastening to close the door. Unfortunately, several corpses obstructed the entrance. Reluctantly, he braved the poisonous needles of the vengeful children, clearing the bodies away. With a resounding crash, the hatch was finally secured. He produced 2 flints and struck them together, igniting a flame. Yi Feng set his clothing ablaze and shoved it through the small window above the dining area. Boom! A massive fireball erupted from the dining room, followed by a billow of thick smoke. The vengeful children emitted piercing screams within the dining area. With the dormitory door secured, their movement was confined to a long corridor and the relatively small dining room. In but a moment, thick smoke enveloped the interior, suffocating the wretched children within, as if they were caught in a cosmic battle between deities. Yi Feng, drenched in blood, clung to life solely through the surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Despite his resolve, his legs trembled violently, threatening to collapse beneath him. At that instant, a head of one of the tormented children emerged through the narrow window. Driven to desperation by the smoke, seeking egress from that confined aperture, with sheer will, Yi Feng steadied himself and swung his dagger, sending a severed head tumbling into the river below. Inside the dormitory, a faint wisp of smoke infiltrated the space, yet those within persevered, resolutely barring the door against the encroaching horrors. Thus, the primary focus of the smoke's assault remained concentrated in the dining area and hallway where the wretched children lingered. Fortunately, the vessel was newly constructed, retaining some moisture within its wooden frame. Otherwise, Yi Feng's fiery onslaught, while capable of vanquishing the children, would have inevitably set their grand ship ablaze as well. At this juncture, a second wretched child thrust its head through the window. Yi Feng repeated his grim task, once again causing a head to roll into the waters. Yet, the smoke was a relentless adversary, even with the specter of death awaiting them outside. The children continued their futile attempts to escape through the minuscule opening. This window was scarcely large enough for a head to emerge, and the prospect of extricating their bodies proved far more formidable. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Feng was unaware of how many heads he had severed. The green blood had transformed the area around the window into a viscous, cornmeal-like paste. The sounds of the children within the dining hall grew sparse and feeble. Some of them were futilely hurling themselves against the cabin door, attempting to force it open. Alas, the door was a sliding mechanism, and their brute force could accomplish nothing against it. The children, with their limited intellect, had yet to grasp the concept of how to operate a sliding door. After a tense silence of several minutes, the sounds of their frantic efforts ceased. Yi Feng, feeling dizzy and disoriented, saw the world around him as a blurred double vision. Gritting his teeth, he pricked his thigh with the dagger, using the pain as a stimulus to stave off unconsciousness. Half an hour later, with a visage pale and frail, Yi Feng pulled open the cabin door. Inside lay the bodies of the wretched children, sprawled haphazardly, mouths agape and eyes shut tight, as if yearning for the breath of life. Yi Feng, his body numb, mechanically approached the water bucket and extinguished the small flame within. Coughing violently, the door to the dormitory burst open, and Helly and Susan rushed out, quickly supporting Yi Feng. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Susan, her eyes widening in shock at the sight of Yi Feng's wounds, tears streaming down her cheeks. Helly, expressing her concern more directly, opened her mouth to assist in cleaning the blood from Yi Feng's injuries. Other survivors emerged, their faces etched with disbelief as they took in the sight of the fallen. "Clear away these bodies," Yi Feng managed to utter before collapsing into the pool of blood. On the riverbank, the high priest gazed intently at the distant vessel, his expression contemplative. "High priest, if necessary, shall I summon more of the wretched children?" Rook inquired, bewildered. Though the plan was meticulously crafted, with several layers of preparation, the individuals aboard the grand vessel still emerged victorious. The high priestess neither nodded nor shook her head, remaining as still as a statue. After a prolonged silence, she raised a slender, alabaster hand, deftly manipulating her 5 delicate fingers. Could it be him? The high priestess uttered 4 words, gazing at the grand ship with astonishment. This marked the first occasion since her appearance that she displayed any semblance of emotion. What of the high priestess? I could summon another 100 vengeful children. Even if they managed to annihilate all those on deck, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. This presents an opportunity, Luke continued. That will not be necessary. Return and prepare for the grand sacrifice. Upon concluding her statement, the high priestess elegantly lifted her jade-like leg and seated herself in a petite palanquin. In an instant, the indigenous people along the shore vanished into the jungle, leaving only Moss Kong, Wang Tao, and a massive ballista behind. Let us depart, Moss. We still require these natives. Wang Tao urged, tugging at Moss Kong. Alas, that scoundrel Yi Feng possesses such luck. Moss Kong sighed deeply before disappearing into the forest. On the shore, only the colossal ballista remained, neglected and unattended. After all, they had tested its range, finding it capable of only 150 meters. Although its power was formidable, it was ill-suited for operation within the jungle. However, if mounted at the ship's prow, it could serve as a formidable weapon, even capable of hunting smaller dinosaurs. Yi Feng experienced a peculiar dream, one in which the rainforest transformed into a desolate gobi, teeming with countless worms that consumed the entire world. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes. He found Bai Chuxue resting her head on his thigh, tending to something. Chuxue, he uttered, startled by the hoarseness of his own voice, sounding almost like that of an elderly man. Bai Chuxue quickly lifted her head, helping him adjust his trousers. Your wound was inflicted with numerous poison needles. I have extracted the venom, she said, her lips tinged with a dark hue. Indeed, Yi Feng felt as if he could no longer rise. He struggled to sit upright. Through various crevices, he could faintly hear the sound of sobbing. Who is weeping? Yi Feng inquired. Someone has died. There are mourners, Bai Chuxue replied, her expression darkening. Chapter 139. Excessive blood loss. Yi Feng's heart sank. What of Tuan Tuan? Is she all right? In his heart, despite her seeming ineffectiveness, he regarded Ding Tuan Tuan as one of his own, for her loyalty was evident and pure. She has been unconscious for 6 days, but I managed to halt the spread of the poison. Her survival now rests in the hands of fate, Bai Chuxue explained. Then, who has perished? Yi Feng pressed, attempting to rise, but his legs betrayed him, a testament to how long he had been bedridden. Alice, I wished to save her. Yet her major artery was struck by a poison needle. There is also Yu Sihai. The needle pierced his brow. Bai Chuxue enumerated the names of 6 individuals. Are you suggesting that they are? Yi Feng dared not finish the thought. Those who had fallen were all of significant importance. Indeed, the body was laid to rest at sea 3 days ago. I had intended to wait for your awakening, but alas. The corpse is prone to decay and the growth of maggots, which could incite a plague, Bai Chuxue said cautiously. A sharp pain seizes my chest. Yi Feng cried out, collapsing back onto the bed. This time, he slumbered for 5 hours before regaining consciousness, feeling capable of walking unaided. He used his rifle as a makeshift cane and gradually made his way to Ding Tuanshuan's dormitory, where she and Susan Rimiko resided in room 1. He found Rimiko and Ding Tuanshuan lying flat on their beds. Rimiko's complexion was a ghastly shade of blue, while Bai Chuxue was diligently wiping the sweat from her brow. Ding Tuanshuan, too, bore a pallid visage, and had it not been for her faint breaths, Yi Feng might have believed her lifeless. Brother Feng, Bai Chuxue addressed him for the first time with such familiarity. The memories of last week's battle were still vivid. Had it not been for Yi Feng's desperate efforts to protect everyone, it was likely that all would have perished. This was a genuine expression of respect she felt toward him. Brother Feng, Zhang Yin approached, supporting Yi Feng's arm, having likewise altered her address from Ah Feng to Brother Feng. Gazing at Rimiko's ashen face, Yi Feng's heart raced with anxiety. Rimiko, mature and prudent, was far more reliable than even Susan. Her demise would be a tremendous loss to their group. You all should step outside, Yi Feng said without looking back. His confidence had perhaps been misplaced. He had thought that with the large ship and modern weaponry, they could easily contend with the natives. Yet, he had underestimated their cunning, as they had managed to smuggle the vengeful child aboard, and even the 3 sentinels had been silently dispatched without firing a single shot. The 2 women obediently exited the dormitory and quietly closed the door behind them. Feng crouched beside Rimiko, observing her bruised lips when a sudden thought struck him. He possessed resistance to toxins. If he were to provide his blood to Rimiko, might she recover? With this realization, Feng swiftly extended his wrist and drew forth a dagger. Plop! A white gash appeared on his wrist, yet not a single drop of blood flowed forth. What was happening? Feng's expression changed dramatically, fearing he had contracted some peculiar illness that had drained him of blood. But soon, he grasped that the battle with the vengeful child 7 days prior had left him with little blood. If blood was scarce, perhaps other bodily fluids would suffice? With this thought, Feng licked his lips and leaned towards Rimiko's mouth. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. Feng scrutinized Rimiko's complexion. Remarkably, his method seemed to bear fruit. The blue hue on her face appeared to diminish, and her eyelashes fluttered slightly. I understand now. This technique is indeed effective. Saliva can work wonders. Feng exclaimed joyfully, moving to Ding Tuanshuan's side. A sweet, youthful essence filled his mouth as he began to treat her wounds. Ding Tuanshuan had been struck in the arm by a poisoned dart, rendering her affliction comparatively milder. In less than 10 minutes, the bluish tint on her face faded, and she gradually opened her eyes. Brother Yi. She extended her arms, yearning for an embrace. Oh, Tuan Tuan, your brother is here. Feng swiftly enveloped Ding Tuan in his warm embrace. At that moment, Bai Chuxue and Healy Zhongyin entered the room. We have witnessed it. Who would have thought your saliva could neutralize toxins? Hurry, assist the others as well. There are many more patients, Bai Chuxue urged as she grasped Feng's arm. Very well, please prepare some fresh water for me. I feel unable to produce saliva any longer, Feng responded. Before long, he methodically tended to each injured person aboard the vessel. Eventually, it was time to address the lightly wounded Chunin. One of Chun-An's legs had swollen, but the poison had only spread to his knee. Brother Feng, is this appropriate for 2 grown men? I heard that Healy has also consumed ginkgo. Perhaps she should assist? Chun-An protested with a frown. What is inappropriate about it? However, I can no longer produce saliva. I must resort to other fluids. Feng stated with a serious demeanor. 10 minutes later, Chun-An's anguished cries echoed from the dormitory. Take it away, take it away. I shall not drink it. Do not force it upon me. Ugh. Feng stepped out of Chun-An's room, adjusting his pants. It seemed that once his injuries healed completely, he would need to seek out more ginkgo. Furthermore, given that the indigenous people were adamantly opposed to him, he had no choice but to seek revenge. Several of his women had perished at their hands, and this vendetta could not be left unaddressed. Yet, if the endeavor proved too perilous, even at the cost of his life, he would have to deliberate carefully. Should he be unable to exact revenge, he would need to acquire a propeller and set sail for home. Indeed, returning to civilization was his ultimate goal. He had initially envisioned a blissful life surrounded by many wives, but the harsh reality had dealt him a staggering blow. A life of multiple wives was evidently unattainable. Even the high priest posed a threat that could render his existence unbearable, not to mention the impending calamity that occurred once every 80 years. Returning home might seem a distant hope, yet he could venture into the deep sea aboard his grand vessel. If he could return, it would be splendid, but if not, he would have to remain and harvest ginkgo, striving to enhance his strength to its zenith. At that point, he would devise every possible means to eradicate the indigenous people without leaving a single survivor. By the way, there should still be artillery shells within the cave. If he could transport them to the site of the indigenous people's sacrificial offerings, would it not obliterate their fighting capability? Feng suddenly had an epiphany. First, he must recuperate. Feng returned to the deck, preparing to fully relax his body and mind. Only by unwinding could he expedite his healing process. Brother Feng, it's time to eat. You have lost a considerable amount of blood. Yesterday, we hunted a wild boar. I have prepared some pig liver to replenish your strength. Shi Zhenliang approached. Thank you, Master Shi. I kindly ask you to take extra care with our meals, endeavoring to create delicious dishes that will help everyone recover swiftly. Feng replied graciously. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. You have fought valiantly against those monsters, nearly sacrificing your life for us. I, Shi Zhenliang, possess a conscience and will exert my utmost efforts for the team, he affirmed before setting down the pig liver soup and returning to the kitchen to continue his work. Chapter 140. Useful in the future. Meanwhile, within the Jiaying tribe, the indigenous people were diligently preparing offerings, imprisoning captives in cages. Some hail from civilized societies, while others are indigenous, and some are ferocious beasts. Ma Xikong and Wang Tao trembled in fear. Ma, you wouldn't consider us as sacrifices, would you? If it comes to worst, shall we make a run for it? Wang Tao anxiously observed the industrious natives. Glialu. Ma Xikong swallowed hard. I too sensed the possibility. The recent gazes of these natives have been rather unsettling, he remarked. What are we waiting for? Let us flee immediately, find some firearms in the cave, and hopefully acquire a machine gun. With that, we would have the means to defend ourselves, Wang Tao urged. Agreed. We shall seize an opportunity to escape. Ma Xikong nodded in agreement. The grand vessel was tethered to the shore as Yi Feng disembarked with Chun and Susan. Bro Feng, this contraption resembles a crossbow. Chunin exclaimed, pointing at the abandoned war crossbow on the beach. Indeed, it appears to be a crossbow. Its power is substantial and likely left behind by the natives. Gather a few more individuals to transport it to the ship and have the engineers secure it at the bow to serve as a ship's cannon, Yi Feng declared with wisdom. Immediately, a dozen men disembarked, using ropes to haul the crossbow onto the deck. The installation took them an entire day. Once the crossbow was in place, Yi Feng tested its might. This is quite commendable for dealing with large beasts, yet it seems rather inadequate against the vengeful children. He lamented. Sighing, he realized that after witnessing the sheer number of vengeful children, he ought to procure a machine gun from the cave. Surely, there must be one. He simply hadn't discovered it yet. Following the fierce battles on the beach and the deck, only about 10 individuals remained capable of movement. Among the men were 5, Long Wu, Cheng Libin, Shi Zhongliang, Chen and Bao Qifang. The foreign women included Lina, Ilian, and Nire Miko, alongside the severely injured Dove. The domestic women comprised Susan, Su Yun, Ding Tuanshuan, Zhang Yan, Xiao Mei, and Bai Chuxue, along with the native, He Li. Yi Feng adeptly maneuvered the crossbow, which had a full 180-degree range, effectively shielding the front of the ship. Additionally, it was capable of vertical movement. The craftsmanship of this crossbow was impressive. Yi Feng was pleasantly surprised by the natives' ingenuity. However, Cheng Libin stepped forward, stating, something feels amiss. The craftsmanship bears my influence. I had only demonstrated my skills to Ma Xikong. Thus, I suspect that Ma Xikong has mingled with the natives, and this crossbow bears his mark. Really? Yi Feng furrowed his brow. Dealing with the Gay tribe is already challenging enough. If Ma Xikong is involved, it would only exacerbate our situation. It is not that Ma Xikong is particularly formidable, but rather that he may teach the natives to use firearms and disclose the effective range of our weapons, granting them a means of defense. Not only the secrets of firearms, but also other secrets aboard the ship may be revealed to the natives through Ma Xikong. After resting for another day, only 3 individuals remained on the ship while the others ventured into the cave. They were tasked with transporting all the movable firearms, ammunition, and weapons back to the vessel. Anything too cumbersome to carry was to be destroyed, as it must not fall into the hands of the indigenous savages. Otherwise, their fate would be sealed. Yi Feng spoke with grave seriousness. His body had recovered to about 50%, while the others were roughly at 60 to 70%. However, time was of the essence. If Ma Xikong led the natives to the cave, absconding with the firearms and subsequently teaching the natives how to use them, the consequences would be dire. Even with a large ship, they would still be doomed. The others, grasping the gravity of the situation, nodded somberly in agreement. In the primitive jungle, Ma Xikong was sprinting alongside Wang Tao, pursued by a multitude of vengeful children of the forest. Mr. Ma, please do not flee. We mean you no harm, came the voices of the natives from behind. Gentlemen, do not run. We have no intention of sacrificing you. Upon hearing this, the 2 men quickened their pace. The mere fact that the natives could utter such words was a clear indication of their intentions. A day passed swiftly. At dawn, Yi Feng inspected his team on the deck. They were entirely out of ammunition and thus unarmed, wielding only spears, bows, and daggers. Chengong, take Ilian on deck to assist with De Fu and Wu Gu, Yi Feng instructed. Cheng Libin nodded, grasping Ilian's small hand. As for the rest of you, during our expedition into the cave, each of us will carry a torch, and we shall empty the cave of all weaponry and ammunition. Any oversized weapons must be destroyed. They cannot be left for the enemy, Yi Feng declared. Understood. Everyone affirmed with resolute nods. Once the instructions were conveyed, the ship anchored at the riverbank, where a slight elevation allowed it to dock. Yi Feng was the first to descend the rope ladder, assisting the others down one by one. A dozen men formed a long line, hastening toward the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the pile of rubble, Feng distributed the kerosene torches and struck 2 flint stones together, igniting several torches. "Let us proceed," he urged, leading the way as everyone leaped through the crevice into the depths of the cave. Inside, the terrain was littered with rocks, remnants of the previous grenade explosion. Ding Tuanshuan closely followed Feng, while Susan brought up the rear with her spear. Their objective was clear. Silence enveloped them in the pitch-black cave, broken only by the crackling of torches and their own labored breathing. Drawing upon memories of their previous encounter, Feng navigated adeptly to the stairs, which were now free of standing water, revealing mud and scattered bones, some human, but mostly animal. "Let us move." Feng's expression turned grave. The multitude of animal bones in the depths signified a singular truth. A formidable predator lurked within, dragging creatures to this place for sustenance, which accounted for the numerous remains. With a creak, Feng pushed open a decayed door. Inside was reminiscent of a dormitory, furnished with several severely decayed wooden beds. Upon one of the beds lay a pile of bones. This row must all be dormitories. From now on, upon encountering such doors, one should simply steer clear. Feng exited the dormitory and proceeded towards the opposite side. Creak. Another door swung open, and a wave of a ghastly odor assailed him. Within was a large stove, accompanied by a severely rusted iron pot. "Sure, hoist the iron pot onto your back. It may prove useful later," Feng instructed. "All right." Shi Zhengliang grasped the pot's handle, securing it with a rope around his back, resembling a great turtle. Puff! Ding Tuanshuan chuckled momentarily, only to sense that the atmosphere was amiss. Chapter 141, essentially intact. Just as Feng was about to depart, Bao Qifeng picked up a collection of smaller iron boxes. "What do we need these for? One pot is sufficient." Feng furrowed his brow, as their primary task was to transport military supplies. "Brother Feng, once melted down, this iron can be fashioned into propellers. Attempting to steal propellers from a warship would be far too perilous," Bao Qifeng replied. "Well, very well, let us take them along," Feng conceded, assisting in carrying 2 iron boxes. After a short while, Feng finally arrived at the research laboratory he had previously observed. "Let us go around." There was nothing of value within the lab. It was imperative to swiftly locate the munitions depot. As for the previous armory, all the ammunition had already been depleted, leaving only damp and rusted bullets that were utterly unusable. "Brother Feng, there's a staircase here. It seems this underground base comprises 2 levels, Chunin remarked, pointing towards a hole with his torch. Feng wasted no words and, torch in hand, descended the stairs. Suddenly, Feng's torch began to flicker, the light dimming slightly. The oxygen was scarce below. Nonetheless, they pressed onward. After stating this, the group continued down the staircase, where they encountered numerous viscous, dark gray substances, identical to those in the research facility. Meanwhile, the structure of the 3rd level was rather peculiar, featuring an array of iron artifacts. Upon descending, they encountered a ventilation fan with a diameter of 2 meters, which too was coated in the viscous material. "What is this abomination?" Feng gazed at the repulsive substance, feeling an indescribable discomfort. Bai Chuxue extended a finger, bringing the viscous matter to her nose for a sniff. "This appears to be a substance formed from corpses reduced to ash and subsequently soaked in water," she stated. "Human corpses?" Feng's expression shifted. "I cannot say for certain. It is, after all, a corpse," Bai Chuxue replied. Feng glanced at the viscous matter on the ground and walls. If this substance truly originated from animal corpses, how many must there have been to yield such a quantity? 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000. Regardless, they needed to locate the munitions. Feng subsequently fully entered the 3rd level. After an arduous 2 hours, the group returned to the 2nd underground level, disheartened. The 3rd level had been nearly entirely composed of that black viscous matter, or large machinery, with not a single bullet found. "If we meticulously search and uncover the munitions depot, we shall strike it rich." A dozen torches illuminated the surroundings, casting their glow over an expanse of more than 20 meters. Moments later, Chunin hurriedly exited a room, his voice trembling. "Feng, brother Feng, the contents within are quite formidable. You ought to come and see for yourself." Without delay, Feng lifted his torch and approached. The next moment, he too was taken aback, gripping the torch with both hands. For within lay an array of artillery shells. Some wooden crates were stacked with shells over 1 meter in length, likely remnants of naval artillery. In the far corner stood a colossal object towering over 3 meters high. Brother Yi, what is this? An atomic bomb? Ding Tuanshuan gazed in shock at the massive shell. Certainly not, but if this were to detonate, we would all be buried alive. From now on, Chun and shall wield the torch alone. We cannot bring too many torches inside, Yi Feng instructed, passing his torch to Ding Tuanshuan. With the aid of Chun An's torch, he began to inspect the shells. They're all shells, utterly useless. We should leave, Yi Feng sighed, reluctantly departing the munitions storage. Men are often drawn to artillery, and seeing such a cache of shells go to waste is indeed a pity. Brother Feng, why not take a couple back to the ship? We could examine them, Chun An suggested from behind. Are you foolish? If one were to explode, we would all be done for, Yi Feng chastised. All right, then, Brother Feng, we could construct a smaller vessel, towed by the larger ship, with the shells stored aboard. Even if they were to explode, they would not affect the larger vessel, Chun An persisted. Ah, that plan has merit. However, for now, we must prioritize finding firearms and ammunition. Once we have cleared the firearms, we can deliberate on the shells, Yi Feng replied. Thus, the group resumed their search. With a crash, a wooden crate was smashed open. Yi Feng peeled back the grass atop it, revealing a layer of waterproof oil paper beneath. With a hiss, the oil paper was torn away, and Yi Feng's lips curled in excitement as he touched the gleaming bullets within. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Lift this crate and carry it away. These bullets are nearly pristine, Yi Feng exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. The crate alone weighed at least 200 kilograms, and once aboard the larger ship, it would suffice for a year. I'll do it. Chun An grasped the crate with both hands, straining to lift it. Ugh, no. This is too heavy, he gasped, stepping aside. Never mind, I shall carry it out later. Yi Feng resumed his task, smashing open more crates. These are pistol bullets. Quite a number, Ding Tuanshuan shouted from the corner. Just as she spoke, a wooden crate tumbled from above, nearly crushing her. Yi Feng glanced at the crate filled with pistol bullets. Due to their smaller size, it was likely that this crate contained 4,000 to 5,000 rounds. However, the top and bottom bullets had succumbed to moisture, leaving only those in the middle viable. Fetch some military backpacks to collect the usable bullets, and leave behind those that have deteriorated. They may very well misfire, Yi Feng commanded. A few women promptly advanced to gather ammunition. Yi Feng raised the torch high, casting his gaze towards the uppermost region of the warehouse. There lay a multitude of assorted items, yet one object captured his attention, a machine gun. Yi Feng nearly wept. After their prolonged search within the underground base, they had finally discovered the prized possession. He ascended to a higher vantage point, stepping on several wooden crates until he successfully retrieved the machine gun. Weighing approximately 50 pounds, its barrel was as thick as Yi Feng's arm. Yet the muzzle was no thicker than his thumb. Was this the renowned Maxim machine gun? As Yi Feng caressed its body, he noted that, due to its elevation, it had not succumbed to the flooding below. The gun was coated in a layer of green waterproof paint, safeguarding it from rust in the damp environment. Let me take a look, Lena approached, inspecting the various components of the machine gun. She possessed a certain understanding of firearms. This weapon is essentially intact, she declared with delight. Quickly, search for matching ammunition. Lena, do you know how to operate such a gun? Yi Feng inquired once more. I do, she replied. All right, everyone. Hasten to find the bullets. The firing rate of this machine gun must be rapid, so we should gather as many rounds as possible. In an instant, everyone began rummaging through the warehouse, and Ding Tuanshuan accidentally smeared her face with grime. These bullets are quite long, unlike those of a rifle. Could they be for the machine gun? Chun An asked, clutching several golden-hued bullets. Chapter 142. The power is overwhelming. Yi Feng quickly took them, testing their length against the side of the machine gun. However, he remained uncertain, as he had never encountered a Maxim machine gun in reality. He would have to rely on Lena. She compared the bullets to the magazine's entrance and nodded affirmatively. Quickly, drag all these crates out and discard the bullets covered in green mold, retaining only the useful ones, Yi Feng instructed in a low voice. The Maxim machine gun was generally suited for fixed-point shooting, as its considerable weight made it cumbersome. Yet for Yi Feng, this posed no challenge. His strength had reached 1,000 pounds, allowing him to wield the heavy machine gun with ease. One might ponder the extent of devastation a mobile heavy machine gun could inflict upon the enemy. With this thought, Yi Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. Outside the cave, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao hurriedly squeezed into the crevice, pursued by a throng of indigenous people and a multitude of vengeful spirits. The two found themselves in a dire predicament, trapped with no escape, and thus had no choice but to enter the cave in search of weapons. Only with firearms could they hope to rid themselves of the relentless pursuers. The tracking skills of these savages were exceedingly adept. No matter where they hid, they would be discovered. Elder of the Ghost Clan, those two foreign individuals have entered the Ghost Cave. Shall we continue the pursuit? Inquired a man with 4 stripes, whose status among the indigenous people was already quite elevated, yet he still exhibited great respect towards the elder adorned with 6 stripes. That is the Ghost Cave. The high priest has warned that it harbors giant serpents and countless spirits. The elder of the Ghost Clan hesitated. However, these two foreign tribesmen are of utmost importance to us, as the high priest has stated. The one known as Masi Kong will bring advanced weaponry to the tribe, and we must not allow him to escape, for Stripes anxiously declared. Very well, take 10 men and 30 cursed children to pursue him inside. I shall provide support from outside, Ghost Feng replied. In the pitch-black cave, Masi Kong blew into a bamboo tube. Soon, a bright flame flickered at the top of the tube. This was a fire tube he had acquired from the indigenous tribe, filled with charcoal and some flammable cotton. As long as the charcoal retained its heat, a gentle breath would ignite a flame. Let us proceed. We must find the firearms, otherwise we shall have to swim home, Masi Kong urged. The two men cautiously descended further. However, after traversing less than 20 meters, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps and the shrill cries of the cursed children outside the cave. We're doomed. The indigenous people have pursued us as well. The two hastened their pace. Mr. Masi, we in the Gay tribe need you. Please do not abandon us. For Stripes, behind them, caught sight of the flickering flame. I can't believe you. Masi Kong quickened his steps, the cave's chilling winds causing the flame to flicker uncertainly. The two groups, one in pursuit and the other in flight, soon arrived at the underground base, where the accumulated water had been completely drained, revealing half a foot of mud. No time to hesitate. Let's go, Masi Kong declared, stepping into the mud with a thud. But immediately, his eyes widened in shock. Deep within the base, 5 or 6 torches appeared, accompanied by the sound of rustling leaves. With this machine gun, we can truly establish ourselves on this deserted island, but we must not waste ammunition. After all, its rate of fire is too rapid, 500 rounds per minute. A moment's carelessness could deplete our supply, Yifeng remarked, suddenly narrowing his eyes. It seemed he had glimpsed a small flame at the steps, but it extinguished quickly. Was it merely an illusion? Yifeng shook his head. He realized that his recent injuries and significant blood loss had likely affected his mental state. I must return and ask Master Shi for some nourishing food to recover swiftly. Masi Kong and Wang Tao had already hidden themselves in the corner of the steps, extinguishing the flame with a single breath. They could only hope to evade detection this time. Otherwise, they would be caught between the two groups. A party, burdened with their load, finally reached the steps. Yifeng stepped out of the mud and onto the smooth staircase. The next moment, his expression turned grave. For some reason, ever since consuming the silver fruit, his sensory abilities had heightened. He felt as if something was watching him from the shadows. No, it couldn't be that giant serpent I saw last time, could it? Yifeng's heart raced. Quickly, we must leave this place. Yifeng, shouldering the Maxim gun and carrying a large ammunition box, pressed on, while 4 others struggled behind him, carrying 2 boxes of machine gun bullets, panting heavily. Chun En and Shi Zhengliang were also burdened with rifle ammunition, equally exhausted. The subsequent items were rifle cartridges, each carried in the backpacks of the individuals. Firearms were not a pressing concern, as the large vessel contained an abundance of rifles and handguns, albeit lacking ammunition. Thus, during this expedition into the cavern, Yifeng's primary focus was on acquiring bullets, with machine guns as a secondary objective. Artillery held little utility in the tropical rainforest, unless one were to encounter creatures akin to dinosaurs. As he observed the torches gradually receding into the distance, Masi Kong exhaled a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, he touched his neck. Wang Tao, did you just drool on my neck? Masi Kong inquired. Not me. I felt something sticky on my neck too. Thought it was your nervous sweat, Wang Tao replied, equally perplexed. Trouble ahead. Enemy attack. Yifeng's keen eyes spotted 10 indigenous individuals approaching. This group brandished torches, advancing deeper into the underground base. Clang. The Maxim gun was set down, and Lena promptly inserted the ammo belt into the side chamber. The indigenous people gazed curiously at the iron contraption in Yifeng's hands. Brothers, this presents an opportunity for us. I command you to muster all your strength and avenge our fallen kin. For lines of rank hoisted their spears and planted their torches into the ground. Yet, in the next moment, they witnessed sparks erupting from the iron apparatus. Then came the resounding thud. The first 3 indigenous warriors at the forefront were caught completely off guard, their bodies shattered into pieces. Indeed, they were obliterated. The caliber of the Maxim's bullets was substantial, causing them to explode upon impact with bone. Oh no! This is the more terrifying divine crossbow. For lines of rank exclaimed just as a gaping wound appeared in his chest. Thud, 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 thud. Feng released the trigger, gazing at the heap of mangled flesh before him. The pungent scent of blood permeated the cavern. Such power! Jiaying gasped for breath, unable to resist caressing the hot barrel of the gun. Ouch! The searing barrel had scalded his hand, forming blisters. Enough of this. We must retreat swiftly, Feng declared, promptly shedding his trousers to relieve himself against the gun barrel. Just then, from deep within the base, Wang Tao's cries echoed. Oh my goodness! My legs have turned to jelly. Ma, give me a hand. Chapter 143. Leave it to me. As the words left his mouth, Ma Xikong and Wang Tao appeared within the flickering light of the fire. Feng smirked, aiming the heavy machine gun at the 2 figures. What a stroke of luck. It seems this venture has truly borne fruit, allowing me to catch 2 significant targets. However, in the next moment, Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Behind the 2 men, 2 glowing orbs of green light suddenly materialized. These luminous entities glided towards them through the darkness. Ding Tuan Tuan rolled her eyes back and fainted from fright. The massive creature finally emerged into the glow of the flames. Feng inhaled sharply. It was a colossal cobra, its raised upper body towering 5 to 6 meters high, its girth as formidable as a barrel. As for the coiled abdomen, it was even thicker than 2 water barrels. Feng estimated that with just 1 bite, it could swallow a hefty pig whole without even letting out a belch. Run! Feng bellowed. The others finally snapped out of their astonishment and scrambled towards the cave's exit, wailing like children. Meanwhile, Feng steadied the heavy machine gun, aiming at the colossal serpent's head. The thunderous gunfire erupted, illuminating the cave walls with flickering flashes, while bullet casings clinked to the ground like coins. After enduring 5 or 6 rounds, the massive snake curled into a ball, yet its head remained poised, as if ready to spring into action at any moment. Feng fired while retreating, inching closer to the exit with each step, guided by the glow of the gunfire. The serpent, bleeding profusely, hissed, its cries echoing throughout the cavern. Ma Xikong squinted his eyes and suddenly turned to flee in the opposite direction. However, Wang Tao, oblivious, continued rushing toward Feng. The next moment, his body was obliterated in a violent explosion, scattering blood mist across the air. Thankfully, they had brought the Maxim machine gun, otherwise, Feng might have been swallowed whole. After firing dozens more rounds, the gigantic serpent could no longer lift its head. With another piercing hiss, it turned and fled deeper into the cave. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Feng set the Maxim down and wiped the sweat from his brow. The mingled flesh of Wang Tao and the indigenous people became indistinguishable, blurring the lines between civilization and savagery. Brother Feng, it's bad. There are many vengeful children at the cave entrance. Feng turned to see Chunin and the others rushing back. It's nothing, just vengeful children. Bring the bullets and follow my lead. After driving off the colossal serpent, Feng felt a surge of confidence in the Maxim. All right. A group of them hoisted the ammunition, taking cover behind Feng. As they reached the cave's mouth, Feng spotted the group of vengeful children with their glowing green eyes. The heavy gunfire commenced. These children might withstand rifle and handgun bullets. But the machine gun rounds were different. Upon impact, they would explode. Regardless of whether they struck the torso or the head, the vengeful children would lose their ability to move instantly. After eliminating 90% of them, Feng was taken aback by an unexpected sight. The vengeful children were fleeing. Were they afraid? Yet, in Feng's memory, these children had always been fearless. In an instant, he understood. The reason they had been so reckless was that they psychologically scorned their enemies, believing that even if they perished, their comrades would annihilate the foes. However, once they realized that even a complete rout would not vanquish their adversaries, fear crept in. And fear, indeed, is contagious. Ha ha. Who says the vengeful children are not afraid of death? Look, they are running. Chunin pointed outside the cave. Let us go. Feng brandished the Maxim and darted out of the cave. Almost as soon as he caught sight of the sunlight, the sky suddenly dimmed slightly. What was happening? Yifeng squinted at the sun in the sky. In the next moment, he kicked Chunin back and concealed himself behind a rock. A rain of poisonous needles and arrows descended upon them. 2 of the needles struck Yifeng's shoulder. Outside, a large contingent of indigenous warriors advanced. After a shout, Yifeng leaned the Maxim gun against the crevice of the stone. Lena promptly inserted the ammunition belt into the side chamber. Before the cave stood over 30 indigenous people, led by the elder known as Feng. Behind them, at least 200 vengeful spirits lurked. Their capacity for reproduction was indeed formidable, no matter how many were slain. They seemed to multiply endlessly. However, the circumstances had changed. With a cacophony of gunfire, tongues of hellish flames erupted from the gun's muzzle. The indigenous warriors and vengeful spirits clustered together, transforming into living targets. Each bullet claimed the lives of 2 to 3 beings. The indigenous people either exploded upon impact or fell victim to ricochets, creating a domino effect of devastation. Feng, being an elder, nimbly took cover behind a large tree, astonished by the inferno emanating from the cave. Initially, the vengeful spirits charged fiercely, but against modern firearms, their ferocity proved utterly futile. Before them, the grass was splattered with green blood as the heavy machine gun's bullets tore through the vengeful spirits, sending them flying in all directions. A foul stench rising into the air. In this moment, Feng finally witnessed the terrifying destructive power of a civilization that had spanned millennia. Vengeful spirits, retreat. The elder quickly assessed the situation and decisively called back the spirits. Though they could reproduce infinitely, this was a critical moment for the grand sacrifice. He needed to preserve enough spirits, or the great offering might become a gift for others. Terrified, the vengeful spirits responded to the call and retreated into the woods like a receding tide. Yet, Yifeng was undeterred. He charged out of the darkness, brandishing the machine gun. The small thicket ahead was annihilated, the scene gruesome beyond words. Above, more than a dozen vultures circled, drawn to the hellish spectacle. Yifeng's expression shifted, prompting him to cease firing. Quick, bring the ammunition aboard. This place is no longer safe. Upon finishing his command, he seized a handful of entrails and placed them on the overheated barrel. In the next moment, a savory aroma wafted through the air. Lacking water or other means, he resorted to using the remains to cool the barrel, lest he lose his grip. In a frantic rush, the group finally returned to the ship. Several heavy crates of ammunition were placed on the deck, causing the wooden boards to creak under the weight. Wow, so many bullets? Chung Libin rushed over, his hands caressing the golden cartridges, his eyes alight with excitement. I'm so exhausted. I didn't expect that a trip would take almost an entire day. Sure. Would you be so kind as to prepare something for us to eat? Everyone is famished. Yifeng slumped onto the deck. All right, leave it to me. Shi Zhongliang quickly gathered a few women and headed to the kitchen. During this expedition to the base, Yifeng found himself the most fatigued, while the others fared better, only exerting themselves slightly when lifting ammunition. Chapter 144, Nearly Scared to Death. Fifth brother, could you please maintain this Maxim machine gun and also sort through the ammunition? We merely skimmed the surface and need to meticulously examine those rounds that are evidently unserviceable, Yifeng requested. No problem, Long Wu replied, leaning on his cane beside the ammunition. Brother Feng, are we going back to the underground base tomorrow? Asked Bao Qifeng. What purpose would that serve? That giant serpent is merely wounded, not dead. Yifeng shook his head. But we still need to retrieve more metal to forge into propellers. Bao Qifeng protested. Yifeng's head throbbed at the reminder of the critical task he had almost forgotten. Currently, their vessel relied on a lotus leaf propeller for propulsion, which was even less efficient than swimming in the river. Everyone is tired today. Let us relax for now and ponder these vexing matters tomorrow. Yifeng waved his hand dismissively. 2 hours later, a soiree commenced on the deck. Chef Shi Zhongliang had prepared an abundance of delectable dishes, providing a feast for the senses, visual, gustatory, and olfactory. Even the aloof goddess Susan showed deference to Shi Zhongliang. Master Shi, would you be willing to teach me your culinary skills? Susan inquired politely. Ha, I shan't teach. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple can lead to the master's demise. In our trade, one must learn through personal exploration. My nickname back then was Louis Shou. I trust you understand? Shi Zhongliang boasted. Master Shi, could you teach me? I'm quite adorable, Ding Tuanshuan squeezed in. While you are indeed charming, I must still decline. To be frank, my secrets are not for sharing. Even with my own son, Zhongliang declared, pride swelling within him as his petite stature seemed to grow taller. Feng also interjected. Master Shi, surely you could teach me? I once saved your life. Brother Feng, I acknowledge your heroic deed. Your character is beyond reproach. Just tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall prepare it for you at any time. However, I still cannot teach you. Zhongliang remained steadfast, harboring his own calculations. As the sole chef aboard the vessel, imparting his skills to another could render him expendable in the future. Let us put that aside and embrace joy. Tonight, I shall perform Sea of Clouds and Sky for everyone, Feng proclaimed, grasping a makeshift microphone fashioned from bamboo. No. Brother Feng, we're all friends here. Please, spare us your singing. The crew desperately covered their ears. Allow me to sing instead. Chunin stepped to the center of the deck. Unable to grasp love, I watch helplessly as he slips away. After just 2 lines, the crowd ushered Chunin off stage. Chunin, your song failed to resonate with me. Thus I shall not turn back for you, Feng declared, turning his back on Chunin. After several rounds of elimination, Feng noticed that only He Li possessed a melodious voice, as the indigenous folk typically favored unaccompanied singing, which had become her greatest asset in the primal forest. Susan and Su Yun sang reasonably well, but without accompaniment, it felt somewhat off. On the deck, a rendition of the voice was taking place amidst the desolation of the island. However, lurking beneath the jungle's edge, a colossal black creature submerged into the depths, gradually making its way towards the grand vessel. I hereby declare that the champion of this season's competition is none other than Feng, which is, in fact, myself. Let the applause resound. Feng promptly crowned himself the victor. TCH. Ding Tianchuan raised a middle finger in response. The hour was growing late, and it was time for everyone to return to their respective abodes. I too felt the weight of fatigue. As Feng was about to suggest the night watch, Long Wu stepped forward unbidden. Brother Feng, since arriving on the ship, I have contributed little. With our numbers dwindling, I would like to volunteer for the night watch. He declared. No, Wu Gu, you were injured in service. You deserve to rest. I will assign others to keep watch, Feng urged. Absolutely not. The more you coddle me, the more uncomfortable I feel. Please, find me something to do, Long Wu insisted, his eagerness evident. Ever since his disability, he had been consumed by anxiety, not out of fear of the indigenous people or the myriad creatures of the island, but rather from the dread of becoming marginalized within the team. This was not a civilized society. The law of the jungle was becoming increasingly prevalent. Long Wu sensed that, were it not for Feng's protection, others would likely shun him. Though he had previously safeguarded Su Yun, Ding Tianchuan, Zhang Yan, and Li Meizi, the respect they once held for him had waned over time. Now, their interactions were limited to mere nods, devoid of smiles. Perhaps this was the fate of those who linger too long in illness. Unless he could miraculously grow a new leg, he would inevitably find himself sidelined. Very well. Who will keep Wu Gu company tonight? Feng inquired, surveying the group. I shall, Chunin volunteered. Thank you both, Feng replied, before retreating to his quarters for rest. At this juncture, he needed to focus solely on recovery. It was of paramount importance. Long Wu sat on the deck, his gaze fixated on the shoreline while his hands busily sorted through bullets, discarding the defective ones. Chunin paced the deck, occasionally adjusting his sniper rifle, taking aim at the dense thicket along the shore. Wu Gu, do you hear the sound of splashing? Chunin suddenly asked. Splashing? Long Wu, leaning on his cane, rose to survey the surroundings. It seemed that no indigenous people were approaching in boats. Yet, he distinctly recalled the sound, as if something had surged forth from the water. Suddenly, Long Wu raised his torch, directing it towards the side of the ship. In the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. A gargantuan cobra was slithering up the side of the vessel, its body seeming to possess a suction-like grip, firmly adhering to the wooden planks. Look out, a snake! Long Wu shouted, swiftly drawing his pistol. With a hiss, the cobra lunged forward, but without its anchor to the ship, it plummeted back into the water. Had it managed to strike, its jaws could have easily devoured Long Wu whole. What kind of snake is that? Chunin rushed forward with his rifle, casting a glance at the colossal splash beside the ship. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the torch into the river. Illuminated briefly by the torch's glow, he finally discerned the massive shadow beneath the water. Goodness! Chunin was nearly paralyzed with fear. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as Feng and the others stormed onto the deck. Feng, brother Feng, it's the serpent from the cave. It nearly climbed onto the deck just now. Thankfully, fifth brother was sharp. Otherwise, both of us would have been swallowed whole, Shunan stammered. Yifeng glanced at the enormous splash in the river and tossed another torch into the water. Indeed, in the lush aquatic vegetation, a gigantic shadow glided past. Chapter 145. What do you think? This is disastrous. We've landed ourselves in a grave situation. I never anticipated that the cobra would hold a grudge. I inflicted considerable injury on it during the day. Is it here seeking revenge now? Yifeng's expression darkened. Had he known, he would have pursued the giant serpent relentlessly until it was vanquished. Now, aside from the indigenous people and the marshal, they had yet another adversary, the serpent. The most frightening aspect was its ability to maneuver stealthily beneath the water. Their vessel lacked a sonar system, rendering them utterly defenseless. Susan, please join the night watch. The three of us must keep a vigilant eye on the ship's sides with torches. We cannot allow that creature to ascend, Yifeng instructed. Understood. Susan recognized the gravity of the situation and joined the ranks of the night watch. During the day, humanity's sight could penetrate for several kilometers. Yet at night, serpents do not rely on sight to hunt. They depend on the heat sensors in their tongues to detect prey, making them particularly adept at living in the depths of water and the pitch-black caves. Once the instructions were conveyed, Yifeng returned to his quarters. But to safeguard against any eventuality, he secured and locked the window. What if that enormous serpent slithered in through the window? With a creature of such size, its venom would undoubtedly be exceptionally potent. Even after consuming the silver fruit, he feared he would not withstand a single bite of its toxin. At that moment, Yifeng heard footsteps in the corridor. Brother Yi, Brother Yi. It was Ding Tuanshuan's sweet voice, calling out softly. Yifeng promptly opened the door to find Ding Tuanshuan dressed in peculiar attire. The hem of her skirt reached her thighs, and her face appeared adorned with something. Her eye makeup heavily applied. Yifeng recalled that Heli had mastered some indigenous makeup techniques, likely learned by Tuanshuan from her. Little one, what brings you here in the middle of the night? Yifeng inquired. Ding Tuanshuan's face flushed crimson as she lowered her head in silence, her hands tightly clasped together, appearing quite bashful. Speak. Yifeng sighed. Brother Yi, I'm so small that the serpent could swallow me whole. But if we embrace each other, it wouldn't be able to consume us both at once. I'm scared, Ding Tuanshuan confessed, her cheeks slightly reddening. Aren't you simply seeking to have me hold you to sleep? Why all these excuses? Yifeng gazed at Xiao Tuan with a benevolent expression, having already embraced her as a younger sister in his heart. With unabashed enthusiasm, Tuan leapt into Yifeng's embrace. Very well. Tonight I shall hold you while you sleep, and the great serpent shall not devour you, he declared as he closed the door, wrapping his arm around Tuan's petite form, cradling her tenderly as though she were a plump, fluffy cat. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yifeng inhaled the sweet fragrance of her innocence and drifted into slumber. In the waters, a colossal serpent raised its head, its chilling gaze fixed upon the vessel for an extended period. Ultimately, it coiled its massive body and submerged into the river, gliding upstream. Not only it, but on the opposite bank, numerous great shadows ceased their languid dozing or foraging, instead lifting their heads to gaze at the stars above before hastening towards the river's source. Both aquatic and terrestrial creatures were drawn towards the upstream, as if something unseen beckoned them. Suddenly, from a dense thicket along the coastline, a formidable shadow ascended the cliff, leaping off and unfurling its vast wings. Susan sat at the stern of the ship, her keen eyes scanning the jungle along the shore. At that moment, she sensed the moonlight dimming. She quickly raised her gaze to the heavens, spotting a massive silhouette soaring upstream, casting a shadow that nearly enveloped the entire vessel. Is that an airplane? Susan pondered, uncertain of its nature, yet it bore a resemblance to an aircraft due to its immense size. Hey, we're over here. We're here, she exclaimed, leaping to her feet and waving a torch towards the sky. However, the shadow showed no sign of halting and swiftly vanished into the clouds. Shunan lowered his head with difficulty, observing Susan's disappointed expression. Susan, are you sure that was an airplane? It looked more like a bird to me. He hesitantly remarked. Are you foolish? What kind of bird could possibly be that large? Even the ancient pterosaurs were not so immense. It must be a rescue aircraft. Susan asserted confidently. Generally speaking, it is a natural law that females possess inferior eyesight compared to males. Yifeng was utterly exhausted. Susan's shouts the previous night had failed to rouse him, and he had slept until he awoke naturally. Upon opening his eyes, He found Tuan Tuan staring at him with wide eyes, muttering to herself. Little Tuan Tuan, are you not up yet? Yifeng rubbed his eyes. You've pinned me down so firmly that I can't get up. Let me go. I need to use the bathroom, Tuan Tuan protested. Only then did Yifeng realize that one of his legs lay across Tuan Tuan, rendering her immobile. My apologies. Do hurry, lest you wet the bed, he replied. You're the one who will wet the bed, Tuan Tuan retorted as she hurried off to the restroom. There was a restroom at the bow designated for females, while another at the stern was for males. On the deck, a hole was made to allow waste to flow into the river, for they were but a few people and could hardly pollute such a vast waterway. Yifeng stepped out to relieve himself, glancing at the shore. A few small birds alighted on the mast, chirping incessantly. This was indeed the first time birds had graced the ship, intriguing Yifeng. Simultaneously, the calls of birds from the shore grew denser, almost merging into a harmonious chorus. For some inexplicable reason, Yifeng discerned a note of joy in their songs. Good morning. Yifeng greeted the people on deck. Have you noticed that the birds in the forest are singing more densely than before? Of course, for the grand sacrifice is about to commence, and the stronger raptors and beasts will migrate towards it, replied He Li, gesturing towards the upstream direction. The grand sacrifice? What connection does it have with the migration of beasts? Yifeng asked, curiosity etched on his face as others gathered around. The grand sacrifice will not only give rise to formidable beast fighters, but also to powerful, extraordinary beasts. For the golden fruit enhances strength, not only in humans, but also in beasts, He Li stated earnestly. Yifeng's mind began to race. If the golden fruit could grant strength, did that not imply he too had a chance? His team was quite formidable, equipped with crossbows and a Maxim machine gun, making them equally capable of vying for a share upstream. If the golden fruit can indeed enhance human strength, we should consider trying it ourselves. We have a large ship. If we cannot fight, we can simply flee, and with our machine gun, what do you all think? Yifeng inquired, casting a glance at the others. Chapter 146, Feng. I do not understand. Brother Feng, I wholeheartedly support your wise decision. Shunan was the first to step forward, his face brimming with excitement. Who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger? Brother Feng, can the golden fruit make my legs grow back? The usually reserved Long Wu chimed in, his eyes gleaming with an almost frenzied desire. Yifeng recognized that sometimes a lie could resonate more profoundly than the truth. There is a certain chance it could. He replied slowly. I too firmly endorse Brother Feng's decision. Long Wu raised both hands, tears glistening in his eyes. I support it as well. Me too. A chorus of voices erupted on the deck, as if the golden fruit had already been consumed. After a pause, a cold voice broke through, that of Bao Qifeng. The propeller is broken. If we wish to navigate the large ship upstream, it may take us several months. His words acted as a tranquilizer, halting the excitement. All right then. Who will join me to the underground base to gather iron? Yifeng asked. I'll go. Me too. The enthusiasm was palpable as everyone eagerly responded, all wishing to become as strong as Yifeng. In these extraordinary times, I shall select 3 individuals to accompany me, each carrying 100 pounds of iron. That makes 4 of us, totaling 400 pounds of iron, which should suffice for casting the propeller, Yifeng declared. I must go? For you lack the knowledge to select iron. Some types are unsuitable for repeated smelting, Bao Qifeng remarked. All right, let us select our team. Bao Gong, China and Heli. The 4 of us shall venture into the underground base, endeavoring to procure as much iron as possible. However, this expedition is fraught with peril. The serpent may very well have retreated within, and it harbors a deep-seated grudge. Given its size, a single bite could unleash venom potent enough to obliterate us in an instant, leaving no room for reprieve. It can be said that this descent into the depths is akin to courting death. Yifeng spoke gravely. Chun An's complexion shifted, and he slowly retreated behind the others. Bao Gong narrowed his eyes, suddenly pointing at Chung Li Bean. Brother Feng, when it comes to selecting materials, Chung Gong is far more adept than I. Thus I shall relinquish this honorable task to him. Xiao Bao, what nonsense are you spouting? I am utterly ignorant of raw materials. You should accompany Brother Feng instead. Chung Gong, weren't you the sole purchaser of the materials for the engineering department? You even profited handsomely from it, so it should be you who goes. The two began to bicker immediately. Yifeng felt a headache coming on. As the leader of the team, he could not resort to coercion, lest it undermine the team's cohesion. It would be best if they volunteered. If Bao Gong was unwilling, he hoped someone would step forward to join him in seeking the raw materials. Should they succeed, that individual would undoubtedly become a hero within the team, earning a banner crafted by his own hand. To inspire voluntary service within the team, a sense of collective honor and shame must be instilled. However, everyone turned away, feigning ignorance. Very well. If that is the case, then this expedition into the depths shall consist of myself, Heli, and Chunin. Where is Chunin? Feng noticed midway through his sentence that Chunin had vanished. Brother Feng, I'm in the restroom. I suddenly had an upset stomach and I'm afraid I cannot go. Chun-An's voice echoed from the restroom. Feng's expression darkened. Heli, let us proceed together. When we return, I shall transform the 3 tattoos on your arm into 4. Heli nodded emphatically. Ultimately, Feng and Heli armed themselves, taking ropes and torches, and approached the location of the cavern. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, Feng halted Heli. Before them lay a multitude of wild beasts, wolves, wild dogs, and hyenas, devouring the remains of indigenous people. Let us not disturb them. Feng gripped his rifle tightly and advanced cautiously towards the rubble. As the beasts were preoccupied with their meal, they posed no threat to humans, allowing the duo to navigate through the carnage unimpeded. Upon entering the pitch-black cave, 2 torches flared to life. Feng dashed ahead, with Heli following closely behind. The only sounds echoing within the cavern were their soft breaths. Drawing from their past experiences, they successfully descended to the depths and discovered a substantial cache of iron. Baogong had mentioned that softer iron, with a low carbon content, indicated minimal smelting. This was the ideal material. Feng used a dagger to scratch a piece of iron, gauging its hardness. Generally, the higher the hardness of the iron, the greater its carbon content. However, Feng required only the softer variety. 2 hours later, Feng was adorned with an array of hammers, axes, and several unfamiliar engineering tools, weighing over 200 kilograms in total. With his current physical prowess, bearing such a weight posed no challenge. Heli, having only consumed a single ginkgo nut, managed to carry merely over 40 pounds of iron. Let us proceed. Feng gasped, discarding the torch he held. The torch fell directly onto the viscous, black-gray substance. Crackle, crackle. To his astonishment, the viscous material ignited slowly under the torch's flame. This is not good. Quickly, isolate the surrounding black-gray substance, or we risk detonating the entire underground base. Feng, filled with trepidation, hastily discarded his iron tools and began to shove the viscous material aside with his hands. He observed that a fist-sized portion of the substance burned for an unexpectedly long duration, its flames intensifying. After more than half an hour, the fist-sized mass was completely carbonized. Is this substance truly so resistant to combustion? Feng seemed to grasp a crucial insight. In an instant, a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Ha! Heli, we are on the verge of wealth. If we can locate a steam engine aboard the warship, this black-gray material can serve as fuel. At that point, we shall no longer rely on manual power. Only one person will be needed to periodically feed this material into the furnace, ensuring that the grand vessel maintains a continuous and swift momentum, far exceeding manual propulsion and without the need for labor. Do you comprehend? Feng shook Heli by the shoulders in excitement. Feng, I do not understand. Heli replied, her face a canvas of confusion. It is indeed challenging to comprehend. Allow me to procure some containers to bring a sample of this black-gray material back to the ship. Alas, it is regrettable that the chemical engineer has already perished. Had he been here, we could have explored the origins of this substance. However, it matters not, for we can enlist Bai Chushue for research, as the doctor possesses some knowledge in chemistry. After speaking, Feng found a container and filled it with the black-gray material. Let us depart. This truly is a fortuitous discovery. With that, Feng led the way forward, his face radiant with joy. Unbeknownst to him, their conversation had been overheard by a figure lurking in the shadows. Upon exiting the cave, the two returned to the grand ship unscathed, their journey devoid of peril. Almost dreamlike. Once on the deck, Feng untied the ropes from his shoulders, and a substantial amount of raw materials tumbled onto the wooden planks. Chapter 147. A Day of Rest. Clap. 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 Bao Qifeng led the applause, with others quickly joining in. The deck reverberated with the sound of flesh meeting flesh. Feng pressed his hands down to quell the flattery. This venture into the underground base was fraught with peril. The great serpent relentlessly pursued us. Fortunately, with my astute intellect and agile movements, we ultimately eluded its grasp. Thus, both Heli and I have rendered significant service. Henceforth, He Li shall be promoted to the position of overseer. As for her responsibilities, I have yet to determine, but she shall be exempt from any labor. With hands clasped behind their backs, they swayed about the vessel, and the responsibility for the dormitory's cleanliness was no longer hers to bear. Instead, it would be shared among all. Everyone in agreement? Yi Feng inquired gravely. No objections. This time, we rely entirely on brother Yi and sister Heli. Ding Tuanshuan was the first to raise her hand in accord. I have no objections either. Henceforth, the hygiene of the female dormitory shall be entrusted to me. Chenin. I will take charge of cleaning the women's restroom, Bao Qifeng added. Yi Feng was exceedingly pleased with this arrangement. Heli had indeed earned her merit and was certain to reap benefits. Otherwise, who would strive diligently next time? Furthermore, he aimed to set a precedent for the others. Feng. However, we are underground and have yet to encounter the great serpent, Heli remarked candidly. Yi Feng responded with a flourish. The crowd directed skeptical gazes toward him. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Heli may have been startled into amnesia. During our venture into the underground base, I uncovered a treasure, Yi Feng proclaimed, revealing a container and gesturing to the viscous black-gray substance within. Do you see? This material, merely the size of a fist, can burn for approximately half an hour, making it entirely suitable as fuel for our large vessel. However, there is a prerequisite. We must acquire a steam engine system from the warship and install it aboard. Then, we will no longer require a crew in the lower hold. Just one person will suffice to maintain robust propulsion for the ship. We could even reach speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. Yi Feng's tactic of diverting attention proved effective, as the group promptly gathered around. Their curiosity piqued by the black-gray substance. Brother Feng, 100 kilometers per hour? Our ship would not withstand such strain. It is not constructed from iron. If we truly reached that speed, the vessel would disintegrate. Chung Libin doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality. Then, what is the maximum speed our ship can endure? Yi Feng queried, somewhat disheartened. At most, 30 kilometers per hour, and that should not be a frequent occurrence. Otherwise, the ship's lifespan will diminish, Chung Libin replied. Very well. Let us limit it to 20 kilometers per hour. Even so, that is still a tenfold increase from before, Yi Feng reassured them. At that moment, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the shore. Help! Help! Is anyone aboard the ship? Please save us. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and raised his rifle. On the shore appeared 6 or 7 ragged individuals, their tattered garments indicating they were likely from a civilized society. Just as Yi Feng was about to speak, a spear flew out from the thicket, piercing the last woman. The group, forsaking the peril of the water, plunged into the river, desperately swimming towards the ship. Soon, a dozen or so indigenous people emerged on the shore. Open fire. With a command, rifles and cannons unleashed their fury. The concentrated firepower sent the natives scattering in panic. Within a minute, 5 or 6 corpses lay on the bank, while the others fled. Yi Feng seized a rope and cast it into the river, pulling the foremost young woman aboard. What are you all standing there for? Bring those individuals up here. We urgently require manpower, Yi Feng called out to Susan. It was only then that the others reacted, extending their hands to assist those stranded in the river. Before long, the entire group was pulled ashore, hastily shedding their garments to extract the parasitic catfish lodged within their bodies, a rather scandalous affair. Thank you for saving us, a frail woman uttered, her voice weak. Yi Feng promptly removed his shirt to cover her. It's nothing. We are all civilized individuals, and it is our duty to help one another, he declared with righteous fervor. Behind him, Bai Chushua smirked. When you first encountered us, you certainly didn't express such sentiments. Is it not because the ship was nearly devoid of passengers that you are now so benevolent? Did you escape from the indigenous tribes? Yi Feng inquired. Yes. They intended to use us as sacrifices. We had no choice but to flee. Initially, over 30 of us escaped, but now, 1, 2, 3. Only 6 remain, the woman lamented, her face a mask of exhaustion. These barbaric tribesmen deserve condemnation for their heinous acts of sacrifice. Fear not. Once aboard my vessel, I shall ensure your safety. Someone, please fetch water and food for our comrades. Yi Feng called to those behind him. I shall go, Shi Zhongliang volunteered. Rushing into the kitchen. 2 hours later, the 6 individuals had finally eaten and drunk their fill, 4 of them succumbing to deep slumber, while the woman remained awake. My name is Yang Li. She introduced herself, extending her hand. I am Yi Feng, currently serving as the captain, he replied, shaking her hand. Once nourished, Yang Li's countenance brightened, her demeanor rivaling that of most women aboard, only slightly less radiant than Susan and Raimai. Miss Yang, having escaped from the great ship, what is the current state of the indigenous tribe? Yifeng queried. The indigenous warriors have escorted many sacrifices upstream. Presently, there are few fighters left in the tribe. Moreover, the resentful children have nearly all departed the dilapidated ship, following the others upstream. Those remaining aboard are merely the old, weak, and young. Otherwise, we would not have had the chance to escape, Yang Li replied weakly. Oh, Yifeng stroked his chin, narrowing his eyes. This presented an opportunity for him. The indigenous people had indeed mobilized upstream for a grand sacrifice. Most importantly, the resentful children aboard the military vessel consisted solely of the elderly and infirm, which meant he could proceed to commandeer the propeller. If only he could acquire a complete steam engine system. Those dark gray fuels would prove invaluable when combined with the steam engine. Su-Yun, please show them to their sleeping quarters so they may rest well. The rest of you, assemble on the deck for a meeting. With that, Yifeng took the lead onto the deck. As the river breeze caressed him, he began his address. Do you all understand? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With few resentful children on the warship and the combat-capable indigenous warriors having ventured upstream, we shall rest well today and set sail at dawn towards the indigenous tribe. Chapter 148. In Yifeng's eyes, nothing matters within the confines of the vessel. Remnants of steam engine apparatus surely linger. Even if some components exhibit signs of disrepair, I am confident that with some diligent repairs, they could be made operational. After all, we have both Engineer Chung and Engineer Bao among us. Is there any dissent? No dissent, came the collective response in unison. Yifeng reclined on the deck for a brief respite, the sun dipping below the horizon as dusk settled in. The 6 individuals gradually stirred from their slumber, though they appeared rather frail. Take your time to recuperate aboard the ship. We are a harmonious team. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. Once you regain your strength, I shall assign you tasks. Yifeng gently reassured the 6 survivors. Chung Li Bin was engrossed in examining the dark gray fuel, while Bao Qifeng sketched designs for the propeller on the deck. The others seemed more at ease, engaging in light-hearted conversation in pairs, discussing trivial matters. Everything appeared to be progressing favorably. Yifeng resolved that once the steam engine system was secured, he would reinforce the vessel with iron, aiming for a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Additionally, when sufficient iron was procured, he intended to encircle the ship with barbed wire to deter any unwelcome nocturnal visitors. Yifeng, since we have constructed the ship, why not set sail directly for home? A portly man approached, his vitality seemingly restored. I have my own plans. Yifeng replied, raising an eyebrow, sensing that this rotund individual was not to be underestimated. His appearance, marked by a robust physique and a coarse demeanor, bore resemblance to the brawny figures often seen in short videos showcasing the rugged characters of Northeast China. Wife, this fellow seems reluctant to steer the ship home. What are we to do? The portly man cast a glance at Yang Li. After some deliberation, it became evident that they were spouses, illuminating the reason behind Yifeng's discomfort during his exchanges with Yang Li, as the rotund man's gaze seemed rather possessive. Dear, let it be. This is his vessel. We shall follow his lead, Yang Li suggested. Very well, the portly man replied, casting a warning look at Yifeng before retreating to the cabin for rest. Yang Li approached Yifeng and offered a polite bow. My apologies, my husband has a history in the underworld and can be rather temperamental. I hope you will bear with him. She displayed a commendable sense of understanding. Not at all, Yifeng replied awkwardly, returning her bow. He recognized that his earlier gaze towards Yang Li had indeed been rather blatant, so it was only natural for her husband to feel protective. As night fell, Yifeng organized a soiree on the deck, primarily to cultivate a sense of camaraderie among the newcomers, ensuring their spirits remained buoyant. Amidst the display of talents, however, a loud slap echoed through the evening air. The portly man had struck Yang Li forcefully across the face. Yifeng furrowed his brow but ultimately chose to refrain from intervening. It was a domestic matter, and he felt it was inappropriate to intrude. Vile creature, are you so enamored with handsome men that you lose your senses? Let me make this clear. In life, you are mine. In death, you shall be my ghost. From now on, your entire existence shall belong solely to me. The portly man snarled, gripping Yang Li's hair tightly while hurling insults. Zhang Haoyan, you have gone too far. In a marriage, there should be mutual tolerance. Why must Yang Li follow you for a lifetime? If you treat her poorly, she has every right to seek a divorce. Chung Li Bin stepped forward, exuding righteousness. Old man, mind your own business. Are you perhaps enamored with my wife? Zhang Haoyan retorted, pushing Yang Li aside and advancing toward Chung Li Bin step by step. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely intervened to mediate a dispute I chanced upon. You truly are an odd fellow. Chung Li Bin's breath quickened in the presence of Zhang Haoyan, who stood tall at nearly 6 feet and possessed a robust build that emanated an intimidating presence. We are all men here. Do not assume I am unaware of your thoughts, but you can only ponder them. Look at you, half buried in the ground already, and still preoccupied with matters of intimacy between men and women. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Zhang Haoyan adopted a swaggering demeanor, cornering Chung Li Bin. Yi Feng, apprehensive that Zhang Haoyan might resort to violence, exchanged a glance with Susan. Susan nodded and positioned herself in front of Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Haoyan, Chung is right. You must refrain from harming your wife from now on, understood? Susan stated coldly. Faced with a woman, Zhang Haoyan's demeanor shifted dramatically, his brutish visage transforming into one of obsequiousness. You're absolutely right, my dear. Ha ha ha. I shall amend my ways. However, my wife enjoys it when I strike her. I am powerless in that regard. How about this, dear lady? Let us be introduced. I still do not know your name. Zhang Haoyan extended his hand inappropriately. You need not know who I am, Susan replied, retreating to Yi Feng's side. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Haoyan pursued her, attempting to flirt in front of Yi Feng. Dear lady, your boyfriend is not Yi Feng, is he? I can sense that you two have not yet been intimate. There is no harm in getting acquainted, especially on this deserted island. As a woman, you may sometimes require a man's assistance. Perhaps I could be of service. Zhang Haoyan grinned mischievously. Susan's expression darkened as she slowly reached for her dagger. Yi Feng swiftly restrained her hand. As the leader of the team, he recognized the value of human resources. While Zhang Haoyan was undoubtedly loathsome, Yi Feng's perspective had broadened. He was no longer confined to the mindset of a mere commoner. Everyone possesses their own value. For instance, Zhang Haoyan, with his robust physique, would likely excel at carrying equipment aboard a warship, even if he could not serve as a laborer. His stature could prove advantageous as a human shield, making him useful fodder in battle. Seeing that Susan was indifferent to him, Zhang Haoyan turned his attention to other women. Yi Feng's eyes narrowed, having nearly condemned this man to his fate, but not just yet. Zhang Haoyan still held potential utility. Yang Li huddled silently in the corner, seemingly accustomed to the situation. Yi Feng sighed, hastily concluding the evening's festivities. Everyone, let us retire for the night. For tomorrow we have work to do. With that, Yi Feng was the first to retreat for rest, leaving Susan to organize the night watch. In the dead of night, Yi Feng was abruptly roused by a piercing scream from the adjacent dormitory. His expression shifted, fearing that a cobra had made its way onto the ship. However, when he stormed into the dormitory, gun in hand, he was taken aback to find Zhang Haoyan brazenly lying naked on Yang Li's bed, wrapped in her embrace. Zhang Haoyan, get out. This is a girl's dormitory. Zhang Yin exclaimed furiously. I care not for the girl's dormitory. My wife sleeps here, and thus, I shall too. Just pretend you have seen nothing, Zhang Haoyan retorted, displaying an audacious demeanor. Yi Feng could no longer contain his fury. He seized Zhang Haoyan by the hair and dragged him out of the dormitory. How dare you? Zhang Haoyan bellowed, swinging a fist at Yi Feng. Yet, while his strength might intimidate an average person, it was inconsequential to Yi Feng. With a deft motion, he caught Zhang Haoyan's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, effortlessly subduing the hefty fool. Return to your boys' dormitory and behave, or next time, I shall toss you overboard, Yi Feng warned, giving his face a light slap. Were it not for the impending need to move tomorrow, Yi Feng would have relished the opportunity to throw him off right then. Quality over quantity mattered. There was no need to coddle such a wastrel. Realizing he was outmatched, Zhang Haoyan's expression shifted, his face breaking into a grin. Indeed, I didn't realize you were so formidable. I concede. I shall heed your words from now on, he said with a forced smile, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Yi Feng, having endured numerous tribulations on the deserted island, saw through his deceitful intentions. From now on, return to your boys' dormitory and remember, no more mischief, Yi Feng commanded before returning to his slumber. The next morning, upon awakening, Yi Feng discovered Ding Tuanshuan nestled in his arms. Little one, when did you come in? He gently pinched her chubby cheek, feeling a wave of tenderness wash over him. After all, she was still young, and he harbored no such thoughts. Only the more mature beauties, like Jiaying and Susan, could truly awaken his primal desires. On deck, Feng instructed Shi Zhengliang to prepare breakfast, allowing the 3 night watchmen to rest. He then took control of the crossbow, aiming it toward the shore. "Good morning, Brother Feng." Just then, Zhang Haoyan appeared on deck, greeting Feng amicably. "Good morning to you as well," Feng thought to himself, suppressing a cold smirk. For this fellow reminded him somewhat of the former Su Jiaying. "Brother Feng, I have recently heard of your contributions to the team. It seems I was mistaken in the past. I only respect leaders who genuinely benefit the group, and you are indeed one of them. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall rise to the occasion," Zhang Haoyan declared, thumping his chest in a show of camaraderie. Feng gave him a cursory glance. "Indeed, I may have some tasks for you in the future. Relax for now." He then greeted Cheng Li Bin, who nodded in acknowledgement, steering the ship with a slight turn. The vessel moved at a sluggish pace toward the tributary where the indigenous people resided, though the distance to their tribe was merely a few dozen kilometers. At the current speed, it would likely take the entire day to reach their destination. This further solidified Feng's resolve to locate the propeller. "Chen Un, Zhang Haoyan. He Li, you will remain on deck with me for duty. The rest of you may return to rest and restore your spirits. Soon, we shall engage in a formidable battle," Feng commanded. Susan nodded and escorted the women back to their dormitory. Cheng Li Bin continued to navigate the vessel. However, the men expressed their willingness to stand watch alongside Feng. "No need. Everyone return," Feng replied, maintaining his gaze forward without turning back. By midday, Feng's grand ship entered the first tributary. This tributary spanned nearly 10 kilometers in width, and as they ventured further upstream, the waterway grew narrower. "Cheng, let us stow the sails to avoid drawing attention," Feng instructed. With a whoosh, the enormous sail was lowered and neatly folded away. After 2 additional hours of navigation, the ship veered into the second tributary, which was even more constricted, measuring just over 5 kilometers in width. "He Li, if we turn into another tributary, it should lead us to your Gaha tribe, correct?" Feng inquired, as this was his second visit to the indigenous people's settlement, causing him to be somewhat unclear about the route. "Indeed, if we proceed 5 more kilometers and turn into the second minor tributary, we shall arrive at our Gaha tribe," Li affirmed with a nod. Feng found it peculiar. Logically, such a vast region of the Black Tree River could sustain millions of indigenous people. Yet he had only encountered the Gaha tribe. Observing the village's size, it appeared to accommodate no more than 5,000 souls. Li, considering the bountiful resources of the Black Tree River, with its multitude of fish and game, why are there so few inhabitants? Feng questioned Li behind him. "Well, it is said that long ago, many tribes thrived in the Black Tree River basin, but repeated calamities drastically diminished the population. According to the high priest, it is the gods who control our population in the Black Tree River basin," Li responded. "Humph." Feng scoffed dismissively, thinking those priests merely deceive the people. Li seemed severely brainwashed. With a creak, Cheng Li Bin deftly maneuvered the ship, successfully guiding it into the last tributary. The river here measured approximately 2 kilometers in width, and as they journeyed upstream, the channel narrowed even further. Towering trees nearly obscured the sky above the river. Simultaneously, a myriad of creatures thrived within the constricted waters: leeches, piranhas, crocodiles, and various water snakes, abundant as cattle. "Brother Feng, we cannot proceed any further. The aquatic vegetation is too dense and may entangle the propeller," Cheng Li Bin called from the captain's quarters. "Very well. Go rouse everyone. It is time to prepare for work," Feng replied. Moments later, all assembled on deck. Feng opened the nearby storage compartment and began distributing an array of firearms. "We shall commence now. I will allocate weapons to you. This is a significant confrontation that will determine how we live for the next decade. If we fail to secure the propeller, we will face dire survival in the Black Tree River basin. Conversely, if we acquire both the propeller and the steam engine system, we shall revel in a life of comfort in the Black Tree River basin. Therefore, I implore everyone to unite their efforts and set aside personal grievances." As he spoke, Feng cast a glance at Zhang Haoyan. This time, there was no harmonious chorus of responses. Instead, everyone nodded in silent agreement. The firearms and ammunition had finally been distributed, with only a select few, including Susan, receiving rifles. The majority were armed with handguns, as the latter allowed for rapid fire. making them more suitable for close quarters. Susan wielded a rifle because she was to assume the role of a sniper shortly. Let us set forth. 2 crates of machine gun ammunition were lowered to the shore by ropes. Feng, gripping the Maxim heavy machine gun, was the first to disembark. The moment he set foot on land, he aimed his weapon at the jungle, wary of any lurking threats. Behind him, the rhythmic sound of splashes echoed as a dozen individuals leapt from the vessel, their expressions grave and their gazes resolute. Onward. Form a long, serpentine line and tread lightly. Feng instructed before leading the way, with Susan positioned at the rear. After traversing approximately 2 kilometers upstream, Feng halted, signaling for everyone to lie flat and observe the indigenous tribe. Indeed, the tribe appeared less bustling than before, with merely a handful of native warriors patrolling the riverbank, while the rest were predominantly the elderly, women, and children. On the dilapidated warship, the wails of the cursed children echoed incessantly, but it was evident that their cries had weakened significantly, lacking the robust quality of previous times. Chapter 150, like being injected with adrenaline. Listen carefully, everyone. Next, we shall ignite the homemade smoke bombs and accurately hurl them onto the warship to flush out the remaining cursed children within. Susan, you will ascend this fig tree to take on the role of a sniper. He Li and Ding Tuanshuan, you two will remain here and operate this Maxim heavy machine gun. Remember, only fire when the natives charge towards the warship. Ammunition is precious, so conserve your shots. Yang Li, you and this young lady will guard the machine gun with your handguns, ensuring the enemy cannot encircle us from behind. With instructions concluded, Feng retrieved the smoke bombs from his waist. The others simultaneously grasped their own. In the next moment, a dozen bamboo tubes emitting dark smoke plummeted onto the massive warship. Some smoke bombs were even tossed directly through the ship's windows. Within moments, the piercing screams of the cursed children erupted from within the vessel. The effectiveness of the smoke bombs was amplified by the addition of a pungent powder, proving to be remarkably potent. The cursed children could not endure for even 10 seconds before they collectively fled the warship. The indigenous people on the riverbank also sensed the disturbance and began to approach the warship's location. Did the cursed children set the great ship ablaze? Inquired one of the indigenous leaders. That seems likely. These creatures, without a priest to control them in the tribe, have become increasingly unruly. Nevertheless, it matters little. That great ship serves no significant purpose anyway, so let it burn, replied the elder of the ghost clan nonchalantly. Ever since narrowly escaping death at Feng's hands, he had grown more cautious. Now, he was the sole remaining elder of the 6 feathers in the tribe, as the others had departed upstream with offerings, likely having traveled several dozen kilometers by now. At this moment, it is the men's turn. Follow me to the warship, Feng declared, leading the charge towards the vessel. The others shouted in unison, matching his pace. Trouble loomed as the alien tribe approached. The indigenous people quickly spotted Feng, and spears and arrows soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Susan opened fire from the tree, taking down several bow-wielding indigenous warriors. Enemies lurked in the trees. Charge with me. A leader surged forward with 5 or 6 indigenous warriors. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, before they could penetrate the woods, Susan methodically eliminated them, and even the Maxim machine gun below remained silent. Cursed children. The indigenous leader's expression shifted dramatically as he issued commands. Although only the old and weak remained on the warship, they possessed some combat capability. In an instant, hundreds of cursed children surged toward the woods like a tidal wave. Help me steady the belt feed, Lena instructed Ding Tuanshuan. Understood. Ding Tuanshuan secured the belt with both hands. The heavy sound of gunfire erupted, flattening a small section of the forest. The leading cursed children were caught off guard, their bodies exploding into pieces. Yang Li and another woman raised their handguns. Do not fire. Focus on the flanks. Do not let the cursed children encircle us. Lena's voice pierced through the thunderous gunfire. Yang Li nodded, realigning her handgun towards the sides. The cursed children were overwhelming in number, while Susan made precise shots at those in the distance. Those charging into the woods could only be dealt with by the machine gun's sweeping fire. In that moment, green blood flew through the air, and the corpses of the cursed children littered the ground. Ding Tuanshuan nearly retched, yet she understood the gravity of the situation and held it together. The machine gun's firepower finally suppressed the onslaught of the cursed children. The enemy had long taken refuge behind a large boulder, staring in shock at the flames of battle in the woods. Meanwhile, Feng and 7 or 8 other men had also made their way onto the warship. From the outside, the vessel seemed modest in size, but within, it revealed an astonishing expanse. The interior was strewn with hay, presumably the nesting place of the cursed children, and a peculiar odor permeated the air. The warship spanned 7 levels, measuring over 80 meters in length and 30 meters in width. Various rooms were neatly arranged, alongside 8 anti-aircraft gun emplacements, most of which were corroded beyond use. Forget about those. Let us descend to the cargo hold via the spiral staircase. Focusing on locating the propeller and the steam engine system, Feng shouted. The group immediately moved toward the lower section of the warship, traversing 5 or 6 sets of stairs until they finally reached the hold. Brother Feng, this steam engine system is enormous. Our ship could never accommodate such a large steam engine system, Feng remarked, his face pale as he gazed at the 4 massive machines in the hold. Can it be simplified? Feng inquired. Simplified, yet unable to install, these 4 steam engine systems. Any single component likely weighs as much as our large ship. No matter how much we simplify, it remains futile. Feng wore a grim expression. Then let us search for a small boat and dismantle the propeller from it. We shall rely on manual power instead, Feng suggested, beginning to rummage through the dimly lit hold. After a thorough search, disappointment washed over them. Not a single small boat was found, nor a diminutive propeller. Brother Feng, what a wasted trip. I believe we should return and craft our own propellers, Feng remarked. Listening to the gunfire from the shore, Feng was uncertain how much longer Susan and the others could fend off their attackers. Suddenly, he crouched down and touched the bottom of the warship. It's dry, there's no water ingress. Feng exclaimed. And so? Feng responded, somewhat speechless. Do you not comprehend? The absence of water in the hold indicates it is intact. Perhaps we can maneuver the warship downstream, Feng explained. The group trembled with excitement and began to feel the floor of the hold. Indeed, the hold is dry. We can surely move the warship downstream. Feng realized. With such a grand vessel, we could perform acrobatics on the deck, or even hold a marathon. Chunin exclaimed enthusiastically. The warship was undeniably more luxurious and robust than their large ship. I observed earlier that the reason this warship remains anchored in the river is due to vines that have ensnared it, Feng continued. Now, let us ascend to the deck, draw our daggers, and sever those vines. With the current's force, the ship will naturally drift downstream. Then we can prepare ropes to secure it at the lower end and gradually clean the entire vessel, restoring the reparable steam engines. Within a year, this warship will navigate the Heishu River with ease, Feng declared. Onward, to the deck. Charge, brothers. The group surged forward, invigorated, as they rushed to the deck. Feng unsheathed his dagger and fiercely attacked the ancient vines. Chapter 151. Thank heavens. Those without daggers resorted to tearing with their hands and biting with their mouths. Compared to the massive warship, they appeared as mere ants. Yet, their relentless efforts bore fruit. The warship swayed slightly, indicating that most of the old vines had been severed. The vessel, already buffeted by the current, merely required a few more vines to be cut, and its buoyancy would break the remaining ones. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the Maxims on the shore became intermittent, suggesting ammunition was dwindling, prompting Lena to take careful shots rather than spray fire. Some discontented youths attempted to flank from behind the trees, but were shot down by Yang Li and another girl. Just then, a scream pierced the air as one girl was struck in the forehead by a poisoned dart. Susan, perched high upon a tree, over 20 meters above the ground, was impervious to the venomous darts of the vengeful child. With a single shot, she dispatched the nearby adversary. Feng, what on earth are you doing? Susan shouted towards the deck. We need to maneuver the warship downstream. Susan, just hold on a little longer, Feng bellowed back from the deck. With a resounding crash, another vine snapped, causing the ship to sway more violently, emitting creaks and groans reminiscent of a great beast stirring from slumber. Damn it, we're moving too slowly. Shoot those vines. There's no need to conserve ammunition, Feng declared, raising his rifle. The deck erupted with gunfire. After more than 30 shots rang out, the warship finally righted itself in the water, the current embracing its massive form as it gradually drifted downstream. Ha 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 ha. Wow ha ha ha. A chorus of men rejoiced, celebrating their success with exuberant embraces. However, Feng was in a state of frantic agitation on the deck. For heaven's sake, how can you still be laughing? We can't control this beast. We need to jump ship now. or its speed will only increase, and if we collide with a rock, we'll all be thrown to our deaths on this deck. After issuing his warning, Bao Qifeng retreated a few steps before launching himself into the river with a splash. Damn, I didn't think this through. Yifeng gritted his teeth and leaped off the 10-meter deck as well. His body shot through the air like an arrow, barely causing a ripple upon hitting the water. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically as they followed suit, leaping into the water with urgency. It's so high, I can't jump, one man exclaimed, pacing anxiously on the deck as the warship accelerated. Finally, summoning all his courage, he shut his eyes and leapt. With a tremendous splash, he plunged into the river, creating a spray that soared over 4 meters high. Yet, he lay motionless on the water's surface. Falling from such a height, without proper diving technique, was akin to landing on concrete. It seemed he had been knocked senseless by the impact. Yifeng gritted his teeth and rushed to retrieve the man, slapping his face gently. Are you all right? Yifeng inquired. The man slowly opened his eyes, glancing at his reddened chest, which had met the water's surface with force. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Thank goodness, let us retreat, he said, unsteadily rising to his feet. Susan, we must leave quickly, do not linger. Yifeng shouted upstream. Susan immediately began her descent from the tree, but halfway down, a dart struck her thigh. Ouch, she cried, plummeting from the height of 7 or 8 meters. Had it not been for the thick layer of leaves below, the fall could have rendered her incapacitated. Quickly, let us go. Forget the bullets, grab the Maxim, Susan urged, and together with Lena, she hoisted the Maxim, leaving behind over 200 rounds in the box, which they could not carry for now. Ding Tuanchuan and Yang Li fell behind, and as for that woman, a poison needle had struck her brow, leaving her evidently beyond salvation. Yifeng gazed at the rapidly accelerating warship, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. Yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for a solution. Feng. Bao Qifeng hurriedly approached, panting heavily. What is the matter? Yifeng inquired. The warship is moving far too swiftly and is out of control. I fear the downstream vessel will be shattered upon collision. And Chunggong and Wu Gu are still aboard. Bao Qifeng exclaimed. Damn it. Yifeng cast aside his rifle and propelled himself downstream like an arrow. After racing 300 meters, a leopard suddenly leapt from the thicket, lunging at Yifeng. Die! With a powerful punch, he sent the leopard soaring, its body splashing into the river with a resounding thud. The warship's velocity continued to increase, resembling a colossal beast on the loose. Given the warship's size, a collision with the larger vessel would certainly spell doom for all aboard. Yifeng could only hear the wind roaring in his ears as he exceeded the pace of a sprint champion, deftly maneuvering through the jungle's trees. At last, he spotted the large ship, where Chung Li Bin was peering through binoculars, utterly astonished by the approaching warship. Jump, Chunggong. Take Wu Gu, Yilian. And to Fu with you, jump now. Yifeng's lungs felt as though they might burst as he managed to shout a few words. Splash. Chung Li Bin was the first to plunge into the water, as the warship was merely a few hundred meters away. At its current speed, it would make contact in less than half a minute. Long Wu remained on the deck, not leaping with the others, but rushing into the cabin, laboriously hoisting De Fu onto his shoulder while grasping Yilian's hand. Wu Gu, don't worry about it, just jump. It's too late to save her, Yifeng cried, collapsing onto the ground. Creak. The warship finally made contact with the larger vessel. The two ships collided violently, resulting in a jarring impact that sent Long Wu and the others flying, crashing onto the deck. Fortunately, the warship merely scraped past the larger vessel, leaving a gaping hole in the side and scattering wooden debris everywhere. Thank heavens. Yifeng clasped his hands together and bowed his head to the sky. At that moment, Bao Qifeng and the others arrived, breathless, yet they did not see Susan or the others. Where's Susan? Yifeng asked. The natives are pursuing from behind. Sister Susan is covering for Chun-Un and the others, Bao Qifeng replied, gasping for breath, and Yifeng could even hear the labored sounds emanating from his lungs. The warship roared as it burst out of the small tributary and into a larger one. It nearly capsized as it turned, but in just a minute, it steadied itself and began to drift downstream. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted from behind. Yifeng could no longer afford to concern himself with the warship and turned back towards Susan. She and her companions were retreating while fending off the relentless assault of the vengeful children. Yifeng drew his pistol and joined the fray. Chapter 152, Awaken. Awakened after firing several rounds, only a handful of bullets remained. Ignoring the pursuing enemies, we must board the grand vessel. With that, Yifeng hoisted Ding Tuanchuan onto his shoulder. He carried her in such a way that she could still shoot at their pursuers from her vantage point. Soon, the group managed to board the ship with great difficulty. Yifeng promptly stowed the anchor, setting the grand vessel in pursuit of the warship. 30 indigenous people and several hundred vengeful spirits rushed to the shoreline, hurling feeble spears at the grand ship. Farewell, savages. Next time, you shall behold our colossal presence. Yifeng waved his hand at the shore. Damn these foreign tribes. Guifeng roared from the bank. Elder, these outsiders have seized the treasure ship. Shall we pursue them? A leader inquired. Yes, these rascals have already exhausted much of their strength during the theft of the treasure ship. And that iron contraption which spews fire hasn't he done so in a while. This is our opportunity. With that, Guifeng led the charge downstream. Chengong, steer wisely. And keep close to the warship. We must not lose sight of it. Yifeng commanded from the bow of the ship. Rest assured, we shall not falter. Cheng Li Bin replied with a serious expression, his body drenched. A gaping hole had been scraped into one side of the grand ship by the warship, yet with some repairs. It could still be utilized. The warship had now flowed into a tributary, entering a secondary stream that spanned 10 kilometers in width. At this juncture, the water became calm, and the warship's speed diminished compared to before. We must devise a method to halt the warship, then repair the steam engine system within, followed by a thorough cleaning. Bao Qifeng's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the warship 300 meters ahead. Prepare the ropes, everyone. Twist several strands together. And use a tree branch as a claw to secure it to the shore, Yifeng ordered. The crew on the deck sprang into action, intertwining the ropes. As time passed slowly, darkness soon enveloped the area, and the grand ship surged forward, swiftly entering the main flow of the Black Tree River. At this moment, its massive form appeared diminutive. Alas, this rope is far too short. It cannot reach the warship. Yifeng lamented, glancing at the less than 30-meter-long rope and then at the warship, which lay over a kilometer from the shore. Setting aside whether the rope could grasp the warship. Even if it could, it would likely snap under the strain. Nevertheless, I must attempt it. With a resolute bite, Yifeng leaped into the river, clutching a thinner rope in his mouth. This slender rope connected to the thicker one aboard the grand ship. Once he reached the warship, he would pull the thicker rope over and secure it to the vessel's stern, gradually drawing it to shore. Fortunately, Yifeng possessed remarkable stamina, and there were not many creatures in the middle of the river. After considerable effort, he finally reached the rear of the warship. Taking a deep breath, he submerged into the depths. Below the surface lay a colossal propeller, towering 2 stories high. Yifeng began to pull the fine rope, drawing the thicker rope to the position of the propeller. Before long, the claw finally caught hold of the propeller. Yifeng hurriedly surfaced for air, feeling leeches on his back, but he had no time to remove them. He maneuvered the large vessel toward the shore, towing the warship along. Yifeng shouted from the water, and Cheng Li Bin nodded, raising the sails. The large ship came to a halt in the middle of the river. After a brief moment, the thick rope was pulled taut by the warship, guiding the large vessel downstream. Engineer Cheng, the large ship cannot hold back the warship. What should we do? Chenin asked anxiously. No need to panic. Just watch my maneuvering, Cheng Li Bin replied, deftly steering left and right to create sufficient resistance in the water. Remarkably, he managed to guide the large ship to the shore. Cheng Li Bin promptly dropped the anchor, securing it to the aquatic vegetation along the bank. Squeak, squeak. The massive body of the warship aligned the large ship, the water plants, and the ropes into a straight line. Simultaneously, it was affected by inertia, gradually pressing against the water plants along the shore. Laughter erupted on the deck. Let us find a dozen old vines to tie the warship to the trees on the bank, so the large ship doesn't bear all the strain, Yifeng said, not joining in the revelry, but instead leaping onto the shore. With the exception of the elderly and frail, others also jumped to the bank. They had now reached the downstream of the cave, an ideal spot for repairs. With 2 engineers present, Yifeng was confident that within 10 days, they could restore the power system. In that time, they could also navigate upstream to forcibly participate in the grand sacrifice, securing a few golden fruits to replenish their strength. However, the cleaning process would likely take several months to thoroughly tidy up every corner. Following that would be the restoration of the deck, the cabin, and even the ship's cannons. Various old vines were pulled from the woods by Yifeng, either tied to the ship's side, the cannon platforms, the radio, or the flagpole. They worked tirelessly until the wee hours of the morning, returning to the large ship utterly exhausted. Despite their fatigue, hope shimmered in their eyes, coupled with dreams of the future. Tonight, Susan and Wu Ge will keep watch. You must not only guard the large ship, but also keep an eye on the warship 30 meters away. Ensure that no ill-intentioned souls sever the ropes, Yi Feng instructed. Understood, Susan and Long Wu nodded in reply. Everyone has worked hard today. Prepare some food, and then rest to regain your strength. Especially you, Engineer Chung and Engineer Bao. Tomorrow you must exert your minds and efforts to repair the steam engine's power system. Once it's restored, we will head to the underground base to retrieve that fuel, Yi Feng added. All right, they replied. That night, there was no late-night gathering on the deck. Everyone returned to their cabins to sleep. Yi Feng had a beautiful dream, envisioning himself commanding the warship, freely navigating the Black Tree River, with the cannons repaired and firing shells into the tribes of the indigenous people. At last, the indigenous people raised their hands in surrender, and a few beautiful priestesses even approached him proactively, expressing their intention to bear him offspring. Hee. Yi Feng let out a silvery laugh in his sleep. Wake up! Wake up! What lewd dream are you having? A voice echoed from afar. Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes to find Susan gazing at him with a look of disdain. I wasn't dreaming, he exclaimed, sitting up and wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth. Upon arriving at the dining hall, one by one, the others began to awaken, appearing quite dispirited. Let us muster our spirits. Once we finish building the warship, we shall traverse the tropical rainforest with ease. Especially with those 8 naval guns. Perhaps we can repair 2 of them and obliterate the Ga tribe, capturing all the men as laborers. As for the women, Yi Feng paused, and all the men widened their eyes in anticipation. Brother Feng, what about the women? Do tell, they urged eagerly. Indeed, what purpose do they serve? Chun En and another man leaned in closer. The women shall form a female battalion, rescuing them from a society that subjugates them, but they must also be controlled, lest they transform into modern-day fairies who are difficult to manage, Yi Feng replied seriously. TCH, the men's interest waned immediately. However, you shall undoubtedly become my advisors in the future, and I will select the most beautiful indigenous women for you. Yi Feng trailed off. To be our wives and concubines? Chenin asked, excitement flushing his face. The other men's eyes sparkled with anticipation. To assist you in managing finances. As once our team develops, we will need to standardize measurements and issue currency, Yi Feng stated with gravity. TCH, the men once again lost interest. Nonetheless, you may choose your preferred girls to become your wives, leading a warm life with your families, Yi Feng continued. Brother Feng, when it comes time to draft laws, could we possibly implement polygamy? Shunan suddenly inquired. Well, it depends on the circumstances. If there is an imbalance in the gender ratio, I might indeed enact such laws. Yi Feng replied. Enough daydreaming. Hurry and eat. Afterward, we must repair the warship, Susan interjected impatiently. The group obediently began their breakfast. After finishing, Yi Feng led most of the group to the warship. The deck of the ship was approximately 6 stories high above the water surface, and they climbed up using ropes. The deck was in utter disarray, littered with the excrement of vengeful spirits, corpses, stones, mud, and decaying leaves, emanating a rather pungent odor. Let's head straight to the lower hold, Yi Feng commanded, patrolling the vast deck. He would remain on deck as a lookout, while the others could assist in repairing the steam engine. Just then, Yi Feng squinted, aiming his rifle at the dense forest. His vision had significantly improved, and he thought he had seen something move in the thicket. In the next moment, bang! A burst of blood erupted from Yi Feng's shoulder, rendering his right arm immobile. Ma Xikong. Yi Feng hastily lowered himself onto the deck, not daring to lift his head. He had witnessed Ma Xikong's marksmanship, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of a sharpshooter. Bang! Bang! From over 30 meters away on the larger vessel, Long Wu and Susan also opened fire. While their shooting skills were no match for Ma Xikong's, they provided some measure of suppressive fire. Feng Ge, it must be Ma Xikong. Long Wu shouted from the ship. I am well aware it is Ma Xikong. We must pin him down with our firepower, Yi Feng responded loudly. The deck was instantly filled with the sounds of gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Feng leaped to the shore and rolled into the jungle. With the trees offering cover, Ma Xikong's shooting would inevitably be hindered. Yi Feng switched his gun to his left hand and dashed toward the location from which Ma Xikong had fired. If this man were not dealt with, he would occasionally emerge to take a shot, which would be unbearable for anyone. Sooner or later, he would leave them all completely stripped. Upon reaching the spot where Ma Xikong had been, Feng found it empty, save for a spent bullet casing. In the woods, Feng began to zigzag, alternating to a straight run after a short distance. The zigzag pattern had little effect on Ma Xikong, so he resorted to a stop-and-go method to disrupt his aim. Bang! Another bullet came whizzing by, but it was thwarted by the dense foliage. The voice of Ma Xikong echoed from a distance. I will only kill Feng. The rest of you shall remain unharmed. If you eliminate Feng, upon returning to civilized society, the one who does so will receive a reward of 100 million, along with a luxurious apartment in Tangchini Pin. Damn, that scoundrel! Feng seethed with rage, gripping his gun and pursuing once more. Ma Xikong was employing a strategy of sowing discord, inciting the people on the larger ship to take him down. After all, human nature is inherently greedy. Who could resist the allure of 100 million and a lavish residence? Not to mention the newly recruited subordinates. Even those who had long followed Feng might entertain thoughts of rebellion, as they still harbored a flicker of hope for returning home. After lingering near the cave for some time, Feng ultimately ceased his pursuit. Ma Xikong's marksmanship was formidable, particularly in open spaces where he rarely missed. Slowly, Feng retreated back onto the larger ship, promptly burying his head against the railing. Ah Feng, let me help you dress your wound. Susan approached with a look of concern. All right, let us return to the cabin, Feng replied. Susan shielded Feng as they made their way back to the cabin, while the others held their guns, vigilantly watching the jungle along the shore. Clearly, with a weapon in hand, Ma Xikong's threat level had escalated dramatically. After tending to his wound, Feng drank some fresh water. Gather everyone in the dining area for a meeting, leaving one person on watch on the deck, he instructed. Understood. Susan nodded and called everyone to the dining area. Feng seated himself in a corner position, where he could avoid bullets coming through the windows. Due to the presence of towering trees along the shoreline, once Mars Kong ascends the branches, he will possess a commanding vantage point to fire upon the grand vessel. Do not be intimidated by Mars Kong. Although he wields a firearm and possesses commendable marksmanship, remember, within the primordial forest, he is devoid of allies, merely a solitary figure. If we endure, the one to ultimately succumb will undoubtedly be him, Leaf Maple asserted. All right, Brother Maple, rest assured, I shall not heed Mars Kong's provocations. My loyalty remains steadfast with you, Zhang Haoyan proclaimed, expressing his allegiance at an inopportune moment. Leaf Maple's eyes narrowed, his fingers gently caressing the trigger. Now that the warship has been retrieved, this fellow seems to hold little utility, does he not? Ultimately, Leaf Maple refrained from taking action. Zhang Haoyan, from this moment forth, you shall be stationed aboard the warship. We will periodically deliver provisions to you, he commanded, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. Should Zhang Haoyan decline, he would have to resort to more drastic measures. This. Very well, Brother Maple, I shall comply entirely. You point, and I shall strike, Zhang Haoyan replied, his gaze flickering momentarily before he descended from the deck and proceeded towards the warship's location. Having dispatched this ticking time bomb, Leaf Maple turned his attention to the others. I bear troubling news. This desolate island is surely not on Earth. Perhaps we have unwittingly entered a bizarre magnetic field that has transported us to another realm. Thus, do not harbor extravagant hopes for a fortune of 100 million or a residence in Tangchini Pin. To take a step back, Mars Kong is utterly untrustworthy. Even if he were to offer you houses and money, he possesses 100 ways to reclaim them, or simply default altogether. Leaf Maple spoke slowly. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, several individuals dimmed in countenance. Chapter 154. At long last, this day has arrived. They were not foolish. Leaf Maple's explanation illuminated their understanding. Initially, the allure of 100 million in cash had been overwhelmingly compelling, swaying the thoughts of those accustomed to civilized society. Brother Maple, I have a strategy that could curtail Mars Kong's audacity, Long Wu suddenly interjected. Oh, Brother Wu, do share. I am in dire need of someone with military experience to assist me in strategizing. Leaf Maple eagerly sought his counsel. First, let us bring everyone ashore and thoroughly inspect the coastline adjacent to the warship. Then, we can position 3 to 5 concealed sentries in the trees. Should Mars Kong dare approach the shoreline again, these sentries will be capable of neutralizing him, Long Wu proposed. But Mars Kong is an excellent marksman. He could very well be a master soldier, a male voice objected. After all, The fear of death is inherent in humanity. Having witnessed Mars Kong's marksmanship, not only he, but even Leaf Maple felt a profound trepidation. Mars Kong's skills must have been honed under the guidance of a master and nurtured through extensive practice. I have observed his shooting technique, and I humbly concede that my speed and accuracy pale in comparison. However, he lacks tactical acumen. Tactics cannot be taught. He has scarcely exploited the advantages of terrain. Otherwise, during our last encounter, he would not have merely injured my leg, but would have taken my life. Long Wu analyzed with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Long Wu's words, Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment, lamenting his lack of military experience. In the jungle, Ma Xikong had scarcely utilized the advantages of the terrain. Had he climbed a tree to fire upon Feng, it would not have merely been his shoulder that was grazed, but rather a devastating shot to his torso. At the moment Ma Xikong fired, he had been shooting from below, his body largely concealed by the railing of the deck. Brother Wu was indeed correct. It was time to conduct a thorough search along the riverbank. Although Feng had been grazed on the shoulder, the injury was superficial and did not compromise any vital areas. After a hasty bandaging, he found that he could move his right arm with some difficulty. Now is the moment, he declared. Susan rose, rifle in hand. With a rustling sound, the others followed suit. Their group descended to the riverbank, sweeping the area in a systematic manner. While Ma Xikong might eliminate one of them, he would likely become a target himself. They ventured deeper into the jungle, traversing over 500 meters, the outer limit of the rifle's range. Now, Feng indicated towards a spruce tree. Susan nodded and swiftly ascended the tree with her rifle slung over her back. Subsequently, Lena climbed a large tree, camouflaging herself with leaves. After a brief contemplation, Feng also ascended a banyan tree, waving down to the others below. The rest promptly retreated back to the ship. Feng was approximately 200 meters from Lena, and Lena was likewise 200 meters from Susan. The three formed a triangular formation. Should Ma Xikong reveal himself, he would undoubtedly be shot down. As time passed slowly, Feng positioned 6 individuals along the riverbank as watchmen, with 3 assigned to each group. Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng busied themselves aboard the warship with the remaining crew. Through the dense foliage, Feng could still observe plumes of smoke rising from the vessel. Days slipped by, and in a fleeting moment, for days had elapsed, Cheng Li Bin reported promising progress. In his words, the Germans' metallurgy was indeed remarkable, having endured 80 years of wear with only minimal corrosion. The hull was constructed entirely of steel, approximately half a meter thick, with the bow exceeding a meter in thickness. In encounters with smaller vessels, they could directly collide without concern. Although all 4 steam engines were malfunctioning, they were not completely inoperable. After a discussion, Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng decided to combine parts from 2 of the steam engines into one, effectively resolving a critical issue. On the 7th day at noon, while Feng was on watch in the banyan tree, he suddenly observed the rear of the warship churning with splashes, accompanied by a thunderous noise emanating from the hull. What could this be? Feng lowered his binoculars. 10 minutes later, Cheng Li Bin and the others rushed onto the deck, waving their arms towards the ship. We did it! We did it! The steam engine has activated the propeller at the stern. We now have power. Soon, we shall set sail in our warship. Laughter erupted, as they had eagerly awaited this moment. On the deck of the warship, all the men celebrated with cheers. A faint smile broke through Feng's previously tense expression. Chapter 155. Gasping for breath. They were to expend 6 personnel guarding the shore against Ma Xikong. However, the circumstances had changed. As long as the warship was operational, their vigilance became redundant. They could simply maneuver the vessel to a distance of 1 kilometer from the shore. Unless Ma Xikong procured a modern sniper rifle, he would not be able to touch a hair on the warship. As night fell, someone came to relieve Feng. After a refreshing sleep, Feng awoke in the dead of night. Everyone, do not sleep. Gather in the dining hall for a meeting, he called out, rousing everyone from their slumber. A group of weary individuals trudged into the dining hall. Brother Feng, why wake us up in the middle of the night? Shannon yawned, and the others appeared equally lethargic. My dear brothers and sisters, the reason for this nocturnal assembly is that I suspect Ma Xikong is hiding in that cavern, likely fast asleep. Therefore, we shall quietly infiltrate the cave. If we can eliminate Ma Xikong, it would be ideal. Even if we cannot, we can still procure a substantial quantity of fuel. The warship is ready, and if we can retrieve a ton of fuel from the lower deck, considering its combustibility, it should suffice for several months. What do you think? Feng proposed. Upon hearing this, spirits were immediately lifted. Brother Feng, what are we waiting for? Let us act swiftly, Chunin exclaimed, rising to his feet. After days of keeping watch on the shore, he had been tormented by mosquitoes in the woods. Longing to drift away from the shore and evade the constant threat of massacre. Feng, let us depart without concern for the others' morale. Acquiring that fuel is paramount. Susan added. Her authority within the team was second only to Yi Feng's, due to her composed demeanor and aversion to frivolity. While Yi Feng enjoyed light-hearted banter to amuse the group, amidst the desolation of the island, the team placed greater trust in the serious Susan. Their fondness for Yi Feng was genuine, yet their confidence in him did not match that in Susan. Very well. Yi Feng nodded, tossing a torch into the woods. All 14 individuals disembarked and hastened towards the cavern. Outside the cave, 3 sentinels remained vigilant. Though these sentinels might not capture Massacre, they served as a formidable deterrent, preventing him from approaching the shore with ease. Once inside the cavern, Yi Feng instructed Zhang Haoyan to carry the torch at the forefront. With only one torch illuminating the path, the rest of the group could remain concealed in the shadows, minimizing the chances of Massacre catching them off guard. Brother Feng, it seems there are 2 operational cannons. Should we not carry some shells back to the warship? Those can strike several kilometers away. The natives have yet to see our warship and would be obliterated instantly, akin to a dimensional strike, Bao Qifeng suddenly suggested. Do you know how to operate a cannon? Yi Feng countered. Well, it should not be too difficult with a bit of study, right? Bao Qifeng replied awkwardly. Observing his expression, Yi Feng discerned that he was unfamiliar with the artillery. No need for that. Shells are a risk aboard the warship. What if they were to detonate? Are we not going to blow up our warship? Moreover, we possess the Maxim machine gun, making us invincible in the Heishu River basin. Thus, from now on, we shall prioritize retrieving the fuel. Let go of the idea of munitions unless we encounter a more formidable enemy, Yi Feng declared. Understood, Brother Feng. Bao Qifeng nodded in agreement. Descending to the 3rd sublevel, Yi Feng gathered some waterproof cloth left behind by the Germans. Everyone, why are you just standing there? Use this waterproof cloth to pack all the fuel. Let us secure several tens of thousands of pounds, Yi Feng instructed. Received, Chunin responded, disregarding the dirt as he pushed the viscous black substance onto the cloth, then fashioned it into a bundle, akin to the ancients, and slung it over his back. This is quite heavy. Although it appears modest in size, it feels substantial on my back. Instead of carrying it, why not drag it? This waterproof cloth is quite sturdy. We can place the fuel on it and drag it out of the cave, thereby conserving our strength, Yi Feng suggested suddenly. Indeed, how did I not think of that? One person might carry over 100 pounds, but by utilizing the drag method, we could move 200 to 300 pounds, or even 500 to 600 pounds. The group realized, promptly laying the cloth flat on the ground and piling the semi-solid viscous substance atop it, soon forming several small mounds. In pairs, they began to drag the bundles outward. Yi Feng, however, took it upon himself to drag a pile of the viscous material alone, holding a torch in his other hand. Thus, they toiled through the night until dawn, making a total of 7 trips. Each trip amounted to approximately over 1,000 kilograms, with Yi Feng personally transporting 30% of it. Brother Feng, I'm utterly exhausted. With this much fuel, it should last the warship for at least half a month, right? Chunin lay flat on the deck, gasping for breath. Chapter 156. A face of fatigued Chengdong. This must be nearly half a ton, right? How long will it last? Yi Feng inquired. If this warship were reduced to 1/30th of its size, like our wooden boat, it might last a year. However, this warship is not the same. It is not only 30 times larger, but its weight is likely 300 to 400 times that of our large vessel. Thus, this amount of fuel will only suffice for about a week, Cheng Li Bin replied candidly. The steam engine in the lower hold is enormous. Just the diameter of one furnace exceeds 2 meters. This quantity of fuel is indeed insufficient. Are you referring to full speed? Yi Feng asked. What full speed? We have only managed to repair one of the 4 steam engines in the lower hold. Even if we pushed the steam engine to its maximum, it would only maintain a speed of 6 knots for an hour, Cheng Li Bin explained. 6 knots per hour? What does that mean? Yi Feng queried. 1 knot equals 1 nautical mile, roughly over 1,800 meters. Thus, 6 knots per hour translates to about 11 kilometers, Cheng Li Bin clarified. Is it truly that slow? Only 11 kilometers in an hour? Yi Feng's brow furrowed. Brother Feng, you are being too ambitious. Is 11 kilometers per hour considered slow? The immense warship's ability to attain such speed is indeed formidable. Generally, larger vessels exhibit diminished maneuverability. This warship can reach an astonishing 11 kilometers per hour, akin to a spacecraft navigating through primordial forests, as Chung Li Bin remarked. Very well, let us proceed thus. We shall rest during the day and resume our efforts to procure fuel tomorrow night, Yi Feng stated. Amidst the jungle, Ma Xikong observed the warship poised for departure, feeling a tumult of urgency and frustration. His previous financial acumen had rarely failed him, yet now it seemed ineffective against Yi Feng's underlings. Should he acquiesce to the notion of Yi Feng piloting the warship home, abandoning him on this desolate isle? Ma Xikong had long sensed something amiss about this island, which bore no resemblance to any place he had encountered on Earth. Nonetheless, with a fortune of billions in civilized society, he clung to a flicker of hope. Must he then seek collaboration with the indigenous people? But would they ever forgive him? Ma Xikong paced restlessly through the underbrush. If all else fails, should he ignite the fuel reserves at the base? No. If he were to destroy the fuel, the warship would be rendered inoperable. He could not resort to such self-destructive measures. Resolving to visit the indigenous tribe once more, to discern whether they might still accept him, Ma Xikong equipped himself with 3 rifles, 5 handguns, and a backpack brimming with ammunition, and set forth toward the tribal village. In truth, another reason for refraining from igniting the black substance was the fear that it might combust rapidly, potentially igniting the munitions stored within the armory, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius. He was uncertain whether he could escape that distance after igniting the fuel. As night fell, Yi Feng roused the group, leading them toward the subterranean cave. Since the departure of those formidable creatures upstream, the jungle had become increasingly perilous. Packs of wolves, hyenas, wild dogs, jungle tigers, and leopards began to appear with alarming frequency. Previously, they had feared the giant serpents dwelling within the cave, which had deterred them from foraging openly. However, with the former dominators of the region gone, they roamed freely through the jungle. Throughout the night, Yi Feng transported viscous substances 5 times, managing to bring back only half a ton, 2 fewer trips than the previous night. The exhaustion from the prior day's efforts had left the group utterly drained, having failed to recuperate adequately from their daytime slumber. Additionally, the carnivorous beasts had begun to disrupt their efforts. Yi Feng had to shoot 3 wolves, 2 hyenas, and a jungle tiger to ward off the predators lurking nearby. Morning arrived, and Yi Feng, alongside the laborers, sat upon the deck, yet none had the energy to converse, their faces etched with fatigue as they gazed toward the shore. The deck of the warship was vast, and Yi Feng managed to clean only a small section of less than 20 square meters on both the fore and aft decks, barely sufficient for them to find footing. Tomorrow, we shall rotate the workers. Those unable to endure shall remain aboard the warship to keep watch. It suffices to leave 5th brother alone on the vessel, Yi Feng declared. The group nodded in agreement, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion. For an entire week, Yi Feng transported approximately 5 to 6 tons of fuel. In the words of Chung Li Bin, this fuel could sustain them for over 2 months. However, if they maintained a speed of 3 knots per hour, it could last about 6 months. Chapter 157. We trust you. Yi Feng gazed at the neatly stacked fuel in the hold, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he returned to the deck. He took a seat nearby, observing his team. After a period of relentless toil, their faces bore signs of exhaustion, with dark circles under their eyes and mouths slightly agape, their expressions dull and lifeless. Even several of the beautiful women seemed to have lost some of their charm, their eyes devoid of luster. Most disheartening for Yi Feng was the noticeable weight loss of Ding Tuanchuan, whose round face had transformed into a more angular one. No, I cannot allow everyone to continue in this state of fatigue, or it could lead to dire consequences, he declared solemnly. I hereby announce a day of rest tomorrow, and the day after, we shall set sail upstream to forcibly participate in the barbarians' grand sacrificial ceremony. The crew looked at Yi Feng with blank stares, their spirits visibly diminished, lacking the vibrancy they once possessed. It was likely that after this ordeal, they would require at least half a month to fully recuperate. Chung Li Bin navigated the ship to a point 2 kilometers off the shore, anchoring it in the middle of the river. There was no revelry on the deck. The crew sat in silence, their vacant gazes fixed on the riverbank. During this time, Chief Cook Shi Zhenliang was also on duty, and as such, he lacked the energy to prepare elaborate meals, opting instead for simple fare to satisfy their hunger. At that moment, Bao Qifeng approached, Brother Feng, in the past, steering a large vessel required only 4 to 5 individuals working 2 hours a day. But now, with such a massive warship, it seems that all of us must labor for 14 to 15 hours daily. Just maintaining routine upkeep and cleanliness demands the full effort of nearly 20 of us. Not to mention, when we enter a state of readiness, we cannot afford to lose a single person. Yifeng felt a weight in his heart. Having initially intended to eliminate Zhang Haoyin, it appeared that for the time being, he must remain, serving as a sailor or some such role. Once the warship is completed, we shall search the Heishu River region to see if we can find more individuals from civilized society to bolster our ranks. Yifeng nodded gravely. At that moment, over 20 indigenous people suddenly appeared on the riverbank, followed closely by a throng of vengeful children. What do these folks want now? Yifeng mused, his hands clasped behind his back as he observed the distant shore. The others mustered the energy to stand at the ship's railing. After all, they were 2 kilometers away from the shore, and the indigenous people's weapons could not reach such a distance. Brother Feng, it seems these natives are quite persistent, Chunin remarked as he raised his rifle, only to lower it again upon considering the 2,000-meter distance. Chung, bring the ship closer to shore. Yifeng shouted towards the captain's quarters. The warship emitted a powerful roar as it slowly made its way toward the bank. Upon seeing the vessel approach, the indigenous people hesitated momentarily before retreating into the trees, appearing quite fearful. Upon closer examination, I have come to a startling realization. Those indigenous individuals are offerings, not warriors of the Gaha tribe. Yang Li's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized the natives by the shore. Yifeng, too, focused intently, noting that these indigenous people were significantly shorter than the Gaha warriors, with 2 of them adorned in blue dye. I suspected as much. The Gaha warriors are not foolish enough to march to their demise at this juncture. It appears they are merely sacrificial victims of the Gaha tribe. Yifeng nodded. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. Perhaps these indigenous individuals could aid them, for they have all suffered at the hands of the Gaha tribe and should stand united against a common foe. The warship was now merely 200 meters from the shore, unable to approach further due to the shallow waters that could not support its massive bulk. The indigenous people hesitated, retreating into the jungle, yet their eagerness was palpable. Hey, Tuba, do you remember me? Zhang Haoyin shouted towards the shore. Upon hearing Zhang Haoyin's voice, the leading indigenous man exhaled in relief and, accompanied by a dozen others, stepped forward to the shore, ceasing their evasion of the warship. Come, aboard the grand vessel, Yifeng urged as he slid down the rope to the deck, while Long Wu maneuvered the ship closer to the reeds. Moments later, Yifeng and his companions leapt onto the shore, confronting the indigenous people directly. These individuals appeared emaciated, reflecting long-term malnourishment, their eyes lacking the fierce spirit characteristic of the Gaha warriors. Are you not of the Gaha tribe? Yifeng inquired, directing his gaze at the foremost figure, Tuba. No, we dwell near the great swamp. We lack a tribe and hunt as families. However, one day, the Gaha people captured us and forced us into labor from dawn until dusk, believing that enduring the toil would spare our lives. Yet, the Gaha tribe still sought to sacrifice us. We were fortunate. During our transport, the Gaha encountered a colossal beast. Though the beast was ultimately slain by the vengeful children, we seized the chaos to escape downstream. Tuba recounted earnestly. Fate has intertwined our paths. Do you see the warship behind us? Would you be willing to come aboard? Yifeng smiled. Will you offer us as sacrifices? Tuba asked warily, gripping his wooden stick tightly. Rest assured, that will not be the case. However, our vessel requires capable individuals. If you are willing to work, I will provide you with sustenance and assist you in seeking vengeance. Yifeng replied solemnly. Tuba nodded and turned to his companions. Do you trust him? He asked. The group of indigenous people exchanged hesitant glances before nodding in agreement. Strangers, we place our trust in you. May we now board your ship? Tuba inquired. Certainly, but my ship does not accommodate the idle. You must assist in cleaning the vessel, removing the accumulated mud, leaves, various corpses, and excrement. If you can accomplish this, I shall permit you to board the warship at once. Yifeng declared. I have consented that this line of work is preferable to mining. Consequently, Yifeng utilized ropes to hoist each individual onto the grand vessel, guiding them to climb aboard the enormous deck of the warship via the lines connecting the two. Please take a moment to rest, Yifeng began. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed that the group of indigenous people had already commenced their tasks, seemingly accustomed to the labor. Undeterred by filth or fatigue, They diligently gathered the excrement left by the children on the deck and cast it into the river. It was heart-wrenching to witness their earnestness. Feng felt a twinge of guilt. After 2 hours of labor, these wild men and women managed to clean an area of 20 square meters. Although some remnants remained that required a wash with water, their pace far exceeded that of Feng and his companions. Chapter 158. I will help you clean up. Feng and nearly 20 others spent an entire day merely clearing 40 square meters, their efforts hindered by their distaste for the mess on the ground. Working at a sluggish pace. In stark contrast, the wild folk accomplished 20 square meters in just 2 hours. Let us take a break, wash our hands, and prepare for a meal. Feng, a humble laborer, could not bear to see ordinary folk suffer. His kind-hearted nature prompted him to fetch fresh water to assist the group in cleansing their hands. Remember, your presence on this warship is solely due to me, Zhang Haoyan. It was I who discovered the vessel, providing you with a place of refuge. Do you understand? Upon glancing back, Feng saw Zhang Haoyan with his hands on his hips, usurping all the credit for himself. This scoundrel is inherently rebellious. Thank you, Lord Haoyan. Tabamu nodded in gratitude. Oblivious to the power struggle, genuinely perceiving Zhang Haoyan as their savior. Feng chose to overlook Zhang Haoyan's antics for the time being, recognizing his potential utility. He planned to have him assist the indigenous people in cleaning the deck, as although the natives were industrious, they lacked the knowledge to use tools. Relying solely on their hands, Zhang Haoyan, being from a civilized society, could fetch some shovels from the ship's tool room, teaching the wild folk to utilize them for disposing of waste into the river, thereby significantly increasing their efficiency. Baogong, please search the warship for any pumps or similar devices. We will need them for secondary cleaning of the deck, Feng instructed. As for the pumps from World War II, I am uncertain if they are electric. If they are, our efforts may be futile. We might have to resort to primitive methods, hoisting water onto the deck with iron buckets for a gradual wash, Bao Qifeng responded. That is acceptable. Let us minimize labor as much as possible. How I wish we could find a high-pressure water gun. Feng sighed. If such a device could be located, it would greatly aid in removing stubborn stains from the warship's surface. The day swiftly passed, and the industrious wild folk awoke to labor once more, rendering Feng somewhat embarrassed. You need not work so tirelessly. Ensure that you restore your strength before continuing, he urged. In the evening, Feng had Shi Zhengliang prepare a delectable meal for them. Tabamu nearly bit his tongue in excitement, his eyes wide with wonder. Eat slowly. If it is insufficient, I will prepare more for you. Feng continuously served dishes to the indigenous people. Most individuals from civilized societies find it intolerable to engage in such arduous and unsanitary labor. Only these savages are able to accept it. Cheng Li Bin was also enthusiastically pouring soup for the wild men. Brother Feng, come here for a moment. Cheng Li Bin beckoned Feng to the captain's quarters. What is it? Feng inquired. These wild men are quite valuable, as we will need a considerable workforce for cleaning in the days to come. As for operating and maintaining the ship, under normal circumstances, only 3 to 5 individuals are required to manage the warship, ensuring it does not capsize, Cheng Li Bin explained. Based on your estimation, how many workers will we need for deck cleaning? Feng asked. If we are only cleaning the deck and other vital areas daily, around a dozen people should suffice. However, you must understand that this warship has 7 decks. Even if we all worked 50 hours a day, it would be impossible to finish a complete cleaning in one day. Therefore, we will only clean the deck daily, while the other less critical areas can be attended to monthly, Cheng Li Bin stated. That makes sense. We will prioritize deck cleaning. Feng nodded in agreement. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was midnight. Feng lay in his quarters, unable to find sleep. It was his first night aboard the warship, residing in an officer's cabin, albeit a rather filthy one. The bed had only been lightly cleaned and was covered with bare skins and straw. The others were housed nearby, and with over 30 of them, they had scarcely utilized 1% of the ship's space. It seemed necessary to acquire a group of Gara women. They appeared industrious, and if he could bring 50 indigenous women aboard, the cleanliness of the quarters and deck could be assured. Feng mused to himself. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. He opened the heavy iron door to find Zhang Yan approaching, her face adorned with the eye makeup of the natives. Brother Feng, would you like to indulge in a game of handsome men and beast women? Zhang Yan teased with a seductive smile. Why not? He replied. Shortly thereafter, the room was filled with the sounds of a cat mewing. Although his body had yet to fully recover, given Zhang Yan's request, Feng felt compelled to oblige. They were all in the same boat, after all, and fostering good relations was paramount. The night passed, and Feng awoke from a pleasant dream, holding Jiaying in his arms. As they embraced, they opened the door only to encounter Li. "Good morning." Li greeted them. Good morning." Feng responded awkwardly, hastily pushing Jiaying away. However, Jiaying deliberately rubbed against Feng before strutting back to her quarters. She was a clever woman, having learned to rely on powerful figures in civilized society. And who was the dominant figure on the deserted island? Undoubtedly, it was Feng. By cultivating a good relationship with him, her future would be much easier. Once Jiaying departed, Li peered into Feng's room. "Your room is quite dirty. It's still early, and my husband hasn't risen yet. Would you like me to help you clean it?" Li suggested, lightly tossing her hair. The actions of a woman may stem from two psychological states, one of insecurity and the other of seduction. This is rather inappropriate. Considering your husband is still on the ship, what if he were to catch you in the act? Feng hesitated. "Are you afraid of him?" Li suddenly stepped forward, locking her gaze with Feng's. "It's not a matter of fear. We are a team now. I do not wish to create conflict with anyone over trivial matters. Do you understand?" Feng spoke earnestly. He was not intimidated by Zhang Haoyin. It was simply that the vastness of the warship required numerous personnel. Otherwise, he would have dismissed Zhang Haoyin the previous day. "Rest assured, even if he were to see, I would explain everything to him," Li stated before walking into the room. From behind, Feng observed Li as she donned tattered shorts, adorned with leaves to cover her modesty. Yet, this attempt at modesty was rather counterproductive, as her attire seemed to provoke the most primal instincts in men. Feng took a deep breath, striving to avert his gaze, but his eyes betrayed him, drawn inexorably to Li's silhouette. "Do you not tidy your bed upon waking?" he remarked. "Never mind, I shall assist you." Chapter 159. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you hiding your wife? Li knelt upon the bed, bending down to arrange the bare skin atop it, her back facing Feng's abdomen. Although Feng resided in an officer's quarters, the space was limited. It could be said that a mere step forward would bring his abdomen into contact with her. "Brother Feng, although I address you as brother, it is evident you are considerably younger than I. From now on, allow me to take care of your daily needs. I can wash your clothes, your pants, even your underwear. After all, you saved me, and even if my husband were to find out, I would have a valid reason," Li said, her back still turned, not glancing back. "Li Jia, please refrain from such things. I can manage my own laundry, and as for underwear, I have long since ceased wearing any," Feng replied with difficulty. Though he had only regained about 70% of his strength, his past capabilities remained. Faced with the mature beauty of Li, it was challenging for him to remain unaffected in the solitude of their shared space. Indeed, his trousers had become quite uncomfortable. At that moment, Li suddenly turned her head to glance back, her eyes seemingly glimmering with allure. Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Her action of bending and looking back felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a scene from a film he often watched. However, in those films, the protagonist had already reached an intense climax, with the female lead casting sultry glances. In the next instant, Li widened her eyes, hastily covering her crimson lips. Although she had anticipated this reaction, she was taken aback by its magnitude. "You?" Li inquired, her gaze fixated on Feng's trousers. "What now?" Though she uttered only 3 words, her alluring eyes conveyed a clear message. Feng exhaled a deep breath. It seemed that Jiaying had unleashed his latent desires. Presently, he felt an overwhelming urge, yet the thought of Zhang Haoyin caused him to hesitate. What if that fellow starts shouting aboard the warship? Where would I place my dignity? At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor, accompanied by Zhang Haoyin's discordant voice. The radiance of righteousness illuminated my heart. The singing was exceedingly unpleasant, and coupled with Zhang Haoyin's grating tone, it was utterly off-putting. Feng hurriedly closed the door. The corridor was visible from the entrance, and if Li were to be pushed out now, Zhang Haoyin would undoubtedly raise a ruckus. Feng was not afraid of Zhang Haoyin. He merely feared the adverse influence it might have, potentially leading others to harbor disappointment in him. Li's face turned ashen, having long suffered from domestic abuse. She bore a psychological scar from Zhang Haoyin. The two quickly crouched by the peephole to observe the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Haoyin was knocking on Li's dormitory door, followed by a spitting sound. Darling, are you still in bed? Hurry up, let us go to the lower deck." It's been ages since we had some time alone. Bang, bang, bang. Another series of urgent knocks. Clearly, Zhang Haoyan had been holding back for too long. He was already overnourished, and after a day of recuperation aboard the ship, he had become exuberant. Creak. The dormitory door should have swung open. Zhang Haoyan, do you have any regard for others' sleep in the early morning? Your wife left early. She's probably in the restroom. Don't knock so early next time, understood? It was Susan's voice. Yes, Susan, I understand. Since you've been on this deserted island for so long, haven't you felt a sense of emptiness? By the way, there's a fun spot in the lower deck. How about I take you to see it? Zhang Haoyan's greasy voice chimed in. Bang, crack. Ouch. Susan, don't hit me. After a commotion filled with violence, Zhang Haoyan's pleas for mercy followed. After a while, Feng finally glimpsed Zhang Haoyan through the peephole. The guy had transformed into a raccoon-eyed mess, standing at his door. Don't knock, Feng silently prayed. Yet, as fate would have it, Zhang Haoyan really did knock. Feng Ge, have you seen my wife? She left early this morning and hasn't returned yet, Zhang Haoyan shouted from outside. Huh. Feng feigned a yawn. If your wife is missing, why come to me? Go check the restroom. She might be in there, Feng replied from within. Well, forget it. I can't be bothered. Feng Ge, could you please open the door? I'd like to come in and consult you about something, Zhang Haoyan called out. Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this fellow have sensed something? If he didn't open the door now, it would seem conspicuously suspicious. I'm not even dressed yet. Let us discuss it during breakfast, Feng said, gesturing towards the space beneath the table, which was covered with leather. Anyone could hide underneath, and unless someone specifically crouched down to look, they would remain unseen. Yang Li gritted her teeth, curling her body beneath the small table. Feng hurriedly sat beside the table, using his body to shield the entire structure. Feng Ge, what are you afraid of? We're both grown men. Rest assured, my affections lie with women. Are you so fearful because you have concealed my wife within? Zhang Haoyan persisted. He had come today with the intention of brainwashing Feng, seizing the opportunity while others remained asleep. It is worth noting that he was once the king of deception on short videos. Dealing with Feng would be a mere trifling task. Once he successfully indoctrinated Feng, he would ascend to the position of the supreme ruler of the team. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I hiding your wife? Very well, I shall open the door for you. Feng's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly pulled the door open. The moment he did, he hurriedly seated himself at the table, effectively concealing Yang Li, who was hidden beneath the animal skin tablecloth. Zhang Haoyan swiftly slipped inside, his keen gaze scanning the entire room, revealing a hint of disappointment. Brother Feng, ha ha ha. A lewd smile crept across Zhang Haoyan's face as he proceeded to lock the door behind him. What brings you here? Feng sat upright in his chair, making an effort to spread his legs apart to shield the table. Yet, Zhang Haoyan, seemingly sensing something, pulled a chair over and settled beside Feng. This chair, a relic from the last century, was somewhat incomplete. Beneath the table, Yang Li felt a tightening in her chest, instinctively drawing closer to Feng. In the next moment, she sensed her cheek brush against something warm. Oh, Feng could not suppress a muffled groan. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Zhang Haoyan inquired with keen interest. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit weak lately, Feng explained. No worries, you're still young. Your vitality will return in due time. There are indeed a plethora of beautiful women aboard this ship, and within the indigenous tribes, many alluring maidens await. Zhang Haoyan insinuated. In his previous life within civilized society, he had done little each day, returning home as if he were a lord, even requiring Yang Li to attend to his every need, thus overflowing with energy. However, upon arriving on this deserted island, his true nature was laid bare, fixated solely on women. Speak plainly, and be gone swiftly, Feng urged, as he felt Yang Li's face had fully pressed against his lower abdomen. Should Zhang Haoyan linger any longer, he would surely lose control. Very well, I shall be forthright. Men understand men best. Brother Feng, I trust your thoughts align with mine. We ought to reign as local emperors on this island. With such abundant resources of beauty at our disposal, why not share them? Naturally, I shall leave the most exquisite for you, and once you tire of them, I shall indulge myself. Furthermore, I have encountered the indigenous tribes. They seem to exist in a primitive state, their weaponry akin to that of the Xia dynasty. If we were to acquire some artillery from below, we could obliterate the tribe and compel their men to surrender. We would seize the opportunity to eliminate those men. And as for the women, ha ha ha, Brother Feng, The indigenous women possess skin that is both delicate and smooth. Although they may not be as fair as our women, they have a unique allure. Not to mention the priestesses, they are simply breathtaking. It is said that their high priestess is a paragon of beauty. Certainly, the high priest must undoubtedly belong to you, Feng. I shall merely play one of the priestesses and perhaps 50 or 60 native women. What do you think? Zhang Haoyan remarked with an eager expression. He was convinced that every man harbored such thoughts, whether they were spirited youths of 18 or venerable elders of 80. All sharing an affinity for beauty, and Yi Feng was no exception. Is your purpose in coming here merely to convey this? Yi Feng responded with a mix of urgency and frustration, for his trousers had taken on an unsightly appearance, while Yang Li's cheek was pressed closely against him. What else? Brother Feng, we are comrades. Once we conquer the natives' tribe, you shall reign as emperor, and I will serve as your chancellor or some such, sharing all women, of course. With you first, me second, and then we must also consider the other men, granting them a modest share while we reserve the remaining for ourselves. Zhang Haoyan's words were laced with fervent persuasion, nearly overwhelming Yi Feng's composure. Zhang Haoyan, you are now a married man. With a wife as virtuous and gentle as Li Jie, should you not cherish her? Yi Feng retorted. Beneath the table, Yang Li trembled slightly, her ears perked up. Though she harbored a strong dislike for Zhang Haoyan, she could not help but wish to hear her husband's opinion of her in the presence of others. Surely, he would utter a few kind words. Are you referring to my wife? Huh, that woman is a fool. Brother Feng, are you not curious as to why, despite my lack of charm, I managed to marry such a beautiful wife? Zhang Haoyan appeared eager to share his tale. Well, it is somewhat perplexing, but it is your personal matter, and I prefer not to pry, Yi Feng replied. What is there to be discreet about? Allow me to enlighten you. At the time, Yang Li was still in her sophomore year. Her skin was so tender it seemed to glisten with moisture. I took the initiative to pursue her, but she promptly called the police, resulting in my 7-day stay in detention. However, no task is insurmountable for the determined. Eventually, I enlisted a few brothers to stage a scene, pretending to assault Yang Li, and just as her clothing was nearly stripped away, I descended from above, gallantly removing my own clothes to cover her. Zhang Haoyan wore a mischievous grin. Surely not. Such a cliché approach could not possibly succeed in winning a woman's heart. Are you underestimating the intelligence of modern women? Yi Feng questioned skeptically. That was 7 or 8 years ago, back when the internet had not yet permeated society as it has now, and Yang Li was a well-behaved girl, shielded from such worldly matters. Naturally, I had other tricks up my sleeve. I had purchased a potion online, called the Forgetfulness Pill, and discreetly added it to her cup. After she drank it, she came to embrace me willingly. You cannot imagine how hard I had to stifle my laughter, all while pretending to be the gallant hero, claiming I would take her to the hospital to detoxify her. As fate would have it, we barely reached the hospital before things escalated in the car. You may not realize it, but while Yang Li appears obedient, once the passion ignited, I found myself nearly unable to withstand it. Beneath the table, Yang Li was filled with a mix of shame and anger, realizing that she had been deceived by Zhang Haoyan, a bitter loss indeed. She originally had a bright future ahead of her, but due to an unexpected pregnancy in her sophomore year, she was compelled to withdraw from school and ended up with the scoundrel Zhang Haoyan. In truth, when Yang Li helped Yi Feng clean the room that morning, her intention was to curry favor with him, hoping he would look after both her and her husband aboard the warship. At that moment, she did not genuinely wish to engage with Yi Feng in a more intimate manner. Their relationship was one of mutual exploitation. However, it now seems that Zhang Haoyan is nothing short of a beast, devoid of humanity. After dedicating 7 or 8 years to nurturing him, only to receive such disparaging treatment in return, she seethed with indignation. Foolish woman? Very well, then I shall demonstrate my foolishness. With this thought, a resolute glimmer flashed in Yang Li's eyes as she suddenly glanced towards Yi Feng's trousers. Zhang Haoyan, you are indeed less than a beast. How could a gentle and beautiful woman like Sister Li be ensnared by a grotesque creature like you? Your methods are utterly despicable. Yi Feng seethed with rage, wishing he could cast this wretch into the river if not for the labor he currently required. Ha ha ha, we are alike. I have always been unattractive, and without cunning. Would I not remain a lifelong bachelor? Zhang Haoyan remained unfazed, even somewhat smug. His outward nonchalance belied the fact that he was indeed concerned about Yang Li. For after 8 years of relationship, even though he initially toyed with her, he had developed a peculiar reliance on her. Without her warm embrace at night, something felt amiss. Even if one were to remain a bachelor, such a situation should not befall one. Yi Feng began to speak, but suddenly changed his expression. He felt something stirring beneath the table. Sister Feng, why are you so startled? What is happening? Zhang Haoyan watched Yi Feng warily, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the tablecloth. Oh, it's nothing. I mean, you scoundrel, get out of here quickly. I wish to catch up on my sleep. I've been utterly exhausted these past few days and my mind is a bit hazy, Yi Feng stammered. Chapter 161, Seasickness? All right, Brother Feng. I won't disturb you any longer. I shall go find my wife, Zhang Haoyan declared as he rose to his feet. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief. As long as this man was absent, he could engage in his own affairs. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Zhang Haoyan suddenly grasped the tablecloth and yanked it upwards with force. The next moment, an awkward scene was etched into Yi Feng's memory forever. He beheld Yang Li crouched beneath the table, still munching on an ice pop. Ellie, you must tell me this is but a dream, that this is not real? Zhang Haoyan staggered back in shock. Haoyan, this is not my fault. Just moments ago, your wife wandered into my room, seemingly in a state of somnambulism and quite famished. Before I could react, she began devouring the ice pop. Yi Feng's face flushed crimson as he hastily adjusted his trousers. Ah! Zhang Haoyan, like a wild beast, howled as he bolted from the room, emitting a series of braying sounds in the corridor. Sisterly, you must go and reason with him. Explain that it is normal for couples to have some disagreements. Yi Feng urged, giving Yang Li a gentle push. I am no longer his wife, Feng Ge. If you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I no longer recognize Zhang Haoyan as a person. After Yang Li finished speaking, she strode out of the room. What is going on? This is truly troublesome. Yi Feng made his way to the deck. Upon arrival, he observed Chen in instructing the indigenous people on how to use tools, shoveling the mud on the deck into the river. Tuba and a dozen others were laboring vigorously, their faces radiant with the joy of freedom. Reflecting on their past, in the Black Tree River Basin, they struggled for survival, facing not only ferocious beasts but also warriors of the Gaha tribe, with an average lifespan not exceeding 30 years. Yet times have changed. Now they work on such a large ship without the need to hunt, merely engaging in manual labor to secure enough food, transforming their existence from a grueling 996 work schedule to a pleasant 8-hour workday. Consequently, they feel a profound sense of belonging to Yi Feng, regarding this warship as their home. And since it is their home, they naturally strive to keep it spotless, while also showcasing their efforts before Yi Feng. Chenin, let Tuba and the others take a break. We can pause the cleaning for now and participate in the grand sacrifice upstream first, Yi Feng called out. Understood. Chenin led the group of indigenous people through a quick wash before presenting them to Yi Feng. Feng Ge, Feng Ge, Feng Ge. Tuba and the others respectfully greeted Yi Feng. Sit down and rest, Yi Feng said with compassion, gazing at these wild folk, truly a pitiful bunch. At that moment, Cheng Li Bin approached. Old Cheng, we can now steer the warship upstream, and let's tow our previous large ship along. Wu Gu is still on board, so we must ensure the timely delivery of food. Yi Feng remarked. No need for me to deliver it. Zhang Haoyan seems to have gone to the large ship to keep Wu Gu company. He can take care of the food deliveries from now on. Cheng Li Bin indicated towards the large ship at the tail. Since the warship's power was restored, the large ship no longer required anyone to navigate it. A single old vine could tether it to the warship, allowing it to drift along the Black Tree River. Cheng Li Bin and a few others descended to the lower cabin. And shortly thereafter, thick black smoke billowed from the two large chimneys at the stern. With a heavy roar, the warship emitted a thunderous sound, and a strong wind tousled Yi Feng's hair. This colossal vessel finally began its ascent against the current. Heli, go to the captain's cabin and assist Cheng Gong in charting our course, Yi Feng instructed. I only have a general idea of the location. The grand sacrifice should take place in some tributary, though the exact site varies every 3 years. Nevertheless, it should be about 100 kilometers upstream, Heli explained. That's all right. The warship can travel 11 kilometers per hour, so reaching upstream will take merely 10 hours. We will then spend another 10 hours searching for the precise location of the grand sacrifice. We have ample time, Yi Feng replied calmly. All right, I shall go. Heli nodded and proceeded to the captain's cabin alongside Cheng Li Bin. After a while, Shi Zhengliang arrived with several women, bringing a variety of delectable dishes to the deck's table. These tables, forged from iron, have withstood 80 years of wind and rain, sustaining only minor damage, and are entirely usable. Everyone, stop dawdling. Let's dig in. After Yifeng finished speaking, he picked up a pair of bamboo chopsticks. However, the group of wild men led by Tuba did not begin their meal. Instead, they raised their hands to the sky, murmuring incantations of gratitude. They expressed thanks to the gods, the rainforest, Mother Earth, their fathers, their mothers, and even included Yifeng, Zhang Haoyan, Susan, and Chun in their acknowledgments. As for the others, their names had slipped their minds. Once their gratitude was uttered, Tuba and the others commenced their meal, forgoing the chopsticks and opting to eat with their hands. Despite having washed their hands after their earlier task, Yifeng felt a twinge of discomfort. Ha ha, go ahead and eat. I am quite full, he declared generously as he stood up. These wild men were remarkably adept at physical labor, but their appetites were equally astonishing. Nearly every individual consumed over 2 kilograms of fish and meat, and they drained a large pot of soup. The warship featured a ready kitchen, and after a minor repair by Shi Zhongliang, they could easily start a fire for cooking. The fuel, however, was not the unpleasant, viscous black material, but rather wood chopped by the riverbank. A skilled chef holds high standards for firewood. He insisted on using aromatic wood for cooking, claiming that it imparts a delightful fragrance to the dishes, or alternatively, bamboo for the same purpose. In terms of culinary arts, Shi Zhongliang truly opened Yifeng's eyes. The warship accelerated for 10 minutes, finally reaching a speed of 11 kilometers per hour. Yifeng stood at the bow, letting the river breeze tousle his hair. The others joined him at the front, intoxicated by the retreating banks. This speed is exhilarating, Chinon exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. As time flowed gently by, 3 hours passed swiftly, and they were left with only 2/3 of the journey to their destination for the great sacrifice. However, trouble soon arose. Chunin staggered to the ship's railing. His face flushed crimson. Moments later, he opened his mouth, and a torrent of vomit erupted, spraying nearly 2 meters away. He was not alone. Tuba and the other wild men rushed to the railing, retching violently and expelling the food they had consumed earlier. Damn it! Yifeng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Though the warship's speed had increased, he had not anticipated that this group would suffer from seasickness. Fortunately, most of the civilized individuals aboard were unaffected. Only Chen seemed somewhat unreliable. After his episode, he slumped weakly against the railing, devoid of any fighting spirit. Previously, aboard the larger vessel, they had not felt much sway due to its slow speed and proximity to the shore. But now, the warship sailed 2 kilometers from the bank, navigating turbulent waters that caused it to rise and fall dramatically. Not only was Chunin affected, but even Yifeng felt a slight queasiness. Only Cheng Li Bin and Bao Qifeng remained completely unaffected by the motion. The others, meanwhile, certainly did not appear as spirited as before. Chunin, are you all right? Yifeng glanced at the remnants at the corner of Chun An's mouth, feeling a tumult in his stomach. Brother Feng, I apologize. I am truly useless. I became seasick, and I fear I will lack combat strength shortly, Chunin said with a pained expression. It's quite all right. The stronger a person is, the more susceptible they are to seasickness. Your seasickness is a testament to your strength. Once you acclimatize, you will thrive in this environment. Yifeng hurriedly reassured him. Thank you for your comfort, Brother Feng. With your words, I feel, nauseous. Chunin leaned over the railing and retched again. Yifeng swallowed hard, his face displaying evident discomfort. Before long, he too found himself leaning over the railing. After vomiting once, he felt somewhat relieved, but a sense of worry gnawed at him. If even he succumbed to seasickness, would they lack combat strength when they reached upstream? The group of wild men, Tu Ba and his companions, had already been sick 5 or 6 times, and their final expulsions were nothing but yellow bile, devoid of any food. Dr. Bai, could you please prescribe us some anti-nausea medication? Thank you, Yifeng grasped by Chu Shui's hand. Where am I to procure medicine for you? However, in civilized society, eating some oranges can alleviate motion sickness, but where would we find oranges on this deserted island? Bai Chushue replied, equally at a loss. In truth, she too was feeling quite ill, but she refrained from vomiting in front of everyone to maintain her dignity as a doctor. She had already retched once below deck. By the way, summon Master Sure. He can surely find a substitute for spices, and probably for oranges as well, Yifeng said as he dashed into the kitchen. Before long, Shi Zhongliang ascended to the deck, and Yifeng instructed Cheng Li Bin to bring the warship to shore. Drop anchor. Chung Li Bin shouted as a matter of habit, and the iron anchor plunged into the riverbed, securing the vessel alongside the bank. A group of dizzy individuals disembarked. Shi Zhenliang led the way, occasionally plucking leaves to smell and licking tree bark, embarking on the age-old quest of discerning edible plants. Much more comfortable. Chunin stretched and patted his stomach. Brother Feng, it's far more pleasant on land. This grounded sensation is exquisite, but I feel hungry again. Bear with it. In the future, just eat until you're moderately full. Don't fill your stomach completely, lest the ship's movement induce another bout of vomiting. Yi Feng replied helplessly. The group nodded in agreement, vowing to only eat until 3/4 full in the future. After a hearty meal, the sensation of seasickness was akin to a fate worse than death. Hey, this fruit has a flavor reminiscent of oranges, slightly cold and sweet. Shi Zhenliang exclaimed as he picked several red fruits. At that moment, Bai Chushue approached and took a bite of the red fruit. It tastes similar to an orange. Though not as sweet, it has a slight bitterness. Yet the more bitter it is, the more it suppresses nausea, she remarked, finishing the fruit in 2 bites. Climb up and gather all these fruits. Tu Ba and the other wild men howled in excitement as they rushed up the trees. One could not deny their remarkable climbing skills. Yi Feng was truly impressed. In no time, they had collected several bags of fruit, hoisting them onto their shoulders. Let us head home. Yi Feng, brimming with excitement, led the way toward the grand vessel. However, at that very moment, Bai Chushue halted in her tracks. Her face flushed crimson as if painted by the blood of a ripe fruit. Chushue, what troubles you? Yi Feng inquired urgently. The others turned their gazes toward Bai Chushue's visage, which appeared exceedingly alluring, reminiscent of a ripened red apple. This fruit, it poses a problem. As if it harbors some adverse effect, Bai Chushue struggled to articulate. Shi Zhenliang gasped, recalling that he had nibbled on the fruit moments ago. At this juncture, it falls upon me to assist you in detoxification, he declared, promptly consuming another red fruit. Master Shi, at your age, you ought to conserve your energy. Allow me to handle this labor. Chunin interjected, seizing 2 fruits and consuming them with fervor, his gaze fixed eagerly on Bai Chushue. Yi Feng, I feel utterly unwell, Bai Chushue lamented, her face a deep scarlet, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed poised to spill. Chunin, Master Shi, please escort these indigenous brothers back to the warship. I shall accompany Chushue into the woods to seek an antidote, Yi Feng stated with solemnity. But I have already consumed 1 red fruit. Shi Zhenliang stammered, bewildered. Brother Feng, you cannot be serious. I have eaten 2. What shall I do now? I feel rather heated. Chunin fretted, fanning himself vigorously. Rest assured, I have a plan. Brotherhood binds us, and I shall not abandon you, Yi Feng replied. I will venture into the woods shortly, do not fret. However, the 2 men were left in a state of confusion, uncertain about what to search for in the woods. Their anxiety palpable as they hurried toward the warship, albeit reluctantly obeying Yi Feng's command. Watching them depart, Yi Feng felt a sense of relief. Bai Chushue, embodying purity and grace, must not be sullied by any man. As the leader of the team, he bore the responsibility of locating the antidote. Chushue, we. Yi Feng began, but was abruptly silenced as Bai Chushue pressed her lips against his, seeking to pry open his mouth. Yet, Yi Feng resolutely clenched his jaw. Chushue, do not rush. Let us first search the woods for the antidote. Within 3 paces of the red fruit, there must be a remedy, he suggested, steadying her weakening form as they made their way back to the fruit tree. However, Bai Chushue could barely walk, her weight leaning heavily against Yi Feng. Yi Feng, hurry. You must find the antidote, she implored, a mix of embarrassment and urgency in her voice. Despite her deep respect for him, she harbored a pride that had never allowed her to regard any man lightly. Yet now, she found herself reliant on Yi Feng for salvation. Finally, they arrived at the base of the red fruit tree. Yi Feng kicked the ground within a 3-meter radius, but there appeared to be no sign of the antidote. Do not worry, Chushue. I am a man of integrity and would never take advantage of a dire situation, he asserted with righteous conviction. But I truly cannot endure any longer. What shall I do? Bai Chushue's eyes glistened with tears as she gazed intently at Yi Feng. Chapter 163. I am experiencing excruciating pain. Yi Feng sensed that Bai Chushue resembled a famished wolf, uncertain of her capacity to endure the situation. What if she could not withstand it? At this juncture, there was no alternative. He resolved to employ his own methods to assist her. Now, allow me to recite a poem, infusing its essence to soothe your troubled thoughts, Feng proclaimed, and with an air of seriousness, he began his recitation. Bai Chuxue, incensed, felt her blood boil. Halfway through his recitation, she could no longer restrain herself and lunged towards him. 2 hours later, Bai Chuxue, her cheeks flushed, donned her attire and cast a glance at Feng, who was casually picking his teeth. Fury surged within her. "Why are you no longer pretending?" she inquired, ready to settle the score. Having spent ample time in the team, she had long seen through Feng's lecherous nature. Yet, when she needed him most, this notorious rogue feigned innocence, leaving her to take the initiative. The thought ignited her rage. "Chuxue, I am not pretending. I, Feng, am indeed a paragon of virtue. What transpired was under duress, and I merely alleviated your plight. Yet you choose to blame me?" He tossed aside a twig. "You? I shall make you pay, you scoundrel." Bai Chuxue retorted, throwing playful punches at him. Hey. Stop. Feng hastily grasped her wrists. After locking eyes for 3 seconds, she asked, "Feng, will you marry me?" As she nestled tenderly against him. "Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for you," Feng assured her, tightening his embrace. "Forget it. I do not require your responsibility. I know your heart does not belong solely to me. However, I wish to be significant. Other women may only be of lesser importance." Bai Chuxue cleverly remarked. She had likely perceived that this deserted island was not of this world, and that returning home might be an insurmountable challenge. As a vibrant woman in her 20s, she could not remain in solitude forever. If she were to be under a man's influence, why not choose a strong and appealing one? Feng was the prime candidate. Yet, she understood that she could not anchor Feng's heart. Thus, she decided to take the initiative to keep him feeling guilty. "Swear, can you truly tolerate me being with other women?" Feng gazed at Bai Chuxue in astonishment. Such words from a woman of civilized society were indeed shocking. "I am not the type of woman to be narrow-minded. However, you must not flirt with other women in my presence. Do you understand?" Bai Chuxue gently tugged at his ear. "Wife, whatever you say goes. However, prior to you, I had already established a relationship with Su-Yun. Though it is merely nominal, if I return and declare you as my wife, Su-Yun might become distraught. After all, with my striking looks, she might take extreme measures, and that would be unfortunate," Feng stated with a serious demeanor. "That is a valid point. Very well. I will handle Su-Yun. Rest assured, I will ensure she remains unperturbed and maintain a cordial relationship with her," Bai Chuxue responded. Feng was her first man, and she did not perceive his words as self-praise. Instead, she found his assertions quite reasonable. "Now, Chuxue, let us depart. Lend me your support." Feng struggled to rise, his body still not fully recovered, and this exertion felt like adding insult to injury. In contrast, Bai Chuxue radiated vitality and exuberance. "Indeed. Let us proceed," she replied, assisting Feng to his feet. Upon reaching the warship, Feng noticed the absence of Chun-Un and Shi Zhengliang. "Where are Shi and Chun?" he inquired. "Oh, they went off to the restroom together. I'm not sure what antics they're up to," Chung Li Bin replied. Feng then turned to Tuba. "Have you consumed the fruit? We dare not partake. It seems that eating the fruit might deplete our energy. We await your decision." Tuba responded. "Chuxue, could you devise a method to extract the aphrodisiac substances from the fruit? Then we could distribute the pure essence for everyone to consume." Feng suggested. "Even if extraction were feasible, it would likely require considerable time. I believe it prudent to refrain from consuming such fruit for now," Bai Chuxue advised. "Then let us allow everyone to remain in their stupor. There shall be no further navigation today. We will anchor the ship securely and ensure everyone is comfortable for the night, and we can continue this state tomorrow," Feng declared. Immediately, a fire was lit upon the deck, not directly on the surface but within several stoves situated on the deck. Feng ensured that everyone ate until they were moderately satisfied, saving further nourishment for later. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang approached, looking somewhat feeble. After exchanging a glance with Chun-Un, they both awkwardly averted their eyes. "Brother Feng, with all this meat, don't you feel something is lacking?" Shi Zhengliang inquired with a smile. Feng recoiled slightly, a shiver running down his spine. "Lacking in what?" he retorted. "I just sampled that red fruit. It is particularly suited for brewing fruit wine, yet I still need to find hops and utilize my unique recipe to create the brew. In less than 6 months, I could produce both beer and liquor, albeit with a lower alcohol content. However, we could employ distillation to gradually increase the potency. This would require a substantial amount of raw materials," Shi Zhengliang explained. "Really?" Feng stepped closer, gripping Shi Jingliang's shoulder. He too felt that daily barbecues aboard the ship lacked excitement. If he could brew alcohol, their future lives would be enriched tenfold, perhaps even 100-fold. Wonderful, sure. You are my Han Xian, my Zhang Liang, my Zhuge Kongming. Yi Feng exclaimed, shaking Shi Jingliang's arm vigorously. Brother Feng, please stop shaking me. My kidneys are in pain. Shi Jingliang weakly pushed Yi Feng away. All right, sure, take care and rest well. From now on, the cooking duties shall be entrusted to your apprentices, Yi Feng remarked. Now, Susan and the other women had all taken Shi Jingliang as their master. One could only hope that this fellow would not engage in any inappropriate conduct, especially in the early days of their team, where fairness and justice were to be upheld. Maple, resting is not necessary. I am merely 40 years old, in the prime of my life. Moreover, alcohol, after undergoing repeated purification and distillation, can be transformed into solidified alcohol for incendiary purposes. This, however, requires a substantial accumulation of raw materials. Even when the black fuel is exhausted, we can resort to solid alcohol as an alternative energy source. This revelation from Shi Jingliang deeply moved Yi Feng. After much contemplation, he resolved to find a wife for Shi Jingliang. After all, there are numerous women in the indigenous tribes, and allocating one to him would not be an issue. That night, the weather was calm, and Yi Feng slept soundly until dawn. The following morning, Cheng Libin once again stowed the anchor, and the warship swiftly navigated upstream. Roughly estimating, they had already ventured 60 to 70 kilometers upriver, yet the main channel remained astonishingly wide, spanning several dozen kilometers. Although it was narrower than the lower reaches, Yi Feng could finally discern the lush, towering trees on the opposite bank, a sense of ancient wilderness enveloping him. Helly, have you ever crossed to the other side of the great river? Yi Feng inquired. Never, she replied. Our canoe cannot withstand the turbulent waters in the middle. To reach the opposite bank, one must go to the farthest upstream and circumvent the vast marsh, which is utterly uninhabitable for humans. Even if we could cross, the other side is teeming with formidable beasts, making it unsuitable for human existence. Yi Feng then turned to Cheng Libin in the captain's quarters. Captain Cheng, can our warship reach the opposite bank? Cheng Libin did not respond immediately. Instead, he picked up the binoculars to assess the water flow speed in the river's center. It would be best not to attempt it. The river is too wide, with the current in the center reaching speeds of several dozen kilometers per hour. Even a warship could capsize, he stated gravely. Then let us remain here. Yi Feng nodded. After all, the warship would not encounter danger on this side. Why risk crossing unless there were a continuous supply of golden or silver fruits on the other side? Wait a moment. Yi Feng suddenly had a thought and looked at Helly again. Helly, you mentioned that there are many powerful beasts on the other side. Is that true? Indeed. Whenever the weather is clear, we can hear the roars of the beasts from across the river. Occasionally, some might venture over to our side, but it's all right. We have the vengeful child, Helly replied. Yi Feng nodded, his eyes sparkling. The beasts must have grown larger due to consuming those silver or golden fruits over time. The likelihood is quite high, which implies that the chances of finding golden fruits on the opposite side are even greater. Let this secret remain buried within, at some point. I must venture to the other side. However, the prerequisite is that at least 2 steam engines in the lower hold must be repaired. Once 2 steam engines are restored, the warship can maintain a speed of over 20 kilometers per hour for an hour, allowing for some maneuverability even in turbulent waters. Ideally, if 3 steam engine systems can be repaired, the safety margin would be significantly enhanced. Help! Come quickly! Chunin suddenly shouted from the side of the ship. Yi Feng, taken aback, hurried over. He saw Chunin desperately engaged in a tug-of-war with a creature from the water, wielding a fishing rod made of bamboo. Upon witnessing this, Yi Feng quickly lent a hand to grasp the fishing rod. In a short while, the river, several meters below, churned violently. A fish, comparable in size to a water buffalo, leapt from the depths. With a snap, the fishing line broke. What on earth? Is that a carp? A carp of such magnitude could surely swallow a person whole, Chunin exclaimed, trembling with fear. Tuba and the others were so startled that they knelt on the deck, calling the giant carp a river deity. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and lifted his rifle. Bang! With a single shot, the colossal carp, still barely submerged, was shot to pieces. Yet, the creature's vitality was formidable. After a moment of thrashing in the water, it slowly began to float to the surface. Come, who will accompany me to the second level to retrieve that giant carp? Yi Feng inquired. A group of people immediately descended, and in just 20 minutes, the carcass of the giant carp lay before them on the deck, while Tuba and the others continued to pray to their river deity. They turned to find their god laid out before them. Shi Zhengliang brandished a cleaver, ready to butcher the carp. Tuba and the others fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their deity was being dismembered? The god of gods. Tuba once again bowed and paid homage to Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly helped him up, saying, "Brother Tuba, I am not a god, but a mere mortal. However, I possess the power to slay the gods as you perceive them. Follow me, and you too shall ascend to divinity. Understand?" "Understood, O god of gods," Tuba replied, gazing at Yi Feng with admiration. "What nonsense!" Yi Feng exclaimed, unable to restrain himself, delivering a playful slap to Tuba's head. He did not wish to deceive those loyal to him. His aim was to guide the indigenous people towards a semi-civilized society. After finishing breakfast, Yi Feng wiped his mouth and commanded, "Old Cheng, proceed at full speed, regardless of those who suffer from seasickness." The rickety warship roared as it belched clouds of black smoke, racing upstream. This time, Yi Feng did not pause, indifferent to the retching of those aboard. The trees along the banks grew less towering, the river narrowed, and in the midstream, a web of water teemed with a myriad of creatures. However, the distance to the opposite bank remained great, and the central current surged with ferocious intensity. Yi Feng took out his binoculars and gazed upstream, spotting a dark mass looming in the distance, merging with the river's flow. Was it a mountain range at the headwaters? He passed the binoculars to Chung Libin, who nodded gravely after a glance. It seems so. The water in this great river must originate from the melting snow atop those mountains. You possess considerable knowledge, Yi Feng remarked with a smile. I still fall short compared to Brother Feng. Chung Libin flattered, well aware that as a subordinate, he must never overshadow his leader, lest he invite disaster. In the past, he was superior to Ma Sikong in every aspect, yet still chose to act submissively. This strategy ensured his enduring position within the company. The vessel had traversed for another 2 hours, having already surpassed a distance of 100 kilometers upstream. Brother Feng, I have spotted that spruce tree. It was beneath that very tree that we conducted the grand sacrifice 3 years ago. However, the wildlife here remains abundant, suggesting that the high priest and the chief have yet to reach upstream, said Heli. Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that navigating by water is undoubtedly swifter than overland routes. Due to the numerous tributaries obstructing land travel, the natives would require at least 7 or 8 days to reach upstream, while they would only need a matter of hours. This exemplifies the significance of speed. Old Cheng, steer the warship into that tributary and conceal it among the towering trees. Ensure the natives do not catch sight of us, Yi Feng commanded. Chapter 165, Rest when tired. Understood. The warship roared as it made its way toward a tributary approximately 3 kilometers wide, swiftly vanishing amidst the tall trees. The rainforest downstream resembled the lush and flowing hair of youth, while the midstream rainforest appeared like the hair of middle-aged individuals, somewhat sparse yet robust and towering. Yi Feng glanced upstream, where the trees clustered haphazardly, reminiscent of an aging man on the verge of baldness, leaving small clearings within the rainforest. In contrast, the opposite bank, from downstream to midstream, remained dense, strong, and lofty, unaffected by the terrain or climate. Perhaps that side is abundant with white fruits, silver fruits, and even golden ones. Once the warship was anchored, Yi Feng was the first to leap onto the shore, rifle in hand, followed by the others in succession. On board remained Heli, the machine gunner, ready to provide covering fire if necessary against the natives. The appearance of golden fruits would surely herald a fierce confrontation. Although Yi Feng held confidence, he was not deluded enough to believe that a mere dozen men could confront 800 native warriors. Furthermore, the natives had raised numerous vengeful children, if not 1,000. Certainly several hundred, which could not be countered by mere civilization. Were it not for the warship, he would not dare to confront the Gay tribe in the basin of the Black Tree River. Heli, where will the grand sacrifice take place? Please specify the exact location. Yi Feng inquired. Feng, I truly do not know. The location of the grand sacrifice is not fixed. However, based on my experiences from the previous 2 grand sacrifices, it should be in this vicinity, Heli replied. Very well, from now on, we will use this 100-meter-high spruce tree as our focal point. Each person should find a tree to conceal themselves, ready their rifles, and when the golden fruits emerge, we shall first overpower the natives and seize all the golden fruits. Afterward, we will not linger but make a direct run back to the warship. As long as we draw near the vessel, the machine guns above will provide us with cover, Feng commanded. Yes, understood. All right. A cacophony of affirmative responses echoed, lacking any uniformity. Feng contemplated that when time permitted, he would conduct training for this group, instilling in them a unified tactical standard. With such a standard in place, their 30-member team, bolstered by civilized weaponry, could unleash the combat prowess of hundreds, if not thousands. Yet, that moment was not now. Feng led the group along the tributary for 100 meters. Susan, ascend that tree, he instructed. Susan nodded and climbed the large tree with agility. Afterward, Feng guided the group further upstream for another 100 meters. Yangli, your turn to scale that tree. Yangli acknowledged and began her ascent. Rifle slung across her back. The trees in the middle stretch twisted and turned, unlike the straight trunks found downstream, making them more challenging to climb for all but the most adept, such as Long Wu. Thus, Feng designated a lookout to each tree for every 100 meters traversed, continuing until they reached the vicinity of a spruce tree. Feng slowly raised his head, tilting it at an awkward angle of 90 degrees, and finally glimpsed the treetop. What a magnificent sight! A spruce towering over 100 meters. He marveled and ran his hand along the bark, which was remarkably tough, akin to iron, requiring 10 people to encircle it. I need a volunteer to climb this spruce, preferably someone skilled in tree climbing, Feng announced, scanning the crowd. I shall take on the task. Tuba stepped forward decisively. Very well, Tuba. Since you are unarmed, bring your bow and arrows. They shall prove invaluable. The rest of you, continue upstream, leaving a lookout every 100 meters, ensuring they can see each other. Additionally, choose some leaves and apply them to your faces for camouflage. Striving to blend seamlessly with nature, Feng commanded. Understood. The remaining members continued their ascent, while Feng grappled with the uneven, ancient bark, laboriously making his way toward the spruce's crown. Beneath the crown, the ground was nearly barren, with the faint outline of animal bones, remnants of a great sacrifice from 3 years prior. Though Tuba lacked Feng's stamina, his climbing technique was superb. He took advantage of footholds to recuperate his strength intermittently. Feng, having consumed the silver fruit, required no rest. After climbing approximately 40 meters, he glanced down, his legs beginning to tremble. This height was equivalent to over 10 stories, and the bones below appeared as insignificant as ants. In contrast, Tuba had only ascended 30 meters. Gritting his teeth, Feng pressed on. At last, he reached a height of over 70 meters, where branches began to extend outward, providing him with a stable footing. Sitting on a branch, he secured himself with a rope before looking down at Tuba, who was visibly struggling, his chest heaving as he neared exhaustion. Tuba, if you're tired, take a moment to rest, Feng called out. Tuba lifted his head, revealing a broad smile, and continued his ascent. The wild man held his pride. He could acknowledge his foolishness, but never his weakness. The young indigenous man took great pride in his strength and was determined not to be outdone by Feng. At the very least, he could not afford to lose face. The remaining 30 meters proved to be a grueling challenge for Tuba, taking him a full hour to reach Feng's side. He gasped for breath, his mouth agape and tongue lolling out in an effort to cool down, utterly exhausted. Feng quickly secured a rope around him, fearing that this simple-hearted fellow might tumble from the tree. 70 meters was equivalent to over 20 stories. Falling from such a height would be fatal, not just for Tuba, but for Feng himself as well. However, at this altitude, the various weapons of the Ga tribe posed no threat to Feng. After 5 minutes of catching his breath, Tuba finally managed to speak. Brother Feng, the first brilliance of my life has been bestowed upon me by you. This is the first time I've ever climbed such a high tree. Tuba's face was alight with excitement as he scanned the expanse of 5 or 6 kilometers around him. The next moment, his eyes widened in alarm. Oh no! The Ga tribe. Tuba pointed downstream. From his elevated vantage point, Tuba spotted a multitude of indigenous people making their way toward them. Feng followed Tuba's gaze, and indeed, noticed a great flock of birds taking flight in the distance, accompanied by at least 500 or 600 indigenous people on the ground, moving in a disorganized formation, with every 4 individuals carrying a cage. In addition to the indigenous people, a swarm of vengeful children darted through the woods, occasionally placing blowpipes in their mouths. As they passed through, numerous animals suffered, countless victims of poisoned darts, and even the birds in the sky were not spared. Feng brandished his dagger. severing a branch to camouflage their bodies with leaves. Still uneasy, he chewed the leaves into a pulp and applied the resulting camouflage to his face, adorning his head with more foliage. One should not underestimate the distance of 5 or 6 kilometers. It spanned at least 2 tributaries and 6 or 7 waterways. Thus, the Ga people did not traverse in a straight line, but instead meandered in circles. 5 or 6 kilometers could occupy them an entire day. Observing the indigenous people's slow progress, Feng decided to take a nap in the tree. Tuba, noticing, quickly steadied Feng with one hand, as if fearful that he might fall. While wild men may be difficult to civilize, their loyalty once earned is fiercely protective, even to the point of sacrificing their lives. After a brief slumber, the afternoon arrived. Feng rubbed his eyes and glanced downstream. To his astonishment, the indigenous people had set up camp 4 kilometers away. It seemed he had overestimated their speed. They were not inexhaustible, taking breaks and meandering, and required rest as well. This meant that they would not reach the spruce trees until at least noon the following day. Yet, Feng could not remain in the tree for such an extended period. He would need water and food eventually. Tuba, you stay up here and keep watch. I will go to the ship and prepare some jerky and a flask of fresh water for everyone, Feng instructed. Brother Feng, perhaps I should go down instead? Tuba suggested. No, although your skill in climbing trees surpasses mine, your physical strength does not match up to my own. With that, Feng gradually descended the tree. As the saying goes, ascending a tree is easy, but descending is a challenge. It took him an entire hour to finally reach the ground. Along the way, he mistakenly grasped a piece of decaying bark, nearly causing the entire ship to suffer a mishap. Once aboard the warship, Feng scavenged some military canteens left behind by the Germans, filling each one with boiling water before instructing Shi Zhengliang to prepare some meat. You all must remain vigilant aboard the warship. Its vast size makes it susceptible to detection. If the Ga tribe discovers us, they will undoubtedly launch an assault, as the grand sacrifice seems to hold great significance for them, and they will not tolerate any distractions, Feng cautioned. Hee. Fear not, Chung Li Bin replied. Patting the heavy machine gun, Feng nodded and made his way further down the ship. For every 100 meters he traversed, he distributed a canteen of hot water and some jerky to those stationed in the trees, advising them to consume sparingly and to avoid relieving themselves beneath the branches to prevent drawing the attention of the natives. After all, human waste is vastly different from animal waste and can easily be discerned by the Ga tribe, which would lead to their exposure. Brother Feng, what if one cannot hold it in? Chunin inquired from a banyan tree. Wrap some leaves around it, tie it with bark, and hang it from a branch. Feng replied impatiently. And what about diarrhea? Chunin persisted. In that case, you must descend quickly, dig a hole, relieve yourself, and cover it with dirt. Feng said with evident disdain. What if you don't have enough time? Chunin pressed on. Are you looking for trouble? Ultimately, Feng ignored Chun and moved on to other areas, continuing until darkness fell, when he finally completed the distribution of food and fresh water. Afterward, he slung 2 canteens and a large packet of jerky over his shoulder and began the arduous ascent towards the spruce tree. Under the setting sun, Tuba watched Feng with a worried expression. Fortunately, the climb was uneventful. Feng successfully reached a height of 70 meters, distributing the fresh water and jerky to Tuba. After Tuba finished the jerky, Feng took a sip of water and looked at him. Brother Tuba, if you're tired, take a nap. I will support you. Feng said. It's all right, Brother Feng. We could go 3 days and nights without sleep, Tuba replied, his eyelids heavy. Sleep, will you? Feng sighed. This was not the time for bravado. If tired, one should rest to gather strength for the imminent endeavor of seizing the Ga tribe's hard-earned spoils. As the clock struck midnight, Feng found himself exhausted, while Tuba remained asleep. Reluctant to awaken him, Feng forced himself to stay alert, supporting Tuba's lower back. Just then, a colossal sound of rushing water echoed from the tributary below. Feng's eyes widened as he strained to see what was happening beneath them. However, visibility was poor, and he sensed something emerging from the water. Judging by the startled birds taking flight, whatever it was had to be sizable. Could it be that creature? Feng's expression changed, for the giant serpent was an expert climber, capable of coiling around the spruce tree and ascending to the canopy with ease. After waiting a while longer, the creature seemed to move further back, as the sound of startled birds taking flight echoed from behind the spruce trees. Brother Feng, I felt quite oppressed just now. Tuba had awakened, yet Feng could not discern his face, only catching a glimpse of his large, white teeth. Are you awake? Is it my turn to sleep now? Feng leaned his back against the main trunk, while Tuba instinctively wrapped his arm around his waist. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden series of booming sounds resonated from beneath the spruce tree. It appeared that some colossal entity was approaching step by step. What on earth is that? Feng widened his eyes, eager to ascertain the situation below. Unfortunately, the dense canopy completely obscured the moonlight, rendering the ground invisible. However, the vibrations emanating from the spruce suggested that whatever was below was likely larger than an elephant. Is it a strange beast? Feng quickly deduced the truth. It must be an aberration, but Helly had mentioned that the resentful children could deal with aberrations. We merely needed to bide our time and reap the benefits later. Feng reassured. What? Tuba looked utterly perplexed, obviously unable to grasp the meaning behind Feng's idiomatic expressions. It means we shouldn't act just yet. Let's observe the spectacle from the tree. Once the strange beast and the natives have clashed sufficiently, we can make our move, Feng explained. Understood, Brother Feng. Tuba finally comprehended. Feng yawned and drifted into a deep slumber, but scarcely had 2 hours passed when he heard a sudden whoosh. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the sky. Feng, Brother Feng, there's a divine bird, a divine bird. Tuba stammered, pointing towards the upper reaches. Feng sprang to his feet, directing his gaze upstream. The next moment, he was rendered speechless. A colossal bird soared towards the full moon, casting an enormous shadow over the rainforest. Surely, even dinosaurs weren't this large. Feng was utterly astounded, feeling that this upstream journey had been a grievous miscalculation. Chapter 167. A glimmer of fear, but the arrow was already knocked. If they descended now, they might inadvertently encounter those gigantic beings lurking in the jungle, all of which would likely devour them in one gulp. What of it? When soldiers come, we shall defend. When water comes, we shall dam it. I refuse to be daunted, Feng declared, casting his gaze once more into the distance. The massive shadow had already vanished from sight. Brother Feng, within the divine bird lies a crystal elixir. The elders say that consuming it can transform one into a formidable beast fighter, Tuba suddenly remarked. Is this within the realm of fantasy novels? Crystal elixir? Have you ever consumed it? Feng retorted. No. Tuba shook his head. Well, regardless of the reliability of this information, even if it is reliable, what of it? Given the creature's size, unless we engage it at close range, our Maxim machine guns stand little chance against it. Otherwise, in the rainforest, it is an invincible entity. We should keep a low profile and act cautiously. Feng replied with resignation. At that moment, he began to grasp the terrifying nature of the Black Tree River Basin. It was no wonder that several German divisions had perished here. It was likely that not all had fallen to the resentful children. Most had probably been consumed by various aberrations. As for the vengeful spirits, their role is limited to clearing the battlefield. They cannot truly vanquish fully armed soldiers. The underground base still harbors numerous formidable naval cannons, which are not to be trifled with. Should the spirits dare to employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers, a single cannon shot could reduce them to mere fragments. Time passed slowly, and Feng found little solace in sleep, frequently roused by thunderous sounds. At last, morning arrived, and he gradually opened his eyes, staring vacantly towards a spot 4 kilometers downstream. The Gaur tribe had also risen, slowly making their way upstream. Feng had overestimated their speed. It was unlikely they would reach the spruce trees by day's end. Among the indigenous forces, vengeful spirits carried a palanquin. Inside sat a striking beauty, her face partially veiled. Yet, at that moment, the high priestess displayed signs of unease, her long, white fingers fidgeting incessantly. She had not anticipated the emergence of multiple factions during this grand sacrificial event. Marika, come here, the high priestess beckoned. A female priest approached respectfully, despite both being priests. Their statuses resembled that of a consort and a maid. High priestess, what is your command? Marika inquired. You shall remain here with 300 spirits, the high priestess whispered. Yes, high priestess, Marika replied, staying behind while the remaining spirits followed the others upstream. After a brief interval, the high priestess summoned another priestess, resulting in yet another 300 spirits being left behind. 10 kilometers downstream, Masakong, burdened with an assortment of weapons, jogged through the forest. He had grown wise. Following the footprints of the Gaur tribesmen, as the path the spirits had traversed was barren, all formidable beasts having been either slain by poison darts or driven away. This ensured his safety from wildlife, though progress remained arduous. The rainforest was teeming with mosquitoes and various poisonous plants and caterpillars. Feng, I know you are upstream. I spotted your warships the day before yesterday. This time, I shall take you down with a single shot, Masakong declared. Producing a rifle that differed from the ordinary, its longer barrel signified an extended range. A chilling scream echoed through the rainforest. Feng quickly grasped his rifle, aiming at a nearby tree upstream. What is happening? Feng's eyes widened as he witnessed the tree collapsing at a discernible pace, accompanied by the anguished cries of an indigenous brother. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and then silence enveloped the rainforest once more. Feng bit his lip, striving to discern what had attacked his men. However, the dense foliage obscured his view, leaving him only with the sight of a fallen tree. It could be a monstrous beast or that colossal serpent. Only such formidable entities could bring down a great tree. Tuba clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot from rage. That was my brother Heger. He is gone. Tuba's voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Alas, there is no hope for salvation now. We cannot descend from the tree, lest we too become prey to those creatures. We must wait for the Gator tribe to arrive and confront them in battle. If we are fortunate amidst their conflict, we may procure the golden fruit. If not, we shall make our escape, boarding a warship that those aberrant beasts cannot challenge. Feng let out a lengthy sigh, realizing he had overestimated his own abilities. The warship may grant him some measure of safety in the Black Tree River, but to aspire to dominate the entire region was a folly, unless he could acquire something akin to a fighter jet. By the way, regardless of success or failure, once we return to the cave, we must transfer those shells onto the warship and have Engineer Chung and his team repair the ship's cannons. Otherwise, when encountering those beasts in the future, they would lack the means to resist. As time drifted by, afternoon approached. Feng felt a pressing need to relieve himself, but restrained himself, fearing that the odor might attract the attention of the creatures below. Suddenly, he caught sight of a massive footprint beneath the spruce tree, illuminated by the slanting sun. Roughly estimating, the footprint resembled that of a hoof, measuring at least 3 meters in length and 2.5 meters in width. By estimating the size of the hoof, the creature must be comparable to the largest African elephant. However, unlike the circular prints of elephants, this hoofprint was deeper and appeared somewhat elongated. Moo! At that moment, Feng quickly turned his head toward the depths of the forest. He witnessed a large swath of trees collapsing, as if a fierce battle was raging there. Wow! Feng stared in amazement, finally catching a glimpse of a small portion of the beast's body. A pair of enormous horns swept from side to side, toppling trees in their wake. At the same time, a gigantic snake coiled around it, the very serpent known as the glass snake. The cow and the serpent were locked in a tumultuous struggle, occasionally revealing a colossal tail that struck the ground with a thunderous crash. Feng wished to observe further, but the darkness began to envelop the surroundings, and the mooing sounds ceased. Were the giant serpent and the bull-headed creature engaged in battle? Feng swallowed hard, a flicker of trepidation crossing his eyes. How terrifying! No, once the Gator tribe reaches upstream, I must hastily lead the others to flee. Some things are beyond my grasp. That night was anything but tranquil. Deafening roars echoed from various directions. Within a radius of several kilometers, aside from those formidable creatures, no other fierce beasts dared to remain. Fleeing to distant locales, Tuba touched his ear and then tasted his hand. Chapter 168. This is more terrifying than killing them directly, Brother Feng. My ear is bleeding from the vibrations. Tuba quivered as he spoke. Feng also touched his ear, relieved to find it unscathed. Perhaps he was simply more resilient. Block your ears with some leaves. Others are likely faring no better, he said with difficulty. 2 kilometers downstream, a palanquin stood at the water's edge. The high priestess emerged from her palanquin, her delicate, snow-white feet making contact with the dark earth. She extended 2 fingers to snap a twig, her gaze fixated intently upon it. After a moment, she slowly raised her head to survey the upstream area. High Priestess, is something amiss? Inquired a cautious acolyte from behind. Some aberrant beasts have arrived here at least 3 days prior, yet their hiding places remain unknown. The High Priestess gently touched her forehead as a river breeze swept by, causing her veil to flutter and inadvertently revealing her rosy lips and prominent nose. What shall we do? Asked Chief Rook of the Ga tribe, his voice tinged with anxiety. for he held the high priestess's words in high regard. Fear not. If these beasts do not appear, our plans cannot be executed. Thus, I have deliberately delayed our arrival at the grand sacrifice site by a few days, she replied, casting the twig into the river and raising her eyes towards the location of the spruce trees. To onlookers, she seemed to possess extraordinary foresight, as if she could truly commune with the divine. In reality, her prowess stemmed from the vast accumulation of knowledge, resulting in such insights. She had observed that several pests were gnawing at the leaves of the twig, indicating that the local birds had not come to prey on them. This led her to deduce that the aberrant beasts had reached upstream, scaring the birds away, which in turn caused the minor pestilence on the foliage. The remarkable art of deduction, in truth, was merely the result of extensive knowledge amassed from the rainforest, devoid of any mystical quality. Feng and his companions had been waiting by the spruce tree all day, and as dusk approached, Feng glanced over at the God tribe's formation. Why are they so slow? Feng's confidence began to wane, turning into anxiety, for during the day, another wild brother had emitted a scream, indicating he had been discovered by the aberrant beasts. As night fell, the creatures became more active, and he feared more would be lost. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Feng's expression shifted drastically as he peered down from the tree. He saw Chun and hastily fleeing towards the battleship, firing his weapon as he ran. Then, with a thunderous roar, a great shadow surged towards Chun An's position. Feng gasped in astonishment. Previously, he had not discerned the full size of the colossal serpent within the cave, but now he beheld its entirety, at least 30 meters in length, with a girth exceeding 2 meters. Terrified, Chun lost control of his rifle and sprinted towards the battleship. Shoot! Shoot! He cried, desperately. Finally, he caught sight of the battleship. On the deck, Lena's eyes widened in shock as she beheld the enormous serpent trailing behind Chun and fire. Urged Chun Libin. Lena, jolted from her surprise, swiftly loaded a belt of ammunition into the machine gun. She aimed at the serpent's head, poised to pull the trigger. However, in the next moment, the serpent raised its head and, with a swift motion, retreated into the forest. Quickly, use the rope ladder to pull Brother Chun up. Chun Libin shouted to Long Wu aboard the large vessel. Long Wu set down his pistol and, together with Zhang Haotian, tossed the rope ladder down. However, Chun was already paralyzed by fear, slumped motionless on the ladder. With a concerted effort, the two managed to pull Chun aboard the deck. Oh dear, we must not linger here. I've wet my pants, Chun exclaimed, his hand trembling as it touched his damp trousers, his face drained of color. Feng observed from a distance, relieved to see Chun safely on the ship. Turning his gaze, he looked towards the base of the spruce tree. Suddenly, countless torches ignited across the riverbank, illuminating a full kilometer around. The opposite bank revealed a flat expanse of river shore strewn with pebbles and sand. Within Feng's line of sight, the high priestess gradually positioned herself amidst the crowd, raising her arms high as she recited an incantation. Surrounding her were at least 600 indigenous warriors, their expressions grave, as they placed the cages upon the ground. Feng glanced at the myriad of cages below. Densely packed, some containing humans, others animals, far too many to count. By now, darkness enveloped the scene, yet with Feng's keen eyesight, he could discern a full kilometer ahead. Upon completing her incantation, the high priestess produced a feather, blowing it towards the heavens. In the next moment, the feather danced upon the wind, gently settling upon a patch of sand. This is the place, she indicated the spot marked by the feather. Retreating several paces as a throng of vengeful spirits encircled her. Next, it was Rook's turn. He stepped forward, driving a long spear into the ground where the feather had landed. The sacrifice begins, he intoned, his voice heavy with a chilling intensity. The first cage was opened, releasing a jungle tiger bound by several thick vines, which 8 indigenous men struggled to restrain as it writhed against the spear. Seeing this, Rook brandished a black dagger. With a swift thrust, the dagger found its mark. The tiger let out a mournful roar, blood spraying forth, its body thrashing violently. Yet the 8 men held firm, binding it tightly. The scorching blood pooled around the spear, staining the ground crimson for several meters. After a minute, the great jungle tiger collapsed, succumbing to its wounds. The captives within the cage were paralyzed with terror, some weeping uncontrollably, while others lost control of their bowels in sheer fright. The sacrifice continued. Rook licked the blood from his dagger, pointing to the next cage. This time, A massive bull weighing nearly 2 tons was drawn forth. Twice the size of any bull Feng had ever seen in civilized society. 16 burly indigenous men restrained it as they led it to the spear. The bull bellowed, thrashing in a desperate attempt to break free from its bonds, aware of its impending doom. With a swift motion, Rook plunged the dagger into the bull's artery, blood erupting and splattering across his face. Yet, Rook squinted in delight, savoring the warm blood. After a couple of minutes, the bull sank to its knees with a thunderous thud, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Mommy, I want to go home. I want to go home." In the cage, a man from a civilized society was utterly terrified, crying profusely. His face was adorned with a thick beard, and he appeared quite rugged. Yet, in such a dire situation, even the most masculine of men could be reduced to fear. Feng observed the scene from a height of over 70 meters, a profound discomfort settling within him. He felt sorrow for the sacrificial victim in the cage, forced to watch his companion meet a gruesome fate, knowing that he would soon follow, a torment far worse than immediate death. Chapter 169. The earth trembled slightly. "The next sacrifice," uttered Luke, as he gestured toward the subsequent cage. The door swung open, and 2 female savages were pushed out. Unlike the man, they did not exhibit signs of fear. Their expressions were somewhat vacant, as if they had resigned themselves to their fate. 4 towering indigenous warriors escorted them to the position of the spears. With a gruesome flourish, blood splattered across the scene. Feng glanced at Tuba, who appeared wide-eyed and trembling slightly. The next sacrifice. Luke, eyeing the blood on the ground, seemed increasingly anxious. This time, 30 indigenous warriors were summoned to open the massive cage. Out stepped a jungle elephant, weighing between 5 and 6 tons, bound tightly with thick vines, each controlled by 2 robust native warriors. Even so, the effort to restrain it was considerable. As the elephant emerged from the cage, it began to leap about, its enormous trunk twisting and turning like a snake, desperately attempting to free itself from its bindings. A dagger plunged into the elephant's main artery, yet only a trickle of blood flowed forth. Frustrated, Luke exchanged the dagger for a spear, its tip fashioned from a broad and sharp stone. With another thrust, copious blood gushed onto the riverbank, spreading rapidly, carving a crimson channel that slowly flowed into the river. After 5 minutes of struggle, the jungle elephant finally knelt, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. Luke immediately focused on the center of the blood pool, his eyes widening in astonishment. A pale golden sapling emerged from the blood, growing at an astonishing rate, seemingly sprouting upward by the second. Concurrently, the surrounding blood appeared to diminish, as if being absorbed by the sapling. "High Priest, the seedling of the blood-scale fruit. This is the seedling of the blood-scale fruit," Luke exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the golden sapling. The High Priest, however, maintained a stoic expression, fixated on the sapling without uttering a word. "What are you waiting for? The next sacrifice cannot be delayed. Hurry. The seedling requires blood, quickly," Luke urged vocally. Feng scrutinized the riverbank a kilometer away, observing the golden sapling thriving rapidly under the generous nourishment of blood, now reaching half a foot in height. The more blood available, the quicker it grew. When blood was scarce, its growth slowed considerably. In extreme cases of blood deficiency, it would even retract downward. The vastness of the world was truly extraordinary, and Feng's eyes widened in wonder. "Tuba, did you catch what that indigenous man called it? Wasn't it a sapling of a fruit tree?" Feng inquired. "I didn't hear anything," Tuba replied, shaking his head. Feng gradually realized that his hearing had become significantly sharper than that of an average person, allowing him to faintly perceive sounds that Tuba could not. Glancing at his rifle, he noted its effective range of merely 300 to 400 meters, while he was positioned at least 1,000 meters away from the sapling, rendering any shot impossible. He decided to wait until the fruit was nearly ripe before descending the tree, resolute in his intention to obtain it. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the opposite bank of the tributary. At that moment, a sudden tremor coursed through his body, and he slowly turned his gaze toward the rear of the spruce tree. A few birds took flight, signaling that a colossal creature was gradually approaching the forest. The sound of a cage being opened echoed ominously as a 10-meter-long crocodile was dragged forth. Luca replaced his spear with a large machete and swung it forcefully at the crocodile's neck. With a resounding thud, the creature's head was cleaved in 2, blood spraying everywhere. Strangely, the blood that splattered onto the golden leaves was swiftly absorbed by their surface, leaving them untouched, still glowing faintly gold rather than stained crimson. At this moment, the sapling had reached over 2 meters in height, matching Luca's stature. Although several sacrifices had been made, resulting in the outpouring of blood, the golden sapling did not grow taller. It remained at 2 meters. However, with each offering, the pale golden leaves gradually transformed into a rich, golden hue, and a bud began to form at the tips of its branches. It was utterly enchanting. Feng's eyes widened in awe as he fixated on the golden sapling a kilometer away. Half of the sacrifices along the riverbank had been slain, with a few wild men and civilized individuals still remaining. The high priestess, who had been seated steadily, suddenly turned her gaze toward the opposite bank of the river, softly whispering 2 words, "Cursed children." As if responding to her call, the cursed children surged toward the riverbank, forming a formidable line of defense. Almost simultaneously, heavy footsteps echoed from across the riverbank. In the pitch-black woods, a pair of lantern-like eyes illuminated the darkness. A shadowy figure burst forth from the trees. Feng, too, was fixated on the ground beneath the tree, and when he finally discerned the creature below, his heart nearly stopped. It was an enormous black bear, significantly larger than the one he had encountered by the creek, perhaps 6 or 7 times its size. Notably, its physique appeared more slender than that of an average black bear, and while bear tails are typically short, this one boasted a length of 5 or 6 meters. A long tail signified remarkable speed. Just as he grasped this, the monstrous bear leaped beneath the spruce tree, crashing into the tributary with a thunderous splash, swiftly swimming to the opposite riverbank. The cursed children emitted a cacophony of sharp cries, simultaneously grasping their blowpipes. A series of piercing sounds followed as numerous poison darts struck the monstrous bear. With an earth-shattering roar, the beast collapsed onto the riverbank. Its massive paw swiped through the air, crushing 5 or 6 cursed children into a bloody pulp. Yet, these vengeful children, undaunted by death, leaped into the air. Some climbed onto the beast's back, others upon its head, while a few sank their teeth into its shaggy fur. Most remarkably, one vengeful child clung tightly to its tail, its sharp claws embedded in the flesh, securing its position. In Leaf Maple's gaze, it resembled a swarm of ants assaulting an insect. With a roar, the beast bellowed in agony, rolling on the ground and crushing several of the vengeful children beneath its weight. However, this display proved futile. The multitude of vengeful children, coupled with their reckless fearlessness, soon swarmed over its entire body. A few despicable vengeful children even resorted to burrowing from behind, tearing into its rear. With just a few swipes, the beast's backside was left a bloody mess. At this moment, Luke gripped a long spear, pulling his body back. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air with a heavy sound, striking the beast's head with a resounding thud. Leaf Maple was left dumbfounded. He could ascertain that Luke's strength surpassed 2,000 pounds, far exceeding his own. The beast, despite the intense pain, crawled forward a couple of steps. Unfortunately, the vengeful children had already ripped open its belly, spilling its intestines onto the ground. A copious amount of blood flowed onto the riverbank, only to be absorbed by the golden sapling. Boom! The earth trembled slightly. Chapter 170, Sparks of Flame. The beast finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the vengeful children, with Luke merely delivering the fatal blow. Even if Luke had refrained from intervening, the beast would have inevitably fallen to such a multitude of vengeful children. "Drag the corpse away," commanded the high priestess, her expression unyielding. The sight of the vengeful children battling the giant bear left all the natives in stunned silence. Yet the high priestess displayed no emotion. She seemed to harbor absolute confidence in the vengeful children. Thousands of vengeful children, organized into formation, seized various parts of the colossal bear, dragging its immense body beside the golden sapling. Blood cascaded like a waterfall around the small tree. In the next moment, the flower bud that had remained tightly closed finally began to unfurl, quivering slightly before gradually blooming. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Whether it be the native warriors, the caged wild men, the civilized individuals, or the beasts, all could not help but swallow hard. The beasts, especially, were more direct, furiously ramming against their cages, desperate to break free and devour the golden sapling. Continue the sacrifice. With a wave of his hand, Luke simultaneously opened 3 cages, releasing over 20 wild men. Thud, thud, thud. Without a moment's pause, torrents of blood flowed beside the small tree. The flower finally blossomed fully, and the fragrance in the air became even more intoxicating. Reaching even Leaf Maple, who was a kilometer away, he swallowed hard. "Tuba, I sense the time is ripe." Upon finishing his words, Leaf Maple slung his rifle over his back and began to descend slowly towards the spruce tree. With so many offerings made from living beings, it was bound to be a treasure. He could not afford to miss this chance, for it might grant him a power increase of more than double. However, as Leaf Maple descended less than 10 meters, he heard a hissing sound emanating from below the great tree. A colossal shadow emerged silently from the woods, gradually submerging into the river. Leaf Maple directed his gaze towards the river, where a multitude of torches flickered. From a vantage point above, one could discern its 30-meter-long form gliding effortlessly towards the opposite bank. "Rook, in the river," the high priest suddenly intoned. Rook's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly retrieved another spear. In an impressive leap, he ascended over 5 meters, launching the spear with a sound akin to a missile piercing the air, striking the river with a resounding splash. In the next instant, a thunderous commotion erupted as a massive serpent erupted from the water, its jaws agape. It did not aim to bite Rook, but instead surged directly towards the golden tree. Wrathful children. Chittering sounds filled the air. The numerous wrathful children, like moths drawn to a flame, utilized blowpipes as makeshift poles, leaping 5 to 6 meters high, all diving into the gaping maw of the colossal serpent. They plunged in one after another, seemingly endless. The serpent's cavernous mouth was soon filled to capacity, forcing it to thrash its enormous head in an attempt to dislodge the wrathful children. The serpent, driven by purpose, initially headed straight for the golden tree, but upon encountering resistance, found itself besieged by the relentless swarm. The wrathful children clawed and bit, swiftly reducing the serpent to a quivering mass, thrashing desperately upon the riverbank. Clouds of green blood erupted, creating billowing mists of verdant hue. Ouch! Leaf Maple tumbled from a height of 10 meters to the ground. Fortunately, his physical constitution held strong, and the soft earth cushioned his fall. Otherwise, the impact could have left him in pain for quite some time. Moments later, the serpent lay still, having been dragged by the wrathful children to the foot of the golden tree. A foul stench of blood wafted across the river, causing Leaf Maple to cough twice. It was then that he truly grasped the terror posed by the wrathful children. Previously, their prowess seemed inconsequential, yet under the high priestess' command, their true combat potential was unleashed. Standing atop a large stone on the opposite bank, he peered through the gaps in the crowd and once again beheld the golden tree. The blossoms upon it began to retract slowly, petals falling away, swiftly forming an unripe fruit at its center. Concurrently, the blood on the riverbank was being absorbed into the ground at a peculiar speed. As the absorption intensified, the unripe fruit began to swell, growing to the size of an egg in mere moments. The fruit's skin transformed in tandem with its growth, shifting from green to white, then to silver, before fading to reveal glimmers of gold from within. Leaf Maple's expression darkened. The tributary spanned approximately 200 meters, and the river potentially harbored countless lurking creatures. Setting aside the threat of ambush from the river's denizens, what would it matter if he reached the opposite bank? The relentless, wrathful children would rend him to shreds. Not to mention the formidable Rook lying in wait. Why has the surrounding light dimmed? Leaf Maple furrowed his brow, slowly lifting his gaze to the sky. In the next moment, a colossal bird glided down from the sky, its enormous wings forming a scissor-like silhouette, seemingly diving. A powerful gust of wind swayed the trees on the opposite bank. Is it the Golden Rock? 3 years ago, it was this very creature. And now it appears once more. Luke gazed up at the sky, gritting his teeth. The indigenous people on the riverbank had formed a tight formation, each wielding a spear, all aiming at the heavens. Meanwhile, the vengeful children mimicked the posture of celestial dogs gazing at the moon, their blowpipes poised at their lips. Feng also raised his rifle, the fierce wind whipping his hair straight back. In a mere 2 seconds, the giant bird had descended to a height of 100 meters above the ground. Now is the moment. Whoosh! Hundreds of spears soared into the sky, followed by a flurry of poison darts. Yet, they had miscalculated. This giant bird, having grown to such a size, clearly possessed intelligence. As its body swooped down to 80 meters, it suddenly veered towards the depths of the forest on the riverbank, narrowly evading the barrage of spears and poisoned darts. Not good. Quickly, reposition, Luke exclaimed urgently, seizing his spear, while the other indigenous warriors were slower to react. Some had yet to take their stances when a massive shadow descended from above. Boom! Sand and stones erupted on the riverbank, and several indigenous people were crushed to a pulp beneath its iron claws. Thanks to the multitude of torches on the opposite bank, Feng finally discerned the true form of this giant bird. It resembled an eagle, with a sharply curved beak and eyes glinting with a chilling light. However, its feathers bore a resemblance to those of a chicken, ablaze with fiery red plumage that shimmered in the flickering firelight. Its claws were a steely blue, clearly incredibly hard. Thud, thud, thud. A multitude of poisoned darts flew forth, but almost all were deflected by its feathers. The colossal bird did not pause for a moment. Its massive claws grasped a small golden tree, along with a sizable clump of earth beneath it. Not good. Don't let it escape. Luke cried in alarm, releasing his spear. Clang. Unfortunately, the spear struck the bird's claw, sparking brilliantly, but failing to penetrate even its feathers. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 vengeful children seized the opportunity to latch onto its body. After obtaining the small tree, the giant bird crouched with its iron legs and soared into the air with a whoosh. Alas, the coordination of the vengeful children was remarkable. Their claws intertwined and tails entangled, forming a chain of flesh that ensnared one of the bird's legs at the riverbank. Thus, the giant bird had barely ascended 10 meters when it was suddenly yanked back down with a thud, crashing into the river. Squawk! The giant bird emitted an enraged cry, flapping its wings in the water. Its wings were not oily and therefore not waterproof. Upon hitting the river, its feathers soaked up the water, making its already colossal body even heavier, rendering it unable to take flight. Yet, it was so large that as it floundered in the river, it began to swim towards the bank where Feng stood, attempting to evade the indigenous people on the opposite shore. Damn it! Do not come any closer, or I shall be discovered by the vengeful child, Feng exclaimed, furiously stomping his foot as he hastily concealed himself behind a spruce tree. Yet his efforts proved futile. For the immense bird, with its colossal form, effortlessly flapped its wings several times, causing its iron-like talons to land upon the riverbank adjacent to Feng. Simultaneously, a multitude of vengeful children clung to its tail and wings. Feng scrutinized the 4 toes of the creature, each measuring approximately 3 meters in length. And nestled within the gaps of its toes lay a small, golden tree, accompanied by a large mass of viscous, blood-red soil beneath it. Suddenly, an intense aroma of milk wafted through the air. With a sudden peck, the giant bird, upon reaching the shore, began to puncture the vengeful children that adorned its feathers one by one. Feng, gasping for breath behind the tree, sensed that this was his opportunity. The giant bird was too preoccupied with the vengeful children to notice the golden tree nestled among its toes. If he dashed out now to pluck the fruit, he believed he had at least a 30% chance of success. The next moment, Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The once silver fruit had transformed into a golden one, its surface seemingly decaying, revealing a faint blood glow emanating from within. Without a second thought, Feng sprinted forth with lightning speed, seizing the fruit before hastily making his way toward the battleship's position. After running 50 or 60 meters, the giant bird finally reacted, its chilling gaze fixated on Feng as it extended its wings. Regrettably, its feathers, saturated with water, posed a significant burden for its massive frame. Even under normal circumstances, taking flight required it to leap from towering cliffs, harnessing the power of gliding for takeoff. Now, with its feathers weighed down by water, that was rendered even more impossible. A piercing cry erupted from the bird, a sound imbued with an indescribable penetrating force, as if it could shake one's very soul. In the next moment, the giant bird began to pursue Feng with its long legs. Goodness, can it run this fast? Feng thought, glancing back at the approaching giant bird. He hesitated, contemplating whether to return the fruit, believing that it was after the fruit and would cease its pursuit if he complied. However, he decided against it, resolving to keep the fruit until it caught up with him, hoping for a chance to escape. With a swift bend of his body, Feng propelled himself like an arrow towards a tributary, where his battleship and heavy machine gun awaited. In the next moment, Feng sensed something unusual in his hand. Looking down, he was alarmed to see that the fruit had turned a bloody hue, and within the crimson surface, he discerned writhing fragments. What is this? Feng's expression shifted as he realized the blood-colored fruit had adhered to his hand, as if something were seeping through his skin. A sharp sound pierced the air, sending shivers down Feng's spine. He turned to see a pair of cold eyes merely 2 meters away. With no mercy, the giant bird lunged forward, pecking at him. Feng quickly zigzagged away. As the blood-colored fruit infiltrated his body, an insatiable hunger enveloped him, an overwhelming yearning, yet his spirit felt invigorated, and his vision significantly sharpened. Bang! A gunshot reverberated through the great tree, striking the colossal bird in its neck. Although the beast was not slain, it afforded Feng a fleeting moment of reprieve. Upon discerning the source of the shot, Feng realized it emanated from Susan's concealed lookout. The sight of the immense creature had petrified the others, instilling a paralyzing fear that rendered them incapable of revealing their positions. Only Susan, undeterred by the peril of exposure, fired a shot in his defense. This act ignited the latent potential within him, propelling him forward with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, he finally beheld the grand vessel 50 meters away, alongside a warship positioned over 200 meters distant. The warship could merely anchor within the depths of 200 meters, for straying too close to the shore would result in grounding. In contrast, the lighter vessel could float just a dozen meters from the land. "Brother Wu, cover me with fire," Feng shouted towards the ship. Yet, an unsettling silence reigned aboard the vessel, devoid of any response. "Brother Wu, fire quickly. There's a monstrous bird behind me, and it intends to devour me." Feng bellowed once more, a foreboding sense of dread creeping over him. In the next instant, he witnessed the bow of the ship erupt with a resounding bang, followed by a burst of sparks. A bullet whizzed past, grazing Feng's shoulder, leaving a painful abrasion in its wake. "Brother Wu, is that you?" Feng's eyes widened as he spotted 2 figures, one tall and one short, at the ship's bow. "Feng, don't run this way. I'm powerless. That scoundrel Zhang Haoyan has bound me, and he intends to kill you." Long Wu shouted desperately from the ship. Zhang Haoyan stood at the bow, aiming his pistol towards the shore, but the darkness obscured his view, reducing Feng to nothing more than a shadow. With a swift motion, he slapped Long Wu across the face, but Long Wu, now bound tightly, was unable to retaliate. "Long Wu, you truly are obstinately loyal. What benefits has Feng bestowed upon you to earn such fidelity? After I ascend to power, I could have shared all the beauties aboard the ship with you. Yet, you refuse such a tempting offer, which infuriates me," Zhang Haoyan lamented, delivering another slap to Long Wu's face. "Zhang Haoyan, your demise is imminent. The machine guns on the warship will turn you to dust," Long Wu spat through gritted teeth. "Ha ha ha, that is precisely why I have you beside me. They wouldn't dare fire," Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily, redirecting his aim towards Feng. Now, Feng found himself in a race against death, dodging the bird's relentless beak while simultaneously evading Zhang Haoyan's bullets. "Zhang Haoyan, you vile cur, I should have ended your life long ago." Feng cursed vehemently as he sprinted towards the thicket. Swimming to the grand vessel seemed to be his only hope. If some souls aboard were willing to assist him, he might yet survive. However, he knew Zhang Haoyan would not welcome him, but rather offer him a bullet instead. As for swimming to the warship, that was utterly impossible. The distance of 200 meters was fraught with peril, as the creatures lurking beneath the surface could easily spell his end. Moreover, the monstrous bird would undoubtedly plunge into the water, snatching him up and pecking him to oblivion. "Brother, it's not that I wish to deny you the fruit. It has already been absorbed by my skin," Feng muttered as he navigated through the dense forest, pleading for mercy. Chapter 172. "Lena, what are you waiting for?" Remarkably, the dense foliage served to hinder the colossal bird's pursuit. Feng, small and agile, could navigate through the crevices of various trees. Yet he had to evade these towering giants, lest he collide with them and sustain injury. This colossal bird not only possessed remarkable speed, but also the ability to soar through the skies. Had its wings not been saturated with water, Feng would have had no chance of escape. He realized he must devise a plan to eliminate this threat, otherwise, once its wings dried, even taking refuge on a warship would not spare him from its ambush. With this thought in mind, Feng swiftly darted between 2 massive trees, each requiring 3 men to encircle. The giant bird would undoubtedly struggle to break through. Whoosh! Feng's body slipped through the narrow gap between the trees, just as the bird's head followed closely behind, nearly pecking at his back. The force of its momentum left half of its body wedged between the 2 trunks. A piercing shriek echoed, and Feng felt as though his eardrums would burst. The giant bird thrashed violently, causing the trees to sway ominously. Drawing a deep breath, Feng crouched low and aimed his rifle at the creature's eye. Unfortunately, as the bird writhed, its head darted erratically, thwarting his aim. Resolute, he fired. Bang! The spent shell fell to the ground. Feng hastily loaded another bullet. Bang! Bang! 3 consecutive shots missed the head, with only 2 striking its shoulder. Yet the bullets merely bounced off its iron-like feathers. Creak! The slender tree emitted a mournful groan, as if on the verge of snapping. Fortunately, the tree was not brittle. Otherwise, it would not withstand the immense struggle of the giant bird. Time was of the essence. Feng maneuvered to the rear of the bird, targeting its vulnerable underbelly. The softness there, akin to its eyes, might provide an opportunity for a decisive strike. Bang! 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 3 shots struck true, each hitting the bird's rear. A chilling cry erupted from the giant bird, which thrashed even more vigorously, feeling the searing pain of the bullets. With a final effort, the smaller tree finally succumbed, allowing the bird to pivot its massive frame. As Feng prepared to load a 4th bullet, he recognized the urgency of the situation and sprinted away, this time towards the ship. Having previously surveyed the area, Feng recalled a large tree beside the vessel, festooned with numerous vines. He could grasp these vines and swing down onto the ship's deck, where he intended to confront the traitor, Jiaying. The giant bird pursued him relentlessly, but its speed had diminished. The 3 bullets lodged in its rear had caused it to run with a noticeable limp. With a swift motion, Feng discarded his rifle and ascended the banyan tree with ease. Reaching a height of 7 meters, he grasped a vine with one hand while retrieving his pistol with the other. Whoosh! The vine swung him toward the ship's deck, setting the stage for the confrontation ahead. Jiaying had been intently focused on the front of the ship, completely oblivious to the fact that Feng had soared down from the tree. Indeed, it was as if he had flown. Suddenly, Jiaying pivoted his pistol and fired 5 or 6 shots at Feng, suspended in midair. Bang! Feng felt a warmth in his arm. He had indeed been struck by a bullet. Fortunately, Jiaying's marksmanship was abysmal. Otherwise, a shot to the torso would have surely been fatal. At that moment, a colossal bird, having spotted Feng in the air, spread its wings and shot toward his position. 2 figures, one large and one small, simultaneously lunged toward the deck of the ship. Bang! Ouch! Feng miscalculated and crashed hard against the ship's railing. Yet, he gritted through the excruciating pain, gripping the railing tightly to prevent himself from falling overboard. Startled, Jiaying quickly ducked behind a table, continuing to fire at Feng. Bang, 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 bang. Clearly inexperienced with firearms, he wasted all his bullets in mere moments, failing to graze Feng even slightly. Jiaying, your time has come, Feng thought, as he heard a thunderous crash behind him. Gripping the ship's railing, he pulled himself onto the deck. Could it be? Jiaying pointed his empty pistol at Feng, but no bullets emerged. He promptly discarded the firearm and knelt on the deck, hands raised in surrender. Brother Feng, have mercy. I was just momentarily confused. Besides, the warship needs manpower. Feng coldly smirked, slowly raising his own pistol. Boom! The ship suddenly lurched to one side, propelling Feng forward, coincidentally colliding with Jiaying. Turning back, he witnessed a massive wing resting against the ship's railing, followed by a bird's head descending upon them. Its curved beak gripped the railing as it forcefully climbed onto the deck. With its immense size, the ship tilted dramatically towards the giant bird. Jiaying, you should go first, Feng said, kicking him away. He then grasped the railing with one hand and swiftly cut the rope binding Long Wu with a dagger. Yet it was too late. Almost instantaneously, Long Wu slid toward the giant bird. The ship tilted at a 45-degree angle towards the creature. Feng quickly dangled from the railing, steeling himself before flipping over it and plunging into the river with a splash, swimming toward the warship. At that moment, his only concern was to help Long Wu sever the rope. Whether he would survive now depended solely on Wu's fortune. However, in the next instant, the giant bird released its grip on the ship and began swimming toward Feng with determination. Its singular focus was on Feng, leaving no time to deal with Jiaying or Long Wu. Boom! The ship finally righted itself in the water. I told you. That fruit has already been absorbed by my skin. Why do you persist? Feng lamented, flailing his arms to generate momentum akin to a propeller. Yet, he still had a daunting 180 meters to swim to reach the warship. The colossal bird was not sluggish in the water. With each powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward over 10 meters, while Yi Feng struggled to achieve such velocity even after a dozen vigorous arm swings. Suddenly, he felt something burrowing into his trousers, accompanied by a sharp sting from the wounds on his body, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "Lena, what are you waiting for?" Yi Feng gasped, shouting angrily towards the ship above. Lena had already spotted the giant bird in the river, but from her position with the machine gun, she found herself in a direct line with both Yi Feng and the creature. The darkness of the night added to her apprehension, as she feared unintentionally injuring Yi Feng. "Feng, I can't see you. I'm afraid of hitting you," she called out from the warship. Yi Feng's expression changed. Indeed, bullets from a machine gun were far more lethal than those from a rifle. One stray shot could obliterate him. "No, I cannot die here," he muttered through clenched teeth, plunging into the depths of the water, swimming stealthily towards the ship, hoping to emerge on the other side. The water trembled with a heavy sound. It must have been Lena opening fire. The giant bird attempted to dive as well, but it could not allow its back feathers to become waterlogged, or it would sink to the riverbed. Reluctantly, it shielded its head with a wing and continued the pursuit of the warship. After 3 minutes of swimming, Yi Feng collided with a hard object. He felt around and realized it was the underside of the ship. Cautiously, he raised his head above the water. To his surprise, the giant bird had been fixated on him the entire time. Birds, the sovereigns of the sky, possessed vision far superior to that of humans. Thus, even while Yi Feng was submerged, the creature had seen his shadow from its lofty vantage point. Damn it! Yi Feng inhaled deeply and descended along the ship's hull, quickly reaching a depth of over 10 meters. The water around him grew dark and oppressive. The parasitic catfish clinging to his trousers could no longer withstand the pressure and abandoned him, inadvertently aiding Yi Feng. At last, he reached the ship's bottom. If he could swim beneath it, he'd be able to emerge on the deck's other side, out of sight from the giant bird. Without hesitation, Yi Feng held his breath and swam rapidly towards the opposite side of the ship. He swam and swam, losing track of time, until he felt the underside of the ship above him once more. Am I to be buried alive beneath the water? He wondered, as he sensed his breath completely escaping him, relying solely on the mechanical motions of his arms. Suddenly, he gulped down a mouthful of river water. His breath had entirely run out, yet he refused to succumb, continuing to paddle forward. The sensation of suffocation conjured vivid illusions before his eyes. He envisioned a mermaid approaching, arms wide open in welcome. A mermaid? Yi Feng opened his mouth underwater, the last bubble of air escaping from his lungs. But in the next instant, the enchanting figure transformed into a massive cobra, its gaping jaws lunging toward him. "Don't eat me." Yi Feng seemed to regain a flicker of consciousness as he continued to paddle forward. Splash! It was unclear how much time had passed when his head emerged from the other side of the warship, revealing the opposite bank of the tributary. Gasping for breath, he inhaled deeply, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing, expelling copious amounts of water with each convulsion. Cough, cough, cough. He lost track of how long this went on, but eventually, he managed to regain a semblance of clarity. He opened his mouth, desperate to call for help from the deck of the ship, but no sound emerged. It seemed that the strain of coughing had damaged his vocal cords. "Qinggong, cough." Yi Feng finally managed to utter, but his voice was barely a whisper and caused him excruciating pain in his throat, akin to a knife's edge. Gasping again, his chest heaved as he glanced up at the towering warship. There was no hope. The vessel was far too immense, and his feeble voice would go unheard by those on the deck. He had to rely on himself. Yi Feng attempted to grasp the ship to climb aboard, but even the nearest window was over 5 meters away. In the water, he had no leverage. After several desperate attempts to wave his arms, he found no secure hold. Helpless, he swam anxiously around the ship. Time slipped away until, just as his eyes brightened, he spotted remnants of barnacles attached to the hull. The barnacles themselves, unable to survive in freshwater, must have perished. Thank heavens! Yi Feng muttered hoarsely to himself, using a finger to latch onto a barnacle, slowly pulling his body out of the water. At this hour, it appeared to be around 5 or 6 in the morning, and dawn was imminent. Once the sun rose, the giant bird's vision would be at its peak. If he remained in the water, escape would be impossible. With a crack, the fragile barnacle could not withstand Yi Feng's weight and shattered, sending him plunging back into the depths. Chung Li Bean and the others were occupied on the opposite side of the deck, dealing with the giant bird, leaving Yi Feng to fend for himself. He grasped another barnacle, using its adhesion to slowly ascend. Finally, half of his body broke the surface. Would this barnacle bear my weight? Feng anxiously surveyed the ship above, spotting another barnacle. He seized it, applying careful pressure. Too much force would easily cause it to crack. At last, with painstaking caution, he managed to lift his entire body above the water. The underside of the warship was inverted, and Feng needed to utilize the grip of his fingers to press his body against the smooth hull. A feat more arduous than climbing a vertical cliff. Were it not for Feng's extraordinary arm strength, enabling a single finger to bear his full weight, the ascent would have been utterly impossible. Estimating the distance, he realized he was approximately 3 meters from the lowest window. With just a bit more effort, he could grasp the ledge. Thus, Feng took a deep breath, extending a finger towards another barnacle. As he latched onto it, his body swiftly moved upward by 10 centimeters. The windowsill drew ever closer, and Feng's eyes sparkled with a singular focus upon it. A resounding gunshot echoed from the dense forest across the way. Feng felt a jolt in his back, as though something had pierced through his chest. Thud! His body collapsed into the water, blood staining the river red. From the opposite bank, Ma Xikong extracted a spent shell and deftly loaded another bullet into his rifle. Stunned, Feng gazed across the river, and with a mere guess, he surmised the identity of his assailant. It could not be Zhang Haoyan, for he was on this side of the tributary. However, the distance to the opposite bank was at least 500 meters. Could a rifle truly possess such range? Was it possible that a denizen of modern civilization wielded a sniper rifle? Bang! Another shot rang out, causing a deafening buzz in Feng's ears. And the force of the wind ruptured his eardrum, drawing forth blood. Damn it! Who is it? Feng bellowed towards the other side, only to be answered with yet another bullet. This projectile surged from the depths of the water, striking his wrist. If only there were a mirror, Feng would see the blood flowing from his ear, absorbed directly by the skin beside it. Was it Ma Xikong? Or someone else? Feng remained vigilant, eyeing the opposing bank. He was now in the water, leaning against the warship, devoid of any cover. If his adversary possessed a night vision sniper rifle, he would be as vulnerable as fish on a cutting board. No, I cannot perish. If I do, what will become of those on the ship? Taking a deep breath, Feng submerged once more. Yet he dared not venture to the other side of the warship, where a monstrous bird awaited him. Instead, he opted to traverse the tributary, steering towards the offshoot, then veering into the main river, utilizing the swift currents to carry him downstream. Chapter 174. Revitalized after swimming for over 10 meters. Feng was compelled to surface for air. The full moon hung in the sky, illuminating the river with clarity. Bang! A burst of sparks erupted from the opposite bank. Feng felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, uncertain whether it was a scrape or a penetrating wound. Cursed scoundrel, he muttered, diving beneath the river's surface once more. Ma Xikong, at the edge of the opposite bank, followed the current downstream, methodically loading bullets into his rifle. He was convinced that Feng could not remain submerged for long and relentlessly pursued him. If he could eliminate Feng, the warship would be leaderless, and he could ascend to command the remaining crew. Through days of observation, he had reluctantly accepted a sobering truth. This desolate island did not belong to Earth. Perhaps he would spend the rest of his life here, making control of the warship paramount. With such power, he could command respect on this forsaken isle. After plunging underwater for over 20 meters, Feng felt as though his lungs might burst and was forced to resurface. He discerned Ma Xikong on the bank, the relentless current bringing him ever closer. Now, the distance between them was roughly 200 meters. At this range, Ma Xikong's marksmanship could easily deliver a fatal shot. Indeed, the shore's Ma Xikong once again raised his rifle. Exhausted, Feng did not flinch but instead closed his eyes in fatigue. After a night of turmoil, both his energy and strength had been utterly depleted. At that moment, the entire sky suddenly plunged into darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The darkness before dawn? Feng contemplated these 6 words, his heart leaping with joy as he quickly lay flat in the river, allowing the current to carry him toward a tributary downstream. Ma Xikong, witnessing the pitch-black sky, could not restrain his curse. Damn it! In the obscurity, Feng was unaware of how long he had been swept along. The world around him was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, and he could only vaguely sense that he was being carried downstream. Meanwhile, having floated on the water's surface for an extended period, his body had become host to various organisms, likely leeches and parasitic catfish. Yet Feng could scarcely muster the energy to care. He lacked the strength to even extend his hand. After a while, the eastern horizon suddenly brightened with a pale light, allowing Yi Feng to discern his surroundings. He now found himself in a larger tributary, at least a kilometer away from the shore. Even if Ma Xikong were a marksman of unparalleled skill, he could not shoot a rifle from World War II across such a distance. So weary, free from the burden of worry, Yi Feng lay back in the water and succumbed to sleep. Time slipped away, and he could not tell how long he had slept when he felt his body collide with a piece of wood. Struggling to open his eyes, he realized he had been swept into a patch of aquatic grass, sharp stings radiating from various wounds across his body. Ouch! Yi Feng swayed as he made his way towards the shore, tearing off the leeches, parasitic catfish, and 2 piranhas that clung to him. His skin was now marred, scarcely intact. He checked his waist and was relieved to find that one of his handguns remained securely fastened, having not been washed away by the current. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Feng spent another 20 minutes cleansing himself of the organisms. His body was covered in grotesque wounds, and he felt akin to a corpse on the verge of decay, utterly devoid of strength. He lifted his gaze to the sky. It was now noon, with a crimson sun suspended high above, casting golden rays upon the earth. Gurgle! His stomach lamented its emptiness, and Yi Feng felt dizzy from hunger. Suddenly, he noticed a leech clinging to his heel, its hue an unusual dark green, comparable in size to an infant's arm. "How much blood have you siphoned from me?" Yi Feng exclaimed, drawing his dagger to excise the enormous leech. Curiously, while ordinary leeches evoked a sensation when attached, this dark green one elicited no feeling at all. Instinctively, he sensed that this leech was no ordinary creature. "You've taken my blood? Return it to me." A glint of malice flickered in Yi Feng's eyes as he unceremoniously tossed the repugnant leech into his mouth and began to chew voraciously. He paid no mind to the taste. In his subconscious, he felt an urgent need to reclaim the blood it had consumed. Ugh! Just as Yi Feng swallowed the leech, he suddenly clutched his stomach and began to vomit. At the same time, an overwhelming sensation of hunger surged throughout his body. This hunger was unlike any regular pangs of appetite. Yi Feng felt as though he could devour an entire bowl. Thus, he staggered to his feet and dashed into the woods. After running a mere 20 meters, he encountered a massive water buffalo. Upon seeing Yi Feng, the buffalo lowered its head and charged directly at him. Bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, the buffalo collapsed to the ground. Yi Feng paid no mind to anything else, drawing out his dagger to slice open the beast's wound, shoving chunks of raw flesh into his mouth. Had anyone been present, they would have surely mistaken Yi Feng for a zombie and shot him on the spot. After indulging for a while, Yi Feng paused, suddenly glancing at his hands. What is happening? Yi Feng was taken aback. After consuming the raw beef, his hands should have been smeared with blood, yet they were completely clean, with only a trace of blood on his tattered clothing. Seemingly struck by a realization, he slowly clenched his fist and gently probed into the buffalo's wound. In the next moment, the entire carcass began to convulse as if it were trying to revive. Simultaneously, its body rapidly shrank, diminishing to about half its original size before ceasing its spasms. Yi Feng once more cut into the beef, only to find that there was not a single trace of blood within. What is this? Could it be that after consuming that fruit, I have mastered some form of blood-sucking technique? Yi Feng felt a wave of unease wash over him. He swung his arm, single-handedly lifting the buffalo's foreleg and pulling it forcefully to the side. The carcass shifted a few centimeters. It seems that after absorbing this blood, my strength and energy have been significantly restored. Yi Feng inspected his clenched fist and then felt his muscles. Moo! Just as he thought this, another water buffalo charged forth. It glanced at its fallen companion, lowered its head, and barreled towards Yi Feng. Although he had regained a modicum of strength, it was still only a fraction of his former self, barely comparable to an ordinary person. Thus, he raised his firearm once again. Bang! The bullet struck the buffalo's skull. Yet the beast remained undeterred, driving its horns into Yi Feng's chest. Bang! In the next instant, his skin, where the buffalo's horns had impacted, suddenly sprouted 5 or 6 crimson scales. However, these scales only appeared for a mere moment, protecting Yi Feng from most of the damage before swiftly reverting to their usual hue. Yi Feng was sent flying 3 meters, but he quickly sprang back to his feet, vibrant with life. Chapter 175. Take a bullet. He touched his chest, finding only 2 bruises. Given the force of the buffalo's previous charge, the horns should have penetrated his chest, right? I see now. I have cultivated the iron shirt technique. Yi Feng felt as though he had grasped something significant. He had not anticipated that the fruit would bestow such powers, enhancing his defensive capabilities. After the water buffalo collided with Feng, the bullet's impact brought it crashing to the ground, its four hooves flailing helplessly in the air as it approached death. Feng grasped his dagger, poised to strike. But upon reflection, he placed the dagger aside and inserted a finger into the buffalo's wound. In the next moment, the creature convulsed violently, its body rapidly shrinking. 10 minutes later, it lay transformed into a desiccated corpse, weighing less than half its original mass. With a flourish of his arm, Feng felt his stamina and spirit rejuvenated by approximately 30%. Such remarkable phenomena. Feng, astounded, caressed his skin with satisfaction. Many of his wounds had begun to heal gradually. Although they had yet to scab, he was confident that a few more buffalo would suffice for complete recovery. Contemplating this, Feng cast another glance at the river's position. This was the main channel. If he were to rest a while longer, he might drift towards the cave. With only one bullet remaining in his pistol, he needed to conserve it. Feng secured his handgun and strode purposefully downstream. Convinced that Susan and the others would not find him but would navigate the warship to the cave to rendezvous with him, an unspoken understanding had seemingly formed among them. Suddenly, a sharp and urgent sound pierced the air. Feng looked up to see a small black dot high in the sky. As it drew closer, the dot transformed into a massive entity. His expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly concealed himself within the thick foliage of the trees. The piercing sound rang out again, causing Feng to clutch his head, fearing his eardrums might shatter. Yet, the creature circled relentlessly above him, refusing to depart. Had it spotted him? Feng's eyes widened in alarm. Birds of prey possess exceptional vision. Otherwise, they could not locate their quarry from such heights. Thus, using the dense canopy as cover, Feng cautiously sprinted downstream, striving to make as little noise as possible. After running 400 or 500 meters, he paused, peering through the gaps in the trees towards the sky. The colossal bird tracked him closely, as though endowed with some unique ability to accurately discern his position. Flee! Feng could no longer afford to hesitate and dashed downstream with fervor. Only by seeking refuge in the cave could he utilize the scattered rocks to thwart the giant bird. Otherwise, battling it in the rainforest would be futile. It could soar effortlessly, 10 times faster than he could run, and he would inevitably meet his demise. A man and a bird engaged in a frantic chase, racing downstream. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers upstream, Zhang Haoyan stood on the deck, a dagger pressed against Long Wu's neck, facing the treacherous Ma Xikong. The night prior, Ma Xikong had boarded the warship's deck, reaching an agreement with the already defected Zhang Haoyan. The two conspired to silence Long Wu, planning to stealthily ascend to the warship via the ropes, but their scheme was thwarted by Cheng Libin, who had detected them. Susan, Su Yun, and Ding Tuan remained concealed by the riverbank, hesitant to descend from the tree due to the multitude of formidable beasts lurking below. They resolved to wait until the creatures had vacated the area before returning to the warship. At the forefront stood Ma Xikong, arms raised high, gazing toward the vessel. Old chum, after 2 decades of collaboration, are you truly prepared to betray me? Ma Xikong demanded loudly. Ma Xikong, our ties have been severed. You ought to leave the ship at once. Once Feng returns, your life will undoubtedly be forfeit, Cheng Libin shouted, his heart racing with anxiety. Feng, I shot him several times last night, and each bullet struck true. With so many creatures in the river, do you truly believe he can still be alive? Ma Xikong retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, several aboard the warship turned pale. They had previously underestimated Feng's significance, but in his absence, they realized the chaos that ensued. None among them could fill his role. You lie? Feng cannot be dead. Are you attempting to deceive us into accepting you? Lena asserted, gripping her Maxim machine gun. Had it not been for the presence of Long Wu aboard the vessel, she would have readily pulled the trigger, reducing the wooden ship to splinters. The ship's utility was paramount, providing a means to transport those on the warship to shore. She had no desire to destroy their hard-won vessel unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, Dove appeared on the deck, having awakened from her stupor the previous night and finally regained her strength. Why waste words with him? Dove stated, raising her rifle to aim at Ma Xikong's position. Bang! The bullet struck the ship's deck, landing 2 or 3 meters away from Ma Xikong. In terms of marksmanship, she was far inferior to him. If only Long Wu and Susan were present on the warship, with their sharpshooting, they could surely have dispatched Ma Xikong with a single shot. Thus, she chambered another round. Yet, in the next instant, she lowered her rifle. for Zhang Haoyan had pushed Long Wu forward, using him as a human shield. Dove, Lina, you were once secretaries in my company. I never anticipated your betrayal would be swifter than turning pages. But rest assured, should I ascend to leadership, I shall treat you both even better than Yi Feng did. That fellow hailed from the lowest echelons, with only the most primitive and sordid thoughts occupying his mind. I, however, shall consult you both on any decisions. Furthermore, I will command the team, ensuring those aboard the warship are elevated above all others, free from the burdens of duty, night watch, or labor. All such tasks shall be entrusted to those on the shore. I, Ma Sikuan, am a man of my word. Ma Sikuan's impassioned voice resonated. As he had meticulously observed Yi Feng's team, each member appearing worn and pale, clearly exhausted to their limits. Thus, he employed a strategy of psychological warfare to dismantle their connection to Yi Feng. Once aboard the warship, he intended to seize command effortlessly and set off downstream to hunt down Yi Feng, determined to eliminate him once and for all. Do not hesitate. The majority of you are my subordinates. I am well aware of your limitations, and it is only through my leadership that you can thrive in the tropical rainforest. Master Kong continued to incite. Just then, a chilling voice emerged from the warship. Master Kong, take this. It was Susan, standing on the deck of the warship, who raised her rifle and aimed directly at Master Kong on the large vessel. Not good. Master Kong rolled and swiftly took cover behind Long Wu. Chapter 176. Hurry. Bang. A bullet struck the very spot where Master Kong had just landed, narrowly avoiding disaster. Master Kong had spent the entire morning on the deck, and Susan had already heard everything he said. Therefore, disregarding the peril, she swam upstream from the river to the warship. Otherwise, given Chung Li Bean and the others' willpower, they might have been easily swayed by Master Kong, leaving Yi Feng unable to return to the warship. Ah, it's the beautiful Susan. Rest assured, once I become the leader, you will be the second in command of the team, enjoying equal power with me. Master Kong altered his strategy, unaware of how Susan had boarded the warship. Bang! A bullet struck the side of the large ship. Brother Ma, we should retreat. Susan is not like Chung Li Bean. She is a staunch supporter of Yi Feng. I'm afraid she might not care about this cripple's life and could shoot us both dead. Remember, that heavy machine gun has yet to be fired. Zhang Haoyan shielded himself behind Long Wu. That's true. You take the helm, and I'll push the wheel in the cabin. Let's get the large ship moving. While we may not seize the warship, a sizable vessel will suffice, Master Kong replied. Agreed. The two immediately collaborated, and the large ship slowly navigated towards the narrower upstream. Susan's expression changed as she urged Chung Li Bean. Quickly, start the warship and pursue the large vessel. Brother Wu is still on board. Chung Li Bean nodded and went to the captain's cabin to start the warship. The large and small vessels followed the other tributary. The tributary here was even narrower, with water plants densely lining both banks, causing occasional vibrations on the warship. Susan, we can't chase any longer. These small tributaries are too overgrown with water plants, which could entangle the propeller. Moreover, the water level here can no longer support the warship, Chung Li Bean advised. Susan, filled with anxiety, watched helplessly as the large ship vanished into the small tributary. While the water level posed challenges for the warship, it had no effect on the large vessel. The large ship smoothly turned into the next tributary, completely parting ways with the warship. What now, Sister Susan? Chung Li Bean inquired. Retreat. We can only wait for Yi Feng to return and make a decision, Susan replied, equally flustered. Thus, the warship reached the bank of the tributary, and the concealed sentinels were brought aboard. Tragically, one native brother was devoured by a crocodile lurking in the water. Without the large ship, their attempt to board the warship now required swimming across, significantly increasing the risk of death. Yi Feng expended his last bullet to bring down a jungle tiger. He swiftly dashed to the carcass of the tiger, using his dagger to widen the wound before plunging his entire arm inside. A deluge of tiger blood seeped into Yi Feng's skin, transforming into waves of searing energy. He temporarily bestowed upon this miraculous ability the name blood-sucking technique. Now, he had reached the location where he encountered Ilian, still a good 4 or 5 kilometers away from the cave. Yet, the enormous bird above refused to relent, relentlessly pursuing him, emitting various sharp cries in the sky. Yi Feng clenched his fist and glanced at the myriad of wounds on his body. These injuries had completely healed, forming scars that, he believed, would shed within a day, revealing fresh skin underneath. The giant bird could only soar through the skies, unwilling to alight in the forest, for its size would make takeoff difficult once it touched the ground. Feng took a seat on the ground, withdrawing the dagger and plunging it forcefully into his thigh. With a metallic clang, he finally discerned the truth. At the moment the dagger pierced his thigh, a layer of blood-red scales emerged at the site of impact, absorbing most of the force. However, with each emergence of the blood-red scales, Feng felt a slight depletion in his mental and physical vitality, indicating that these scales required some form of energy to manifest. He looked again at his thigh. There was merely a small bruise, with not even a break in the skin. Contemplating this, Feng turned his gaze to his palm. After prolonged immersion in blood, the calluses on his hands had vanished, leaving them smooth as jade. Even the scars from before had disappeared, more delicate than a girl's hand. If he were to submerge his whole body in blood, would it not restore all his scars and render his skin smooth and pristine? Feng pondered. Just then, his expression changed suddenly, and he quickly lowered his head. Unfortunately, it was too late. An arrow shot from behind, making intimate contact with his back. In the next moment, a large patch of blood scales erupted from his back, shattering the stone arrowhead. Turning to look, he saw a robust indigenous man standing behind him, poised with a drawn bow, staring at him in disbelief. The chief of the Gar tribe? Feng instantly recognized Ruck and wasted no time fleeing upstream. If it were only Ruck, he might have been able to engage him with his blood-sucking technique. But behind Ruck were 5 others, each adorned with 6 fierce tattoos on their arms. He truly consumed the blood scales fruit. Chase him, do not let him escape. Gut him, Ruck commanded, leading the charge after Feng. A shrill cry pierced the sky as the giant bird also descended towards the downstream. Feng sprinted about 30 meters when he felt another sharp pain in his back. A spear had struck him. Had it not been for the protection of the blood scales, he would have surely been pinned to the ground. While the spear did not pierce his body, the force of the impact sent him tumbling to the ground. He picked up the spear from the ground and, with a swift motion, hurled it back without regard for whether it struck anyone, continuing to dash downstream. At last, he arrived at the marsh where the crocodiles congregated. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Feng leaped into the midst of the crocodile swarm. Several crocodiles immediately snapped their jaws at him, but he deftly evaded their attacks. Luke charged into the fray as well, brandishing a massive axe that he swung with ferocity, sending crocodiles flying as if he were a bulldozer. Following him were 5 elders of the Gar tribe, including Feng. Chief, I will circle around through the woods and intercept him, Feng declared. Hurry. Luke nodded, pressing closer to Feng. Presently, Feng zigzagged through the crocodiles, darting left and right. Luke instructed the others to clear the crocodiles while he retrieved a spear, its tip no longer fashioned from stone but forged from iron. He drew back his body, and the spear whistled through the air with a sharp sound. With a narrow escape, Feng dodged, yet a crocodile met a grim fate, pierced through by the spear and lifted 2 meters into the air with a resounding crash. Damn! Feng's expression paled, for the very sound of the spear had revealed Luke's formidable strength. Chapter 177. Ambush. This fellow could easily throw a spear 200 meters. Even in civilized society, a world champion couldn't hurl a spear 50 meters. How terrifying. Fortunately, it missed. Had it struck true, even the blood scales wouldn't have saved him. Seizing the moment, Feng rolled and plunged his fist into the crocodile's body. After a minute, the creature began to shrink. Thud, thud, thud. 3 arrows struck the crocodile's back. Feng sensed it was time to move on. He had no time to drain the creature of all its blood and continued running downstream. Just as he leaped out of the marsh, a spear came flying from the side. It was Feng, the one he had encountered previously. This fellow wielded his spear with great skill, nearly grazing Feng's cheek. Cursing, Feng seized the spear and yanked it back with force. To his surprise, Feng let go of the spear, drawing a short sword from his waist and striking at Feng's arm. Thus, they were embroiled in combat. Although Feng's combat skills were impressive, he fell short in strength and speed compared to Feng. After fewer than 10 exchanges, Luke and the 4 elders were already closing in. Aware that he could not linger, Feng thrust out his arm to block Feng's sword. Clang! The short sword struck Feng's arm, and a mass of blood scales emerged, absorbing most of the damage. Seizing this opportunity, Feng slashed a dagger towards Feng's neck. With wide eyes, Feng dropped his sword, clutching his neck with both hands. Blood gushed from between his fingers like water from a tap. Feng, elder? Luke roared angrily, drawing his bow amidst the crocodile swarm. Yi Feng's complexion changed dramatically as he felt his mental and physical energy depleting at an alarming rate. Each time the blood scales manifested, they consumed his intrinsic energy. Should he exhaust this energy, his body would no longer exhibit the blood scales. Consequently, he seized one hand around Feng's neck, using his figure as a shield. Luke drew his bow to its full moon shape, gritting his teeth as he glared at Feng. Feng's mouth opened and closed, sensing that Feng's arm was draining the blood from his neck, accelerating his vitality's loss. "Chief, shoot him." Feng wished to cry out, but the sound emerged from his wound rather than his mouth. Feng dragged the severely injured Feng backward, while the blood flowing from Feng's neck was entirely absorbed by his arm. Strangely, Feng's blood proved to be more potent than that of the water buffalo or jungle tiger. After retreating several meters, Feng's legs kicked out, and he succumbed to death. In truth, a warrior of his caliber could survive half an hour even with a slit throat. However, Feng's skin possessed a blood-sucking ability, causing Feng to perish in less than a minute. With a whoosh, Luke's arrow was released, striking Feng squarely in the back. This time, a prominent blood-scale armor emerged on his back, shielding him from the assault. Bang! Another spear struck Feng's back, and the manifestation of the blood scales once again drained his energy. In the ensuing 10 minutes, regardless of whether Feng zigzagged, ran in a straight line, or sprinted intermittently, he could not evade the arrows and spears of the indigenous warriors. These were the elite of the Gay tribe, their spear-throwing and archery skills reaching a masterful level. Their arrows seemed to possess a sentient aim, leaving Feng with no escape. Although Feng's skin continued to sprout blood scales after being struck, their hue grew increasingly faint. It was likely that the next spear would penetrate his body. In reality, with his current blood scale armor, he could have leaped into the water for refuge. The parasitic catfish and leeches in the water would be unable to pierce his skin. But if Luke and the others dared to enter, they would surely be tormented to death. Yet, there was no option. A large dark shadow loomed above, persistently following him. If he truly jumped into the river, he feared death would come even swifter. "I must run." Feng gritted his teeth, abandoning the zigzag pattern and sprinting at full speed toward the riverbank of the cavern. He gasped for breath, feeling the energy he had just absorbed dissipate once more. After only a few steps, he stumbled over an object. Kicking aside the weeds, he immediately spotted a shell he had buried there. This shell had lain hidden for quite some time. Feng recalled burying it when they first arrived at the cavern. With this thought, he tossed aside his dagger and rummaged through the pouch at his waist. 2 flint stones appeared in his hand. Narrowing his eyes, he began to strike the flint together. Whoosh! A spear shot from a distance, grazing Feng's arm. He quickly dropped to the ground and resumed striking the flint. Bang! A flicker of flame ignited. Feng swiftly set ablaze the nearby dry grass and continued his dash forward. Luke and the others followed closely, gazing at the burning pyre. Why would the otherworldly beings kindle a fire under such circumstances? An elder inquired. Luke furrowed his brow slightly, and in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he hastened toward the cavern's entrance. Boom! Within the vision of the colossal bird, a burst of flames erupted from the rainforest, obliterating several large trees into mere splinters. After a cloud of smoke dissipated, Luke was the first to rise. Though hit by several stones on his back, he felt a sweetness in his throat but did not cough up blood. "Elder Haishi?" Luke immediately spotted one of the elders, his body sprawled like a rag, a copious amount of blood flowing beneath him. The other 3 elders gathered around, all sustaining injuries of varying severity. Uft! Elder Haishi spat out another mouthful of blood and perished on the spot. "Chieftain, that otherworldly being has already entered the ghost cave. Should we continue the pursuit?" One elder asked, his voice trembling. It was known that the elders were the true decision-makers of the Gay tribe, and the death of 2 in the chase for Feng instilled a sense of dread within him. "Elder Jiaying, are you fearful of that otherworldly being?" Luke suddenly directed a piercing gaze at Jiaying. "No, we have only 6 elders in the Gay tribe, and with 2 deceased, I am merely concerned." Jiaying's voice quivered under Luke's scrutiny. "That otherworldly being is hiding in the ghost cave, but it matters not. Jiaying, since you cowardly refuse to pursue our foe, you may serve as a runner. Go upstream and request the high priest to summon all the vengeful children, surrounding this ghost cave so tightly that not even a drop could escape. We shall merely guard the exterior. I refuse to believe that the otherworldly being can remain in the ghost cave indefinitely. Luke spoke coldly. In truth, he too feared entering the ghost cave. Firstly, due to the terrifying legends surrounding it, the high priest had once declared it the eye of hell, from which the vengeful children had emerged 80 years prior. Secondly, he was wary of Yi Feng's cunning, apprehensive of falling victim to an ambush within the dark cavern. Chapter 178, Let It Be. May it be. Well, the moment Yi Feng burrowed into the cavern, he seated himself on the ground, leaning against a stone, and slowly closed his eyes. He disregarded whether the enemy would pursue him inside. He needed to rest for a while lest he be devoid of strength to even walk. However, upon closing his eyes, Yi Feng unexpectedly slept until dusk. Through the crevices of the rubble, Yi Feng glimpsed an array of torches illuminating the exterior of the cavern, accompanied by the shrill cries of the vengeful children. He shook his head and gradually opened his eyes wide. Outside the cavern gathered at least 300 indigenous warriors, alongside tenfold that number of vengeful children. What is this? Yi Feng's eyes widened further. He finally discerned the visage of the high priest. Previously, from a kilometer away atop a spruce tree, he merely noted her commendable stature. Yet now, it was evident that not only was her figure striking, but her aura was unparalleled, calm and composed, wielding life and death in her grasp. The indigenous people nearby held her in deep respect, not daring to meet her gaze. High priest, the vengeful child refuses to enter the ghost cave. If we are to eliminate Yi Feng, it must fall to us warriors, Rook remarked. Why must we enter the ghost cave? The high priest replied coolly. How can we kill Yi Feng without entering the ghost cave? Rook asked, bewildered. That is not your concern, the high priest stated, suddenly beckoning one of the vengeful children. The child approached obediently, resembling a dutiful student standing beside her. The high priest opened a box and placed a slender object near the child's eyes. In the next moment, the slender object seemed to possess a life of its own, burrowing directly into the child's eye. Screech, screech, roar. After a few sharp cries, the child emitted a roar akin to that of a ferocious beast. Simultaneously, its body appeared to be seized by some force, transforming into a figure of immense strength, shedding tufts of black fur while golden strands began to sprout. Go, the high priest commanded, pointing towards a pile of rubble. The frenzied child obeyed, leaping into the debris with astonishing speed. Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He could clearly sense that this child's velocity was beyond comprehension. As the child dashed into the cavern, Yi Feng caught a glimpse of it through the flickering light. Though its stature was diminutive, it possessed an unprecedented strength that far surpassed that of an ordinary vengeful child. Humph, what does strength matter when one is so small? Yi Feng began to muse, but was abruptly halted as he felt a tightness in his arm. Crimson scales emerged upon his skin, indicating that the child had executed a rapid strike against him, thwarted only by the protective scales. Yi Feng quickly spread his arms wide. Should the child attempt another ambush, he would seize it and twist off its head. Screech. Another metallic sound echoed. Yi Feng touched his neck, feeling a sting, and noticed fresh crimson scales forming there as well. This speed? This accuracy? He rapidly retracted his arms to shield his torso. Thump, thump, thump. 3 more swift strikes landed. But as Yi Feng swiped at the air, he grasped nothing but emptiness. The child's speed was at least thrice that of his own. And while its attacks couldn't breach his defenses, it could effortlessly retreat. Damn it! Yi Feng could only raise his torch and retreat deeper into the cave. The outer rim of the cavern was relatively open, allowing the child to fully employ its agility. Yi Feng strategized. If he could lure the creature into a narrow passage, he would surely be able to capture it. The sound of light, rapid footsteps echoed behind him. As the footsteps drew nearer, Yi Feng swung the torch backward with all his might. Bang! Screech! The child was flung 3 meters away, crashing violently against the stone. Yet, displaying remarkable vitality, it staggered to its feet and lunged once more at Yi Feng. Yi Feng let out a cold laugh, feigning a retreat, but after merely 3 meters, he suddenly turned around and embraced the vengeful child in his arms. Was the ambush truly exhilarating? One hand gripped its neck while the other seized its head, twisting with great force. A sickening crack echoed as the vengeful child's head was wrenched off, green blood spraying across Yi Feng's arm. In the next moment, this foul liquid was absorbed into his skin. Such repulsive blood? Yi Feng grimaced, desperately wiping his body, fearing the toxicity of the green fluid. Yet it was too late. The blood had thoroughly permeated his skin. Perhaps it would be harmless? He plopped down on the ground, gazing at the flickering torch. Although he had injured the vengeful child, the torch was on the verge of extinguishing. Just then, outside the cavern, the voice of another vengeful child echoed. A moment ago, it had been 20 meters away, yet now it was merely 2 meters from Feng. With a rapid succession of sounds, his face and neck were struck. This time, however, the emerging scales were not blood red but a sickly yellow. Clearly, these scales possessed greater defensive capabilities than the mere blood red ones. Feng felt a mix of surprise and delight. By the dim light of the torch, he discerned 2 more vengeful children circling around him. It seemed that the high priest was resolutely intent on ending his life, having cultivated 2 more formidable vengeful children. I must flee. Feng grasped the torch and swiftly dashed deeper into the cavern. In just 3 minutes, he arrived at the armory, filled with rusted rifles, handguns, and a plethora of ammunition. Although the 2 vengeful children were swift, their intellect paled in comparison to that of a human, and they charged recklessly into the cramped room. Feng had been waiting behind the door. As soon as they entered, he promptly shut it and barricaded it with a heavy crate. The vengeful children seemed to sense something was amiss, but it was too late. 3 minutes later, he crushed the last vengeful child's skull underfoot, green blood splattering across his leg. Within seconds, this foul liquid seeped into his skin once more. So, the amalgamated blood could enhance his defensive capabilities? Feng glanced at his arm, kicking the 2 lifeless bodies aside. At that moment, the torch finally depleted its fuel and extinguished. However, this presented no challenge for Feng. He picked up a stick and rubbed it against the ground until it was coated with a viscous, black substance. A more durable torch ignited. Though his blood-red scales had mutated and could withstand greater impacts, Feng knew he could not break through the encirclement outside the cavern. He resolved to scour the underground for any remaining firearms or grenades. After a brief exploration, he decided to venture deeper into the abyss. Chapter 179. I Need You Now. He believed that the Germans were not foolish. Having constructed such an expansive underground base, it surely harbored more than a single exit, undoubtedly concealing alternative escape routes. Suddenly, a section above him collapsed, startling Feng. His current state of exhaustion was profound, and upon returning to the warship, he would need to indulge in 3 consecutive days and nights of restful slumber. Upstream of Heishu River, Zhang Haoyan navigated the vessel to the terminus of a tributary. Shortly thereafter, Ma Xikong emerged from the lower deck. Fortunately, his stamina was commendable. Otherwise, operating the steering wheel alone would have utterly drained him. I'm utterly fatigued. Next time, I shall steer, and you can descend to operate the wheel, Ma Xikong panted. Brother Ma, what shall we do with this cripple? Shall we eliminate him? Zhang Haoyan inquired. No, this fellow is a good brother of Feng. Keeping him as a hostage could prove advantageous. Moreover, when we need to set sail, we can simply bind him to the wheel, compelling him to propel the ship and conserve our strength, Ma Xikong proposed. Ah, what a clever scheme. Just like a donkey turning a millstone, we can tie him to the wheel and use a heated iron to scorch his backside, forcing him to turn it. Ha ha. Zhang Haoyan laughed heartily. Long Wu, gritting his teeth, nearly shed tears. The water at the end of the tributary is pristine. Let us procure some fresh water. With that, Ma Xikong and Zhang Haoyan leapt off the deck. In the next moment, their eyes narrowed in unison. Before them stood a small tree, adorned with 3 white fruits that emanated a potent fragrance. What a find! I shall take 2, and you may have 1, Ma Xikong declared, raising his weapon and firing. The small tree was severed, and the 2 men gleefully divided the 3 fruits. Meanwhile, within the underground base, Feng gazed at the spiraling staircase before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was his first encounter with an ascending staircase. Perhaps it represented another escape route. Thus, he raised his torch and cautiously ascended. Soon, he reached the first platform, which was strewn with various desiccated corpses. Bringing the torch closer, he observed that these bodies were enshrouded in cobwebs, the majority being those of vengeful children, seemingly advancing towards a certain direction, yet the bodies lay scattered across the ground. Most of the vengeful children had suffered fatal gunshot wounds to the head. As he continued to climb, the number of desiccated bodies increased, while the ground became coated in a viscous, black-gray substance. I understand now. Chu Xue misjudged the situation. This black-gray viscous matter is the congealed blood of the vengeful children. Formed over time, Feng murmured to himself, adding more fuel to the torch. At last, he followed the spiraling staircase to the second platform. Here lay 2 human corpses. their clothing reduced to mere powder. It was evident that one was male and the other female. The male was exceptionally tall, while the female was also of considerable height. Yet her abdomen had been violently sliced open. In the man's hand, he still clutched a severely corroded handgun. It was likely that 80 years prior, this man and woman had fled upwards, only to be ensnared by the vengeful children. Once the man's ammunition was depleted, he was ultimately overwhelmed by the relentless horde of vengeful children. Feng sighed, continuing his ascent until he finally reached the summit. It appeared that there was no escape. Yet, if there were truly no way out, why construct a staircase here? Contemplating this, Feng grasped his dagger and struck the top several times. A number of places resonated with a heavy sound, indicating the presence of solid stone. However, upon striking the central area, a hollow echo emerged, signifying its vulnerability. Realizing this, Feng placed the torch on the ground, raised both hands against the top, and exerted all his strength. An extraordinary scene unfolded as he summoned his full might. Blood-yellow scales manifested across his body. With a resounding crash, a square iron plate was forcefully pried open by Feng. This iron slab, approximately 20 centimeters thick and over 3 meters in length, weighed several hundred kilograms. It was no wonder that 80 years prior, a man and a woman had failed to escape. Their strength was insufficient to budge this iron plate. Feng could feel the despair they must have experienced. Beneath lay a multitude of vengeful spirits, while above, the iron plate remained immovable. A rush of fresh air filled Feng's lungs, and he greedily inhaled several breaths before flipping the iron plate back into place, sealing the exit once more. Henceforth, he would no longer enter through the cavern, but would instead transport arms directly from this location, which would be far more expedient. Alternatively, he could fashion a long rope to hoist the arms up gradually, thus conserving energy. An idea sparked in Feng's mind, and a smile crept across his face. The distance to the cavern's entrance was approximately 1 to 2 kilometers. Standing in this spot, he could faintly see the flickering torch at the cave's mouth. Now was the moment. Feng discarded the torch and, aided by the moonlight, sprinted upstream, hoping to encounter a warship along the way. Moreover, he could not run during the day, for the giant bird possessed extraordinary eyesight, capable of spotting him from thousands of meters above. Thus, he chose to remain hidden by day and venture forth by night. In this manner, Feng raced upstream for over 200 meters when suddenly a leopard appeared ahead. The creature glanced at Feng and unexpectedly turned to leave. Has it learned its lesson? Feng was taken aback. Wild animals possess keen instincts. They can gauge the strength of their prey, and if they lack absolute certainty, they will not hunt recklessly. Clearly, Feng's aura had grown formidable enough to deter even a leopard from attacking. You may have learned caution, but I require your assistance now, Feng muttered to himself, letting his dagger slip from his hand. With a swift thrust, the leopard was pierced through. Feng hurriedly reached into the wound. Moments later, the leopard became a lifeless husk, and Feng felt a slight restoration of his strength. Onward. Throughout his journey, Feng became a relentless force, vanquishing 5 or 6 large creatures, draining their blood to the last drop. Thus far, his strength had recovered to about 40%. With this in mind, Feng plunged his dagger into his thigh. Blood-yellow scales emerged prominently on his leg. Nearly there, continuing his sprint upstream, Feng soon arrived at the mire he had encountered previously. The number of crocodiles here had diminished significantly, reduced by approximately half. Although these creatures are cold-blooded, certain instincts are ingrained in their very genes, namely the innate drive to seek advantage and avoid danger. This swamp was once a stronghold for the crocodiles, yet it had been plowed several times recently. Thus, they subconsciously deemed this area unsuitable for habitation and relocated to other territories. However, for Feng, even a mere half of the original crocodile population sufficed for his purpose. With this thought in mind, he approached the edge of the swamp where a solitary crocodile lay. The creature immediately opened its vertical pupils and lunged at Feng without hesitation. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced its small brain, and the crocodile writhed on the ground for a moment before succumbing to death. Feng plunged his fist into the gaping wound. Chapter 180. Do you still wish? This was a laborious task. He had to avoid startling the bulk of the crocodiles, evade bites, and maintain silence. Thus, it took him more than 3 hours to dispatch 5 crocodiles. Most were lured into the woods before meeting their end. Another crocodile fell, and Feng once again sunk his fist into its injury. However, this time was different. Yifeng realized that his skin no longer absorbed the crocodile's blood, leaving his entire fist drenched in gore. Was it because he had absorbed enough, or had his ability waned? Yifeng's expression changed dramatically, plagued by uncertainty. It must be because he had reached his limit. Yes, that must be it. He reassured himself, maneuvered around the mire, and continued his dash upstream. Dawn was merely half an hour away. He needed to locate the warship before daylight, or he would once again become prey to the great birds, leaving him with no escape. Feng, is that you? At that moment, Susan's voice echoed from the woods ahead. Yifeng halted momentarily, then slowly advanced. A robust figure emerged from the thicket, cradling a rifle in her hands. Susan, Yifeng called out, rushing towards her. Susan, too, discarded her rifle and dashed towards him. As their long-absent bodies were about to collide, Susan suddenly slapped Yifeng across the face. Where have you been these past few days? Brother Wu has been captured by Zhang Haoyan and Ma Xikong, and they have taken the ship as well. Where did you run off to? Susan interrogated. Susan, can we set aside that for now? Just hold me, Yifeng implored weakly, embracing Susan. Her body stiffened momentarily before gradually softening, enveloping him in her arms and gently patting his back. Men, too, have their moments of vulnerability, much like Yifeng at this instant. Since acquiring that fruit, he had faced countless perils, and now, finally seeing someone he trusted, he craved the solace of an embrace for reassurance. After a prolonged embrace, Yifeng released Susan. Where is the warship? Let us board it first, then we shall eliminate Ma Xikong and Zhang Haoyan. The frailty that once adorned Yifeng's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of ferocity in his eyes. As for Ma Xikong, that was to be expected, given their perpetual state of enmity. His deepest contempt was reserved for traitors. Thus, upon capturing Zhang Haoyan, he had no intention of executing him immediately. Instead, he sought to make him experience the depths of despair. Susan led the way, guiding them into a tributary. The familiar silhouette of a warship emerged before Yifeng, anchored at the heart of the stream, like a slumbering leviathan. After a moment of hesitation, Susan wiped some mud onto her lower abdomen and wrapped her lower body in leaves, then proceeded to coat her chest with a layer of dirt. Without the large vessel, we must swim to the warship. It's over 100 meters away. You should also cover your pants with mud to prevent anything from getting inside, Susan advised. No need. Sister Susan, allow me to demonstrate what the iron cloth talisman is. It seems to have awakened within me, Yifeng replied confidently, boasting with assurance. Iron cloth talisman? Susan exclaimed in astonishment. Watch and learn. With that, Yifeng plunged into the river, his muscles tensing instantly. His skin revealed faint yellow scales, invisible in the darkness to Susan. With a moment's hesitation, Susan followed suit and jumped into the river. Is Sister Susan back? Why is there another person? Chung Li Bean observed the silhouettes in the river from the deck. That's Brother Yi. Can't you see him up close? And you still have binoculars. Ding Tuanshuan couldn't help but chime in. Ah, you youthful ones have keen eyesight, but I am older now. Why is everyone still dawdling? Quickly lower the rope ladder. Our mainstay has returned. 2 ropes were lowered into the river. Yifeng first pushed Susan towards the ladder, and the people on the deck hastily pulled her up. 2 leeches were still clinging to her major artery. I'll head to the cabin first, Susan said urgently, rushing inside to strip off her clothes and remove all the parasites from her body. Soon after, Yifeng was also pulled up. Brother Feng, hurry into the cabin and rid yourself of those things, Chung Li Bean urged. However, Yifeng smiled calmly. No need. This time, I have activated the legendary 13 Protector's Golden Bell Shield. With the hardness of my skin, leeches and parasitic catfish cannot harm me in the slightest. He then displayed his skin for all to see. The crowd quickly brought torches closer to examine him. Indeed, there wasn't a single leech on him, as the thickness of Yifeng's skin rendered the leech's mouthparts incapable of piercing it. That's splendid. I was about to suggest you help Susan. She's already in the cabin and might have undressed, Chung Li Bean remarked. Oh dear, I feel something on my backside. I must also enter the cabin, Yifeng exclaimed, covering his rear as he dashed into the cabin. Upon entering, Yifeng's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him lay a perfectly sculpted body. Susan was posing enticingly while inspecting something on herself. Have you seen enough? Susan stared at Leaf Maple with a blank expression, flinging a parasitic catfish out of the window. Sister Susan, let me assist you, Leaf Maple hurriedly approached. However, Susan had already donned her leather skirt. Her previous trousers were long beyond repair. These leather skirts had been fashioned aboard the warship. Although a tad abrasive, They at least covered the essential parts of her body. What are you standing there for? Go out. Or do you wish for something else? Susan shot a displeased glance at Leaf Maple. Oh, then I'll head out, Leaf Maple said. His spirits dampened as he made his way to the deck. At that moment, Shi Zhengliang approached, holding a military water cup. The steel cup, manufactured in Germany, appeared as pristine as it had been after 80 years. Inside the cup was a frothy liquid. Brother Feng, after much effort on my part, I have finally brewed the first cup of beer. As the leader of our team, you should drink first, Shi Zhengliang said, extending the steel cup with both hands. Leaf Maple was deeply moved. His kindness towards them had not gone unappreciated. He accepted the cup, inhaling the faint aroma of the beer. Though subtle, it was a commendable treat on a deserted island, and he could not ask for a higher alcohol content. Remarkable. I never imagined you could even create the brewing yeast. You truly deserve the title of chef, Leaf Maple exclaimed as he gulped down the beer. Thank you for the compliment. Actually, I did not create the yeast. I merely utilized a starch enzyme from my saliva to ferment the fruits. The downside is the alcohol content is somewhat low, but the advantage is that it can produce beer in just 2 days. Chapter 181. Why are you locking the door during daylight? As soon as Shi Zhengliang finished speaking, Leaf Maple sprayed a mouthful of beer all over him. Master Shi, are you saying this yeast was brewed from your saliva? Leaf Maple fumed. Of course. Did you think yeast was that easy to obtain? Shi Zhengliang wiped the beer off his face. Damn it. Leaf Maple cursed, disdainfully tossing the steel cup back. Next time you brew beer, do not use your own saliva. Use Susan's or Su Yun's, or better yet, little Tuan Tuan's. Leaf Maple pointed at the few women. Oh, Brother Feng wishes to drink the enzymes of women? I have an even better method. Chop the fruits finely, let them remove their shoes, and tread on them. Human feet harbor bacteria that can thrive indefinitely. Once they come into contact with the fruit, they will multiply, which is why many wines are made this way. As long as the cellar's temperature is suitable for the bacteria's growth, they will continue to propagate, resulting in wines that improve with age. Shi Zhengliang proposed another suggestion. How disgusting. I will never drink red wine again, Su Yun exclaimed, covering her mouth, her expression akin to having swallowed a fly. Just then, the entire sky turned pitch black. Oh no, dawn is approaching. You all stay on the warship. I must retreat to the cabin, Leaf Maple declared, swiftly retreating. He knew that once daylight broke, the giant bird would surely come seeking him. While he was unafraid, the people aboard the warship would face dire consequences. The colossal bird can utilize the blinding sunlight as cover to descend from the heavens, while Lena, the sharpshooter, lacking sunglasses, must remain vigilant of her surroundings. Unable to gaze at the sky for long, otherwise, even with sunglasses, she risks becoming blinded. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Feng collapsed into a deep slumber. He found a greater sense of security aboard the warship, free from the perils that lurked elsewhere. In this slumber, he fell into a profound darkness. Brother Feng, are you still sleeping? You've been asleep for 2 days and nights. Yi Feng groggily heard Chun En's voice. He opened his eyes to find Chun En's large face alarmingly close. Yi Feng raised his arms in a stretch, feeling invigorated, his entire being brimming with explosive energy. Chun En, during my sleep, did any colossal birds disturb the warship? Yi Feng inquired. Not a single feather was seen, Brother Feng. I think you might be overthinking it. Chun En replied, bringing Yi Feng his clothes. After dressing, Yi Feng glanced out the window. The sun hung low in the west, casting a splendid fiery cloud that painted the horizon red, while the river churned like molten gold. It was only now that Yi Feng truly appreciated the beauty of the tropical rainforest. Informed Chung Li Bin to steer the warship upstream. We must rescue Brother Wu and reclaim the large vessel, Yi Feng declared, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Zhang Haoyan and Ma Xikong must die, otherwise. These two armed individuals pose a significant threat to those aboard the warship. In fact, in certain respects, their presence, civilized individuals wielding firearms, renders them more dangerous than the entire indigenous tribe. Understood. Chun En hurriedly ascended to the deck to relay the orders. Moments later, Yi Feng observed the large vessel changing course, navigating upstream against the current. Just then, Yang Li unexpectedly entered the room. The instant she stepped inside, she locked the door and peered through the peephole. Sisterly, what are you sneaking around for? Is something amiss? Yi Feng inquired. Brother Feng, I apologize. That scoundrel Zhang Haoyan actually managed to steal the large vessel and has taken Brother Wu hostage. I must beg your pardon, Yang Li said, bowing deeply to Yi Feng. Yi Feng initially thought there was something of great importance, only to discover it was this. It's not your fault. No, it is very much my concern. Zhang Haoyan is evidently retaliating against you because of me. Brother Feng, I must atone for this. Tell me, how shall I be punished? Yang Li continued, slowly unfastening her leather skirt, revealing her long, elegant legs. Yi Feng felt an intense loathing for Zhang Haoyan. That scoundrel had entangled himself with such a beautiful woman for 8 years. Brother Feng, they're all on the deck. No one will know. You need not worry about me. Just let me know if you need anything, and I won't speak of it outside, tarnishing your reputation, Yang Li said, gently sitting beside Yi Feng. An intoxicating scent of femininity instantly filled the dormitory. Yi Feng hurriedly covered himself, aware that since consuming that fruit, while he had gained unparalleled defenses, his body had become increasingly honest. Even though he had just recovered from severe injuries, he found himself struggling to maintain control. Yang Li seemed to have noticed this. Her eyes sparkled as she reached out her hand. Good heavens! In the next moment, she covered her mouth in astonishment. Was this strength not extraordinary? The terrifying power of his leap pulsated rhythmically, as if countless lives were yearning to burst forth from within. Sisterly, I've already mentioned that this is none of your concern. Haven't you severed ties with Zhang Haoyan? I bear you no ill will. Therefore, you need not sacrifice anything. However, if Sisterly seeks my assistance due to her own emptiness, I could reluctantly accept that, Yi Feng said earnestly. He could sense their loyalty. In return for their kindness, he naturally felt obliged to care for their physical and emotional well-being, even their spiritual needs. After all, he was a person of authority. With greater power comes greater responsibility. Brother Feng, spare the words. If you wish to come, then do so. Moreover, I have borne 3 children for Zhang Haoyan, and I am no longer capable of bearing more. You need not have any reservations, nor worry about me becoming pregnant. Do you understand what I mean? Yang Li's implication was unmistakable. Yi Feng felt as though his pants were about to burst. Her insinuation suggested that she was open to intimacy. In truth, Yang Li had not been this kind of woman before, but upon hearing Zhang Haoyan's assessment of her, she had completely let go. She was drawn to Yi Feng not only out of affection, but also to exact revenge on Zhang Haoyan, aiming to indulge far more than she ever did with him. Brother Feng, what are you hesitating for? I have stated it clearly. You can unleash your desires freely. Whatever your mind conjures, I shall comply, Yang Li declared resolutely. Sisterly, if that's the case, then I. Yi Feng began, but was interrupted as someone knocked on the dormitory door. Who is it? Yi Feng inquired. It's me, Brother Feng. Why are you locking the door during the day? Came Chun En's voice. Yi Feng took a deep breath and opened the door. Chun En's gaze immediately landed on Yang Li, who was seated on the bed, a faint blush still lingering on her cheeks. He realized that something inappropriate had transpired between them. Brother Feng, there are indigenous people appearing on the shore, Chun En stated. Chapter 182. Yi Feng, what has happened? Oh. Yi Feng's expression shifted as he hurried towards the deck. Upon reaching it, he saw Lina aiming a machine gun at the shore, while Ding Tianchuan was inserting a belt of ammunition into the side of the gun. Hold your fire. We have limited ammunition left for the machine gun, which we will need to confront even more fearsome creatures, Yi Feng advised. He glanced at the sky before directing his attention to the riverbank. There, 300 meters away, stood 5 or 6 members of the Gaha tribe. One of them, whom Yi Feng recognized, was an elder with 6 stripes. The other 5 bore 4 stripes each. Likely leaders of the group. Hand me the binoculars. Yi Feng extended his hand, and Cheng Li Bin promptly passed them to him. After a moment, he lowered the binoculars. The shore appeared devoid of any indigenous people. Yet why did these few remain, gazing at us? Were they not fearful of the machine guns? After speaking, Yi Feng shouted towards the shore, What? Do you wish to come aboard my warship as guests? The indigenous individuals hesitated momentarily before suddenly kneeling on the ground, bowing to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, we have been cast out by our tribe. Please take us in, or we shall struggle to survive. If you accept us, I will divulge all the secrets of the Gay tribe, proclaimed a figure resembling an elder. A smirk danced at the corner of Yi Feng's mouth. These Gay tribespeople truly believed themselves clever. Engaging in a battle of wits with such primitive minds was akin to courting death. Clearly, these individuals were spies sent by the high priest, attempting to infiltrate with such a naive ruse. Old Cheng, are there iron chains aboard the warship? Yi Feng inquired. Yes. On the second deck, there are plenty of chains, Cheng Li Bin replied. Yi Feng nodded, casting another glance at the shore, feigning a tone of lamentation. Alas, I did not expect your gay tribe to be so inhumane. In light of this, you might as well find a way to swim over to the warship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As long as we share the same heart, we shall become brothers and sisters." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the individuals on the shore began to waver. They huddled together, and after some deliberation, it was once again the elder who spoke. "Very well, Yifeng. We shall row over immediately." With that, the 6 of them retreated into the woods and emerged with a canoe, casting it into the water with a splash. Subsequently, the 6 grabbed their paddles and made their way towards the warship. Yifeng stroked his chin, a trace of derision creeping onto his lips. The intelligence of these indigenous individuals was alarmingly low. They were poor actors. If they claimed to have been expelled, why did their tribe not provide them with a canoe? "Brother Feng, are you truly allowing them aboard? They are obviously traitors." Chenin questioned. "I am well aware they are traitors, but it matters not. Let them come aboard. We could use laborers who can work around the clock. These fellows are likely of leadership caliber and should excel at manual labor." Yifeng chuckled. The others quickly grasped the situation, offering enthusiastic thumbs-ups. After a while, the canoe halted beneath the massive warship, appearing as insignificant as ants in comparison. The 6 individuals gazed up at Yifeng on the deck, their eyes flickering with caution. Yifeng waited a minute before signaling for the rope ladder to be lowered. Aware of their treachery, he decided to make their ascent as challenging as possible, denying them an easy passage. For circumstances, once established, could transform an unfavorable situation into a favorable one. 3 of the traitors were pulled aboard, and then it was the elder's turn. Yifeng recalled his name. It was Jiaying, a name he had vaguely overheard amidst the chaos of the cave. Jiaying was swift, yet timid, having been forcibly dispatched by the high priest as a spy. He finally grasped the rope ladder, and Yifeng exchanged a glance, signaling for the group to hoist Jiaying upwards. However, just as they were halfway through, Yifeng suddenly instructed everyone to halt, leaving Chasing Sun suspended in midair. "Yifeng, what does this mean?" Chasing Sun looked up at the deck. "I apologize. Our people have exhausted their strength. Please bear with it a little longer," Yifeng replied with a smile. "In that case, I shall climb up myself," Chasing Sun declared, using both hands and feet to ascend. His prowess was formidable, and with a few swift movements, he scaled 5 or 6 meters. Yet, the rope ladder was gradually descending. Chasing Sun's expression shifted, and he looked back at Yifeng. "Yifeng, what is going on?" "Oh, it's nothing. They have no strength left. So the rope naturally slips down." Yifeng continued to smile. Gritting his teeth, Chasing Sun summoned all his strength. True to his elder status, he ascended to the deck in a matter of moments. With only 2 individuals remaining, Chasing Sun refrained from asking Yifeng's men for assistance and personally pulled the last 2 onto the deck. These individuals were not weak, each at least of leader caliber, which heightened Yifeng's vigilance. Susan and the others had already chambered their bullets, ever prepared for the 6. Chasing Sun cast a fearful glance at Yifeng, then swept his gaze over the others on the deck, his expression sharpening. As a skilled fighter, he discerned that on this warship, only Yifeng possessed close combat capabilities. The others, even if they banded together, would be no match for him. Henceforth, he planned to wait until Yifeng was asleep to eliminate everyone aboard the ship, sparing the women for his own indulgence, intending to later return them as captives. The high priest had mentioned that the previous grand sacrifice was merely the beginning, and judging by the current climate, another bloodscale fruit could thrive upstream. Consuming the bloodscale fruit would transform him into a beast fighter. With the merits he would establish, the high priest would surely grant him the fruit, allowing him to become a true beast fighter. Most importantly, it was said that those who became beast fighters could make one request of the high priest, which would be fulfilled regardless of its nature. The mere thought ignited a fervent excitement within Chasing Sunday. Having spent decades in the tribe, he had fantasized countless nights about the high priest's exquisite form. "Yifeng, what role can I play aboard this warship?" "As an elder of the Gay tribe, I can assist you in keeping watch," Chasing Sun proposed. He had devised a plan. If he could gain the duty of watchman, he would surreptitiously capture Yifeng's entire team and perhaps even eliminate Yifeng while he slumbered, returning with flesh to consume and possibly absorbing some residual energy from the bloodscale fruit. "Chasing Sun, I warmly welcome you to join my team. However, there is a rule. All newly admitted members must be secured with iron chains. After 7 days, we shall remove the chains, and you can assist with the night watch." Yifeng chuckled. Susan and the others slowly raised their rifles, aiming at the group. Chasing Sun's face flushed crimson, his eyes darting as he pondered his strategy. Chapter 183. From now on, prepare meals exclusively for me and Ilian. Very well, please bind us, Chasing Sun said, extending his hand willingly. Li Bin, filled with elation, dragged the heavy iron chain forward. Just as the chain was about to rest upon Chasing Sun's wrist, the latter finally erupted. With a swift roll, he propelled himself forward, brandishing a dagger aimed directly at Feng's neck. His movements were fluid and almost completed in the blink of an eye. Had this been a previous encounter, Feng would undoubtedly have met his demise. Suddenly, a large expanse of blood scales emerged on Feng's neck, effortlessly absorbing the dagger's assault. Chasing Sun's expression shifted dramatically. Quick to react, he altered his strike to a thrust, successfully piercing Feng's chest. Another burst of blood scales erupted forth. Die! Chasing Sun's face paled, and he leapt 2 meters into the air, aiming the dagger at Feng's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a tight grip on his wrist. Feng had seized his arm, pressing it downward. Ah, it's broken. Chasing Sun thought he could endure. But Feng's strength was overwhelming. His fingers clasped like iron pincers, leaving no room for struggle. With a powerful kick to Chasing Sun's chest, at least 5 of his ribs shattered, and he collapsed, motionless on the ground. Bind him. At the command, Li Bin and his comrades moved to secure the battlefield, wrapping Chasing Sun like a dumpling. The remaining 5 natives exchanged glances, communicating silently. Feng, Chasing Sun defied your orders, bringing disgrace upon himself. We are willing to be bound by you, hoping that in 7 days, you will free us from these chains. These individuals obediently extended their hands. Suddenly, 5 guns were aimed at the back of their heads. Unlike Chasing Sun, they were compliant, offering no resistance. Take them away, lock them up. The 6 were escorted to a dormitory, constructed entirely of iron, reinforced with high-quality German steel. Even if they broke free from their chains, escape from the room would be impossible. Moreover, Feng had sealed the windows to prevent any attempts to leap into the river. Once everything was settled, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Feng clapped his hands and led everyone back to the deck. These individuals are formidable. Let them endure hunger for 7 days. After that, we will release them to work, providing only 1 meal a day and minimal water. Otherwise, once they regain their strength, they could retaliate at any moment, Feng declared. Understood, came the chorus of responses. A wave of headaches washed over Feng. Old Cheng, how far are we from the tributary where the large ship disappeared? He inquired. Approximately 30 to 40 kilometers, Li Bin replied. All right, let us utilize this time to rehearse our tactics. Gather everyone on the deck. Since we are a team, we must ensure that they fully realize our strategies, whether it be for procuring arms at the underground base or fetching fuel. Having a well-defined tactic will enable them to maximize the advantages of civilized weaponry. After practicing on the deck for a while, Feng appointed Susan to lead the command, as her expertise as a bodyguard surpassed his own. 2 hours later, the warship reached a midstream position. Little Ilian, being the smallest among them, suddenly collapsed to the ground after wielding her spear a few times, emitting heavy coughs. Ilian, if you're tired, just rest, Feng said with concern. Cough, cough, cough. Yet, little Ilian continued to cough incessantly, as if her very lungs were being expelled. Chushua, come quickly and see what is wrong with Ilian. Feng urgently called for by Chushua. However, at that moment, Heli stepped forward, pointing her spear at Ilian. Do not approach her. It seems she has contracted a parasitic disease, Heli stated, her face pale, the spear unwaveringly aimed at Ilian. Uncle Feng, Ilian coughed as she approached Feng, extending her small hands as if seeking a comforting embrace. Feng felt a pang in his heart. He longed to hold Ilian, but feared the risk of contagion. Bai Chushua, however, bravely stepped before Ilian, examining her eyes and tongue. Brother Feng, she does appear to be ill. She needs to be isolated and someone should bring her meals daily, Bai Chushua reported, turning back to Feng. This, Feng furrowed his brow, initially envisioning a life of luxury on this deserted island, only to be met with successive calamities that seemed never-ending. Very well. I will take her to a room for isolation, but we must create a hole in the wall so she can see outside and communicate with others, Feng declared, gently taking Ilian's small hand. Indeed, while infectious diseases are frightful, if everyone were to shun Ilian now, she would surely not survive a month. The psychological torment is far more perilous than physical affliction. Uncle Feng, please don't hold my hand. I might infect you, Ilian protested, shaking off his grasp. Yifeng affectionately patted her head and suddenly lifted her, striding towards the 4th deck of the ship. Since we must isolate, we should be away from the 5th deck's open area. Little Ilian, you will stay here, and I will move to the room next door. If you feel scared, just knock on the wall, and I will come to see you, Yifeng reassured her, playfully pinching her cheek. Ilian nodded, attempting to appear strong. Yifeng exited the room, slowly closing the door behind him. As he did, Ilian took a few steps towards the door, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of helplessness and despair, resembling a child on the verge of abandonment. This look pierced Yifeng's heart deeply. Without a second thought, Yifeng scooped her up and returned to the dormitory on the deck. Little Ilian, you will live with me from now on. At night, I will hold you as you sleep, and that way, you won't feel afraid, Yifeng stated resolutely. Indeed, the terror in little Ilian's eyes dissipated, replaced by a serene calmness. She nodded and soon fell asleep on Yifeng's bed. Yifeng had already contemplated that after consuming those fruits, his immunity would surely be stronger than that of an ordinary person, making it less likely for Ilian's illness to easily infect him. Upon returning to the deck, Yifeng informed everyone about Ilian moving in with him. This time, no one spoke. All heads were bowed, some seemingly hesitant to voice their thoughts. I am aware of your thoughts. If it comes to that, you need not interact with me any longer. From now on, please prepare meals solely for me and Ilian, Yifeng remarked. Very well, Brother Feng. I understand that your intentions are for Ilian's benefit, but this approach, sigh, no more words. Henceforth, I shall prepare meals exclusively for you and Ilian. Shi Zhongliang nodded, regarding Yifeng with a gaze filled with admiration. In the past, he had harbored doubts about this young man. As the saying goes, a youth without facial hair is often unreliable, and given the current state of society, many young individuals tend to be ostentatious and lack a sense of responsibility. Chapter 184. Always able to turn peril into safety. However, the situation has changed. Yifeng's actions have convinced Shi Zhongliang that he is a trustworthy individual. Although others opposed Yifeng's emotional decisions, it was at this moment that they truly began to regard him as their leader. Brother Yi, I shall craft some toys for Sister Ilian from bamboo. Could you please deliver them to her? Ding Tuanchuan said. Good. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, wanting to stroke Ding Tuanchuan's hair, but hesitated and withdrew his hand. The large vessel continued to navigate upstream, finally arriving at the mouth of a tributary at midnight. Through the moonlight, Yifeng faintly discerned a towering spruce tree and 2 massive skeletons on the opposite bank. Scavenging animals were gnawing at the bones, occasionally accompanied by the sound of vultures flapping their wings. Brother Feng, turn into the second small tributary. It is where the large vessel vanished. Chung Li Bin indicated ahead. Indeed. Once dawn breaks, we shall steer the warship into that small tributary. I refuse to believe that there can be many waterways left within it. At most, a mere 10. We will search them one by one, and surely we will locate the large vessel, unless those 2 individuals are capable of hauling it ashore. Yifeng concluded as he retreated to his quarters. Little Ilian had already awoken, her eyes wide with terror as she surveyed the unfamiliar room. Clutching tightly to the clothing Yifeng had worn, it seemed that only this could provide her with a semblance of security. Little Ilian, I have returned, Yifeng announced as he opened the door, smiling at her. With a swift motion, Ilian, akin to a startled rabbit, dashed into Yifeng's embrace. That night, Yifeng succumbed to slumber, inhaling the delicate fragrance of little Ilian, fervently wishing that he would not succumb to infection by morning. Otherwise, this contagion would be truly dreadful. A tranquil night passed, and dawn soon arrived. In the stillness of the night, Yifeng had heard Ilian cough a few times, but thereafter, she fell silent. Upon waking, he observed Ilian sleeping peacefully, a hint of color returning to her pale face. It seemed that psychological factors played a significant role, at times. If a person contracted an infectious disease and those around her rejected and despised her, her chances of survival diminished greatly. Unhappiness could exacerbate her condition. Yet, Yifeng not only accepted Ilian but also embraced her during the night, allowing her to feel she was not an outcast, thus experiencing the warmth of his affection. Indeed, love has proven to be a potent remedy for all ailments, more effective than any herbal concoction. Yifeng gently pressed his lips against Ilian's cheek once more before standing by the window, inhaling the fresh air. He felt no cough or fever. It seemed that the infectious disease was not as dreadful as Healy had described. Brother Feng, You're up so early. Qinan approached, giving Yifeng a pat on the shoulder. Yifeng instinctively took a step back. Aren't you afraid I might infect you? Afraid of what? You and Lian slept in the same room and didn't cough, which proves that the disease isn't that terrifying. Besides, I used to be poor and consumed countless additives. If any parasites dare invade my body, I'll show them what intestinal survival means, Qinan replied nonchalantly. Ha ha. You rascal. Let us head to the deck, Yifeng said, placing an arm around Qian's shoulders as they made their way to the deck. Approaching the deck, Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but resolutely exposed himself to the sunlight. The enormous bird might have given up on him, after all. It hadn't troubled him for 3 days, and he couldn't remain cooped up in the cabin forever. Yet, once on the deck, he loaded a bullet chain into the machine gun, just in case. Others noticed Qian and Yifeng's camaraderie and gave them thumbs up. Qinan, you're truly brave. Indeed, Qinan, I underestimated you before. Brother Qinan, you're even braver than I am. With the flattery from the crowd, Qinan felt himself buoyed with pride. Please, everyone, no need to praise me. I, Qinan, am a humble person. Although I may not possess Brother Feng's good looks, aside from my good health, athletic physique, sharp intellect, and quick reflexes, I have little else to boast about. He said earnestly. Yifeng, the crowd, Ding Tuanshuan slowly raised his middle finger. Let us eat. After we finish, we'll disembark to search for a larger ship. As for the warship, it can't navigate into the smaller tributaries, Yifeng remarked. As Yifeng ate, he frequently glanced skyward, his expression one of vigilance. There's no need to worry. That giant bird hasn't come for 3 days. It might have given up on you, Susan reassured. True enough. Let us eat, Yifeng declared, gnawing on a beef leg. Though the tropical rainforest was fraught with dangers, food was abundant, alleviating any concerns about sustenance. However, their current staples consisted solely of meat, shrimp, and various fish. They had never consumed rice or wheat. In the short term, it was manageable, yet over time, it felt somewhat unsatisfactory. Half an hour later, everyone had finished their meal. Yifeng and his companions armed themselves with rifles, handguns, and various weapons, beginning their descent from the rope ladder onto the canoe. This canoe had been left for them by the likes of Jiaying's son, proving to be a tremendous aid. They would no longer need to swim ashore. Upon landing, Yifeng issued a few final instructions to the warship. Sure, remember. Wait 6 days before feeding those indigenous people. Do not show any mercy. Softness can lead to your downfall, Yifeng shouted. Rest assured. I'm also planning to poison them, Shi Zhongliang responded loudly from the deck. Yifeng nodded in satisfaction and signaled for Tuba to lead the way. Tuba had previously resided in this vicinity, thus he possessed a profound familiarity with the terrain. After traversing 500 or 600 meters, the waterway network became increasingly intricate, predominantly comprising narrow tributaries approximately 10 meters wide, yet teeming with a diverse array of life. Crocodiles, leeches, and various species of piranhas proliferated in abundance. With no other option, Yifeng reluctantly assumed the role of a porter. He first hoisted Qian onto his back and, with a powerful leap, effortlessly cleared the distance to the opposite bank. Subsequently, he returned to carry the next individual across. Enough. The rest of you may return. I shall only take Susan, Tuba, Qian, and Heli. Otherwise, our progress will be excessively slow, Yifeng called out, waving to Zhang Yan on the other side. Feng, do exercise caution and stay safe, Zhang Yan replied, nodding as she led the others back. She was among the earliest members to join Yifeng's team, and he held a high degree of trust in her, particularly as the rest of the team also respected her leadership. Let us proceed. We shall keep a distance of 3 meters between us to avoid being picked off by Massey Kong, Yifeng instructed. The 4, including Susan, nodded in agreement, gradually increasing the space between them. Yifeng had his own plans for bringing along these 4 individuals. Qian was particularly fortunate, often managing to turn peril into safety, thus earning the moniker of Lucky Star. Previously, Yifeng had harbored skepticism regarding the concept of a lucky star, but in dire circumstances, humanity tends to embrace such beliefs. After all, one's environment can profoundly alter one's faith. Susan was an adept marksman, capable of engaging Massey Kong in a shootout, which warranted her inclusion. Heli, a member of the Gay tribe, possessed formidable survival skills in the wild and had even consumed ginkgo nuts, making her close combat abilities superior to Susan's. Lastly, there was the guide, Tuba. The quartet journeyed throughout the morning, following tributaries wider than 200 meters towards their terminus. For only such waterways could bear the weight of large vessels. For tributaries merely 10 meters wide, Feng would leap across while carrying all four, thus avoiding any time wasted upstream. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Feng dispatched a wild boar with a single punch, draining its blood through his vampiric technique. Remarkably, he accomplished this feat while carrying the four, lest they develop psychological scars from witnessing such brutality. 2The, you have been clearing the path and must be exhausted. Partake in this, Feng offered, presenting an entire leg of the pig to 2The. He devoured it heartily, for they had brought spices gifted by Shi Zhengliang, which rendered the roasted leg delectably fragrant. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the tranquility. Feng lunged forward, feeling a surge of blood pooling on his back. Masikong. Susan immediately dropped to the ground, retaliating with 5 or 6 shots towards the origin of the gunfire. Feng. After emptying her magazine, Susan anxiously glanced at Feng. He gradually rose, brushing his hand against his back, dislodging a bullet that had embedded itself in his skin. The bullet was deformed but had failed to penetrate deeply. I have located the source of the sound. Remain here, Feng declared, seizing his rifle and sprinting towards the direction of the gunfire. He ran intermittently, evading any opportunity for Marskong to take aim. Bang! Another shot rang out. Feng staggered, blood blossoming across his chest, and simultaneously, he felt a significant depletion of both spirit and stamina. Another bullet had been pried from his body, yet this time, it bore traces of blood. The blood scales could not entirely shield him from the rifle's impact. Perched on a large tree, Marskong, his face painted in camouflage, stared at Feng in shock. Did this scoundrel possess a bulletproof vest? Without hesitation, Marskong slid down the tree and sprinted towards the large ship. However, after scarcely 20 meters, a figure surged towards him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots fired in rapid succession, each finding its mark on Feng's chest. Yet, he charged forward like an immortal warrior, undeterred. Damn! The previously composed Marskong felt a surge of anxiety. His trembling hands fumbled with the gun's bolt, causing it to jam. Damn it! He discarded the rifle and drew his handgun, firing several shots backward, yet they proved futile. Feng continued his relentless advance, his body showing no signs of faltering. Had this man turned into a zombie? Half crouching, Marskong inhaled deeply, aiming his handgun at Feng's forehead. Bang! In the next instant, as if sensing impending danger, Feng instinctively shielded his face with his arm. The bullet struck his arm, drawing a trickle of blood. The blood scales, after all, had their limits. Feng recognized that he could no longer afford to delay. He raised his handgun and charged at Marskong. Bang, 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 bang. The rapid succession of bullets forced Marskong into a zigzag retreat. For Feng, this erratic movement hindered his aim, and he soon exhausted the ammunition in his handgun. Marskong, you cannot escape. Feng tossed aside the handgun and drew a dagger, rushing toward him. Damn it! Marskong had exerted all his energy in fleeing, yet Feng was closing the distance. At this rate, he would be caught before reaching the ship. Realizing this, he abruptly altered his course, plunging into the thicket. Thud! The dagger slipped from Feng's hand, embedding itself in Marskong's shoulder. A cry of agony escaped Marskong as he disappeared into the woods, bearing the dagger. Today, I shall ensure your demise. Feng, fueled by determination, pursued Marskong relentlessly. At that moment, a shadow darted past him. A massive stick, the width of a thigh, swung toward his chest. Feng was sent flying 5 meters, blood gushing from his mouth. The blood scales could not withstand such a terrifying blow. Marskong slowly emerged ahead, bending down to grasp the dagger. After a chilling scream, he withdrew the blade and began to approach Feng. Both were injured, but Feng bore the more severe wounds, instilling in Marskong a false sense of confidence that he could defeat Feng. Fool, do you think I, Marskong, would be so foolish as to not set traps in the woods? This is the consequence of your relentless pursuit. Marskong pointed to the tree pole he had just set up the previous day. In truth, there were several traps laid out ahead, but they were unnecessary. The first trap had already nearly incapacitated Feng. Marskong, oh Marskong, you have managed to escape several times, yet if you evade me once more this time, I shall write my name, Feng, in reverse. With that, Feng rose slowly to his feet. The distance between the two was merely 3 meters. Even if Marskong were extraordinarily vigilant, escape was no longer an option. Are you still dreaming? Marskong declared, gripping the dagger with his right hand, his left leg extending forward in a precise stance for a thrust. Die. The dagger swept towards Yefeng's neck, and the two soon engaged in a fierce battle. By the 10th exchange, Marsikong was utterly astonished. He realized his techniques were superior, yet Yefeng's speed surpassed his by more than threefold. No matter the maneuver he attempted, Yefeng was always a step ahead in countering. Clang. The dagger finally pierced Yefeng's chest, producing a sound akin to metal grinding against metal. In truth, this was a deliberate feint by Yefeng. He seized Marsikong's arm and exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed. Ah! Marsikong shrieked. Rolling away to a distance of 3 meters, his face contorted in agony as beads of sweat cascaded down, dripping onto the dark earth. Speak, where's the ship? Yefeng picked up the dagger from the ground and advanced step by step towards Marsikong. Marsikong's eyes darted furtively, his expression shifting between fear and defiance. Yefeng, if you wish to know the whereabouts of Long Wu, cease dreaming. I would rather die than disclose it. As he spoke, Long Wu clutched his injured arm and began to retreat slowly. Yefeng had already noticed his subtle movements and chuckled lightly. Do you believe that trick still has any merit? With that, Yefeng suddenly leaped forward, aiming the dagger at Marsikong's head. With his current strength, he could easily shatter Marsikong's skull. In the next moment, a whoosh echoed from the direction of the river. A 3-meter-long crossbow bolt shot into the woods, interrupting Yefeng midair before it fell to the ground with a thud. Chapter 186. A touch of emotion at the bow of the ship. Zhang Haoyan operated the crossbow, his face alight with astonishment as he observed Yefeng in the woods. Ha ha! I hit him. This is my first time using the crossbow, and I struck Yefeng? Just as he reveled in his brief triumph, he saw Yefeng rise, patting the bruise on his chest. You? Marsikong's eyes widened in disbelief. Not even the crossbow could fell Yefeng? Had this man transformed into a monster? In an instant, he made a wise choice and fled with a swish. Yefeng was about to pursue when another bolt was shot from the ship. However, he was now prepared and easily dodged it. Damn it! Glancing at the already vanished Marsikong, Yefeng turned his blood-red gaze towards the ship. With a swift motion, he dashed towards it. What the? Zhang Haoyan fumbled to load another bolt into the groove, hastily cranking the wheel. Alas, it was already too late. Only a sudden splash echoed from beneath the great ship as something emerged from the water, making its way towards the deck. Hurry up! Zhang Haoyan finally managed to straighten the winch. However, footsteps were already audible on the deck. Fear gripped his soul. He attempted to turn the ballista backward, but its design allowed for firing only directly ahead, lacking the capability for a full 360-degree rotation. Zhang Haoyan, you scoundrel! Today I shall reduce you to mere pulp. Yi Feng dashed forward with determination. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Haoyan's eyes darted, and he leaped into the river. Yet, as he descended just half a meter, he felt a tight grip around his neck, and Yi Feng hoisted him back onto the deck. Brother Feng, let us speak amicably. I was merely confused for a moment. Spare me, and I shall offer my wife to you. You may have your way with her. Zhang Haoyan pleaded. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and delivered a vicious kick. Bang! Zhang Haoyan was sent rolling like a ball, just as he attempted to rise. Yi Feng pressed his foot down upon him, rendering him unable to lift his head. Where's Brother Wu? Yi Feng inquired coldly. Brother Wu is in the lower hold. That scoundrel Ma Sikong has him bound to the wheel, forcing him to provide power for the ship. Zhang Haoyan cast all blame upon Ma Sikong. Damn it! Yi Feng seized Zhang Haoyan's foot and dragged him towards the lower hold like a lifeless dog. Upon entering the hold, Yi Feng detected a foul odor. There, he beheld Long Wu, his hands bound to the wheel's railing, with 2 sharp spikes poised behind him. If Long Wu ceased his movement, the spikes would pierce him. This left Long Wu with no choice but to keep moving forward, lest he be impaled. Yi Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he swiftly severed the spikes with a single stroke, and then cut the ropes binding Long Wu. Long Wu, already lacking a leg, struggled to push the wheel, his exertion far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Brother Wu? Yi Feng steadied Long Wu, who had suffered greatly over the past days, as the wound on his backside had festered and attracted flies. Brother Feng, I am too ashamed to face you. Long Wu trembled as he spoke. We are brothers. Some things need not be said, Yi Feng replied. Rest well, Brother Wu. He laid Long Wu down upon the floor and turned his gaze toward Zhang Haoyan. Are there any bullets or firearms left on the ship? Yi Feng asked. None. Ma Sikong does not trust me and withheld the weapons, Zhang Haoyan replied in terror. Are you saying it was Ma Xikong's idea to bind Brother Wu to the wheel? Yi Feng inquired coldly. Yes. It was Ma Xikong's idea. Yet Long Wu interjected. No, it was a joint scheme between Ma Xikong and him. He executed it, employing such despicable means to force me to turn the wheel. At times, when I moved too slowly, he would burn my backside with a red-hot dagger. I fear my behind is ruined. Upon hearing Long Wu's words, Yi Feng gritted his teeth and forcefully pinned Zhang Haoyan against the railing. 5 minutes later, Zhang Haoyan found himself bound there, his backside facing Long Wu. But the ordeal was not over. Yi Feng ignited the stove and placed a metal rod inside to heat it red-hot. Brother Wu, I shall take command above, while you urge him to accelerate below. Should this fellow lag in his actions, utilize the branding iron upon his posterior, Yi Feng declared before striding towards the deck. Long Wu nodded, overcoming his prior weakness, his spirit invigorated at the prospect of revenge. Brother Wu, prepare the power, Yi Feng shouted from the deck. Long Wu retrieved the glowing iron rod from the furnace. Zhang Haoyan, overwhelmed with fear, exerted all his strength to turn the wheel, akin to a donkey grinding grain. Remarkably, he possessed considerable strength, propelling the wheel with remarkable speed. The ship made a sharp turn to the right, heading downstream into the tributary. Yi Feng pondered the vessel's newfound swiftness. It appeared that Zhang Haoyan's power was commendable and could be employed for future endeavors. After navigating through the first tributary, the ship entered the second one. Yi Feng glanced at the sun, gauging the direction, and steered the ship downstream. An hour later, he finally spotted the enormous warship at the bow. Brother Feng, it is Brother Feng returning. Cheng Li Bin exclaimed joyously while peering through a telescope. You're getting old. Is a telescope necessary at such close range? Ding Tuanchuan remarked, playfully teasing. The ship soon drew within 100 meters of the warship, prompting Yi Feng to call down to the hold. Brother Wu, cease the power. Long Wu nodded and cast a stern glance at Zhang Haoyan. Oh. The latter exhaled in relief, drenched in sweat, hanging onto the railing. With his wrists bound, he could neither sit nor lie down. His only means of rest was to suspend his entire body from his wrists. Long Wu had once endured a similar plight, and the swift return of karma was astonishing. Fortunately, Zhang Haoyan had pushed the wheel with great speed. Otherwise, the branding iron would have seared his backside. Ding Tuanchuan and the others boarded the canoe, anchoring it beneath the ship, while Yi Feng lowered the rope ladder for them to ascend to the deck. Although the ship could not compare to the warship, it served as a valuable backup. Should anything go awry with the warship, they would have an escape route. Thus, once aboard, Ding Tuanchuan and her companions caressed various parts of the deck, their eyes brimming with affection, as it was crafted by their own hands, imbued with sentiment. Yi Feng returned to the hold, lifting Long Wu onto the deck. 10 minutes later, Long Wu recounted his ordeal to the group, inciting their collective indignation. Brother Feng, henceforth, I shall oversee the ship's power. If Zhang Haoyan falters in his duties, I shall employ the ancient art of the heated iron upon him, Chunin stated coldly. The desire to avenge Long Wu was a trifling matter. The true thrill lay in tormenting Zhang Haoyan. Allow me to take care of it. I shall flatten his backside, Ding Tuanchuan asserted. Brother Feng, let me supervise the hold. Rest assured, I shall not play him to death. Brother Feng, let me go? A chorus of voices clamored to inflict torment upon Zhang Haoyan in the hold. Chapter 187, The Couple's Quarters. This left Yi Feng in a quandary. While he understood their desire to aid Long Wu in avenging him, he could not favor one over the other. Let us take turns supervising each day, Yi Feng suggested, raising his hands in resignation. But remember, do not harm him. After all, the large vessel still requires its power. I'll go first. Ding Tuanchuan rushed into the hold, startling Yi Feng, who quickly entrusted the helm to Bao Qifeng and followed her below deck, fearing that Ding might inadvertently cause harm to Zhang Haoyan. Before they reached the hold, a loud bray erupted, followed by a string of exclamations. Suddenly, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Upon entering, Yi Feng stood agape at the scene before him. Ding Tuanchuan was mercilessly brandishing a glowing iron rod, delivering an unexpected assault upon Zhang Haoyan. In pain, he pushed the wheel and began to run, proving more resilient than a donkey. Little Tuanchuan, what are you doing? I do not even know how to advise you. Just don't kill him, Yi Feng urged. Oh, I understand. Ding Tuanchuan nodded obediently, a harmless smile gracing her face. Zhang Haoyan's eyes widened as he propelled the wheel with remarkable speed. At this rate, we might as well be matching a warship. Old Bao, Inform Engineer Chung that our 2 vessels, one large, one small, are to navigate downstream and anchor beside the cave. We shall rest for a month, indulging in leisure, food, and drink. Afterward, we will commence the repairs on the ship's artillery and retrieve ammunition from the underground base, Feng proclaimed loudly. After supervising for a while longer, Feng pulled Ding Tianxuan onto the deck, revoking her supervisory role. The little girl lacked the finesse necessary for such tasks. He could not risk Zhang Haoyan's life. For who would then propel the wheel? Brother Yi, I can be gentler next time. Let someone else supervise. Ding Tianxuan pleaded. You little rascal. Your lack of restraint could truly lead to disaster. If something were to happen to him, we would all have to take turns as laborers, Feng remarked, pinching her chubby cheek. Humph. Ding Tianxuan turned away, striding towards the stern. Why has the ship's speed decreased again? Feng pondered. Zhang Haoyan, it seemed, had reverted to slacking off without supervision. Chunin, you go supervise now. I trust your maturity to handle this with care, he instructed. Rest assured, my character is well known. I am quite merciful, Chunin replied, hastily making his way to the hold. A more piercing scream resonated from below deck. Feng's expression shifted, and he descended to revoke Chun and supervisory position as well. The 2 vessels drifted downstream, swiftly covering over 30 kilometers. The current eased Zhang Haoyan's burden. Yet he was utterly exhausted and succumbed to slumber against the railing, uncertain of how long he had slept. He groggily opened his eyes to find Feng watching him with an amused smile. Brother Feng, I apologize. It was not my intention to fall asleep. I will push the wheel right away, Zhang Haoyan exclaimed, startled as he struggled to stand. However, Feng gently pressed his hand down. Are you hungry? He inquired, his tone warm and fatherly. Yes, I am quite famished, Zhang Haoyan replied, gesturing to his stomach with his mouth. I shall take it upon myself to feed you. After your meal, you may indulge in a brief slumber. Our vessel is currently anchored, and we shall continue our journey on the morrow, remarked Feng with a smile. Oh, thank you, Brother Feng, Zhang Haoyan replied, opening his mouth wide. Feng promptly filled Zhang Haoyan's mouth with the slop from his bowl. After completing the feeding, Feng ascended to the deck. On the deck of the warship, bonfires blazed brightly, surrounded by the wild dancers of the Tuba tribe, who expressed their exhilaration with raucous cries. Shi Zhengliang stood beside the grill, preparing delectable river shrimp, fish, and shellfish for everyone. The enticing aroma wafted through the deck, gradually permeating the lower cabin. Zhang Haoyan sniffed the air, unable to suppress a swallow. 2 tears trickled down his cheeks. How wonderful it would have been had he not betrayed Brother Feng. He should be relishing the feast on the deck now. The culinary delights crafted by Shi were unforgettable. Yet here he was, reduced to a prisoner, confined to the lower cabin, unable even to rest his backside on the ground. The more he pondered, the more regret consumed him, and he wept profusely. Just then, footsteps echoed from the lower cabin, startling him. He hurriedly assumed a grinding posture. However, upon catching sight of the figure illuminated by the firelight, his heart leaped with joy. Wife, my dear wife. Oh, please, beseech Brother Feng to spare me. I have truly repented. Look at my behind. It's practically medium rare now. Zhang Haoyan cried out, his voice filled with despair. Yang Li entered, holding several skewers of grilled delicacies, one of which was a fruit kebab. Why speak of such matters? Let us eat first. After all, we are still husband and wife, she said, inserting the red fruit skewer into Zhang Haoyan's mouth. My dear wife, you are the best. I should have treated you better. I truly am a wretch. A beast, he lamented between bites. Yet, only a cold smile flickered in Yang Li's eyes. After finishing the fruit skewer, Zhang Haoyan suddenly felt his face heat up, glancing down at his trousers. My dear wife, I realize I still love you. After consuming what you fed me, my trousers have become quite unseemly. How about this? Untie me, and I shall satisfy you once. I guarantee it will be heavenly, he proposed eagerly. Yang Li smiled faintly, gradually shedding her clothing, striking an alluring pose before Zhang Haoyan. He was overjoyed, lunging forward, but the ropes binding his hands thwarted him, leaving him perpetually just out of reach. My dear wife, could you please take a step back? I implore you, do so swiftly. Zhang Haoyan felt an overwhelming pressure in his abdomen, reaching an unbearable peak. Haoyan, you are the strongest. I believe you can take that step forward, Yang Li taunted. An hour later, Zhang Haoyan let out a series of agonized howls, his eyes bloodshot. His trousers had become hideously unappealing, yet he could not reach Yang Li, nor could he resort to the 5th maiden for relief, as his hands remained bound. 2 hours later, he felt his trousers rapidly descending, as if they were beyond repair. Have I become a eunuch? Zhang Haoyan murmured to himself. Yang Li slowly donned her attire, casting a frigid glance at Zhang Haoyan. Indeed, I intend to render you a eunuch, so that in the future, you cannot prey upon other women. I have suffered at your hands for 8 long years. I cannot allow others to fall victim to you as well. With that, Yang Li brandished a torch and departed, extinguishing the flame in the lower deck as she went. The entire hold was shrouded in darkness, reminiscent of solitary confinement. Zhang Haoyan, listening to the revelry on the deck, finally succumbed to a deep slumber. On the ship's deck, the festivities had concluded, and Yi Feng returned to the couple's quarters. Meanwhile, on the battleship's deck, Cheng Li Bin and the others continued their merriment, seemingly intent on releasing the pent-up tension of the past few days. Chapter 188. What are you still doing? Yi Feng, indifferent to their antics, collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. It was now early autumn. With a slight chill in the air, half awake, Yi Feng sensed a weight upon him, as if someone were burying their head in his trousers. Li Jie, is that you? He gasped in surprise. Feng Ge, you need not worry about anything. Just leave it to me, came Yang Li's muffled voice. Yi Feng sighed, resigning himself to lie flat on the bed. Time slipped away, and he soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Having endured several gunshots from Ma Xikong earlier, his mental and physical faculties were utterly depleted. It was quite remarkable that he had managed to sleep under such circumstances, much to Yang Li's chagrin. After enjoying an ice pop for a while, she left the couple's quarters to return to her own room for rest. The following afternoon, Yi Feng gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though he had regained about 50 to 60% of his strength. What about the white fruits? He suddenly recalled, flipping out of bed. He had mastered the method of locating the white and silver fruits. Why not seize the opportunity while the battleship was still mid-voyage to gather more white fruits to distribute among the team? Consuming the white fruits would bolster their health and make them less susceptible to illness. Yes, let's do it. Upon reaching the deck, he found the crew lounging in small groups, engaged in conversation. Chunin was bragging when he noticed Yi Feng's approach, his face flushing as he obediently settled into a chair. The ship's provisions are dwindling. Today, I will take 3 people hunting, with Chunin among them. After stating this, Yi Feng called out to the battleship, Susan, Heli, prepare to disembark. We are going hunting in the woods. A few heads peeked over the edge of the towering battleship, looking down at Yi Feng. Huh, what did you say? Repeat that. I said Susan and Heli should come down. We are going hunting. 10 minutes later, the canoe anchored at the shore, and Yi Feng, rifle in hand, was the first to leap onto the land, followed by 1 man and 2 women. Let us follow this tributary to its end. We shall hunt there. With that, Yi Feng took the lead, the 4 forming a square formation as they ventured towards the tributary's terminus. Concerned that Ma Xikong was still alive and possibly had unspent ammunition, Yi Feng insisted on traveling in groups to avoid being taken down one by one. Finally arriving at the tributary's end, Yi Feng awaited the appearance of the white fruits for 2 long hours. Why have no white fruits appeared? Maple, are you not going hunting? Why are you sitting here? Chunin inquired. Ha ha ha, I brought you all here to breathe in the fresh air of nature. Now that we've had our fill, let us seek another stream. Yi Feng replied, patting Chunin on the head. The 4 of them continued on towards the next tributary. After waiting for 3 hours, Yi Feng squinted his eyes. Indeed, in the clear waters, a small tree was revealed, with 3 ginkgo fruits slowly emerging. Yi Feng made a shushing gesture and swiftly cut down the small tree, finally plucking the 3 ginkgo fruits. He Li, aware of their benefits, immediately consumed 1. There were still 2 left, but Chun En and Susan hesitated, unsure of their safety. Go on, eat it, Yi Feng urged, stuffing it into Chun En's mouth. Huh, doesn't this need to be chewed? It dissolves instantly, Chunin exclaimed. And just as he spoke, his face flushed, a surge of warmth erupting within him. Simultaneously, his once slender arms began to swell with muscle. On the other side, Susan also felt the surge of energy within her. A Feng, I sense this fruit is extraordinary. After consuming it, both my spirit and strength have risen. Is it perhaps a ginseng fruit? Susan remarked gravely. Congratulations, you are correct. This is indeed a ginseng fruit. It's a fine delicacy. Let us continue our search elsewhere. Yi Feng concluded, leading the trio towards another tributary. As night fell, Yi Feng discovered 3 more ginkgo fruits, bringing the total consumed by the group to 4. Yi Feng, He Li, Susan, and Chunin, The four of them boarded a canoe, with Yifeng and Chun and on the larger boat. While Susan and Healy took to the warship, the two men and the two women parting ways. Yifeng left Susan on the warship to oversee matters there, while he remained on the larger boat to keep an eye on Chun Un and Ding Tuanchuan, ensuring they did not bring harm to Zhang Haoyan. That evening, a bonfire party was held on the deck. The bountiful tropical rainforest provided ample food, allowing them to feast to their heart's content until they could eat no more. Moreover, Shi Zhongliang brought forth a fine offering that night, freshly brewed fruit wine, with each jar marked with its ingredients. Yifeng picked up one of the jars, noting the ingredients listed. Ingredients: red fruits, hops, Ding Tuanchuan's unique brewing yeast. I shall partake of this, Yifeng declared, breaking the clay seal and drinking heartily. Perhaps due to psychological effects, he found the wine exceptionally fragrant and refreshing. Finishing it in one go, he then picked up another jar. Ingredients: red fruits, hops, Tuba's unique brewing yeast. Chunin, come here, Yifeng beckoned. What is it? Brother Feng? Chun and hastily approached, grateful to Yifeng for no longer being the underdog. This jar of wine is for you. Drink it all, Yifeng said, handing over the jar. What? Tuba's brew? I refuse to drink that, Chunin replied, setting the jar aside. However, Shi Zhongliang approached quietly and whispered to him, rest assured, I have marked these haphazardly. I do not know whose saliva this is, but I remember that the Tuba brand actually belongs to Zhang Yan's saliva. Chun An's eyes widened in an instant, and he began to drink the Tuba brand saliva wine. What a fine wine. Ha! Chun An immediately started performing drunken boxing on the deck, causing everyone to burst into laughter. 2 kilometers away from the warship stood a towering fir tree, its branches reaching for the clouds. Perched upon one of its robust boughs was a colossal bird, cold eyes fixed upon the crowd on the deck. This giant avian had lived for over a century and possessed its own wisdom. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Yifeng felt that his physical condition had reached its zenith. Thus, he stood on the deck of the warship, embracing the massive cannon barrel. With a mighty roar, the enormous cannon surprisingly changed direction. It is worth noting that this mechanism had not been moved for 80 years, with rust covering the wheels. It would require over 2,000 pounds of force to set it in motion. Qinggong, what are you still dawdling for? Pour in the oil, Yifeng urged. Oh, right, your earlier performance astounded me, and I completely forgot to add the lubricant. Cheng Libin hurriedly poured an entire barrel of lubricant into the cannon. This oil, extracted through a collaboration between Shi Zhongliang and Bai Chuxue, was a type of plant oil that could be consumed and also used to maintain the warship. Chapter 189. A glimmer of coldness in his eyes simultaneously, they began to repair the cannon. The cannon Yifeng was currently embracing was one of the better preserved ones, and he believed that with some restoration, it could fire projectiles. Additionally, there was another relatively intact cannon at the bow, which could also be repaired for use. The entire warship was equipped with 8 cannons. If only 2 were repaired, they would only ensure firepower from the front and left. Should the enemy approach from the right, they would have to rely solely on machine guns and rifles. Furthermore, the cannons could only strike fixed targets in the future, as the power system was damaged. To calibrate the direction, manual adjustments would be necessary, requiring at least 7 or 8 ordinary people to maneuver the cannon's aim, thus lacking the capacity for flexible firing. Previously, these cannons were utilized to target aircraft in the sky, hence the power system was exceptionally agile. Yifeng did not aspire to restore the power system. He merely hoped to strike fixed targets, such as the Gaha tribe. This group of savages had gone too far, seemingly intent on eliminating Yifeng. Therefore, he resolved that once the cannons were repaired, he would venture to the underground base to retrieve ammunition. He planned to bombard the Gaha tribe with 5 or 6 shells to teach them a lesson. As for exterminating them all, Yifeng deemed it unnecessary. After all, in such a vast region of the Heishu River, the human population was already sparse. If only the people aboard their ship remained, it would be rather dull. Moreover, he would eventually need to recruit some cleaners from the indigenous people, as the warship's sanitation was deplorable, with less than 1% cleaned. Even if they managed to clean it, ongoing maintenance would require a substantial number of cleaners. Yifeng contemplated a collaboration with the indigenous people, envisioning a strategy to outsource sanitation aboard the warship. This approach would alleviate concerns regarding their daily lives and retirement issues. However, such collaboration must be founded on equality. Thus, Yifeng resolved to first subdue them with cannon fire, ensuring the natives recognized his might before entering into any semblance of a truce. He chuckled to himself, pondering whether he might inadvertently usher these savages into a civilized society. Perhaps a century hence, they would erect a monument in his honor. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Chung Gong's calls, urging him to maneuver the ship's cannons, ensuring that lubricant seeped into the rollers. Oh, right. Yi Feng blushed, exerting his arms as the massive cannon began to rotate. After a long day of labor, evening fell. Following a week of respite, everyone had regained their spirits. Ding Tuanshuan's cheeks were adorably plump once more, prompting Yi Feng to pinch them playfully to ensure they remained so. Meanwhile, the little dog had grown into a substantial creature, thriving on a diet of slumber and sustenance, now comparable to a young calf. Little pup, come here. Yi Feng grasped its thick fur and lifted it effortlessly. My goodness, you must weigh over 200 pounds. After setting the pup down, he affectionately patted its head, and it obediently squatted on the deck, tongue lolling like a pug. The creature only submitted to those stronger than itself, prompting Yi Feng to frequently lift it, asserting his dominance. I shall find you some fruits to enjoy, but you are far too feeble, he remarked from his elevated stance. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh no, I almost forgot. Those 6 traders are still locked up, aren't they? Yi Feng smacked his forehead, nearly overlooking this critical matter. Because the traders were confined on the 2nd level, they were often neglected. Oh dear, I forgot about them too. Quickly, let us see if they're still alive. They are crucial laborers. A group armed with torches rushed toward the 2nd level, which was infested with rats, an insurmountable problem, leading Yi Feng to abandon the notion of extermination, resigning himself to coexistence, perhaps even utilizing them as a future food source. As he opened the cell, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Inside, excrement was strewn about, and upon opening the door, a torrent of filth poured forth. Ugh! Ding Tuanshuan immediately retched. Yi Feng waved his hand before his nose, surveying the 6 disheveled individuals. Only the trader showed any semblance of vitality. The others were on the brink of starvation, with some even having excrement at the corners of their mouths. In desperation, humans will indeed resort to consuming anything. Chunin, drag them out. Yi Feng exclaimed, feeling nauseated. You 6, stay away from me. I'm about to commence. Chunin, wielding a bucket, doused the 6 captives with water, followed by a 2nd and 3rd bucket. I'm afraid, Brother Feng, those excrements have already crusted upon them. Instead, let us suspend them with an iron chain in 10 minutes, gently lowering them into the river. Jiaying Sun, grasp the chain tightly. Do not let yourselves sink. I find myself at a loss, for the filth upon you is exceedingly thick. I must soak you for 2 hours before we can proceed to scrub you clean. And the one who will perform this task is Chun, and Yi Feng gestured towards Chun and beside him. Why must it always be me? Chunin replied, exasperated. 3 hours later, the 6 individuals from Jiaying Sun were hoisted back up. They gazed at Yi Feng with weary eyes, their lips murmuring what seemed to be dialectical greetings to his family. Yet, Yi Feng felt no inclination to respond. Sure, prepare food for them. Understood. Shi Zhengliang brought over a bowl, filled with a viscous concoction, which was the remnants of their meal from the previous night, simmered into this sticky substance. Dig in. Yi Feng gestured invitingly. Jiaying Sun did not make a move, but the other 5 began to eat. Outsider, you promised to release our chains after 7 days. Today marks the 9th day, and you have not honored your word. Jiaying Sun's voice was hoarse. I would indeed like to free you, but I fear that without restraint, you might unleash chaos upon the deck. Here is the proposition. Reveal a secret unknown to me, and I shall unshackle one of you. Disclose 6 secrets, and I will release all of you, granting your freedom, Yi Feng stated gravely. A secret? What do you wish to know? Jiaying Sun inquired coldly. There is much I desire to uncover, so speak freely, preferably disclosing something of great confidentiality. If your information is merely common knowledge, my companion Heli will expose you. Yi Feng pointed to Heli beside him. Jiaying Sun glanced at Heli, a fleeting chill crossing his eyes. That damned female traitor. Very well. Here, every 80 years, a great calamity befalls us, though the nature of this disaster remains unknown to us. That does not count, for I was already aware. Let us move on to the next topic. You? Fine. Jiaying Sun suppressed his indignation. Chapter 190. A forceful pull within the tribe. A system of ignorance prevails, preventing the common folk from knowing that the white fruits are actually safe to consume. Instead, we deceive the tribe, claiming that these white fruits are poisonous. causing them to refrain from harvesting them. Thus, we elders, chieftains, and priests can indulge in these delicacies alone. Chasing Sun finally divulged something of relative value. You despicable lot. Heli rushed forward, delivering a harsh slap across Chasing Sun's face. She had once taken pride in her tribe, only to discover the upper echelons had been manipulating the ordinary people. Very well. Chenin, unbind that brother's chains, Feng commanded. Chenin approached, using an axe to sever the chains of one of the leaders. After eating, the leader's complexion had improved somewhat. He flung the chain aside and abruptly stood up. However, in the next moment, 5 or 6 rifles were aimed at him, compelling him to obediently sit back down. Next secret. Feng nodded with satisfaction, as Heli finally came to a complete realization. In truth, she had previously harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that there was a broader vision within the tribe. However, it was now evident that a mere few individuals were toying with the entire community. The next revelation was that once the young women of the tribe reached adulthood, they would offer their first experience to men of a chieftain's rank or higher. In reality, their sacrifices did not earn them divine protection. Rather, it was our insatiable desire for their youthful bodies that led us to hypnotize them. After Jiaying spoke, he cast a smirk at Heli. Her face flushed crimson, not from shyness, but from the humiliation she felt. When she came of age, she too had surrendered her first experience to the chieftain, believing it to be an act of divine favor, only to realize she had been deceived. I will kill you, you beast, Heli exclaimed, charging forward, only to be restrained by Susan and others. Let me ask you again. Is it not also a form of deceit that the more men a woman in the tribe accepts, the luckier she is? Heli's eyes burned with rage as she glared at Jiaying. Hee. Spot on. Your mother and sister, back in the day, accepted 100 men in one night. Yet they perished because they violated certain taboos and were executed by us in another manner. Jiaying chuckled sinisterly. Heli collapsed onto the ground, recalling the tragic demise of her mother and sister, their agonizing screams echoing over the tribe for an entire day and night. Yet the chieftain had told her those were cries of happiness. Even in death, their souls would ascend to the divine palace and become friends of the gods. Mother, sister, woo-woo. Heli wept, covering her face. Do not restrain me. I must butcher him. Chenin, brandishing a dagger, rushed towards Jiaying, only to be held back by several tribesmen. Jiaying raised an eyebrow, confident that Feng would not kill him, for as an elder, he possessed more secrets than the average tribesman. Chenin, do not act rashly. Jiaying is an elder. He knows more secrets and holds great value for us. It is best not to use the dagger. However, you may use your fists or clubs instead. By the way, isn't there a branding iron? Feng pointed towards the fire pit. The group suddenly realized they could not kill Jiaying, but they could certainly torment the old pervert. Feng, what do you mean? I disclose a secret, and you wish to torture me? Do you believe I would divulge secrets to you again? Jiaying glared at Feng. Alas, I am not torturing you. They wish to kill you, and I cannot prevent that. I can only settle for a lesser evil, allowing them to torment you instead of killing you. Do you not understand? I am secretly aiding you. Otherwise, I cannot quell their wrath. Feng shrugged. Immediately, Chun-Un and the others rushed in, launching a collective assault on Jiaying. Feng glanced at the moon above and quickly urged, just 5 more minutes of this, and then we shall rest. Otherwise, we will lack the energy to work tomorrow. The crowd dispersed, revealing the battered figure of Chasing Sunday. This individual was undeniably formidable. After fasting for 9 days without a drop of water and enduring a brutal assault from the throng, he still sat upright. Truly, he was a powerhouse of elder caliber. With a clang, another iron chain was unshackled, and the second native chief rose to his feet. However, both of these lesser chiefs directed their furious gazes towards Chasing Sunday. Adorned with merely 4 tattoos on their arms, which excluded them from the decision-making council, they realized they had been manipulated. In their past, they too had family females, coaxed into sacrificing their precious first moments. The next secret. Feng waved his hand, instructing several hot-headed individuals to retreat and rest, fearing another brawl would ensue. He was apprehensive that Chasing Sun might be killed, as Zhang Haoyan would eventually be incapacitated, and Chasing Sun was the perfect substitute. The third secret pertained to the bloodscale fruit. Suddenly, Chasing Sun spoke up. Feng, taken aback, quickly interrupted him. He turned to Susan and the others. All of you return to rest. Leave me with 2 handguns. I alone can guard the deck. Susan nodded and led the others away. Once the coast was clear, Feng fixed a fervent gaze upon chasing Sunday. Since consuming the bloodscale fruit, he had been perplexed by many matters, and having someone of Chasing Sun's caliber elucidate them was a rare fortune. Speak. Feng hesitated for a moment, then offered a piece of roasted meat. Chasing Sun sniffed the meat and promptly devoured it. After consuming the bloodscale fruit, you will acquire formidable defensive capabilities. Should a spear pierce your flesh, your entire defense will converge at that point, automatically shielding the area struck while generating a bloodscale at the site of the attack. Chasing Sun mumbled through mouthfuls. And what else? Feng inquired further. To enhance the bloodscale's defense, one must continually consume white fruits, silver fruits, and gold fruits, with the gold fruit being the most effective, though it is exceedingly rare. So that's how it is. Let me ask, if the body is simultaneously attacked by 100 spears, will bloodscales manifest? Feng queried again. Indeed, but this will instantly deplete your combat strength, as the emergence of each bloodscale consumes energy, both mental and physical. If the assault is excessively powerful, it may even burn your life essence, Chasing Sun explained. Feng ran his fingers through his hair, pulling hard. 2 strands of white hair came loose. Clearly, the severity of his previous injuries had consumed more than just his stamina and mental fortitude. A portion of his life had already been drained. For how else could one so young have sprouted several white hairs? Chapter 191, The Substitute. And what more? Feng urged Chasing Sunday. Furthermore, after consuming the bloodscale fruit, you will be able to absorb the crystal dan of exotic beasts. However, those who have not consumed the bloodscale fruit will self-detonate upon ingesting the crystal dan. Chasing Sun continued. So that is the case? Are there any other secrets? Feng pressed on, eager to understand why his skin could absorb blood. The bloodscale fruit possesses only a few divine abilities, defense and the absorption of alien beast crystal cores. To enhance its defensive capabilities, one must consume the 3 varieties of fruits, gold, silver, and white. Zuri stared intently at Feng, his gaze unwavering, as though he were not fabricating lies. Is there truly no 4th ability, such as the power to absorb stars, air, or water? Feng spoke ambiguously, reluctant to reveal his unique advantage. Feng, if you do not wish to free me from my chains, just say so. Are you intentionally making things difficult for me? Zuri glared at Feng, frustration evident in his demeanor. Is there absolutely no other ability? Feng, unwilling to concede, sought to deceive Zuri further. There are none, according to the records. Only these few abilities exist, Zuri replied with a serious shake of his head. This revelation left Feng in distress. It was clear that his vampiric powers had manifested only after consuming the bloodscale fruit, and following the act of draining blood, his defensive strength, mental acuity, and physical stamina had all been restored. What if he were to transform into a vampire? At that moment, a flash of insight struck him. What about the enormous dark green leech? Could it be that consuming the leech had somehow mutated the leech's blood-sucking ability in the bloodscale fruit? If this were indeed the case, then he would be extraordinarily fortunate. Feng, do you intend to free me from my chains or not? Zuri demanded, his anger simmering. Of course I will free you, but not at this moment. Rest assured, once you all tidy up the deck, I, Feng, swear I shall release your chains. Feng declared, raising his right palm in assurance. Ah, you treacherous alien, you untrustworthy inferior race. A roar erupted from the deck. The few indigenous people who had already been unshackled exchanged glances and suddenly charged at Feng. Yet, he was no longer the same as before. Each punch and kick he delivered now carried the weight of several thousand pounds. In merely 3 moves, those indigenous individuals found themselves restrained once more. I, Delha, swear that I shall cleanse my shame with your blood, alien, bellowed a portly indigenous leader. Feng promptly stuffed a rag into his mouth. I believe you. But for now, you shall remain as prisoners. Once the sanitation of the ship is completed, I will certainly release you. After speaking, Feng yanked the chains, dragging the 6 individuals like skewered meat back to their cell. These individuals were once prominent figures within their tribe, exuding an air of pride. It seemed that they would not be easily subdued in a short time. A week more in confinement would be necessary. After locking the door, Feng bowed to Zuri. Regardless of the circumstances, Zuri had alleviated many of his doubts. That night, the deck was once again illuminated by a bonfire celebration, as the tribe of Tuba danced wildly around the flames. In the midst of their revelry, the female warriors shed their garments entirely. Two of these wild women approached Feng, inviting him to join their dance. The savages expressed their affections in a most direct manner, causing Susan and the other women to blush profusely, yet they felt it inappropriate to chastise them. After all, it was their tradition, and respect was due. Feng politely declined the invitation from the wild women. While they were relatively young and possessed decent figures, they paled in comparison to Susan and her companions. Two wild women, unable to entice Feng, turned their attention to other men, and Chunin found himself unexpectedly fortunate. He was embraced by the wild women, who rubbed against him, leaving him flushed and uncomfortable in a matter of minutes. Seizing the moment, the wild women suddenly pulled Chun and towards the back of the deck, where a secluded spot awaited for more intimate endeavors. "Thank you for your dance, beautiful, but I, Chunin, am a man of civility. If we are to engage in such matters, I would prefer a meal first and a month to mentally prepare myself. Your directness makes me feel as though you lack worth," Chunin declared, maintaining an air of restraint. Upon hearing this, the wild woman caressed Chun An's face before turning to embrace Shi Zhengliang. Shi Zhengliang, unpicky, hastily followed her to the back of the deck. "Hey, me? You? Oh." Chunin was filled with urgency, anger, and helplessness, his flustered demeanor eliciting laughter from those on the deck. "Look who is pretending now. Seems like old Shi is the lucky one," Chung Libin remarked, unable to suppress his teasing. "I'm still a Navi virgin. Her forwardness is something I simply cannot accept." Who would have thought the wild woman would so readily pursue the lecherous Shi Zhengliang? Chunin lamented. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from across the river, vibrating through everyone's eardrums. The revelry halted, and all turned to gaze at the opposite shore. "There are still many formidable beasts over there," Tu Ba exclaimed in fear. Feng nodded, a glimmer of excitement igniting in his eyes. Once the ship's cannons were repaired, he yearned to cross the river to hunt some of these creatures. Curious about the nature of the crystal cores they possessed, and whether consuming them could lead to immortality. After all, life is but a fleeting 100 years for most. With many not reaching even 70, it is far too brief. How wonderful it would be to live for 1,000 years or more and fully relish life. Tu Ba, you mentioned that the beasts possess crystal cores. What do they look like? Feng inquired. "I do not know, but I have heard the elders in my clan speak of how these beasts favor rare herbs and fruits. These precious offerings gradually accumulate within them, and the longer the beast lives, the larger and better the crystal core becomes," Tu Ba replied candidly. Feng nodded, pondering whether these cores were akin to stones in the body. If they were akin to kidney stones, he could perhaps accept that. However, he could not fathom the thought of them being the result of constipation. "The day is waning. Let us return home to rest," Feng declared, making his way back to his quarters. The path from the deck to his room was relatively clean, yet both sides were strewn with mud, gravel, and various droppings. Above the warship, numerous birds perched, contributing to the mess on the deck daily. The bonfire party on the ship concluded successfully, aside from those on night watch. Everyone else had returned to their slumber. Among the night watch was Ding Tuanshuan, who, after a yawn, suddenly had a glint of mischief in her eye. "Uncle Bao, I feel so sleepy. Could you please let me go back to sleep?" Ding Tuanshuan said with a playful expression. "Oh dear." This child, Bao Qifeng chuckled, nodding his head in amusement. At over 50 years of age, his heart had softened with time, and he regarded Ding Tuanshuan as a surrogate for his own granddaughter.